Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 3086 to Chapter 3132. Angor heard the Vine Banshee's murmur, and he knew she was asking for his opinion. But he chose not to answer. This was because once he chose to respond, it meant that he had positioned himself as a transcendent above the civilization. Even though the Dream Wasteland was born because of him, he had never felt that he had the right to rule over it. The birth of the Dream Wilderness was a coincidence, and the emergence of the Tree Civilization was inevitable. Those who ruled over the civilization would eventually be devoured by it. Angor was willing to be a guide, but he would never become an overlord. Of course, he might be overthinking things. Even if he didn't want to define himself, he didn't plan to talk to the Vine Banshee as someone above the mother tree. Still, the Vine Banshee chose to let the Dream Plant Fairy interact with humans, which was a kind gesture. Besides, Angor believed that there was no conflict of interest between humans and Dream Plant Fairies. Perhaps there would be a way to change the civilization war. After thinking for a while, he decided to do something about it. Angor opened the Mother Tree communicator. Instead of going to the chat interface, he went to another section called the Mother Tree Forum. The Mother Tree Forum was much more lively than before. Many papers that were not related to secrets were posted on the forum. The tree developers also divided the forum into two different sections according to their types. The section that didn't involve supernatural beings, and the section that was closely related to them. Just because the section didn't involve supernatural beings didn't mean that there was no one here. Many of the popular posts had a lot of comments below them. For example, one of the most popular posts was John's Tea Sutra, the rules and key points of tea planting. The first hot comment was from Iron Granny, who expressed her thoughts on the matter. To sum it all up, he had gained a lot. Even Iron Granny gave such a comment, which meant the posts here weren't unpopular. Even if they were, they would become popular after Iron Granny commented. Of course, most of the posts here were related to the construction of the city. And one of the most popular posts was undoubtedly Chown's. John explained the construction of the city, the defense of the city, and the various supporting facilities, as well as his views on the exterior and interior of the city. These kinds of posts all had long comments. Even Sorcerer Ryan had discussed this with Chown in his message, so it was not hard to imagine. It could be said that there might still be people in Foundation City who did not know John, but in the new city, almost every extraordinaire had heard of John's name. Perhaps John had no achievements in the path of transcendence at the moment. But in the field that he knew, he could be regarded as a master. As for the other area related to transcendence, it was actually not that lively. The main reason was that most of the people in the new city were apprentices, and they could not even digest the knowledge of apprentices themselves. How could they post an official post? If they wanted to ask questions about cultivation, it would be faster to go to the trees. As a result, there were relatively few posts in the supernatural realm. However, this didn't mean that this topic would continue to decline. The current situation was only caused by the lack of participants. Once the tea party started, it would attract the attention of many wizards and become popular. If this board could form a consensus in the transcendent world in the future and gather different transcendent topics and core theses, the development of the forum would be unstoppable. However, it was not easy to reach such a consensus. Generally speaking, if the Dream Wasteland could be integrated into the daily life of the supernatural world, it would be a great advantage. After all, Angor had control of the platform. The platform was not popular yet. What Angor planned to do today was to change the relationship between humans and dream planters, as well as to add fuel to the future of the wasteland. Angor reached out his spirit feelers and entered the forum. A moment later, a new post was created. Wasteland Traveler, Issue 1. Yes, Angor was planning to create a journal on the forum. The biggest advantage of having control of the platform was that he could define authoritative content first. Most of the so-called authoritative content was published by magazines and periodicals, so Angor decided to join them as well. He would not be able to get a share in the real world, but the Dream Wasteland was different. Apart from other effects, Angor wanted to make people feel that Wasteland Traveler was the authoritative publication when it came to the Dream Wasteland. However, Angor would not be able to create a journal on his own. The first issue he published was actually a column. Actually, it was a column, but Angor decided to use it as a journal. As for why he named it Wasteland Traveler, there was no reason. It was just a random idea. Anyway, he could change the name at any time before it was released to the public. Main issue: the confrontation of civilizations. At first, Angor wanted to use a clickbait title to attract people's attention, such as shocking news. XXX of humans and dream plant fairies, unbelievable, XXX of the tree civilization. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Most journals that used clickbait titles to attract people's attention were already in their twilight years. Angor was a rising sun. It would be too cheap to use clickbait titles. As for the first issue, Angor planned to write about the dream planters, the mother tree, and the tree civilization behind them. If he wanted to change something, he had to understand it first. This was why Angor decided to write the first issue. As a matter of fact, the existence of the mother tree was not a secret to the higher-ups. However, even if they knew about the mother tree, they did not necessarily know about the tree civilization created by the mother tree. Now, Angor was going to describe the current situation of the dream planters' civilization from an objective point of view, as well as their views on human civilization. In the end, Angor also talked about the confrontation between civilizations in a more meaningful way. However, it was nothing more than a cliché. In this regard, he did not know more than other wizards. Many wizards who participated in frontline expeditions had a better understanding of the confrontation between civilizations. Besides, the more civilizations they saw, the more they knew about the possible connections between different civilizations. Angor was not as good as other wizards in this regard. Angor's main focus was to introduce the tree civilization, as well as the different perspectives of human beings and dream planters. Of course, Angor did not mention anything too sensitive. He did not even introduce the first generation of dream planters. The more detailed the introduction, the easier it would be to differentiate between different civilizations. It was better to look at a civilization as a whole. After writing several thousand words, Angor finally finished writing the first issue. In order to increase the enthusiasm of the readers, Angor also arranged some pictures in the book. Most of the pictures were filled with greenery, as well as the images of several dream planters that humans were familiar with. After finishing the main issue, he turned to the next page and prepared to write several supplements. Angor divided the supplement into 3 parts. The first part was about the ecology of the dream wasteland, including the geographical environment and the diversity of living creatures. In this part, Angor also added some interesting pictures of the dream wasteland for reference. Deep ravines in the clouds, giant fungus mountains, hollow lakes, rainforests. Angor also left a sentence under each picture, to be named. Angor could name these places however he liked, but he still decided to let the Real travelers and pioneers have the right to name them. Only by naming them himself could he feel a sense of belonging. The second part of the supplement had nothing to do with the dream wasteland. Angor described it as information sharing or knowledge points. The reason why a magazine like Forest of Time could be called authoritative was because it would actually share the actual information. Many advanced papers, new spells, and unique spirit models would be included in the magazine and shared with the rest of the world. This kind of sharing did not necessarily mean that all knowledge points were shared. Most of them were meant to broaden the horizons of the public. Even so, the readers would still be willing to accept them as a standard. If Angor wanted the Wasteland Traveler to become an authoritative magazine in the Dream Wasteland, he would have to add some useful information. Angor planned to work with Seagull Academy, which was behind Mirror, for this section. However, this was only the first issue, and he did not have time to think about the details. He copied several practical cantrips from the book Elementary Cantrips, Modified, which he created before, and used them as the main cantrips for this column. They were only modified elementary cantrips, but they were worth a lot of money. Angor chose the cantrips for general use, which were extremely valuable for wizards who did not have many cantrips to begin with. Learning one of these cantrips might save their lives in a critical moment. Even for official magi, it would be useful as a reference. Apprentices learned how to use the cantrips, while wizards focused on the ideas. The ideas in the modified cantrips could be applied to their own spells. Therefore, these improved cantrips weren't perfunctory at all. Instead, it was a great benefit for them. Next was the third part of the supplement. Angor planned to include some information in this section. His original plan was to create a stitched monster, which would be both authoritative and gossipy. Gossips, however, were difficult to tell whether they were real or not. Besides, gossips could easily backfire. Perhaps someone would create a gossip magazine in the dream wasteland in the future, but Angor did not want to be the first one to do so. In the end, he chose to include information. From a certain point of view, information could also attract gossip fans. In the short term, information was the best way to increase the popularity. If the information was credible, it would be useful to the wizards, and the speed of gaining fans would be much faster. For example, if Angor told them that there might be the ruins of a legendary wizard somewhere, and it turned out to be true, Wilderness Traveler would become the most popular movie in the world. Unfortunately, Angor did not have such an information source. Therefore, he planned to hand over the intelligence department to someone else in the future. Brute Cavern must have their own sources of information. Angor only needed to pick a few pieces from them to support this section. But that was for the future. He still needed to write about the first issue of Wasteland Traveler. Angor considered for a moment and decided to include several important pieces of information. They were the kind of information that would be difficult for others to verify. Near the eastern entrance of Snow Domain, space turbulence appeared. The duration and power of the turbulence are uncertain. Wizards who wish to go to Snow Domain should use other entrances. Outside the boundary of Drauna Plain, it is suspected that an outer god has appeared and is harvesting supernatural beings nearby. Near the world of pure water, there is a void caravan from an origin world. If you want to trade, you can check it out. In the darkness outside Loft World, there is a blood tree that cannot be seen directly. Do not go there. Xian World, Angor wrote several pieces of information in one go. All of them were obtained from the Void Traveler. In terms of authenticity, they were all real. After all, the Void Traveler saw it with his own eyes. However, he believed that not many people would believe him. After all, this information involved different locations in the void. Moreover, a lot of the information was time-sensitive. Just like the Void Caravan outside the Pure Water World, if someone really went looking for it, the Void Caravan would have left before they arrived. Angor knew that the information was real, but he also knew that it did not have much strategic value. However, these pieces of information were indeed considered to be top-notch. At the very least, no organization in the southern wizarding region could get such accurate real-time information about the void. Not even Moonfrost Union. Angor put the information in the first issue of Wasteland Traveler. If the readers could not verify the information, they could only accept it as maybe true. That was enough. As long as he made the first move, the rest would have nothing to do with him. Angor was not afraid at all if someone asked about the source of the information. If he revealed the source of the information, what kind of information would he publish? What's more, the first issue of Wilderness Traveler was only released internally, so outsiders would not be able to see it. As for whether other organizations would come to archaeology after the Dream Wasteland was open to the public, that was a matter for the future. By then, the effectiveness of the information would be over, and archaeology would be meaningless. If Angor did not have an inexplicable sense of morality in his heart, he could even make up some information. Anyway, he was going to do it half-heartedly. What mattered most were the other sections of the main issue and its supplements. The information section was not important. End of chapter. After finishing the first issue of Wasteland Traveler, he posted it in the Supernatural section of the Mother Tree Forum. He waited for a while to see who would reply first. Unfortunately, he underestimated how quiet the Supernatural section was. 10 minutes later, Traveler's post was pinned to the top of the forum, but there was still no reply. Half an hour later, Angor saw the first comment. It hasn't even been reviewed. Who put it on top? Angor clicked on the comment. The user's name was not visible, but he could see the avatar of a green dress. Should she be a witch? Angor recognized the style of the dress. Before he could figure out who this user was, the comment was deleted. It wasn't Angor who did it. Only the creator and members of the development team had the right to delete such posts. When he thought about the development team members, he realized that it was Papaya who questioned who put the top spot on the wall. The girl from the Crocex. She deleted the post as quickly as she replied. She must have figured out who the creator was. Angor exited the forum and checked the development team's chat. As he expected, he saw Papaya crying in the chat. I think I did something really disrespectful. Mr. Pad isn't online, is he? What's wrong? A group of people asked Papaya. Even John was curious as to what Papaya had done. Before Papaya could answer, a member with a large rose avatar spoke up. I was just chatting with Angor. What's wrong? Without a doubt, the rose head was Liana. As the builder of the new city, she didn't have time to work on the Mother Tree network, but she was still invited to join the development team. Papaya hesitated. Miss Leona, I didn't know Mr. Pat posted something on the forum. That's why I replied with something useless. Angor posted something on the forum? I'll check it out. Leona didn't ask what Papaya said. She was only curious about Angor's post, so she went to check the forum. The others also followed Leona's lead and went to the forum to check it out. John quietly comforted Papaya and sent a private message to Angor. Did Papaya offend you? No. She's too sensitive. Next, he told Papaya about the content of her reply and made it clear that he didn't feel offended. After hearing this, Chown seemed to have gone to do some research. After a few minutes, he replied, in order to clean up the forum's posting system is reviewed. Every poster has to be reviewed by the review team. Papaya's one of them. Recently, the review team has often received similar posts from columns, weeklies, and daily newspapers. This is because it can easily affect the direction of public opinion. Before strict measures are taken, we have to control it. She suddenly saw a newspaper and thought that someone was deliberately indulging her, so she replied like that. Actually, she didn't mean any harm. John briefly explained the situation to him. Angor didn't really care. However, Angor could not help but sigh when he learned that some people were trying to manipulate public opinion by creating special columns and journals. He thought that no one would pay attention to the importance of public opinion in the early stages, but he was wrong. Wizards weren't idiots. Once they realized the importance of a platform, they would naturally think about how to maximize its value. Controlling public opinion and becoming an authority was one of the most valuable aspects of such a platform. Angor wasn't the only one who had the same idea. In fact, Angor's thought process was not as advanced as before. However, as the true controller of the platform, Angor could post without permission, which was why he could become the first person to publish a journal. I saw your post. You're trying to solve the problem between humans and dream planters? John asked. You can say that. But the biggest problem between humans and dream planters is the root of their civilization. It's difficult to solve the problem. My goal is to get them to know each other and understand each other. Know each other? Aren't dream planters everywhere? Wait, you're not going to let the first generation of dream planters interact with humans, are you? John realized something. Yes. It won't be long before the new city welcomes its first dream plant fairy. If you're free, Master John, you can come and take a look. He's not hostile to humans, and he has interesting abilities. John sighed. If I go to the new city, I won't be able to go back to Foundation City for a while. Oh well, I'm a little embarrassed to reject Leona's invitation so many times. I'll take this chance to visit her. As long as John showed up in the new city, he would be fought over by all parties involved in the construction of the city. This was why John rarely visited the new city. Even when Leona invited him, he would refuse with all kinds of excuses. But since Angor mentioned that the first generation of dream plant fairies would soon make contact with humans in the new city, John was eager to witness this historic moment. After chatting with John for a while, Angor hung up the call. When he checked Wasteland Traveler again, he saw an official reply. Without a doubt, it was Leona's reply. Leona sincerely commented on the main issue of civilization confrontation. She also used her own experience as an example to describe the different relationships between different civilizations. Some of them were friendly to each other, while others were hostile to each other. Some were even hostile to each other. Even Angor was fascinated by all the twists and turns in the story. Later, Leona also compared the civilization built by humans in the Dream Wasteland with the Tree Civilization, which confirmed that the two civilizations could coexist together. Clearly, Leona was speaking for Angor. She was trying to leave an impression for future readers. Even if humans and tree civilizations couldn't coexist peacefully, they shouldn't be hostile to each other. Of course, it was difficult to leave an impression based on these words alone. However, Leona had grasped one important point: humans were an alien civilization in the dream wasteland. The conflicts between civilizations should take place in the real world, not in the dream wasteland. The dream wasteland's biggest purpose was to bring humans closer to each other. Those ambitions should be left in the real world. Leona's words were flawed, but at least they were acceptable at first glance. However, when the benefits of the dream wasteland could be reflected back to the real world, such words would be easily criticized. But that was all for later. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem at hand. Leona's message was long, but it was sure to leave a deep impression on others in the future. Compared to Angor's vague explanation, Leona's words were the beginning of change. So far, he only received a message from Leona, but he was already satisfied. At least he achieved his goal. He believed that the relationship between humans and dream plant fairies would be better in the future. Because the humans had already accepted the second generation of dream plant fairies, they did not reject the dream plant fairies. As long as the second generation of dream plant fairies didn't show any obvious hostility, there shouldn't be a problem. After closing the forum, Angor received another message from Leona. This time, she wasn't interested in the main issue of Wasteland Traveler. Instead, she asked about the supplement. Leona didn't comment on the supplement in her post. It wasn't that she didn't care about the supplement. She just hoped that future readers would focus on the content of the main issue first. She was also interested in the supplement, especially the first edition of the supplement. The first edition introduced the scenery of the dream wasteland. Leona wasn't interested in the beautiful scenery, but she was interested in naming the place. If everything went well, the dream wasteland would live on for a long time. It might even change the daily lives of wizards in the southern wizarding region. As long as the dream wasteland didn't disappear, she could name the place, which meant that her name would go down in history forever. For normal wizards, increasing their fame might not bring them any benefits. However, as an alchemist, if her fame increased, the value of her perfumes would also increase. This was a great opportunity, so of course, she didn't want to miss out on this opportunity to name her perfumes. Angor also supported this idea. However, you can try to name it, but I don't have the right to name it. It's best if it's something that's agreed upon. If you want to name a place, try not to announce it publicly. Wizards like us who are rebellious will do the opposite of what we want. It's best if you can do it quietly. Also, consider the feelings of the local residents. For example, the natives of First Heart City and the sprites from the tree civilization. If they agree with your name, it'll be considered a real name. Angor told Leona about the naming process. Whether she could actually do it or not would depend on her. Now that he was done here, Angor planned to check on Laplace's fishing operation. However, the publication of Wasteland Traveler had attracted a lot of attention. Tree Spirit and Iron Granny both sent him messages asking about it. Moreover, the main focus of their attention was the intelligence whose sources were not easy to identify. Angor had no choice but to give them a perfunctory answer and logged off. Now that Wasteland Traveler's influence was established, it was up to his luck to see what would happen next. Angor returned to reality with an empty mind. Angor opened his eyes and looked at the red velvet carpet in front of him. Dangros and Hidland, two little guys, one pink and one purple, were snuggling up to each other sweetly as they watched Potioneer of Strange Flame attentively. Dangros was the only one who seemed to be enjoying the book. Hidland only seemed to be engrossed in it, but it was actually spacing out. Hidland looked at Angor as soon as he sensed something. Clearly, it was much more alert than Dangros. However, when Hidland confirmed that it was Angor who woke up, it went back to being a soft mud again. Any news from Woof Woof? Angor walked up and pinched Hidland's soft fur. Hidland didn't know how to talk and wasn't very smart. However, it didn't reach out its tentacles to answer Angor's question, which meant it didn't need to log into the Void Network yet. In other words, Dalmatian hadn't sent him anything yet. Angor didn't mind. Time in the demon realm was different from the outside world, and he still couldn't figure out the connection between the two places. It wasn't an equivalency or stagnation. It was a kind of chaotic situation. Dalmatian said it would wait for a while, which meant it might take days or even months. Since Dalmatian didn't send him anything, Angor decided to stop reading and start writing down the unbreakable heart mirror. It took him an entire day to do so. When night fell once again, Red Sword Dorcas and Olio slowly returned. Looking at their flushed faces, it was obvious that they had gained quite a lot from this trip. Dorcas stretched his body and went back to his room to meditate, while Olio stayed in Angor's soundproof room. Angor planned to talk to Olio and persuade him to help him steer the boat in his heart space. However, he received an invitation from Lucia. She said she prepared a lot of witch soup and invited Angor to join her. Angor already agreed to Lucia's alchemy exchange, and he was also interested in gypsy alchemy, so he accepted the invitation. Angor asked Olio to watch Apothecary of Strange Flame with the 3 kids while he went out alone. Apart from Dainros and Hidland, Angor also released the wood spirit. It ran to a pillar in the corner timidly, but it was still a high-level seat. Angor told Olio to take care of it and left. It was still Lucia's witch soup shop, and the person he met was still Lucia. Lucia didn't know who Angor was, but she saw how polite Black Count was to Angor, so she knew Angor must be someone important. Maybe he was a famous professor from Ashilia Academy? Anyway, Lucia was very friendly to Angor. No matter who Angor was, his presence was a good thing for the Starry Street. Lucia was very generous this time. She didn't tell Angor about the original formula, but she didn't hide any of the secret combinations. Angor wasn't going to take it for free. He also told Lucia a lot about his alchemy knowledge, and the exchange went on quite well. Angor's exchange with Lucia lasted for an entire night. It wasn't until someone from the Belos family came to find them that they had to stop. The Belos family was cleaning up spies and needed Lucia's help. Lucia had no choice but to leave Starry Street with the Rainforest Witch. Angor didn't wander around outside. Instead, he returned to his soundproof room. As soon as he returned, he saw Hidland slowly flying in front of him with its body glowing. Seeing this, he knew that Dalmatian must have sent him a message. It suddenly glowed and flew around the room, said Olao. The one who spoke was Olao. At this moment, he had taken off his hat, revealing his somewhat messy hair. He was sitting cross-legged on the velvet carpet. The it he was referring to was none other than Hidland. I was worried it was going to run away, and then you came back. He put a hand on Hidland's soft skin. It's probably looking for me for something. As he spoke, he headed deeper into the room where he found a single room. Olao was going to ask more questions about Hydron, but seeing that Angor didn't seem to want to talk about it, he decided not to. Angor opened the door and was about to enter the room when he suddenly thought of something. You did well. They all like you. He was referring to Dainros and the wood spirit. At this moment, Olao was holding Dankros with one hand, and holding the wooden figurine that was sitting cross-legged with the other. The wooden puppet was the transformed wood spirit. It was a peaceful scene. Dainros didn't hate Olao because he had seen the man before. However, Olao was much stronger than the wise overlord since he could tame the timid wood spirit. Olao scratched his head in embarrassment. They're both very obedient. Angor sighed. If they're that obedient, I'll have a much easier time. Anyway, I need to talk to Hidland first. Olao nodded and obediently turned his head to look at the book, Potion Master of Strange Flame. From his expression, it could be seen that he seemed to be quite interested in. Maybe he needed to use Strange Flame to refine a mirror. Angor shook his head. He opened the door of the room and led Hidland inside. After closing the door, all the clamor of the outside world was isolated, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. An environment like this could allow a wizard to meditate faster. Hydra seemed to like this kind of quiet place. Its body was fluffy outside, but now that it was in the quiet room, its body was like a hot sponge, soft like a pancake. Angor leaned against the sofa and pointed at his forehead with his index finger. Hidland quickly reached out a soft tentacle from the flat and entered the energy realm through the boundary of the material realm. Next, the tentacle went into Angor's forehead. Following a series of beeps, Angor quickly found the void network and logged into his personal account. Angor heard Wolf's voice as soon as he logged in. "Sir sent me the image. I'll send it to you now if you're ready." "Image?" Angor was glad. Compared to words, images were more useful. They would help him a lot in analyzing the subject or studying the details of the nightmare realm. "Is it long this time?" Angor asked out of instinct. "Not long. You'll know when you see it." Woof. He chose to accept the image. Soon, a stream of information flowed into his mind from the other end of the void network, crossing the distance between space and time. The information flow circled in his mind for a moment before it formed a picture according to a certain pattern. The image was still the same, black screen. Last time, the screen was black at the end. This time, it was black at the beginning. Did the dog do this on purpose? Angor complained in his mind, but he knew the dog wouldn't trick him. There had to be a reason for the black screen. Maybe something was not suitable for him to see. In the supernatural world, the more you know, the closer you are to death, was not a lie. Was this why the dog caused the screen to go black at the beginning of the game? Even though the screen was black, it was the same as before. The Dalmatian only blacked out the image, but not the sound. When Angor focused, he could hear the sound coming from the screen. Woof. 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 It was the dog's barking, but it seemed to have been processed. Angor couldn't understand what it was saying. Not long after the dog stopped barking, Angor heard the sound of a human being talking to him. It was a man speaking. "The thing you're looking for is... Why did you come out alone?" "I don't have it here." It was a dull noise accompanied by a constant buzzing noise. Even through the black screen, Angor still felt a little uncomfortable. This feeling was like facing a high-pressure steamer that was about to explode in a dimly lit earthen house. Every whining sound it made was enough to melt people's lives. Also, there were many filtered words in the man's speech, which made it look like his words were pixelated. Angor could understand the main content, but he couldn't make out the details. It could be the man's style, or it could be the dog's way of speaking. Angor didn't know which, but he didn't think too much about it. Compared to the vague words, he was more curious about the identity of the person who spoke. Angor was sure that he had never heard this voice before. It was not the voice of a nightmare creature he had seen before. Also, he didn't seem to care about the dog at all. Unlike the two maids Angor saw earlier, he didn't seem to care. This meant that he must be someone important. Angor remembered the dog saying that it would go find Minister Jin's. Was the speaker the minister? Angor wasn't sure. Either way, Minister Jin's didn't sound like this in the real world. Angor decided to put his questions aside and keep listening. Woof woof woof. The dog said something else. Again, Angor couldn't understand what it was. The man clearly understood. He laughed and said, "I'm going to the new outer realm after this. I won't be able to help you after that. Be careful not to get caught by Tim when you run away next time. I'll give you the key here. I'll be back soon. Help me look after it." The Dalmatian barked again, and Angor heard the jingling of keys and Dalmatian's footsteps. It seemed to be moving away from the man who spoke just now. There were two things Angor could conclude from the conversation. First, the man on the black screen was going somewhere far away. He gave the dog a key so that the dog could guard the door for him. Second, the man and the dog seemed to be close. The dog was able to escape successfully because of the man's help. If the man was the one who helped the dog escape, did that mean it would be difficult for Angor to see the dog again? Unless he went to the nightmare realm himself, he wouldn't be able to see the dog in the real world. Angor didn't know if this was true. The dog never gave him an explanation, so he could only guess. Half a minute later, the screen was still black. However, Angor could hear the dog's footsteps. It seemed it was going somewhere. While the dog was hurrying, Angor suddenly thought of something. If the man was Minister Jin's, then there was something strange going on. The dog was created by Minister Tim, but it always wanted to escape from Minister Tim and get closer to Minister Jin's. Was this some kind of ridiculous drama in the nightmare realm? Half a minute later, the Dalmatian finished its journey and arrived at a house. Angor heard the door opening and closing. Then he heard the dog jumping and landing on the ground. Along with the landing of the Dalmatian, he also heard a dull thud. It seemed like the Dalmatian brought something with it to the ground. As Angor tried to figure out what the noise was, the black screen finally stopped. The screen changed from pure black to a dim perspective. Although the overall image was very dim, it wasn't that he couldn't see anything. There should be oil lamps around, and he could see orange and dim light. With the help of the dim orange light, he could see the object at the center of the screen. He was wondering what the noise was, but now he didn't need to. The dog showed him what it was. It was a thick book. It didn't have a title, but it was as thick as a kingdom's dictionary. Angor's eyes lit up when he saw that it was a book. The most valuable thing in the nightmare realm was no doubt the special knowledge. However, even if someone went to the nightmare realm and found the knowledge, he or she might not be able to bring the knowledge back with him or her after leaving the nightmare realm. The person might even forget the content of the knowledge. Now that the dog turned the book into a screen, the knowledge he obtained from the screen wouldn't be affected by the nightmare realm, right? Angor looked at the screen expectantly. As he expected, the Dalmatian opened the book. The dog flipped through the pages. Quickly, but as a wizard, Angor had the ability to memorize everything in an instant. Even if he only stopped for a quarter of a second, he could still see the entire content of the book. Angor held back his excitement and carefully read the book. After reading a few pages, he looked a little disappointed. He thought the book would contain something special and rare like singularity dispersive meditation, but that was not the case. It was special and rare, but it wasn't the kind of knowledge that could help him improve himself. The manipulator of black and white orbs, new life at the bottom of Death Spring, exploding starlight, death of crows, the dozen or so pages the dog flipped through were all of these. The title of each page was very obscure, but in fact, it was all about some secret news, or should I say, gossip. For example, the manipulator of black and white orbs talked about how a black and white orb appeared in the sky in a certain area. The book didn't mention the specific area. It only mentioned that the manipulator behind the orbs was a chaos wizard. Angor had no idea what a chaos wizard was. There was also new life at the bottom of Death Spring, which talked about a faction called Death Spring. There was a mysterious spring inside the faction, and the secret of new life was hidden at the bottom of the spring. This book also didn't mention where it happened, but Angor heard about it from number 03 when he was at Devil's Water. According to the book, it was a faction from Khazadar world, which was also the soul plane. So this new life at the bottom of Death Spring was about the rebirth of souls. If that was true, it would be a big secret. But it had nothing to do with him. Exploding Starlight was about the reason behind the extinction of the Starlight clan. Angor also met Deep Space at Devil's Water, who was now a third-class citizen of Gruz Dayward's Phantom City. Death of Crows mentioned the location of the incident. It was a secret story about a wizard organization called Crow Castle on the Western continent. It was about the assassination of the Raven Queen. It could be said that these contents were all secrets and had a certain amount of value. However, Angor didn't know where most of them took place. Besides, the southern region was too far away. Even if he knew, it wouldn't do him any good. Besides, these stories might not be secrets at all. They might be public news. All in all, he was disappointed by the content of the book. In the image, the dog was still flipping through the pages. The content was not useful to him, but he still memorized it. He considered it a way to collect information. After about 50 pages, the puppy finally stopped and put its paw aside, as if to let Angor read the content of the page. Angor took a closer look. The title of the page was still cryptic, Shadowless Wither. At first glance, Angor had no idea what it was talking about. But when he looked down and saw the picture and the words at the bottom of the page, he was stunned. The picture showed an area of absolute darkness in the middle of a gray picture. The words in the picture read, Shadowless Wither became the abyss cavern of today. Angor ignored all the other words. He focused on the word abyss cavern. The abyss cavern was the strange place in the daylight mirror domain, which was beyond the psychological boundaries of all mirror creatures. It could devour light. Angor now understood why the dog wanted him to read this page. The picture he sent to the dog earlier showed him standing in front of the abyss cavern. Perhaps the Dalmatian thought that he was very curious about the deep nether cave, So he came to look for information about the deep nether cave to give him feedback. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he knew the dog wanted to help him, he wouldn't have sent the picture of the abyss cavern to the dog. He would have chosen something else he wanted to know. He was curious about the abyss cavern, but not to the point where he had to find the truth. It was just ordinary curiosity. When he saw a small house on a barren mountain, he also wondered who lived in it and why it was so isolated from the rest of the world. This kind of curiosity was born with a natural desire to find out more information. He only sent the picture of the abyss cavern to the dog because he didn't want to expose too much information about the abyss cavern. However, not only did the dog find the abyss cavern, but it also found information about it. End of chapter. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, the unfathomable cavern was still an unsolved mystery. Besides, Angor had a close relationship with the White Sun Mirror domain, so it wasn't a bad thing to learn about it. Angor calmed himself down and kept reading. When he finished reading the page, he realized something. In the beginning, he thought that the name Shadowless Withering was too obscure, and he suspected that it was a lost book. But now, he understood that he was overthinking. Shadowless Withering actually meant literally, a fellow named Shadowless had died. The entire page was about shadowless death. The unfathomable cavern was also a phenomenon that appeared after Shadowless Wither. In summary, a long, long time ago, there was a legendary creature who mastered a law called Shadowless Domain, which was why it was also called Shadowless. Unfortunately, the legendary creature died in the Mirror Domain. Its Shadowless Domain withered away and turned into a Shadowless Domain. Its body melted away and became the host of the Shadowless Domain. In the end, the Shadowless Domain became a shadowless space, which became the unfathomable cavern. Angor wondered if the unfathomable cavern was a natural phenomenon in the Mirror Domain. But now, he found out that the unfathomable cavern was an accident created by the combination of a legendary creature's domain and its domain. According to the book, a long time ago, the unfathomable cavern was a very dangerous place because of the death ripples left behind by the legendary creature. However, perhaps due to the adjustment of the world's consciousness or the erosion of time, the death ripples gradually disappeared. The danger inside the unfathomable cavern was also greatly reduced. Now, the unfathomable cavern was only a slightly unusual shadowless space. However, the last sentence of the book left a little suspense in the story. The wither of a legendary creature left behind such a large and special area, which means that its death was not affected by the outside world. Since that was the case, its wither must have left behind some remnant consciousness. Strangely enough, shadowless consciousness was not found in the unfathomable cavern. It was as if the creature died in such a carefree manner that it didn't want to leave anything behind. But how could it be so carefree when it learned the law of shadowless? Perhaps, Wuyin also left a backup plan for himself, but no one has discovered it yet. If there really was a backup plan, then this backup plan was most likely to appear in the ghost domain corresponding to the deep nether cave. The author who left this cliffhanger even deliberately pointed out the ghost realm in the mirror. This really didn't seem to be something he casually pointed out. Perhaps he had evidence to prove that the shadowless remnant spirit was in the ghost's territory, but he didn't write it in the book. After reading Shadowless Withering, he had to admit that it was one of the best secrets in the world. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with Angor. But he couldn't find anything useful in the book. Maybe finding Shadowless Remnant would be a good thing? But Wuyin had left a backup plan for himself. It was definitely not to give benefits to others, there was definitely a terrifying danger inside. Unless they were at the end of their rope and had no other choice, who would risk the inevitable danger for the sake of suspected benefits? Not Angor, anyway. The secret didn't bring Angor any obvious benefits, but it was still good to hear some gossip about an old mystery. Angor didn't ask for anything else. It was already good enough that he could listen to a secret. Now, Angor was quite eager to see what other secrets the book had to offer. Could it be something about the southern wizarding region? Angor waited for the image to change with a hopeful look. But he was wrong. After the Dalmatian turned the page, the whole picture slowly disappeared. It was obvious that Dalmatian wanted Angor to see Shadowless Withering. Of course, Dalmatian didn't say anything else after Angor saw Shadowless Withering. Angor felt a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered himself up. He didn't get much this time, but what about next time? What he did with the Dalmatian was an exchange of images. Would the Dalmatian send even more images the next time he sent over? Even if the image was still the same secret, it was still good. Angor decided to read some gossip to relieve his boredom. With this in mind, Angor decided to do an experiment. He decided to send another image to Spotted Puppy. He was too cautious last time. Maybe he could be a little more careful this time. After thinking for half an hour, he finally decided to send the image to Dalmatian. In the image, Angor turned into a man with a thumb. He was standing on top of a desk in a luxurious room, looking around as if he was looking for something. In his hand, there was a piece of white paper with some words written on it. There were all kinds of books on the desk, but the most eye-catching one was a golden birdcage. Inside the birdcage was a beating heart. On the other side of the image, outside the window facing the desk, a rabbit using a saddle as a glider was floating in the air. It was also holding a piece of paper in its hand. The paper in the rabbit's hand read, "The Count of Dark Tea is coming back. Be careful." Did you find what you're looking for? The paper in Angor's hand read, "I'm looking for the full text of Singularity Dispersive Meditation. I didn't find it yet." That was the image in the image. Without a doubt, Angor chose the background of his adventure with the rabbit in the Teapot Kingdom. The scene in the image was real, but the content on the paper was made up by him. Back then, he was too busy looking for a mirror to talk to Teapot with a pen and paper. As for finding the full text of the meditation technique, that was even more impossible. The conversation in the image did not happen, but Angor decided to make it up anyway. He wanted to see if Spotted Puppy could help him find the full text of Singularity Dispersive Meditation. He still had enough knowledge of the meditation technique, but it was still incomplete. If he could find the full text, he would gain a lot. The reason why he chose the Teapot Nation as the setting was because he was very, very curious about the Teapot Nation. If Spotted Puppy could find some secret information about the Teapot Kingdom, it would be worth it. Angor sent the image to Wolf with his little plan. "Is this what you're sending this time? A still image?" "Actually, I can help you transfer the moving image," Wang suggested sincerely. "Next time. I'll post something next time." He chose a still image because it was easier to fabricate. If he did not pay attention to the moving image, he could easily expose himself. Woof woof, alright, I'll help you pass the message the next time you contact me. When will Spotted Puppy contact you? Woof woof considered for a moment. Every day. Probably when I'm free. Every day? Angor was surprised. He thought Spotted Puppy would only contact Woof woof when it was looking for him. He did not expect Spotted Puppy to be so close. Then the next time you guys are chatting, call me too. I'm free too. Woof 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 did not respond. Alright, I got it. Angor understood without Woof's answer. It was not that Woof woof did not want to, but Spotted Puppy. Angor sighed in his mind. If we can't talk, I'll talk to you. Me? Woof woof was confused. About what? Let's talk about the void. I'm interested in all the things you've seen in the void. I'm even interested in the information you sent me by mistake just now. Although the traffic intelligence in the void was of little use to him, he could still make a cameo appearance in the future when the Wilderness Traveler newspaper really couldn't find any information to broadcast. Woof woof considered for a moment. If you're interested, I can organize the information regularly and send it to you directly. Angor spoke in a nasal voice. So, Spotted Puppy rejected me, and you're not going to talk to me? No. There are a lot of things happening in the void, and I don't know what you're interested in. I can organize some information for you. If you're interested in anything, you can talk to me later. I see. That's fine. Angor wanted to chat with Woof woof not only because he was curious about the void, but also because he wanted to get closer to Woof woof. Woof woof's void network was definitely a supermodel. Besides, Angor was interested in Woof woof's ability to affect higher dimensions. Therefore, he did not mind spending some time with Woof woof. Of course, Angor also believed that Woof woof might be lonely wandering in the void. Chatting with Woof woof could help relieve the loneliness. Of course, this was only a conclusion he came up with based on his own perception. Whether Woof Woof felt lonely or needed to relieve its loneliness was another matter. After chatting with Woof Woof for a while and arranging a time for the next transmission, Angor logged out of the Void network. The Hydra also retracted its tentacles in a timely manner, lazily spreading itself out like a soft pancake. Do you want to go back to the bracelet, or do you want to watch more movies outside? Headland didn't say anything. Still, Angor had gained some knowledge about the man. Judging from its faint spirit ripples, Angor guessed that it would answer either way. Unlike Woof Woof, the Hydra did not have high intelligence. Woof Woof might have its own understanding, but the Hydra did not. No matter what it did or where it stayed, the Hydra could do whatever it wanted. He considered for a moment and decided to let Headland watch the movie again. Since the Hydra was following him, Angor hoped that it could grow stronger. The Void Traveler's survival skills were top-notch, but their weakest point was their intelligence. Angor did not plan to raise the Hydra to the level of Woof Woof. However, if the Hydra could gain some intelligence and distinguish between right and wrong, it would be good for the creature. If he wanted to cultivate its wisdom, it was impossible to just leave it alone in the bracelet. It needed external stimulation and step-by-step teaching. Dangros could be the stimulus, while Olio could take on the heavy responsibility of teaching. Angor picked up the Hydra, opened the door of the soundproof room, and tossed it into the viewing spot. As Headland re-entered the world of the pharmacist of Strange Flame, its soft body became alert again. However, when Dangros leaned over and the two of them snuggled up to each other, Headland slowly relaxed. Angor gave the Hydra a quick glance and left it alone. After dealing with Headland, he planned to have a chat with Olao. However, he noticed that Olao was also reading Apothecary of Strange Flame like Dangros. It was almost as if Olao was completely absorbed in the book. Angor considered and decided not to disturb him. There would be plenty of time to talk later. There was no need to rush. For now, he should focus on something else. For example, he should check on Luigi's homework. Judging by the time, the boy should have finished it already. Angor returned to the soundproof room and took out the unbreakable heart mirror. He stepped into the heart mirror and disappeared. Olio, who was watching the movie box on the other side of the wall, suddenly sensed something and looked back at Angor's room. Olio thought for a moment and decided not to do anything else. He went back to watching the movie box. Angor went through the heart tunnel alone and arrived at the heart space. As expected, Luigi was already done with his homework and couldn't wait to perform in front of Angor. Considering Angor's taste in art, Luigi's performance was already on point. The fluttering sound of the harp blended perfectly with John's piano music in the illusion. Luigi's progress was beyond Angor's expectation. Perhaps Luigi would be able to solve Auriel's problem in less than a week. If John was lucky enough, Luigi would be able to finish it in 2 or 3 days. Of course, this was only Angor's personal opinion. Whether Luigi could do it or not depended on how fast he learned. Angor bid farewell to the heart space and returned to the dream wasteland for a while. After showing Luigi's homework to John using an illusion, John nodded in approval. Half an hour later, John finished the homework for today and gave Angor a new copy of Piano Psychology. It had been a day since Angor published the Wasteland Traveler newspaper when Luigi began another round of questions. Angor didn't pay much attention to Traveler's journal. He was now on a fishing boat in a quiet area of the dream wasteland. Laplace was sitting across from him. In the empty theater, the soothing sound of the zither reverberated. The musical notes passed through the vine-covered windows and entered the streets of First Heart City. Everyone who passed by the theater could not help but stop and listen when they heard the moving musical notes. Beautiful music always refreshed people's minds. Even if they only listened to it for a short while, it would still add some energy to their busy schedule. The only pity was that music was always short. Along with the sound of flowing spring water, the music came to an end and disappeared. The pedestrians on the street regained their liveliness in the aftertaste. Inside the Ocean Theater, John moved his hands away from the piano keys and exhaled deeply. I'll choose this for Luigi's homework tomorrow. Yes, it was John who played the piano just now. He did not play for self-appreciation. Instead, he was experimenting with different styles so that Luigi could start a new round of homework. However, he already gave Angor today's homework to him. What he was playing now was the homework for tomorrow after estimating Luigi's progress. Playing the piano in advance was also a kind of rehearsal. He didn't want to make any mistakes when Angor came to visit him tomorrow. Not bad. I haven't played this for a long time, but my hands are still warm. I didn't make any mistakes, John mumbled and stood up from the piano stool. The piano stool was too uncomfortable to sit on. It was better for him to lie down on the old armchair. Chow massaged his sore tailbone as he stretched his body, moaning in pleasure. It did not look good, but he did not mind. There was no one in the theater anyway. However, just as he was thinking about this, he heard a familiar voice. Clap, 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 it was. Applause. John was surprised. He turned around and looked at the seats below the stage. There was no one in the first row. There was also no one in the second row. When John looked at the second to last row near the theater entrance, he finally saw someone. It was this person who was clapping. John remembered clearly that there was no one in the theater just now. Why was there someone now? As he wondered, he saw the theater entrance. It was slightly ajar. He suddenly realized that this person had probably walked in through the crack in the door. Because he had been so engrossed in his performance, he had not noticed that someone had come to the theater. John sighed in his mind. However, he put on a smile on his face and quickly changed his lazy look back into a serious one. John smiled and nodded at the person. He then pretended to be calm and walked down the stairs from the side of the stage to return to the backstage. As for chasing people away, that was not his job. Besides, the person clapped, which was his fan. An idol would never chase away his fan. However, before Chown could leave through the passageway below the stage, the person sitting in the back seat stood up and walked over. You played the piano just now. I heard there's a musical performance called Night Owl in the theater. Is this a rehearsal piece? Since the fans had already caught up, Chown naturally couldn't leave immediately. He could only stand still and turn his head to say, it's considered a rehearsal song, but I can't reveal whether it will be used in Night Owl. As John spoke, he sized up the newcomer. It was an old man wearing a gentleman's suit. His white hair was neatly combed, which made him look very stylish. Although Chown couldn't say that he knew all the residents of First Heart City, he was still certain that they looked familiar. The white-haired old man in front of him was an absolute stranger. John was sure that he had never seen this old man in Foundation City before. If he was not from Foundation City, then he must be from the new city. Was he a wizard? John had been to the new city and seen many wizards. He could feel that wizards had a different aura compared to others. However, the white-haired old man in front of him did not have such a unique aura. Instead, he looked more like an ordinary person. While John was trying to figure out who the old man was also studying John. He heard from the trees that this old man was Angor's teacher. John was immortal, but the old man gave off a good vibe. His aura was exactly the same as Angor's. No wonder he was the first one who guided Angor's worldview. Are you here to watch Night Owl, mister? The show usually starts at 8 o'clock in the evening. There's one today, but you're early, John said. The old man replied, I'm here to watch Night Owl. I was planning to come later, but I heard the piano on my way here, so I took the liberty of entering the theater. John waved his hand. It's not a liberty. The theater belongs to everyone. There's still some time before 8 o'clock. Can I wait here until the show starts? Of course. John had a good impression of the old man. The old man looked like a noble, but he did not act like one. This reminded John of Angor's father, Old Pat, who took him in. Because of this, Chown couldn't help but add, however, according to the theater's procedures, there will be a pre-show later. If you're not afraid of spoilers, you can still stay here. If someone asks you about it, you can tell them that it's my arrangement. They'll understand. The old man nodded with a smile. I don't have to worry about spoilers if I keep my eyes closed. You're supposed to listen to music. What's the point of keeping your eyes closed? John grumbled in his mind, but he still maintained his warm smile. Then I wish you a pleasant night of music, mister. With that, John gave the old man an apologetic look. I have something else to do. The old man did not say anything. He watched John leave the stage with a smile. After John left, the old man picked a random seat and sat down. John, Angor's mentor. He looks like a native of the Dream Wasteland, but not quite. But I heard he never went offline. He's much weaker than the other natives. That's rare in the Dream Wasteland. As far as I know, everyone who enters the Dream Wasteland has the same physical condition. This is true even for those who are seriously ill. But he's different. His body is so weak. Either he was affected by something in the Dream Wasteland, or he was invaded by some kind of law in reality. But Angor's mentor is immortal. How can he be invaded by a law? That's strange. Never mind. That's not important. He's just immortal. Besides, Angor's power, maybe he affected John? The white-haired old man muttered under his breath. If Chan was here and heard him, he would probably be shocked. He only met John once, and he already knew a lot about John. He even did a detailed investigation on the differences between the Dream Wasteland and reality, and he could tell that John's weak body was abnormal. Even Angor would be surprised if he heard the old man's words, let alone John. According to the old man's explanation, the next step was to figure out if the world's consciousness was invading someone. There was only one reason why the consciousness of a world could invade a mortal, an otherworldly visitor. If the white-haired old man was really serious, Chan's identity would probably be exposed. However, if Angor saw the old man's face, he would understand why the old man was so perceptive. After all, the old man was the only legendary wizard in the southern wizarding region. Yes, the old man was the Watcher. The Watcher had been in the Dream Wasteland for a while, and he had a general idea of what was going on here. The more he learned, the more he found Angor's work unbelievable. Back in the Origin world, the Watcher once heard about an idea from Greenwald's Spell Research Institute, which was to build a magic net in the Origin world that could connect realms at any time. According to rumors, the Institute's academicians planned to use certain mana frequencies as branches to connect all major regions. However, they failed in the end. There were too many obstacles, and they couldn't even get started easily. Angor's Dream Wasteland, on the other hand, was a perfect example of a magic net. Angor even went one step further by projecting people from the real world into the magic net and creating a special consciousness world for them. This was something even more ingenious than the magic net. It was as if Angor had created a special world similar to the soul plane or the mirror realm, which allowed everyone to become spirit walkers or mirror walkers. The Dream Wasteland was only limited to the southern wizarding region, but it still had a lot of potential. The Watcher believed that if the Dream Wasteland could be replicated in the Origin world, it would lead to a new revolution in wizarding. Because of this, the Watcher was very curious about Angor, who was suspected to be the creator of the Dream Wasteland. He knew that Angor controlled the power of that place, which meant there must be someone else behind it. However, he couldn't ask Angor directly, so he could only ask the people around Angor to find out more. He didn't really want to know the truth. He was just curious. Curiosity was a driving force for Magi. As a veteran legendary wizard, he had lost interest in many things. Now that he was curious again, he naturally wanted to find out more. This time, he came to the Ocean Theater to see Angor's teacher. However, according to his observations, John didn't seem to have anything to do with the Dream Wasteland. Besides, he didn't want to offend Angor by asking too much. He didn't want to get on Angor's bad side. For this reason, he didn't talk too much with John. After memorizing some information, he retreated. He didn't leave right away. Since he said he wanted to watch Night Owl, he wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, as a Watcher, he had nothing to do as long as there was no mysterious disaster in the southern wizarding region. Besides, he couldn't expose himself to the public in the southern wizarding region. There weren't many things he could do every day. Listening to musicals and watching plays were also his hobbies. It was said that John wrote Night Owl himself, which told the story of family, humanity, and love from the perspective of a cat. The play received a lot of praise when it was performed in Foundation City. Using animals as metaphors for humans was nothing new in a novel, but it was the first time the inspector had heard of it in a musical. Therefore, he really wanted to hear what kind of fireworks Night Owl would produce. However, there was still some time before the show started, and he couldn't just sit around like an idiot. The Watcher considered for a moment and took out the Mother Tree communicator from his pocket to kill some time. Speaking of the magic net, the Watcher believed that the Mother Tree network was more similar to the magic net. However, the Mother Tree network's function was also better than the magic net proposed by Greenwald Spell School. He enjoyed reading other people's thoughts through the Mother Tree network. Especially on the Mother Tree forum, he saw many interesting ideas here, and the content of the topics was not limited to one pattern. This inspired him a lot. As usual, the Watcher checked the Mother Tree forum to see if anyone commented on his posts, as well as to see if there were any new updates. After that, the Watcher checked the new posts. He saw a post with a laurel emblem in front of the title. According to the Watcher's understanding, laurel emblem referred to premium posts, which meant that the review team believed to be very valuable. Generally speaking, premium laurel posts were more common in non-supernatural sections. However, there was not a single premium laurel post in the supernatural section. It was said that the review team was mostly made up of part-time apprentices. Without an authoritative wizard, it was difficult for them to comment on supernatural content. But now, the Watcher saw a premium laurel post in the supernatural section, which surprised him. Could it be that the review team had expanded their recruitment? Did the academies from Brute Cavern join the review team? The Watcher didn't know what was going on, but he still opened the post with interest. First issue of Wasteland Traveler. After opening the post, the inspector glanced at the person who posted it. He roughly understood why it was a premium post. It was Angor who posted it. Whether it was the review team or the development team, Angor was the initiator behind all of them. How could his posts not be refined? Besides, this was the first time the Watcher saw Angor's post in the Mother Tree forum. Filled with curiosity, the Watcher read the post in order from the main issue to the supplement issue. Soon, the Watcher finished reading the entire post. He finally understood why Angor wanted to create a newspaper. It could educate the participants of the Dream Wasteland and lay the foundation for the future development of the wasteland. Putting aside the future value of the Wilderness Traveler, just the content itself made the inspector feel that it was good. For example, the main issue, Confrontation of Civilizations, allowed him to learn about the native civilization of the Dream Wasteland. He had seen dream plant fairies before and had studied their ecology for a short period of time. He thought that dream plant fairies were similar to flower fairies and were fairies. However, after reading Confrontation of Civilizations, he realized that dream plant fairies were different as well. Also, all the plants in the Dream Wasteland were related to dream plant fairies and mother trees. The dream plant fairies were the real native civilization, while humans like them were the invaders. After reading the main issue, the Watcher recalled that when Moonfrost Union first set out to conquer the southern wizardry region, their first destination was a place called Senro Plain. Senro Plain used to be a world dominated by nature fairies. However, due to human invasion, Senro Plain and its fairies were all wiped out. Later, perhaps out of shame, or perhaps the organization behind the Moonfrost Alliance took action, the Moonfrost Alliance published a long reflection article, summarizing the mistakes of the first expedition and expressing a new concept of civilization contact. Destruction was not the only choice. After that, Moonfrost Union rarely destroyed civilizations in their expeditions. Even if they managed to conquer a civilization, they would leave it alive. While Angor's Confrontation of Civilizations did not explicitly express his opinion, the general idea was pretty much the same. It was not a good thing for wizards and tree civilizations to fight against each other. The Overseer agreed with this point as well. The Civilization Watcher League in Origin World had a similar opinion. Although there were dissidents in the Source World, they had to admit that from the perspective of benefits, destroying other civilizations was definitely not the best path. The main issue allowed the Watcher to learn more about the native civilization of the Dream Wasteland, which was good for him and the other humans in the Dream Wasteland. The Watcher also thought that the supplement was good. Whether it was introducing people's geography or publishing academic materials, it was valuable. The only downside was that it did not have many sections. Compared to other authoritative magazines, it lacked both content and format. However, this could be improved. After all, this was only the first issue of Wasteland Traveler, and Angor was the only editor. This was an acceptable amount. In the future, when there were more editors and contributors, this shortcoming would naturally be solved. Speaking of which, the supplement as a whole was not bad, but the third part of the supplement surprised the inspector. Information. Angor never thought about setting up an intelligence section. Angor's intention was clear. He wanted to use the platform and the new trend brought by the Dream Wasteland to become the most authoritative magazine in the world. To achieve authority, one could use various methods. However, taking the path of intelligence, although this was a fast move, it was also a dangerous move. This was because intelligence was different from gossip. Gossip could be casually decorated with powder and ink, and whether it was true or false was just for fun. But intelligence, once it was wrong, it would fall into the dust. Therefore, if he wanted to use the information to open up the path of an authoritative magazine, the authenticity of the information must be guaranteed. How could he be sure everything was true? Are you sure that every piece of information is valuable? Wouldn't it be caught by others and be tarnished as gossip? If something went wrong here, his authority would fall from its pedestal. This was why the Watcher was surprised to see Angor's intelligence column. However, when he read the report, he realized that Angor was walking in a random direction. All of the information was related to the distant void, and all of it was of very short duration. Wizards in the southern wizardry region had no way of verifying the authenticity of such information given their limited knowledge of time and space. But just from the intelligence itself, he had to admit that it was very high-end. Angor was taking a random step. He purposely released some fake information that was difficult to verify so that Traveler's Wasteland could get more copies. Or maybe it was an experiment. Anyway, Traveler's Wasteland had not announced its news to the outside world yet. How could Angor determine the path of an authoritative magazine through experiments? The Watcher couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. What a cunning move. The inspector was now certain that Angor's information was all fake. He didn't believe that Angor could get his hands on information about the distant void. Perhaps he could learn some stories about the void from the wizards who just came back from there. But those stories would surely be old stories that happened in the past. There was no way Angor could get such information in such a short period of time. There were also people who sold information about the void in the origin world. Such information would cost a lot of money, and many wizards would be on standby for it. Such information would be sold at a high price. Even legendary wizards would feel the pinch when they saw the price. Therefore, there was no way Angor's information was real. However, even though he was certain that the information was false, he still decided to verify it. It wouldn't take him much effort to verify the authenticity of the information because he had a perfect subject. With that in mind, the inspector logged off. In a corner of space in the southern wizardry region, a black-scaled bird was circling in the air. The bird had a unique appearance. It had no feathers on its back, only shiny black scales. However, it had a big, white belly without feathers or scales. Its beak looked like a pelican's, and the bottom of its beak was connected to its skin to form a large leather pouch. On the bird's back, there was a white-haired old man who was taking a nap with his eyes closed. He was sitting in a cross-legged position. But now, he suddenly stretched his back and stood up. His closed eyes also opened, revealing a pair of strange eyes that could distort space around them. Without a doubt, this was the inspector sent to the southern wizardry region by the Order faction. Going up and down in the Dream Wasteland really feels like sleeping. Maybe the Dream Wasteland is related to the Dream Realm? The inspector muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it because he couldn't figure out the truth just by thinking about it. Later, he would go online and explore the Dream Wasteland himself to solve this mystery. But for now, he had something else to do. The inspector tapped the ground with his toes and floated into the air. He circled around the bird's head. When the bird saw the sentinel appear in front of it, its eyes flashed with a lively light. Its joy was beyond words. From this, it could be seen that the intelligence of this bird was definitely not low. "Old friend, is that freeloader out yet?" When the bird heard the inspector's voice, its stomach bulged and made a gurgling sound. A few seconds later, the bird nodded at the inspector. "He didn't come out just now, but he's out now." "Well done." The inspector rubbed Fei Niao's head with a kind expression and said, "Come, let me go in and have a chat with him." The bird nodded obediently and opened its beak. It was just big enough for the inspector to go in. The sentinel stepped on the skin on the bird's beak and slid into the bird's white and tender stomach with a wave of oily feeling. As the inspector disappeared, the bird closed its beak and continued to flap its wings, slowly gliding through the cracks in space. On the other side, the inspector sat on the leather slide and slid into a huge space. The bird's stomach was also a moving man-made space. It was very spacious inside. Even if a castle was placed here, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, after being modified, people didn't feel any discomfort here. There were even lights hanging on the iron walls above, lighting up the entire space. This space was the inspector's residence. There was an observation area, a residential area, and an experimental area inside. However, at this moment, the residential area was already occupied by Cameron's biological materials. The experimental area was also forcibly occupied by Cameron himself. As for the observation area, there was a mysterious inspection device distributed by the Order faction. The radiation was quite large, so it wasn't targeted by Cameron. Also, because of Cameron's actions, the inspector could only run outside and sleep on the bird's back when he wanted to enter the dream wilderness. Just as the inspector was feeling remorseful about what had happened to him, the door of the distant laboratory opened from both sides. A 3-meter-tall muscular man with a full beard and a pair of demon horns on his head rushed out angrily. He was about to go out and find that damn bird to settle the score, but when he saw the inspector, his eyes flashed with understanding. "It's you, it's definitely you." The bearded muscular man rushed in front of the inspector. "You made that stinky bird caw in my ear, right?" The overseer made a negative expression. "No, I just asked it if you came out of the lab. It said that you didn't come out before, but now that you came out, I came in to take a look." The bearded muscular man said angrily, "I was writing an academic report. It was the one that made me come out." The inspector had an innocent expression. "Did it disturb you?" "Ah, it's really naughty. I'll punish it later." "Punish?" The bearded muscular man sneered. "Punish it to eat 300 kilograms of dried fish? Or 100 barrels of fruit drinks?" The inspector blinked. "Either is fine." The bearded muscular man's eyes widened in anger. "You." Flames kept flowing around his body. However, looking at the inspector's calm expression, he understood that the other party was doing this to anger him. The angrier he was, the happier the inspector would be. This guy was simply basing his own happiness on his pain. Thinking of this, the bearded muscular man forced himself to calm down. "Tell me, why are you suddenly here?" "The inspector, this is my territory. Do I have to report to you for coming here?" The bearded muscular man grimaced. "I mean, why are you looking for me?" The inspector, "Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to chat with you." "Chat? Are you serious?" "Of course." The bearded muscular man frowned. "Not interested. I haven't finished my academic report yet. Let's talk after I'm done." "Academic report?" The inspector, "From what I know about you, your academic report will definitely include all the biological material in the residential area. With the amount of material, you won't be able to finish it in 3 or 4 years. Are you planning to stay here for 3 or 4 years?" The bearded muscular man was the inspector's old friend, Cameron. Cameron came from the superstar organization Nuke Academy and was a mainstay of the Nuke Academy's theory of all things faction. The theory of all things faction focused on the study of all things. The reason Cameron was here was because the races in the 20 or so worlds in the Northern Cross District were about to be wiped out. He needed to go to these 20 worlds within a year and protect them before the disaster struck. This would allow him to do more in-depth research in the future. Therefore, it was impossible for Cameron to say that they would talk after he finished writing his thesis. At most, he would stay here for a few days before he had to go to the Northern Cross District. His academic report would take at least 3 years. By then, he would have already left. Cameron sighed helplessly. "Then what do you want to talk about?" "As an old friend, I can give you a day." The inspector, "It won't take a day. A few minutes will do." After a pause, the inspector continued, "I just want to ask you a question. Before you came to the southern wizard world, you took the white boundary line, right?" Cameron nodded. That's right. If I didn't take the white boundary line, I would have been a year late. The white boundary line allowed Cameron to travel through space quickly. It only took him 10 days to travel a year. The inspector, the closest world to the white boundary line is the pure water world. You should have passed by the pure water world on your way here, right? Cameron, yes. Why, do you have an old lover in the pure water world? The inspector couldn't be bothered with Cameron's nonsense. He continued, is there a void caravan near the pure water world? You want to buy from a void caravan? The inspector said in annoyance, why do you care so much? I'm just asking you if there is a void caravan nearby. Cameron didn't hesitate and nodded. Of course there is. Didn't I buy the materials I brought back from the void caravan near the pure water world? Didn't I tell you before? The inspector. No. Cameron was stunned. I didn't? I really didn't? Then. How did you know about the void caravan? The inspector suddenly fell silent. He thought of the information in the Wilderness Traveler's Supplement. Could it be that the information was true, but how was that possible? How did Angor know about the void caravan? Did he just guess? Probably not. There were many void caravans in the world, but they were all scattered across the vast void. There was no way he could get it right. While the inspector was still pondering, Cameron asked, Hey, I'm asking you a question. Where did you get the information about the Rocketdyne caravan? The inspector was familiar with the Rocketdyne caravan. It was a void caravan from an origin world. Angor's information was correct again. The inspector remained silent for a moment. It doesn't matter where I got the information from. By the way, aren't you going to the Northern Cross Zone next? Not long ago, I received a piece of information that I don't know if it's true or not. It said that there's a bloody tree outside the void of Loft World. It's extremely dangerous. If you're going to the Northern Cross Zone, I suggest you take a detour. Don't use the void outside Loft World. End of chapter. A blood tree that could not be looked at directly. Cameron frowned. In Loft's world, only Lord Ash and the Tree of Reproduction seemed to be related to the blood tree. Lord Ash and the Tree of Reproduction were both evil gods. Lord Ash was also known as the Tree of Ashes, and he controlled erosion and assimilation, while the Tree of Reproduction controlled desire. Even though it sounded as if the power they wielded was not too strong, the evil gods were different from the other gods. The power they wielded was far more terrifying than any other existence in the void who called themselves gods. Their power was more like a twisted rule that could be used in the boundless world. Even legendary creatures who had mastered the power of laws would find it difficult to resist the omnipresent distortion once they entered their domain. Cameron murmured, whether it's Lord Ash or the Tree of Reproduction, they are not easy to deal with. Even I am not easy to deal with. Before Cameron could finish, the observer interrupted, they are not easy to deal with. If you dare to face them directly, I will say that you are brave. Cameron was speechless. Although he did not want to admit it, the observer was right. Cameron was a legendary wizard. He dared to face the demons of the abyss, the wild gods of the barbarians, and even the zombie god who was invaded by the blood poison. But if he were to face evil gods, he would be afraid. Evil gods were too strange. Moreover, their deaths would create new evil gods. Even the God Slayer could become the next evil god. Facing evil gods, Cameron's only choice was to go around them. Although evil gods were called evil, they did not have the concept of good and evil that normal people understood. They were almost indifferent when they looked at other creatures. As long as you did not take the initiative to provoke them and went around them, they would not care about you. It doesn't matter to me whether you say that I am brave or not. I am not afraid of them, I am afraid of trouble. Although Cameron was afraid, he still had to be tough in front of a bad friend. The observer sneered and did not say anything. He was too lazy to expose Cameron. Cameron said, it is troublesome to deal with evil gods blocking the way. So, if there is a blood tree, I will choose to go around it. But, are you sure this news is true? Cameron looked at the observer suspiciously. Where did you get this news? Did 100 Bird tell you? Have you reconciled with 100 Bird? Cameron asked 3 questions in a row, starting from doubt to questioning. Towards the end, his tone became more and more certain, as if he was certain that it was Centauri who had told the inspector. The sentinel was still thinking about how to fabricate the source of the news, but when he heard Cameron's question, his attention was immediately diverted. What does this have to do with 100 birds? It wasn't Birdie who told you? Cameron asked in surprise. Who told me? Let's put that aside for now. Tell me first, why do you think it's 100 birds? Did 100 birds go to Loft World? When the inspector mentioned 100 birds, his expression was a little awkward, but when he guessed that 100 birds had gone to Loft World, his expression became worried and serious again. Cameron also noticed the change in the overseer's expression, and could not help but complain, looks like you still haven't resolved the knot between you and Birdie? I really don't understand the two of you. You've obviously been good friends for thousands of years. How can it be over just like that? Cameron, the sentinel, and Birdie had been good friends for many years. They had been together since the Magus era. However, because of their different ideals, the three of them went their separate ways. Cameron went to Nyuk Academy to do research, while the sentinel and Birdie went to the Order Guild. Cameron was often in contact with them, but since they were separated by a great distance, there were many things that he didn't know. For example, Cameron did not know why the sentinel and Birdie suddenly fell out 1,000 years ago and did not contact each other anymore. He asked both sides and did not get a clear answer, so Cameron was helpless. What do you know? The sentinel coldly glanced at Cameron. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm asking you, did Birdie go to Loft World? Cameron sighed. Yes, she went to Loft World more than 10 years ago. How could she go to Loft World? Doesn't she know the situation there? After confirming Birdie's whereabouts, the sentinel's brows furrowed, and his eyes were filled with obvious worry. The waters of Loft World were very deep. Although the sentinel did not know what secrets were hidden in Loft World, he knew that even the miracle wizards were not willing to go to Loft World. Also, although they had always been calling the evil gods Loft's evil gods, in reality, the evil gods were not born in Loft World. Their origins were unknown, and for unknown reasons, they gathered in Loft World. Moreover, they only had a soft spot for the Loft World and never left it. This was also why the evil gods were extremely threatening, but the wizards did not have much fear of them. As long as they did not go to Loft World, they would not attract the attention of the evil gods. However, from these details, it could be seen that Loft World had a big secret and a hidden terror. Birdie was an old friend of the sentinel. Even if they had fallen out on the surface, this was only on the surface. No matter what Birdie thought, at least the sentinel still had a deep affection for her. She knows Loft World better than you. After all, half of her bloodline comes from Loft World, Cameron said. The Lawful Guild arranged for her to go to Loft World. Her duties are the same as yours. She is now a sentinel of Loft World. Inspector, don't talk about her. Didn't you come to be a sentinel without saying anything? You are no different from her. The sentinel was speechless. How could it be the same? For so many years, there had not been a legendary wizard born in the southern region wizard world. He had no external threats at all. Except for the mysterious chaos 300 years ago, there were basically no major events. But Loft World was different. It was a world of despair. Strange things were happening all the time. Sometimes, it was not even clear whether it was the chaos of the mysteries or the evil gods because some of the evil gods seemed to have touched the boundary of the mysteries. As a sentinel, Birdie's most important job was to quell the disasters caused by the mysteries. In Loft World, she must have participated in quelling disasters often. If she accidentally encountered an evil god, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the sentinel's flickering eyes, Cameron waved his hand. You don't have to worry about her. I contacted her a while ago. She is fine. This time, in addition to her being a sentinel, the Lawful Guild also sent over a dozen mystery hunters. Even the vice president's secretary was arranged to be in the Northern Cross area to establish a temporary Lawful Guild branch. With so many people, she will be fine. The more you say that, the more worried I am. This was the first time the sentinel knew that the Lawful Guild had set up a temporary Lawful Guild branch in the Northern Cross area. Under normal circumstances, there was only one sentinel in each world. But now, there were so many people stationed in Loft World. Even the vice president's secretary was here. Could it be that the Lawful Guild had activated the Book of Kyle and foreseen something big? If there was something big, they wouldn't just send the vice president's secretary. It is said that they are here for an item that is out of order. An item that is out of order? The sentinel asked. An item that is out of order is about to be born in Loft World? Cameron shrugged. I don't know. After all, this is a secret of the Lawful Guild. But based on the current distribution of people, they might not be in Loft World. They might be in the surroundings of Loft World. Otherwise, the vice president's secretary wouldn't have set up a temporary Lawful Guild branch in the Northern Cross area. The sentinel still wanted to say something, but Cameron interrupted him. You can just contact 100 Bird to find out what is going on there. You are good friends and also fellow members of the Lawful Guild. You also have a communicator, so it is much easier to contact each other. You can help me ask 100 Bird if there are really blood trees around Loft World. I won't ask. The sentinel was silent for a moment. If you want to ask yourself. Cameron narrowed his eyes. What happened to the two of you? Why aren't you even willing to contact each other? The sentinel's face was cold and he didn't say anything. Cameron shrugged. If you want me to ask, you have to give me the communicator. My communicator with 100 Bird isn't as good as the one in the Lawful Guild. Your communicator has the mystery power, so you can talk to each other. My communicator has a delay, so it will take at least a few days to get a reply. The sentinel hesitated for a moment before taking out a communicator in the shape of a water droplet and handing it to Cameron. Cameron took the communicator and looked at it. The mystery power of this communicator is a bit weak. After contacting 100 Bird, I probably won't be able to use it again. Are you sure you want to use this opportunity on 100 Bird? The sentinel, I'm not using it on 100 Bird, I'm using it on you. Didn't you want to verify whether or not there are blood trees? Cameron scoffed. Only a ghost would believe that. You say one thing on the surface but another in your heart. You say that you won't contact each other for the rest of your life, but in the end, you are still worried about 100 Bird, Cameron muttered. The sentinel's expression didn't change and he pretended that he didn't hear anything. Cameron, since you have already decided, then I will use it. Don't regret it. The sentinel, why are you talking so much nonsense? I told you to use it, so use it. Cameron took the water droplet and rubbed it with his hand. Not long later, the water droplet started to emit a faint blue light. When the light was emitted, Cameron took out a card that 100 Bird had left him with the blood essence information element recorded on it. The card also emitted light and slowly merged with the water droplet. While the water droplet was merging with the card, Cameron looked back at the sentinel. You still haven't answered the question I asked you before. Where did you get the information about the void blood tree? The sentinel, I have my own information channels. Why do you care? Cameron, who are you trying to fool? If you have information channels from the Loft World, how can you not know that 100 Bird went to the Loft World? The sentinel didn't say anything. He didn't say anything and didn't express his opinion. Cameron wanted to continue asking, but at this moment, the card completely merged with the water droplet. Then, a familiar voice came from the other end of the water droplet. Who is it? It's me, Cameron. Cameron glared at the sentinel in annoyance. He would ask later. Right now, it was more important to ask first. Cameron? Why are you holding his communicator? Are you with him? A cold female voice came from the other end of the water droplet. It was 100 Bird's voice. Cameron, what his or his? What's wrong with the two of you? Why aren't you even saying your names? I'm the sentinel now. I don't need a name. He's the same. 100 Bird said calmly. Let's not talk nonsense. Why are you contacting me? Cameron, why are you like him? Can't I just talk to you about old times? 100 Bird humped and didn't bother replying. Cameron, fine. I'm looking for you for two things. First, how's the situation on your side? 100 Bird was silent for a moment. I just told you a few days ago, Cameron, I know, but a certain someone is very worried. The sentinel's eyes widened and he glared at Cameron. He said silently, don't talk nonsense. Cameron understood and continued to speak to 100 Bird. A certain someone is worried, but his mouth is tight, He just doesn't want to speak. Fortunately, I'm here, so I've become the mouthpiece. Ah, he's still threatening me and telling me not to talk nonsense. But if he's really not worried, would he be willing to give me the communicator? Hearing Cameron's nonsense, the sentinel was so angry that he wanted to snatch the communicator away. But before he could do so, 100bird's voice came from the communicator. Help me tell him that I'm fine. The sentinel's body froze. Cameron immediately hid in a corner. The 3-meter-tall brawny man was squeezed in the corner like a small mountain of meat. Cameron, is there anything else you want to say? He can hear you. Just say it. 100bird was silent for a moment and said calmly, I hope that next time, he can talk to me personally. That's all. The sentinel stood still and didn't say anything. Cameron glanced at the sentinel who didn't know what to do and then looked at the droplet with a smug expression. First of all, he wasn't taking revenge. He just thought that as a good friend, it was hard for him to watch both sides quarrel. So, he took this rare opportunity and decided to break the silence himself. He didn't want revenge, he definitely didn't want revenge. Tell me, what's the second thing? 100bird continued to ask. I haven't finished the first thing yet. You can't just say that you're fine. Did the thing that's out of order come out? Did anything major happen in Loft World? What do you know about the situation in Loft World? Also, did you find your direct bloodline? Do you need us to help you? Cameron couldn't ask these questions in the past. After all, he wasn't a member of the lawful guild. But this time, with the sentinel beside him, he asked all the questions in his heart. 100bird, the thing that's out of order hasn't appeared. There aren't any major changes in Loft World at the moment. The evil gods have all gone into hiding and haven't appeared for many years. It's just that the atmosphere here is still as desperate as ever. Doomsday talk is rampant, and all kinds of secret churches have appeared. Anyway, it's a mess. But there's one thing you might be interested in. In the past, the transcendents of Loft World were hidden, but in the past few hundred years, the secret churches have appeared and cultivated many local transcendents. This transcendental system is a bit interesting. I feel like it's derived from the power of the evil gods. Cameron, I remember that the evil gods of Loft World used to often bestow power to their believers, right? Although 99 out of 100 people who receive their power will go crazy, there are always those who succeed. 100bird, it's not the same. In the past, the bestow was more of a chaotic power. But now, the power seems to be faintly forming a system. This system is much weaker than the magic power system. But the mysterious thing is that this power that's derived from the evil gods is actually very effective against them. Some of the transcendents even used this power to steal the position of the evil gods. Although it seems to have failed so far, it's very valuable for research. Cameron pondered for a moment. Hearing you say that, it does seem to be pretty good. But I'm more into the theory of all things, and not much into the theory school. The research direction of the power system was in the category of the theory school in Nook Academy, and Cameron belonged to the theory school. In his research, there wasn't much overlap with the theory school. Instead, he was a little closer to the action school. I'm going to do a mission to save an extinct race. It'll probably take 2 or 3 years. If I have free time after the mission, I'll also come to Loft World to take a look. Although he wasn't very good at the theory school, Cameron's passion for research was now higher than the accumulation of his foundation. 100bird, when you come, you can find me at the outer coordinates. After a pause, 100bird continued, as for my direct bloodline, I've found it. But I'll take care of it myself, you don't have to worry. The communicator's time is limited. If you have anything else, ask quickly. Cameron, one more thing. I'll be in the Northern Cross area in a few days, I think. Before Cameron could finish, 100bird suddenly interrupted, your mission to save an extinct race is in the Northern Cross area? Cameron paused for a moment and replied, yes. 100bird, you're in the Southern Wizarding World now? If you're coming to the Northern Cross area, try to take a detour. Don't go near Loft World in the near future. 100bird's voice was very high-pitched and full of vigilance. Cameron and the sentinel seemed to have thought of something as they looked at each other in surprise. Then, Cameron said softly, why? Did something happen to Loft World? Hundred Bird quickly said, I mentioned before that the local extraordinaries of Loft World wanted to steal the position of an evil god. Although most of them failed, a few of the evil gods were affected. Among them, Lord Grey suffered the most damage. He seemed to have lost some of his organs. Now, Lord Grey has opened a flaming blood tree in the void outside of Loft World. All the extraordinaries who come near, as long as they see the blood tree, will have their life energy absorbed. Many void creatures have been sucked dry. Even legendary creatures will lose a layer of skin if they pass by. If you don't want to be hurt, I advise you not to come to Loft World in the near future. Don't even go near it. End of chapter. The inspector's information was true. Cameron looked at the inspector with a strange expression. How did your information source know about the blood tree? It was fine if there was information, but even the blood tree knew about this information. Didn't this mean that the inspector's information source had seen the blood tree with his own eyes, seeing that the blood tree was not dead and being able to send information to the inspector in time? How fearless was this? Before the inspector could answer, Hundred Bird asked doubtfully, what information source? What are you talking about? Cameron was about to explain, but the sentinel beat him to it. Most importantly, the overseer was not human at all. When he opened his mouth to speak, he actually used his own voice. The inspector changed his voice and said in a rough voice, information source, we'll talk about it later. I just want to know, are you okay? Did Lord Grey's flaming blood tree affect you in the Loft World? If the blood tree only absorbed life energy in the void, then it was fine. But if the blood tree attacked the creatures of the Loft World, then Hundred Bird would also be implicated. Hundred Bird did not seem to hear the change in the speaker's voice and replied, I'm fine, Lord Grey did not attack the Loft World. Inspector, not now, but it doesn't mean that it won't in the future. Hundred Bird, don't worry, although the evil gods have been wandering around the Loft World, they don't seem to have any plans to completely destroy the Loft World during this period of time. Moreover, the current Loft World's extraordinary system can deal with some of the effects caused by the evil gods. Even though Hundred Bird said so, the inspector was still not at ease. If Lord Grey can't recover in a short period of time, it's very likely that he will plant the blood tree in the Loft World. Hundred Bird snorted. No, if Lord Grey wanted to plant the blood tree in the Loft World, he would have done it long ago. Moreover, the total number of extraordinary people in the Loft World is still too small, and it's more difficult to collect them. In terms of efficiency, it's definitely more cost-effective to hunt void creatures in the void. If he really plants the blood tree, the Loft World will most likely welcome the end of the world in advance. Doing so might cause the other evil gods to attack Lord Grey. There's one more thing. Even if the bloody tree is really planted, the local extraordinaires can use Lord Grey's lost organs to decipher the bloody tree. Of course, if it really came to this point, the transcendent being of Loft World would probably be almost destroyed. However, to Lord Hui, this was not a good deal. In any case, based on Hundred Bird's own observation, before a certain point in time, Lord Grey should be the same as the other evil gods, and there was a high probability that he would be merciful to the Loft World. After hearing Bai Niao's words, the inspector did not pursue the matter any further. Based on his understanding of Bai Niao, she should be telling the truth. He also believed that Hundred Bird had its own judgment. When the end of the world really came, Hundred Bird would definitely retreat in advance. Thinking of this, the inspector finally let out a sigh of relief. However, on the other side, Bai Niao asked curiously, what is the intelligence source you mentioned just now? This time, the sentinel didn't imitate Cameron's voice. Instead, he crossed his arms and stood to the side as if he was daydreaming. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to him. Cameron spat inwardly. He had no choice but to say it himself. Bai Niao seemed to have understood something. What do you mean? He knows about the blood tree? Seeing that the sentinel didn't stop him, Cameron said directly, that's right. Before I contacted you, he told me that there was a blood tree outside Loft World and suggested that I take a detour. I'm contacting you because I want to confirm this matter. Now, I've confirmed that the blood tree really exists. However, when I wanted to ask the stinky old man where he got the information from, he refused to tell me. Bai Niao hesitated for a moment. I only got the information about the blood tree not long ago. I even lost a few witchcraft birds to get close to the blood tree. Also, I'm in Loft World, so Lord Grey won't extend the Blood Tree's power into Loft World. This allowed me to investigate the Blood Tree. If it's from the outside world, it's very difficult to obtain information about the Blood Tree. In other words, she was also curious about where the Sentinel's information came from. Cameron turned to look at the Sentinel and signaled with his eyes, "This time, it's Bai Niao asking you, not me." "You have to say something, right?" The Sentinel still didn't say anything. Cameron mouthed silently, "If you don't want to speak, you can talk to me through the spirit bond." The Sentinel still didn't move. At this moment, Bai Niao spoke again. "Actually, if you're willing to put in more effort, there's a way to obtain information about this place. For example, if a legendary creature approaches this place, as long as they pay the price of being injured, they can still obtain information." That being said, Cameron and the Sentinel didn't believe that a legendary wizard would be so selfless as to be willing to be injured for information. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know whether it was worth it or not. Of course, there was also the possibility that a legendary creature accidentally entered the Blood Tree's territory. After escaping, it felt that this information was very important and sold it to an information broker. This was more likely, but Lord Grey's Blood Tree had a time limit. It could be that there was a Blood Tree today and it would disappear tomorrow. This kind of information wouldn't last long. Would a legendary creature that accidentally entered the Blood Tree think of selling it? Most likely not. So, the problem came back to the original point. The Sentinel's information source was definitely not simple. What was the situation? Cameron mouthed to the Sentinel again. "I'm going to leave soon anyway. It doesn't matter if I know your information source or not, but you have to think about Bai Niao." Bai Niao spent a lot of effort to obtain information about the Blood Tree. If you have a better information source, you should consider Bai Niao. After all, Bai Niao is now in Loft World. You don't want anything to happen to her, right? It had to be said that Cameron's words pierced the Sentinel's heart. He could ignore Cameron, and he could ignore Bai Niao in the Source World. But when Bai Niao went to Loft World, he had to pay attention. After thinking for a while, the Sentinel sighed and used the spirit bond to reveal some information to Cameron. Cameron also said the same thing to Bai Niao. "The smelly old man told me that he got the information from a newly created tabloid. He thought it was fake at first, but it seems to be true." Cameron turned to look at the Sentinel. "Why does it sound like you just made it up? Are you sure it's true?" The Sentinel rolled his eyes at Cameron. Cameron thought for a while and said to Bai Niao, "What he said does seem to be true, although I also think it's a bit fake." "Bai Niao, a newly created tabloid? Is it a newspaper from the southern region?" The Sentinel nodded and continued to communicate with Cameron through the spirit bond. Cameron said to Bai Niao, "That's right, it's a newspaper from the southern region. But according to the smelly old man, the location of the publication is very special. It doesn't seem to be in the real world, but in an alternate world where words and pictures can be transmitted without boundaries." "Bai Niao, transmission without boundaries? Similar to the magic net of the Greenwald Spell Research Institute?" Cameron looked at the Sentinel and replied, "Yes, similar to the concept of the magic net. But the smelly old man said that the place he went to is more complete than the magic net. Its concept and functionality are much more advanced than the magic net. But, this is just what he said. I haven't been there, so I have my doubts." Cameron didn't believe that the southern region could come up with a concept more advanced than the magic net. Most importantly, the magic net was currently in the Greenwald Spell Research Institute. Due to various difficulties, they couldn't continue with their research. But he didn't believe that someone in the southern region could come up with a more complete version of the magic net. It must be known that the Greenwald Spell Research Institute was a superstar organization like the Nyuk Academy. What was a superstar organization? Academics, strength, and influence had to be at the top. They had to have their own special projects, and the special projects referred to the technical projects that other organizations couldn't compare to. For example, the Greenwald Spell Research Institute's special project was the breadth of spell research. Currently, no organization in the source world could compare to the Greenwald Spell Research Institute in terms of the breadth of spell research. The number of spells created by it alone was the sum of the other superstar organizations combined. This was the special project. In the words of the Southern Region, the Greenwald Spell Research Institute was the holy land for research and development of spells. The Southern Region Magus world was currently the weakest among the 4 Magus worlds. How could it have a better research and development ability than a superstar organization? Although Cameron didn't believe it, Bird said calmly, "If that's really what he said, I believe him. Don't underestimate any Magus. Even the Greenwald Spell Research Institute advocates free communication between magi. Through the sparks of inspiration, they can develop all kinds of spells. Some magi are born as a source of inspiration. As long as they have the resources to cultivate, it's not impossible for them to develop something similar to the magic net." Cameron replied, "That's true, but the smelly old man isn't talking about the magic net or something similar. He's talking about something far more advanced than the magic net." Bird was silent for a moment. "No matter what, I don't believe he's lying." At this moment, the Sentinel sent a new message to Cameron. After hearing it, Cameron's expression was a little strange, but he still faithfully said, "He said that the inventor of the Magic Net project is a mysterious alchemist. Although he hasn't really created a mystery product yet, a half-step mystery product has already appeared. Moreover, he created it when he was still an apprentice. Frost also thinks highly of the inventor. Moreover, the inventor seems to have some connections with Culery." Bird said, "It sounds like he's a genius magus with a lot of potential." Cameron replied, "No matter how much potential he has, with the current situation in the Southern Region, it's probably a waste of his talent." After a pause, Cameron continued to tell Bird the message from the Sentinel. "Also, the inventor seems to have a very special background." Very, very special." Bird was stunned. "Very special?" Cameron replied, "Very, very special. Too very special." The smelly old man didn't say why he was special. "You can figure it out yourself." Actually, at this point, both Cameron and Bird understood that the Sentinel had used the word "very special" to describe it. This was obviously a hint. It could be hinted, but it couldn't be explicitly stated. This meant that the other party's background couldn't be discussed too much. Even legendary magi didn't dare to talk too much about it. Such a special background was most likely related to miracle creatures. However, even with such a special background, Cameron still didn't believe that the other party could create the magic net. Although a miracle wizard wasn't the standard of a superstar organization, the superstar organizations more or less had the shadow of a miracle wizard behind them. Greenwald Spell Research Institute had a miracle wizard behind them. Even with the help of a miracle wizard, they hadn't been able to create the magic net, let alone a background that might exist. The reason it might exist was because Cameron knew that there weren't any miracle creatures near the Southern Region. This was an established fact he knew from the source world. Bird said, "We seem to have deviated from the topic. Shouldn't we be talking about the source of information? Why are we talking about the magic net or the super magic net project?" Cameron replied, "The smelly old man himself admitted that he didn't know where the other party's source of information came from. Perhaps there's some special method of obtaining information." "Right," the smelly old man said that he'll continue to pay attention to the other party's information. If there's any information related to the loft world, he'll find a way to pass it to you. However, his communication device can no longer pass through the 10,000 dimensional spacetime, so, Bird understood and took the initiative to speak. "Because of the uniqueness of the loft world, the vice president's secretary handed over the projection of that mysterious item to me. I'll take the initiative to contact him later." Cameron's eyes lit up. If Bird took the initiative to contact the inspector, didn't that mean that there was a chance for the rift between them to be repaired? Cameron immediately agreed. Bird was silent for a while. "Is there anything else?" "Should be." After receiving this answer, Bird didn't say anything else and directly turned off the communication device. When the communication between the two sides was completely shut down, Cameron immediately turned to the inspector. "The Void Caravan from the Pure Water World, this information was also recorded in that newspaper?" The inspector nodded. Cameron continued, "So this information source is very wide. The information from the Pure Water World and the Loft World. These two places are so far apart, but they can still be combined." The inspector was also shocked. He thought that Angwar's reports were all fake. But now, 2 of them were real. "Don't tell me that the other news is also true?" Cameron asked. Where's that newspaper about the super magic net project you mentioned? I want to see it too. In Cameron's opinion, whether the super magic net project was real or not, the information had to be real. To a magus, having more information would only be beneficial. The inspector shrugged. It's not up to me to see it or not. While the Watcher and Cameron were discussing Wasteland Traveler, Angor and Laplace were sitting opposite each other on the fishing boat. You. Laplace looked at Angor, who suddenly showed up in front of him. Are you here to laugh at me? Huh? Angor did not understand what Laplace was trying to say. It wasn't until he glanced at the thick stack of fishing books and the empty fish basket that he seemed to understand a little. Is the book useless? It's not that it's useless, but it's strange that I can't catch it no matter how hard I try. Laplace frowned. Could it be that my luck is too bad? Maybe? Angor did not know much about fishing, so he could only agree with the idea. Laplace calmed himself down and put the fishing rod aside. He then looked at Angor in silence. You're not fishing anymore? Angor asked. Laplace said indifferently, it's written in the book that you need to keep quiet when fishing. Someone will disturb the fisherman's mood and the fish in the water. Since I can't get anything because of you, I'll give up for now. I'll follow the book's instructions and find a new fishing spot. Angor did not know what to say. He just got here not long ago. Why did he have to take the blame for not getting anything for several hours? What a straightforward way to put the blame on him. Besides, he did not even yell or make any noise. Water was much denser than air. He did not even know if the fish could hear him. Angor felt helpless inside, but he still put on an apologetic look on his face, as if saying it's my fault. Laplace also felt that it was inappropriate to slander Angor like this. He looked away and looked at the ripples on the water in the distance. Did you come because Luigi already solved the dungeon? Luigi hasn't done it yet. He's still using the sea of questions tactic. I'm here to talk about the settlement of the natives. Angor paused for a moment before continuing. Charlie's palace brought the first batch of natives to the Dream Crystal. Considering the scale of Charlie's palace's influence, the number of natives would continue to grow. How to settle them down, and where to settle them down, became a problem. If he was in the Dream Wasteland, he could simply find a random city in the real world and use the Dream Welk to create a new settlement. However, this method was not suitable for the Dream Crystal. The city he saw in the Sun Mirror domain was filled with supernatural creatures. Using the Dream Welk in front of them was definitely not a good idea. He had to ask Laplace for help. Maybe Laplace knew something about the uninhabited towns in the Mirror Realm. Laplace considered for a moment. I did see a lot of empty cities in the Mirror Realm. But they won't stay empty forever. They will soon become paradise for the mirror monsters. Once a mirror ghost enters Sky City, it won't be long before the city turns into a ghost town. The so-called ghostly transformation did not mean that the city had become a ghost, but that the city had been captured by the ghost realm. Every mirror world had a ghost territory. The sizes of the ghost territories varied. Normally, the ghost territories overlapped with the normal mirror areas, and they wouldn't connect directly. However, when an empty city turned into a ghost town, the space inside the ghost town would gradually become chaotic, which meant that the ghost town could be connected to the ghost realm. Some of the mirror monsters are very good at hiding. Even I can't necessarily find them. Therefore, many places that look empty might already be occupied by mirror ghosts. To put it simply, it was very risky to drag a city into the Dream Crystal. But this was only Laplace's opinion. As far as he was concerned, the Dream Welk couldn't pull living creatures into the Dream Crystal. Even if there was a mirror monster in the city, it wouldn't affect the city at all. The worst that could happen was that the monster would only notice the mystery aura. Compared to using the Dream Welk in a city filled with mirror creatures, the repercussions were much smaller. But he did not say it out loud. The main reason was that the ghost town was affected by the ghost realm's rules. The rules of the ghost realm were always strange, dangerous, and dangerous. There were also all kinds of unreasonable risks. If the ghost city was modified by this rule, for example, the doors of some rooms were changed to death upon opening. Then, would the Dream Crystal also bring this abnormality into it? Would the rules of the ghost realm interfere with the new Dream Crystal? Of course, none of these problems would really happen. But just to be safe, Angor decided to give up on the ghost town for now. Laplace said, apart from these empty cities, it's basically impossible to find any large-scale, ownerless buildings in the Mirror Realm. So I can't use the city in the Mirror Realm? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. Actually, you don't have to keep walking the path of replicating reality. In fact, you can try other paths. Angor looked at Laplace and waited for her opinion. For example, you can copy the new city mode and build your own city in the Dream Crystal. Angor shook his head. But that's too troublesome. Besides, I don't think I'll find anyone who can do it. More importantly, the construction of the new city required a large number of magic scrolls. Angor could bring the scrolls to the Dream Crystal, but who would use them? The natives of Charlie's palace. That was impossible. Of course, Angor could find a way to bring some people from the wizarding world to build a city there. But that was something for the future. Right now, he was only considering building a place for the natives of the Dream Crystal to gather, live, and communicate. There was no need to go that far. If not, I have two suggestions. First, we can quickly build a gathering place in the Mirror Realm, and you can use the Dream Whelk to pull people into the Dream Crystal. They might not be able to build a city in the Dream Crystal, but in reality, they might not be able to build a large city with all the necessary functions. However, building a small village wouldn't take much time. There were not many people in the Dream Crystal anyway, so a small village should be enough. What's the second suggestion? Angor did not give an answer right away. The second suggestion is to let them live in my forest of memories. Most of the forest of memories are my time crystals, but I've created a place for each of them to live. Those places can be used as temporary lodgings. After being suppressed by the power of Wonderland, the forest of memories turned back into a potted plant and was placed near the Crystal Mountain. If there really was a place to live in the forest of memory as Laplace had said, then this was indeed a choice. But Angor didn't think it was a waste to let the natives live in a small potted plant when there were so many places in the Dream Crystal. What about you? What do you think now? Laplace asked. We can build a gathering place in the Mirror Realm and pull them into the Dream Crystal, but it's not a long-term solution. Even the Forest of Memories isn't a long-term solution. You want to find a way to solve this problem once and for all? Angor nodded. If we want to solve this problem once and for all, we have to start with the natives or the Dream Crystal itself. Either we let the natives build their own living places, or we find a way to use the power of the Dream Crystal to find a place for them to live. Laplace suddenly added, actually, I think it's not a bad idea to let the natives live in a Wonderland dungeon. At least the dungeons created by Wonderland have places to live and plants to grow. It's much better than the empty, white wasteland outside. Of course, it's best if we can control the Wonderland. But I don't think any Wonderland is completely safe. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Although Laplace did not want to go to Wonderland himself, Angor still took the suggestion seriously. He didn't really want to create a town in the Dream Wasteland. The Dream Wasteland was completely different from the Dream Crystal. The reason why the Dream Wasteland was so comfortable was because of the tree civilization. The existence of the Dream Plant Fairy brought about a suitable environment. The existence of the rhythmic membrane brought about the hope of life. Neither the Dream Plant Sprites nor the rhythmic membrane could be used in the Dream Wasteland. Especially the Dream Plant Sprites. The Dream Plant Sprites came from the tree civilization, and the tree civilization was based on the mother tree. The Dream Wasteland had no mother tree, so the power of the tree civilization was completely useless in the Dream Wasteland. Without plants and life, even if he could pull a town into the Dream Wasteland, it would still be a hopeless prison for the natives. Angor didn't just want to solve this problem once and for all. He also wanted to let the natives find a sense of belonging in a new environment. Also, he hoped that the Dream Wasteland could develop its own ecology and not clash with the Dream Wasteland in every aspect. Those who imitate me will die, and those who imitate me will live. Learning from the experience of the Dream Wasteland and creating a new world in the Dream Wasteland was what Angor wanted to see the most. How could he create a completely different world? Laplace's words gave Angor an idea. Perhaps the right way was to start from the nature of the Dream Wasteland itself. Currently, the most unique feature of the Dream Wasteland was Dream Wonderland. Perhaps he could find a residence plan in Wonderland? So? Have you made up your mind? Laplace asked when she saw Angor's confused eyes slowly brightening up. I have an idea. But I'll need some time to figure out the specifics. Before I come up with a plan, I've decided to use your first suggestion. First, we'll build a temporary village in the mirror realm and pull them into the dream crystal for them to live in temporarily. Angor wanted to study Dream Wonderland or find other unique powers of the Dream Wasteland. Both would take some time, so he decided to compromise. He would let the natives live there for now, and he would discuss the rest later. Laplace nodded noncommittally. All right then. Rabbit Mountain is relatively large. How about we build it there? Sure. Okay. Laplace would go with them. She still needed to do the job of building the village. Speaking of which, you seem to care a lot about these natives, Laplace said after a pause. She didn't think it was necessary to pay attention to these natives. They only wanted to live, and Angor used the Dream Wasteland to turn them into natives to fulfill their wish. That was already good enough. In Laplace's opinion, there was no need to worry about their lives now. They're here because they're here to block the recruitment for us. Without them, Angor and Laplace wouldn't even dare to enter the Dream Wasteland. They were afraid that they would be dragged into the Dream Wasteland again. Laplace kept her mouth shut. Angor was right. These natives already helped a lot by blocking the recruitment. She didn't want to be treated like a monkey in the circus again. If there's nothing else, I'll see you at Rabbit Mountain. That's all for now. Angor suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, before Angor could finish, Laplace suddenly looked to the side with a puzzled look. Angor followed Laplace's gaze out of instinct. The fishing rod that had been thrown aside by Laplace actually started to move. Both Angor and Laplace looked at each other and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. Did they just get the goods? Laplace hurriedly picked up the fishing rod and began to pull the rod according to the instructions in the book. A minute later, a fat fish with a white mane on its neck and grayish-white scales was thrown into the basket. Both Laplace and Angor remained silent as they looked at the struggling fish in the basket. You caught it, right? Angor muttered. Laplace didn't know what to say. She really wanted to say yes, but she couldn't. She was not fishing at all. She had been talking to Angor the whole time. She did not even put her hand on the fishing rod. I don't think we'll be able to affect them even if we talk. Laplace. You don't have to say that. Anyway, it's good that we got something, Angor said. That being said, Laplace always had the feeling that she was being targeted. When she was fishing dutifully and earnestly, none of the fish were hooked. They even swam around the boat as if they were mocking her. But when she didn't care at all and even tossed her fishing rod aside, she got a new one? What the hell? Laplace felt very complicated and aggrieved. She vaguely sensed the malice of the god of fishing. End of chapter. The sparkling waves under the starlight, the lively fishes, Laplace's cold face, and Angor's pursed lips formed the silent water area at this moment. The gloomy atmosphere lasted for a whole minute before Laplace slowly lowered his eyes. I didn't catch the fish. Laplace picked up the basket and placed it on the surface of the water. With a flip of his hand, the fish basket tilted down, and the fish inside tumbled out. After a splash, the calm surface of the water blossomed into a moon-white splash. Angor watched as Xianxia swayed his tail and disappeared into the distance. It was not until the fish had completely disappeared into the water that Laplace's expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Laplace glanced at Angor but didn't say anything. His eyes were telling Angor that he wasn't going to leave. Angor cleared his throat. Actually, there's something else I need to talk to you about. While speaking, he glanced at a pile of fishing books nearby. You're reminding me to return the books after reading them? Laplace seemed to have realized something. You're telling me to return them after reading them? Angor shook his head. No, I'm not. Laplace. Then why are you reading these books? Well, I heard something not long ago. It's about the truth behind the unfathomable cave. The unfathomable cave? Laplace gave Angor a doubtful look. If she remembered correctly, Angor only went to the heart space and did not go anywhere else in the mirror realm. In other words, he found the unfathomable cave in the material world. The unfathomable cave was a secret even in the mirror realm. How could it be found in the material world? Angor saw the doubt in Laplace's eyes. I got the information from a special channel. I don't know if it's true or not, but, before Angor could finish his words, he heard a low buzzing noise. Laplace looked at Angor's chest, where the buzzing sound came from. Someone sent me a message, said Angor as he felt his chest trembling. While speaking, Angor took out his mother tree communication device from his pocket. As expected, the communication device was buzzing. This was a notification from an important person. Normally, letters would not have a hint. Only those who were marked by Angor would receive a message. There were only 2 people he had marked in the woods, now Matsue and the Watcher. He didn't mark anyone like Sunders, John, Leon, Tree Spirit, and Iron Granny. If they really wanted to find him, they had plenty of ways to do so. It could even be said that he could directly contact Torres or Mandahila and use them to send a message. Because of this, these people did not need any special markings. Those who had special markings on them were the most important ones, such as Matsue and the Watcher. When he heard the buzzing sound, he took out his interconnector without hesitation. Sender, Inspector. Angor did not dare to ignore a message from a Watcher. He quickly opened the tree branch. The message was not long, and Angor quickly reached the end of it. The overseer had obviously been immersed in the trees for a period of time. The message he sent was very typical of the nature of the message. In short, it was, I need your help. Let's talk in private. Angor had no idea what the Watcher wanted, but he did not think it was something urgent. Maybe the Watcher was curious about some of the rules of the Dream Wasteland. Angor considered for a moment and decided to put it aside for now. He needed to take care of his business here first. Besides, if the Watcher really wanted to know more about the Dream Wasteland, how should he respond? Angor put away the device and gave Laplace an apologetic look. Excuse me. Shall we continue? Laplace nodded indifferently. She also knew about the Mother Tree connection device. Angor already told her where she could go to get it. She just didn't have the time to do so because she was busy fighting against those cunning fishes. About the abyssal cave, I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it's highly likely because the source of the information is special. Tell me about it then. Laplace wanted to ask about Angor's source, but she didn't think Angor's information was real, so she ignored it. According to what I know, the abyssal cave is a special dimension created by a legendary creature who mastered the shadowless domain. Angor summarized the core information of shadowless withering and explained it in a concise manner. At first, Laplace did not take this news to heart, but when she came back to her senses and thought about shadowless withering again, some blurry images slowly emerged from the depths of her vast sea of memories. In the images, she seemed to be floating in a dark prison. Spirit signals kept pouring into her mind, and they sounded like fanatics who were chanting some kind of slogan. But in the image, it was as if he did not feel the message transmitted by the spiritual signal at all. He continued to float in the darkness and muttered, "Is this the cavern of the abyss? Why is there nothing here?" As a bystander, Laplace was filled with surprise. She remembered this image. To satisfy her curiosity, she once sent one of her avatars into the abyssal cave. The image she was looking at right now was exactly the same as when she was in the abyssal cave. However, in her original memories, the abyss cave was pitch black. There was nothing inside, only endless darkness and eternal silence. Laplace was lost in the absolute darkness for a long time before she finally walked out of the abyssal cave. She was sure that she didn't run into any danger, didn't sense any creatures, and didn't hear anything. However, the strange thing was that in the scene that appeared in her memory, she was no longer walking quietly in the abyss cave. Instead, it was filled with chaotic spiritual information. These messages, which she didn't notice before, kept repeating the same slogan, shadowless, shadowless, shadowless. In the end, all the slogans were focused on shadowless. It was as if countless voices were shouting shadowless. 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 His voice lingered all around her, yet, she was completely oblivious to this scene. What the hell is going on? Laplace felt a little dazed. She couldn't tell if the image in her mind was real or just a figment of her imagination. The only thing she was sure of was that this was something that happened after she heard shadowless withering. Did shadowless withering trigger some kind of special memory mechanism? That's all, Angor said. Speaking of which, according to the information I received, someone once explored the abyssal cave but didn't find anything. Not even a lingering spirit. Would it, who could comprehend the law of darkness, be so carefree as to abandon all its remaining thoughts and wholeheartedly face death? That doesn't seem to fit the pattern of a legendary creature's death. So, according to the information, maybe Shadowless Withering also left something behind. It's just that no one noticed it yet. This was the end of Angor's explanation. He only told Laplace this information to please her. It wasn't useful to him anyway, but it might be useful to Laplace. After all, the abyssal cave was located in the realm of mirrors, and Laplace once explored it. After hearing this, Laplace was silent for a moment before he said, "This information. Where did you get it from? From Brute Cavern's intelligence network?" "No." Angor shook his head. "No. A special creature told me. Sorry, I can't tell you who it is." It wasn't that Angor couldn't tell Laplace about Spotted Puppy and Minister Jinns, but he didn't think it was a good thing for Laplace. The demon gods in the Abyss Plane all had the trait of not revealing their real names. The stronger and more dangerous creatures in the Nightmare Realm probably had a similar trait. If Laplace knew who the creature was, she might be targeted by the Nightmare Realm, which would only bring more harm than good. Seeing Angor's strange expression, Laplace's instinct told her not to ask further. She thought for a moment and said, "I feel that the information you mentioned might be true. Whether it's Shadowless Withering or Shadowless Withering, it's probably true." "You believe me?" Laplace nodded. "I believe you, because I suddenly remembered something just now." Laplace didn't try to hide anything. He told her about the scene that had appeared in his mind earlier. Altered memories? He didn't expect Laplace's memory to change just by telling him a story that he didn't know the truth of. "What's going on?" "I don't know why." Laplace frowned and said, "Perhaps these mental signals existed in my memories from the very beginning, but I didn't notice them before. When you told me the story of Shadowless, the details that had been neglected in my memories began to spread and resurface. Maybe it's not a change. It's just a reflection of reality." "What's the use of these hidden spirit signals then?" Laplace shook her head. "I don't know. But you said Shadowless Withering left something behind. Maybe it's one of those things? Did he hide his spirit signal in the creatures who explored the Abyss Cave and wait for the right time to come back to life?" Angor asked. Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. "You seem to know a lot about it." Angor lowered his head in surprise. "I don't know much about it. I've only read something similar." He had seen many similar cases in the hologram tablet. There were too many of such cases where a spirit parasite would devour its master and come back to life? Laplace said, "You mean the stories written in books?" Angor nodded. "Yes. You can go to the library of Foundation City when you still have fishing books. There are many similar stories. For example, revivers simulate themselves as systems or hacks. They look like they're helping the protagonists, but in fact, they're leading the protagonists to the abyss of being possessed." Angor told Laplace all the stories he knew. He even gave many examples, which surprised Laplace a lot. "So humans can make up legendary creatures as they please? I need to find a chance to check them out." Next, Angor chatted with Laplace for a while longer. When they agreed on a time to visit Rabbit Mountain, Angor left. Laplace didn't go back to fishing. Instead, she pinched her eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Angor mentioned that the revivers would guide the protagonists to a prearranged path according to their own will. This was a subtle influence. The protagonists seemed to be making their own decisions, but in reality, they were falling into a trap step by step. Everything they did was for someone else's benefit. Angor didn't mean to tell the story, but Laplace paid attention to it. She suddenly thought of something. Ever since she explored the Cave of the Abyss, she had indeed undergone some changes. She had become curious about the deep nether cave, and her curiosity was getting stronger and stronger. Even Angor could sense her curiosity. Strangely, she didn't explore the abyssal cave again despite her curiosity. After exploring the deep serene cave, there was no danger inside, but she just couldn't bring herself to explore the deep serene cave. Was this a change? Or was she just being lazy? Laplace wasn't sure. There was one more thing. Ever since she returned from exploring the deep nether cave, all the time bodies she created seemed to lean towards the indifferent type, including her current time body, which was also of the indifferent type. In the past, Laplace believed that indifferent avatars were similar to their original avatars. Now that she thought about it, she wondered if her avatar was affected as well. After all, Luigi and little Laplace weren't the indifferent type. No thoughts, Laplace muttered in a low voice. Is this the source of my indifference? Perhaps these mental messages are imperceptibly influencing me? If all these were true, then the information Angor brought to her this time could be considered as saving her life. Even if her guess was wrong, she was still grateful that Angor helped her find the hidden spirit messages. Laplace thought for a moment and decided not to go fishing again. Instead, she went offline. She planned to have a good talk with Gleipnir. Gleipnir was the most perceptive of all her avatars. Maybe Gleipnir could find something. 1 second, remember. After saying goodbye to Laplace, Angor located the Watcher's location and prepared to meet him. He could talk to the Watcher through the trees, but on second thought, he thought it would be better to meet the Watcher in person. When he logged back in again, he was already outside the Ocean Theater in Foundation City. According to the GPS, the Watcher was inside the theater. The theater was where John usually stayed. Did the Watcher come here for John? But when Angor used his omniscient view, he did not see John talking to the Watcher. The Watcher was in the theater hall, while John was in the backstage office. Angor did not know what was going on, but he could not ask the Watcher directly. Instead, he took out his interconnect device and called the Watcher. Inspector, you want to come over? Sure, I'm at the Ocean Theater in Foundation City. See you there? Sure, Angor replied. He waited for about 2 minutes before entering the theater. The Watcher did not know about Angor's GPS ability, and Angor did not plan to let the Watcher know. When he opened the door, Angor saw that the interior of the theater was rather dim. Only the wall lamps near the stage were lit, while the rest of the light came from the windows. The stage was empty. There was only one person sitting in the first row near the stage. It was the Watcher. Angor walked to the Watcher and bowed at the man's friendly smile. You're here. Come here. The Watcher smiled. I wanted to talk to you, but I saw in the trees that you went to a ruin to avoid the germinal believers. So I did not ask you directly. Angor was speechless. He was only sent out for an alchemy mission. Exploring the Garden of Labyrinth was something that happened later. How did it become hiding in a ruin? What the hell is going on in the trees? Angor was speechless. But he also felt that it was inappropriate to explain such things to a Watcher. I'm out of the ruin now. I found a soundproof room to settle down. Angor accepted the Watcher's invitation and sat down beside him. You don't have to worry too much about the germinal believers. They'll give up if they can't find you. Usually, the germinal believers would come looking for him. It would be good if they could find him, but it did not matter if they could not. Furthermore, the believers of the germinal organization do not dare to stay in the southern region for too long. At most, they will spread their religion among the mortals and leave. Just preaching. That was terrifying enough. One had to know that once their so-called teachings were spread out, it would definitely be a terrifying disaster. Erin was not even a believer of the germinal organization. She had just unintentionally uttered the doctrine and disappeared without a trace. This showed how dangerous the germinal organization was. The Watcher chuckled. The supreme cult is the cause of the southern wizarding region's misfortune. But they're also the source of our fortune. With the supreme cult's strict prohibition, the germinal organization probably won't be able to spread their religion. Also, I've heard that many wizard organizations have joined forces to clean up the places where the germinal organization could spread their religion. From this, it seems that the germinal organization's followers chose the wrong place to spread their religion. Angor agreed with what the Watcher said. The supreme sect abhorred anything imported from the other world, even if it was just a spiritual belief. Sir, why do you say that the germinal organization's followers won't stay in the southern wizarding region for too long? Angor asked. The southern wizarding region is not the real target of the germinal organization's followers, the Watcher said. After all, the 4 wizarding worlds are all powerful. If they accidentally get their hands on the bloodline of a legendary wizard in the southern wizarding region, it will be a big problem for them. Those fanatics don't care about their lives, but it's better if they can spread their religion without any hindrance. In other words, the germinal organization's followers would not be able to achieve good results in the 4 wizarding worlds. The only places that could achieve good results were the remote worlds. However, even if the germinal organization's followers go to remote or fringe planes, they won't stay for too long. Otherwise, they will be targeted by the Civilization Overwatch League. The Civilization Overwatch League? It's an organization from the origin world that advocates for the coexistence of civilizations. They're on the same side as the Order faction. In terms of your southern wizarding region, they're the Light Wizards faction. I didn't know such an organization existed in the origin world. Angor muttered. The Watcher chuckled. Generally speaking, the germinal organization is a problem, but not too big. At least, for the southern wizarding region. Angor nodded in understanding. He didn't care too much about the germinal organization's followers anyway. Compared to the followers, the biggest danger of the organization was its doctrine. As long as he didn't think about it, he would be fine. Sir, you're not here to talk about the germinal organization's followers, are you? The Watcher shook his head. No. I just have some questions that I want to ask you. Since they were coming, the Overseer would definitely ask about the Dream Wasteland. Angor had already prepared for this, so he didn't feel too nervous. He chuckled. Please ask, sir. If it's something I know and can tell, I'll tell you. The inspector pondered for a moment before asking the question that had been hidden in his heart. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought the Watcher would ask him something about the Dream Wasteland, but he didn't expect the Watcher's information to be similar to the ones he received recently. It was still about the Wasteland Traveler. However, the Watcher seemed to be more interested in the intelligence section of the supplement. It seemed the Watcher was asking about the source of the information. Angor didn't know how to react. He already prepared everything about the Dream Wasteland. Why did the Watcher suddenly ask about the intelligence section? I got the information by chance, Angor said. I was thinking of creating a template for the first publication and handing it over to Brute Cavern's intelligence agency to manage. It's just a template, but I still need to put some content on it. So I put some information I got by chance. I can't tell if they're real or not. They should be real, the Watcher said slowly. Huh? The information he released was all very short-lived. Could it be that the Overseer had already gone to verify it? One had to know that this information came from the Void Travelers, who were spread out over a vast area. Had the Overseer gone mad? Why would she do that? The Watcher's words gave him the answer. I have a friend who came from the Pure Water world and is staying with me for now. He told me that there is a Void caravan from an origin world near the Pure Water world, which is consistent with your information. Also, I know the Watcher from Loft World, and I have her contact information. Through some special means, I contacted her. She told me that in the void outside Loft World, there was indeed a blood tree that could not be looked at directly. It's also consistent with your information. I didn't verify all the information, but 2 random ones were confirmed. I think the rest should be true as well. Angor was speechless. He had originally thought that he would be able to sit back and relax after releasing some high-level information that no one else could verify and had a short duration of time. But he forgot that the Watcher was still in the Dream Wasteland. He didn't know how the Watcher managed to contact someone from Loft World, but the Watcher was a legendary wizard, and Angor didn't know what she was capable of. It was too much of a coincidence, and Angor was too careless. Angor already admitted it, but he still pretended to be surprised. So the information is real? Your acting is, a bit, lame. Angor chuckled awkwardly. He didn't know how to respond. The Watcher looked at Angor's expression and considered. So you have your own problems. Is the information from a special source? Angor lowered his head. Sort of. It's related to that place? Angor was a little surprised. That place? The Watcher saw Angor's confusion and cleared his throat. It's over there. That spotted dog. Angor quickly understood what the Watcher meant. The first time he met the Watcher, he saw the spotted dog, and the watcher seemed to have guessed something about it. It wasn't about the dog itself. It was about the fact that it was a nightmare creature. The over there mentioned by the watcher must be referring to the nightmare realm. Did the watcher think that Angor's information came from the nightmare realm? Angor considered for a moment and answered vaguely, the source of the information is related to the spotted dog. Angor wasn't lying. In terms of clues, the source of the information was directly related to Woof, while it was indirectly related to the spotted dog. After all, the void transportation information Angor received was from Woof, who gave it to him by mistake. It was related to the spotted dog in some way. The watcher noticed Angor's vague tone, but he didn't mind it at all. Could he just tell the watcher something about a nightmare creature? Of course not, there were plenty of legendary-level creatures in the nightmare realm. They could easily overhear him. Moreover, the inspector had seen the spotted dog with his own eyes. Even the one from the Phantom City had suffered a big tumble. Its strength was unfathomable. How could he say that? The watcher quickly understood Angor's position. If the information was related to the spotted dog, he would understand Angor's position. Angor had his own difficulties. With that in mind, the watcher smiled and changed the topic. If that's the case, there's no need to explain. I understand your difficulties. Angor was speechless. What difficulties? The inspector continued, however, I still have a question for you. Please go ahead, sir. The watcher hesitated. Do you have a way to get more information? Angor was about to refuse when he saw the strange look on the inspector's face. What do you want to know, sir? The watcher remained silent for a while before he nodded. Yes. If possible, I want to know more about Loft World. Because of that friend of yours, sir? Angor recalled that the watcher used the common word for female when talking about the watcher from Loft World. It was similar to she in Chinese. So the watcher from Loft World was a woman? Angor couldn't help but wonder why the watcher cared so much about a female friend. Yes. She's called Birdie. She's an old friend of mine. The watcher considered for a moment and decided not to hide anything from Angor since they were already here. Thus, he decided to share his situation with Bai Niao and Bai Niao's situation. I rarely pay attention to the origin worlds after coming to the southern wizarding region. I only learned that Birdie went to Loft World recently. I wouldn't mind if she went to another world as a watcher. But Loft World is too special. Loft World is special? He had heard about Loft World before. It was a chaotic place where supernatural beings were hidden and evil gods were everywhere. Just from these, it didn't seem like there was anything special about it. Yes, the Loft World is very special. I can't tell you the details, but I can tell you that in the Source World, even the miracle wizards don't want to care about the Loft World. From this, you can see how special its existence is. Miracle Wizard doesn't want to get involved? Angor was surprised. He never heard of such a thing before. Is there a miracle in Loft World? In Angor's opinion, only a miracle could compare to a miracle. The watcher shook his head. I don't know. Maybe the miracle wizard doesn't want to get involved in Loft World not because he's afraid, but because the situation there is very troublesome. So troublesome that even the miracle wizard can't do anything about it. Angor nodded as if he was considering something. The sentinel continued, because of the uniqueness of Loft World, even if 100 Birds is already a legendary wizard, she might still encounter danger there. I'm a watcher in the southern wizarding region, so I can't leave or pay attention to Birdie's situation. So, if you have a way, I hope you can help me keep an eye out for information about Loft World. Angor got the gist of it. The watcher cared about an old friend. And judging from his tone, Angor could tell that this old friend was not just an old friend, but also an old lover. This was why the watcher cared so much about Birdie. Sir, you should have a way to contact her, right? Angor asked. He remembered that the overseer had mentioned that he had contacted Bai Niao. Bai Niao was the one who had confirmed the blood tree situation. Inspector, if you want to talk to the 100 Birds across the distance of space, you need a special communication device, and this communication device has a time limit. Once some kind of energy within it dissipates, you won't be able to communicate. The energy in my device is already gone. If you want to replenish it, you'll have to wait until I return to the order. In other words, the Watcher could no longer contact Birdie directly. This was why he thought about Angor's intelligence network. End of chapter. Angor considered for a moment. I'm sorry. I can't give you a definite answer. I can't control what information I get. But I'll tell you as soon as I find anything related to Loft World, sir. Angor didn't give him a definite answer, but the Watcher understood. When he learned that Angor's information was related to Spotted Puppy, he assumed that Angor was forced to receive the information. Now that Angor confirmed it himself, the Watcher wasn't surprised. It was already good enough for Angor to tell him when he found something. Still, it wasn't what the Watcher wanted. Angor and the Watcher chatted about other things for a while. Perhaps the Watcher felt sorry for asking Angor's help. He answered all of Angor's questions seriously. For example, Angor asked about the secrets of Haunt World. The Watcher also told Angor everything he knew about Haunt World. At least for Angor, he learned a lot of secrets from them. It was not until the lights on the stage were turned on and a large group of people in work clothes walked in to begin the rehearsal for Night Owl that their conversation slowly died down. When he saw the rehearsal, he learned that the Watcher really came to the theater just to watch Night Owl. The Watcher stayed in the theater while Angor took his leave. The Watcher also invited Angor to watch Night Owl with him, but Angor refused. He already saw the first stage of Night Owl, and it wasn't good enough for him to watch it multiple times. Before Angor left, the Watcher stopped him and asked him one last question. He thought that the Watcher would ask him something about the Dream Wasteland, but the Watcher didn't do anything. He only asked Angor if he could let his friend enter the Dream Wasteland as well. According to the Watcher, his friend was a wizard from the Origin World who was going to the Northern Cross Zone. He was currently staying near the Southern Wizardry region. Angor didn't refuse. The Dream Wasteland was going to be open to the public soon anyway. There was no need to keep it a secret. The Watcher thanked Angor on behalf of Cameron, and Angor logged out of the game. He went offline and thought about the conversation he had with the Watcher. Even if he had a way, he could not give a definite answer to the inspector's request. After all, using a Void Traveler to connect the Void network was a little too much. The Watcher also told him how difficult it was to transmit messages in the Void. It was already shocking that he could randomly obtain information about the Void. Now, he could obtain information about a certain place, and it was all true. This was too enviable. Even if he blamed Spotted Puppy for everything, it did not change the fact that Spotted Puppy was the one who leaked the information. He understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. That was why he gave the Watcher a vague answer. Aside from the Watcher's request, Angor also got some ideas from the conversation with the Watcher. The inspector had confirmed the accuracy of Wang Wang's information. This meant that Wang Wang's information was useful. Perhaps he could really use Wang Wang to build a Void intelligence network. He didn't have to use the information to gain benefits. He could use it to learn about the changes in the Void in real time. With that in mind, Angor walked out of the soundproof room and dragged Hidland, who was watching Apothecary of Strange Flame with its friends, out of the room. Inside the soundproof room, Angor asked Hidland to connect to the Void network. Without hesitation, he told Wang Wang about what happened today and told it about his plan. Wang Wang didn't want to help Angor keep an eye on the situation at Loft World. Most Void travelers were restless, and Hidland was one of the few who could stay still. If Angor wanted to monitor the situation at Loft World in real time, he would need a Void traveler to stay at Loft World for a long time. Wang Wang could force its friends to do something, but it didn't want to force them to do it. I can ask my clan for you. But I don't think anyone wants to stay at Loft World. It's too dangerous. Angor heard about the dangers of Loft World for the second time today. You think it's dangerous too? Have you been there before? Wang Wang, I've been to Loft World and sensed the power of evil gods. They're powerful and chaotic. Even looking at them would cause me to be surrounded by terrifying information streams. It's also fortunate that those evil gods aren't interested in me who's weak, or I probably wouldn't be able to handle them if they just used information flow against me. Evil gods are the only dangerous ones? What about Loft World itself? As Angor recalled, evil gods usually wouldn't come to Loft World. They would only wander around the outskirts of the world. Wang Wang thought for a moment and replied, I don't really like the Loft World itself. Although I don't feel any danger inside the loft world, I hate the atmosphere there. Atmosphere? What atmosphere? This time, Wang Wang thought for a long time before saying, an atmosphere similar to despair, where there seems to be no hope. It reminds me of the atmosphere of worlds that are about to be merged. Worlds that are about to be merged? You mean planes? Wang Wang, that's right. The worlds that are about to be merged are all filled with despair. For them, it's like the end of the world. Angor knew a thing or two about plane fusion. Every stage of the process would cause the merged worlds great suffering. In the first stage, the Garden's Edge, the merged worlds would have their space torn apart, and space disasters would befall them. In the second stage, the Path of Infinity, the world's consciousness would invade the merged worlds and harvest the powerful energy creatures there. And in the third stage, the Hour of Plunder, it was obvious enough. For the merged worlds, it was good news. But for the merged worlds, it was definitely the end of the world. So, the atmosphere of Loft World is the atmosphere of doom? Wang Wang, yes. I don't like it. For this reason, Wang Wang didn't think any other void traveler would be willing to stay there as a messenger. So how did Loft World become like this? Wang Wang grumbled, I've only been there once. How do I know? But I advise you not to be interested in Loft World. It's too dangerous. Is it as dangerous as the Nightmare Realm? Angor asked. Wang Wang. Aren't you talking nonsense, Wang Wang? I'll ask my friends for you. I'll give you an answer later. About 5 minutes later, Wang Wang replied, no one wants to stay at Loft World. Most Voidwalkers were cowards. To them, Loft World was a dangerous place, and they would never have a permanent resident there. However, in the next second, Wang Wang threw out another proviso. However, in an area near the Loft World, there are members of my race stationed there. The information about the blood tree from before was sent by them. If you only want to observe the changes in Loft World from afar, I can ask them to keep an eye out for you. They're willing to stay near Loft World? Didn't you say void travelers don't want to go to Loft World? Isn't it dangerous? Wang Wang quickly answered, Loft World is dangerous, but the area around it is relatively safe. Also, because of the evil god, that area, as well as the several worlds around it, is rarely attacked by void creatures. The void whale doesn't dare to come here either. The natural enemy of void travelers was the void whale. Because the void demon whale was afraid of the evil god's power, it didn't dare to get close. Instead, it gave the void travelers a safe place to live. Wang Wang continued, also, my friends are weak. The evil god isn't interested in us. We only wander around the edge of the area without seeing the evil god, so we're safe. Wang Wang's explanation gave Angor a reason to believe that the void blood tree, which was said by the Watchers to absorb life force, didn't pay attention to void travelers because they were too weak. Although being weak was a sin, being too weak, to the point of being as weak as a speck of dust, was also a form of protection. Just watch from afar. Be careful. Wang Wang humphed. Of course. For void travelers, safety was the most important thing. If it weren't for the fact that the void whale wouldn't go near Loft World, they wouldn't have gone there to stay. Angor had fulfilled the Watcher's request. However, he didn't plan to tell the Watcher about it. It was better to let the Watcher think that Angor could only get information randomly. However, if something really happened at Loft World, Angor would talk to the Watcher about it. He didn't want to talk about anything else. Next, Angor talked to Wang Wang about setting up a void intelligence network. Wang Wang didn't mind the idea because Angor's plan didn't have a plan at all. The so-called void intelligence network only allowed Wang Wang and his friends to send information to Angor. It wasn't a big deal. Wang Wang was now the information exchange center. Every day, he would receive all kinds of information from his friends. Some of the information was actively sent to him, while others were passively transferred. Wang Wang was already used to dealing with such a huge amount of data. Angor only asked Wang Wang to copy some of the information to him, which was a piece of cake for Wang Wang. Of course, Angor didn't ask for random information. He had his own plans. For example, plane fusion. Angor asked the void traveler to keep an eye out for any plane fusion happening near the southern wizardry region. This wasn't a problem for the void traveler. However, it was very difficult for Angor to find a stable spot for a plane fusion. Plane fusion was also very important to Angor. It was necessary for him to activate the alien eye. Angor's research on the alien eye was still stagnant. However, he was sure that sending John back to Earth was the best way to fulfill his teacher's wish. Besides, activating the alien eye was also beneficial for Angor. The Phantom Gate was an ability granted to him by the alien eye. Angor asked Wang to keep an eye out for plane fusion. However, he still needed to think about how to absorb the energy generated by the fusion. After all, he wasn't strong enough to control everything. Next, Angor received a bunch of random data from Wang. After organizing them, he logged out of the Void network. The information wasn't useful for now, but he could collect it first. Maybe it would come in handy in the future. He rubbed Hidlin's head and put it back into the world of Apothecary of Strange Flame while the creature was still staring at him blankly. After saying goodbye to Alao, Angor hurried back to his soundproof room. It was almost time for him to meet Laplace. Angor took out the unbreakable heart mirror. This time, he didn't enter his heart space. Instead, he used the mirror to enter Rabbit Mountain. Soon, Angor received an unobstructed permit from Rabbit Mountain. When Angor reappeared, he was already inside the mountain. Everything was still white. Angor looked around and saw Laplace and Glepner. However, he didn't see the bunny girl. "Where's Laplace?" Angor asked curiously. "She's still fighting the cleaners in the Dream Wasteland. She didn't come out." Using the Tree of Authority, Angor confirmed that the bunny girl was still fighting on the front lines. While checking the bunny girl's condition, Angor also checked the natives of the Dream Realm. To Angor's surprise, there were almost 500 natives in total. He didn't expect Charlie's palace to find so many people in such a short time. But then again, it was understandable. Charlie's palace was a kingdom in the real world with at least 1 million inhabitants. Through the mirror of dense pine, Angor could select the dying or the seriously ill to enter the Dream Realm. 500 people was already a small number. Perhaps Charlie's palace had already done the screening in advance. Otherwise, there would be more people entering the Dream Realm. It was worth mentioning that because of Angor's arrangement, most of the natives who entered the Dream Realm were sent to the designated underground space. Although 500 people were not a lot for the underground space, for the new residents, it was undoubtedly a good thing to meet people from their hometown in the unknown and desolate world of crystal prototypes. Still, Angor had to think carefully about how to deal with these natives. If there were only a few dozen natives, he could easily build some houses. But if there were 500, he would have to redesign the place. End of chapter. Maybe he could make it into a modern building. It wasn't a big building, but it had plenty of living space. When Angor took the Crocox to look for a new home, he already built a skyscraper in his bracelet. Angor told Laplace about his idea and used an illusion spell to simulate the Crocox living quarters. Laplace didn't have any objections after reading it. Building such a building was much easier than building a town. Instead, Gleipnir said, "This kind of building is indeed a good choice. But I don't think little Laplace will like it when she sees it on Rabbit Mountain." Angor was surprised. The bunny girl didn't like it. Gleipnir saw through Angor's confusion and explained, "This kind of building is quite popular in the inner world." Little Laplace said it's too cold and crowded. She doesn't like it. The rabbit girl's evaluation was also normal. Angor read about it in the hologram tablet. The most direct description of such a building was a cold steel forest. The rabbit girl's evaluation coincided with the description in the holographic tablet. Compared to her comment, Angor was more interested in the world inside the shell mentioned by Gleipnir. This was the first time Angor heard about the world inside the shell. According to Gleipnir, the buildings inside the shell were similar to the ones he saw in his illusion. Was the world inside the shell also a modern technological world? There are buildings like this inside the shell? Not all of them. But they are relatively crowded. You're interested in the world inside the shell, aren't you? Angor nodded. My teacher created this type of building. I thought he created it himself. I didn't expect to see something similar to his brainwaves in a distant world. Can you tell me more about the world inside the shell? Angor paused for a moment. The images of the world inside the shell are rarely projected into the white sun mirror realm's empty mirror ocean. Little Laplace and I have only seen it once, so we don't know much about it. Saying this, Gleipnir looked at Laplace. But that didn't mean Laplace didn't know. As a part of Angor's main body, Laplace's memory was synchronized with Angor's. Angor's main body stayed near the eye of the Sea of Mirrors for many years, so he must have seen more memory fragments. However, Laplace seemed to be distracted and didn't notice Gleipnir's gaze. She only came back to her senses when Gleipnir walked to her side. What's wrong? He's curious about the world inside the shell. Gleipnir noticed Laplace's absent-mindedness and repeated what he said in a low voice. Laplace looked a little apologetic. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Inside the shell? Let me think about it. About half a minute later, Laplace said, the world inside the shell is a world very far away from the southern region, even farther than the panic world. Laplace's explanation. Mirror 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 mirrors SD. The first time she saw the image of the world inside the shell was 3,000 years ago. At that time, all the civilized countries inside the shell were ruled by a theocracy, and the entire world worshipped a certain god. However, according to Gleipnir's theory, this god was only a fictional one. In other words, it was just a name without any real body or divine power. At that time, Gleipnir didn't see any supernatural signs in the world inside the shell. This was a world where supernatural beings were hidden. After that, she saw more images of the world inside the shell, but they didn't change much. It was not until 1,500 years ago that she saw a new change in the world inside the shell. A strong country with a completely different development path from the past appeared. This country was called the Kingdom of Heart. They followed the path of machinery and pursued a steel civilization. Gleipnir and the bunny girl also saw the image of the Kingdom of Heart and noticed the cold architectural style of the steel civilization. The last time she saw the image of the world inside the shell was 13 years ago. Currently, the civilized countries inside the shell were divided into two factions. One faction leaned toward the Kingdom of Heart and pursued steel and machinery, while the other faction leaned toward the Kingdom of Xianxia and continued to worship the supreme theocracy. The Kingdom of Heart was already highly advanced in terms of machinery. They even had completely modified robots. The Kingdom of Xianxia still preferred the traditional theocracy and had churches everywhere. It was an absolute enemy of the Kingdom of Heart, and the two countries almost never stopped fighting each other. A theocratic civilization doesn't stand a chance against a steel civilization, right? Angor asked. Laplace said, on the surface, the Kingdom of Heart has a high chance of winning since they have advanced tools in their hands. But the truth is, neither side has gained an advantage. The war has been going on for years. It's usually a proxy war, said Angor. Perhaps there were supernatural beings from outside the shell supporting both sides. Only with checks and balances. Behind the scenes could such a situation happen, and the theocratic civilization wouldn't be crushed by the flood of steel. I don't know if it's a proxy war or not. But at least I didn't see any supernatural beings in the images I saw. But what I saw was only the surface. Maybe it's just as you said, and there's more to the world inside the shell. Angor did not comment on this matter. He only asked about the buildings inside the shell because he wanted to know if the world inside the shell had anything to do with Earth. But from what he knew so far, it shouldn't be. It was just a natural development of the steel civilization. Machinery drove the development of a country, and development led to population growth. People gathered in cities for personal development, and cities needed to accommodate more people for economic development. That was how the steel forest was born. As far as Angor knew, the same thing happened in Grand Plain as well. The Grand Plain also had the development of a mechanical civilization. However, there were wizards stationed in the Grand Plain, and there were also other races with superpowers. This caused the development of the plain to be more flourishing, and they would not just gather in one big city. Therefore, the situation of the steel forest existed in the Grand Plain, but it was still relatively rare overall. Now that Angor was sure that the world inside the shell had nothing to do with Earth, he quickly lost interest in it. Since young Laplace doesn't like this style, maybe we can modify the shell. Angor changed the topic. While speaking, he used an illusion spell to simulate a new building. It still looked like a tall building, but the shell was replaced with cute bunnies and carrots. Even Angor himself felt that the bunnies and carrots, which were dozens of meters tall, were a little strange. But he still needed to follow the owner's opinion. Since the bunny girl liked all kinds of bunnies, Angor decided to change the shell of the building. As for the aesthetics, as well as the preferences of the new residents of the Dream Crystal, they weren't important. Besides, they were only temporary lodgings. He still planned to study the Wonderland later. It would be best if he could move all the new residents into the Wonderland. It would be more convenient and separate the Wonderland from the Dream Wasteland, which would create a unique culture of the Dream Crystal. Gleipnir looked at the giant bunny buildings and nodded. I think young Laplace will like it. Laplace didn't mind at all. She thought the same as Angor, as long as she could live there. After confirming the shape of the building, Angor and Laplace began to discuss the internal structure of the building. This time, Laplace was the real builder. Angor was only an assistant. He could use mana, but it was better to use condensed energy in the mirror domain. Laplace didn't disappoint. She quickly created a bunny building that looked exactly like the one in Angor's illusion. But it was still solid. Laplace then studied the structure of the building, including the foundation, load-bearing, layout, pipes, and the basic requirements of each room. Following Angor's instructions, she quickly built 20 floors inside the bunny building. Each floor had 4 to 6 rooms. Soon, the 60-meter-tall bunny building stood on the plain of Rabbit Mountain. The white bunny was sitting on the ground with one of its hands raised. It looked like a lucky bunny. It was worth mentioning that Laplace modified the windows on the outside of the building and added a layer of color-changing film to make the bunny building look like a hole from the outside. It wouldn't become a little strange because of the window. The entrance and exit were at the bunny's tail, which wouldn't affect the view from the front. When the bunny girl logged off and saw the bunny building, she would probably think it was a statue at first glance. She wouldn't be able to tell that it was a well-ventilated building without going inside. This was what the bunny girl wanted to achieve. She didn't want to see a cold steel building in Rabbit Mountain, but a cute bunny statue would do. With the first bunny skyscraper, the second and third skyscrapers were naturally built. Apart from the different shapes, everything else was similar. In the end, Laplace built 8 bunny buildings, each of which could accommodate more than 5,000 people. If they were slightly more crowded, they could accommodate more people. Next, Angor worked on the details of the room and completed the task. Next, Gleipnir went online to talk to the new residents and told them what was going to happen next. Soon, under the shocked gazes of the new residents, Angor used the Dream Whelk to send the bunny buildings into the underground space of the Dream Crystal Plane. Gleipnir left the matter of housing allocation to a few of the more capable officials among the new residents. They had prestige and leadership skills among the new residents, so they could organize the new residents faster. With that done, the job was done for now. However, this only satisfied their temporary needs. If they wanted to live a better life, they would need to dig holes and make tools. But that was their own business. Gleipnir stayed in the Dream Crystal Plane. Bunny Town. Rabbit Town was the name given to this temporary residence by the new residents. Gleipnir stayed in Bunny Town mainly to talk to them about the recruitment for the circus. After all, the circus would recruit people at a fixed time without stopping. Some of the residents of Bunny Town would be recruited into the circus in the future. Gleipnir mainly wanted to give them a heads up, telling them that even if they escaped from the abyss of suffering in the real world, they wouldn't necessarily reach heaven. They would still encounter all kinds of strange things, especially in this world that was yet to be perfected and evolved. By telling them about the circus in advance, Gleipnir hoped that they could prepare themselves and enrich their artistic talent. Maybe they could pass the circus in the future. For this, Angor went to Bunny Town and used an illusion spell to create a small library, which contained a large number of arts-related books. This also gave the new residents something to do so that they wouldn't feel empty and depressed. While Gleipnir continued talking to the new residents, Angor logged off. White Sun Mirror Domain, Bunny Mountain. I'm going to reboot. That was the first thing Angor heard when he logged off. It was Laplace who spoke. Her expression was solemn. Reboot? Angor didn't understand. What did she mean by reboot? Judging from Laplace's expression, it seemed that reboot was full of unknown risks and dangers. I'm going to rebuild this body, said Laplace. Rebuild a body. Angor was surprised. Is it because of the unfathomable cavern? Laplace nodded. I talked to Gleipnir about shadowless withering earlier and told her that my memory was wrong. She told me a lot about it, and she concluded that my memory was probably affected by shadowless cavern. Maybe shadowless really did leave something behind, and it's probably targeting everyone who entered the unfathomable cavern. My memory was distorted, which is definitely not normal. Maybe this is shadowless cavern's plan. As you said, shadowless cavern is probably trying to subtly change my mind through spirit signals. Gleipnir said that I'm fine, but I'm going to rebuild this body just to be safe. I used this body to enter the unfathomable cavern, so if shadowless cavern has something else, it must still be inside this body. I'm going to see if I can find it and rebuild this body to get rid of the influence. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He didn't expect that Laplace would want to rebuild his body just because he told the story of shadowless withering to Laplace. Also, Laplace sounded determined. It seemed she had already made up her mind. Will it affect you in any way? Angor considered. Laplace, I might lose a few decades of cultivation. That's not a big deal for me. Laplace's original body had lived for at least 10,000 years. Decades of training was nothing compared to her lifespan. When are you going to do it? In a few days, I guess. I don't know how long it'll take. If I'm quick, I'll finish it in 1 or 2 days. But if I'm slow, I don't know how long it'll take. This wasn't Laplace's first time rebuilding her body. Usually, she would finish it in 2 days. But this time, she had to carefully examine the remaining spirit information in her body. She didn't know how much longer it would take. You're curious about the Paluxio clan's gathering, right? After this routine gathering, I'll find time to recast it. Laplace cared a lot about her altered memories. However, she didn't think it would happen so quickly. Even if there was something wrong, it wouldn't happen so quickly. And this time, the White Sun Mirror Region's clan gathering was next week. It wasn't too far away, and it wouldn't take too long to restart after the gathering. Do you need my help? Angor asked. Not yet. Furthermore, obtaining the story of shadowless withering from you is already the greatest help to me. Also, my mind won't go to sleep when I'm rebuilding my body. If you need me, you can contact Luigi or Gleipnir. They'll tell me what you need. Angor nodded and didn't say anything else. Since Laplace already decided to rebuild her body, Angor didn't have the right to say anything. Besides, he might be able to find Shadowless' secret. Next, Angor talked with Laplace about Shadowless withering and his plans for the new residents of the Dream Crystal. Laplace agreed that it was a good idea for the Dream Crystal to have its own unique style. They discussed the possibility of settling the new residents in Wonderland. By the time they were almost done chatting, more than half a day had passed. He planned to check on Luigi's progress as well as the young astral attendant in the pot. Laplace, on the other hand, was preparing to enter the Unbreakable Heart Mirror's buffer space. As for the reason, it was still the same. She planned to return to the Dream Wasteland and continue fishing. This time, she planned to use her own strength to catch a fish that truly belonged to her. Angor gave a fake smile to Laplace's determination. However, before they could leave, Gleipnir logged off and told them something unexpected happened. Wasn't Rabbit Town just built? What happened? Angor looked at Gleipnir in confusion. It had only been 5 hours since the official opening of Rabbit Town. Under normal circumstances, the new residents of Rabbit Town were either still adapting to their new residence or digging a hole to take over. How could something have happened? Could it be that there was a conflict between the Aborigines because of a quarrel? Or did the circus call-up scare them and cause them to break down? Gleipnir sighed. They found something strange when they were digging the hole. I can't describe it in detail. Do you want to go and check it out? Difficult to describe. Angor and Laplace looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It wouldn't take them too much time anyway, so they didn't reject the offer. They took out their logging devices and entered the Dream Crystal. Angor confirmed that they were all going to land at Rabbit Town. When they opened their eyes again, they saw rows of bunny buildings in different shapes. However, the buildings weren't the most important thing. The windows of the buildings were all open, and Angor could clearly see the new residents looking down from the windows. They weren't looking at Angwar's group, but at a certain direction surrounded by the buildings. When we discovered the anomaly, I told all the new residents to return to Rabbit Town and not come out without my permission, Gleipnir said. Gleipnir glanced at the open windows of the Rabbit building. However, although they obediently returned to the building, they seemed to be very interested in the abnormality that was dug out. They're looking at the place where they dug the hole. Following Gleipnir's lead, Angor and Laplace walked to the so-called hole. They didn't hide their presence on the way, so the new residents noticed them. The new residents were curious about who they were, but they were more interested in the pool. Yes, they dug a small pool. Angor and Laplace also saw the pool. The pool wasn't big. It was less than 3 meters in both length and width. The new residents just got their tools, and it would take them some time to dig a big hole. They spent several hours assigning rooms and digging a hole. It was already good enough that they managed to dig such a small hole. The situation is as you can see. When they were halfway through digging, water suddenly started seeping out of the hole, Gleipnir said. At that time, the new residents were very happy and thought that they had dug out underground water. But they soon found out that there was another person in the hole, and he didn't come up when the water started seeping out. As more and more water accumulated, he drowned. Drowned? Angor and Laplace felt more and more suspicious. First of all, Angor was sure that there was no underground water here. Currently, the only source of water resources was the power of astronomical changes. Although astronomical changes could appear in the dream crystal, the effects were not strong. As for forming underground water, at the very least, it was impossible to do so at the moment. Also, Laplace said that the hole they dug was less than 1.5 meters tall. Even if water did seep out, it would only reach the chest of an adult. But now, Gleipnir was telling them that an adult drowned in the hole. That was strange. Where's the drowning man? Angor looked at Gleipnir. Gleipnir said, he was rescued by a new resident who's good at swimming. He's now resting in his room. Gleipnir paused and continued, according to the drowning man, the bottom of the hole disappeared. What was originally a shallow pond became a bottomless abyss in an instant. He can't swim, so he didn't pay attention and drowned. The person who saved him also confirmed this. She dived several meters and couldn't see the bottom of the hole. It's all water down there, and it's all dark. She didn't go any deeper to save him, so she came out first. Angor also felt strange after hearing Gleipnir's explanation. Both the water source and the bottom of the hole smelled strange. It was no wonder that Gleipnir had gone offline to tell them about the situation here. Instinctively, Angor used his spirit feelers to check the bottom of the pool. As expected, he couldn't see the bottom. Angor used his senses to check more than 10 meters down, but there was still water. Also, he had a feeling that no matter how deep he went, there would always be water. The more he looked, the more he felt his forehead swelling. It wasn't a mental discomfort. It was an omen. Something unexpected would happen if he kept looking. Of course, nothing unexpected happened in the dream crystal was a big deal to Angor. He was worried that this might be an external manifestation of Wonderland. It wouldn't be good if other people were dragged into the dungeon because of this. The situation at the circus was still fresh in his memory. Even he couldn't go around the rules of Wonderland to save people, so he had to join the circus with the others. This time Angor was much more cautious and didn't go any deeper. Did you find anything? Laplace noticed that Angor closed his eyes earlier, which meant he was trying to reach the bottom of the pool. Angor shook his head. There's water at least 20 meters down. I can't see clearly. I think it's the entrance to a special dungeon. Dungeon entrance? Laplace and Gleipnir couldn't help but frown when they heard this. Dungeons offered good rewards, but they were also very troublesome. They could accept it if it was just a combat or puzzle dungeon. But if it was a circus dungeon, they would have a hard time. Besides, even if they could clear the circus, they would feel ashamed for a long time. Therefore, even if the rewards were good, they didn't want to do it right now. At least, they didn't want to do it for the time being. That's why I don't want to go too deep. I don't want to trigger something that will drag you all into the dungeon, Angor said. You're right. Gleipnir agreed. Laplace nodded as well. But is this really the entrance to Wonderland? Gleipnir asked. Angor hesitated and answered honestly, I can't be sure. If you want to be sure, you can only activate it once. Do you want to activate it? Both Gleipnir and Laplace remained silent. No one said anything, but they all knew the answer. After a moment of silence, Angor looked at the bunny building closest to the pool. He saw a girl wearing an adventurer outfit and a pair of goggles standing at the entrance. Who's she? Angor asked curiously. He noticed her because the others were all inside the building. Even if they were curious, they would look outside through the windows. Only this girl was standing at the entrance. She didn't enter the building at all, and Gleipnir didn't ask her to come in. Moreover, she had an excited expression on her face as she kept looking in his direction. If she didn't see Angor, she would have come already. Gleipnir glanced at her and smiled. You're talking about her? Her name is Jihan. She's a direct descendant of Charles XIII. Although I don't know how many generations have passed, she's the only female descendant of Charles XIII to successfully transform into a mirror creature. Before this, the people of Charlie Palace wanted to use the Mithrite mirror to turn their descendants in the real world into mirror creatures. Almost 99% of them failed, and the success rate was very low. Because of this, those who succeeded were highly valued. Jihan was no exception. Jihan is different from the others in Charlie's palace. She's more of an adventurer than a princess. She only turned into a mirror creature because she was suffering from an incurable disease in the real world. Her father had no choice but to send her into the Mithrite mirror to try her luck. After that, she didn't stay in Charlie's palace for long. She went straight to the mirror domain and began her new adventure. Unfortunately, she didn't have many extraordinary abilities, and she wasn't very lucky either. She explored a mirror space for too long, and the mirror space just happened to be annihilated. She was heavily injured as a result. Although she didn't die, she was quite injured. She's been recuperating in Charlie's palace for many years, but she hasn't fully recovered yet. She's in a coma for 300 days a year. Because the mirror domain has no dreams, and Charles XIII pitied her, he gave her a login device so that she could at least have a place to go in her coma. In conclusion, Jihan was the only one among the new residents who still had a body. As long as her body woke up in the real world, she could go offline. She could be considered half a new resident. By the way, the one who saved the drowning person was also Jihan. She's an adventurous person, and she's good at swimming, Gleipnir said. As for why Jihan was outside, it was because Gleipnir allowed her to do so. Charles XIII and Gleipnir were friends, and Gleipnir didn't mind opening the door for Jihan when it came to matters of principle. She seems to be interested in the pond? Laplace asked in a small voice. Gleipnir nodded. As I said, she's an adventurer. When she noticed that the bottom of the pit disappeared and became a connected body of water, she wanted to dive down and explore. But she was delayed because she had to save someone. Then she asked me to dive again, but I refused. However, from the looks of it, she probably hasn't given up on the idea of diving. Gleipnir sighed. These adventurers, they always want to go to places that are dangerous or abnormal. Now I know why Charles XIII always gets a headache when mentioning Jihan. Laplace glanced at Jihan and saw the deep desire in her eyes. She considered and said, if she really wants to dive, we can let her try. Gleipnir frowned and wanted to argue, but Angor interrupted him. The pool is right in Rabbit Town, so it's hard to stop them from using it. She's not the only one who's curious. Gleipnir looked around the rabbit building. As expected, he saw a strong sense of curiosity in the eyes of the new residents. Rabbit Town is already here. There's no reason for us to let them move until there's no clear danger. We'll have to see how the pond works. Since Jihan wants to explore, we can let her try. At least she still has a body in the real world. If there's really a dangerous dungeon entrance down there, I can kick her out of the dream crystal as soon as possible. End of chapter. As far as Angor was concerned, Wonderland had already merged with the dream crystal. If the new residents were going to stay here for a long time, they would have to come across a Wonderland dungeon. Sometimes, they might not even be the ones looking for the instance dungeon, but the instance dungeon would take the initiative to look for them. Just like the strange pool this time. If this pool was really a form of the Wonderland instance dungeon, it meant that the operation of the Wonderland Instance dungeon was not completely stagnant. It might take the initiative to find the people here. Even if not all dungeons would come to them on their own, as long as they existed, the new residents would have to face them sooner or later. There would always be new residents entering the dungeons in the future. Instead of letting them be fooled by the dungeon's mechanism, it was better to tell them about the existence of the dungeon now and let them see it with their own eyes. This was a great opportunity. If there really was a dungeon under the pool, Jihan's exploration would be a good example. At least, Jihan was half a new resident. In terms of power level, she was no different from the other residents. She was a perfect example. Jihan's demonstration was copian. Regardless of whether she successfully cleared the dungeon or not, her demonstration this time could teach others a lesson. Success was experience, while failure was a lesson. Besides, Jihan's ability to log off gave her a chance to escape from the game. She would not die on her first attempt. Besides, she was an adventurer who had experience in dealing with all kinds of dangerous situations. No matter how Angor looked at it, Jihan was the most suitable person to explore the pool in Rabbit Town. This was why Angor agreed with Laplace to let Jihan be the first new resident to explore the Wonderland. Gleipnir listened to Angor and Laplace's suggestion and thought about it. As Angor said, they would eventually come across the Wonderland dungeon. At least Jihan's exploration would be under Angor's watch. She would be protected and guided by Angor, so she had a great chance of success. Besides, Gleipnir knew Jihan's personality. She was born for adventure. The difference between her and the other new residents was that even if the others knew about the existence of the Wonderland Instance dungeon, they would not actively pursue it. However, Jihan was different. Her burning spirit of adventure would drive her to constantly challenge herself, and there was a high chance that she would actively seek out the Wonderland Instance dungeon. This was something that Gleipnir could not stop. If there really was a dungeon under the pool, and Jihan could clear it with Angor's help, she would be rewarded with a fairyland. This would be a good start for her. At the very least, she could use the Wonderland reward to improve herself. With a good accumulation, it would be easier for her to encounter other dungeons in the future. This was the reason why Gleipnir finally agreed. After the three of them reached an agreement, they called Jihan over. Jihan did not hesitate and quickly walked to the side of the pool. Without waiting for them to speak, Jihan took the initiative to speak. "Pardon my rudeness, but I've just overheard your conversation. I can read lips a little. I know that there may be a dangerous exploration beneath the pool, but I'm willing to go." "You don't even know what the Wonderland Instance dungeon is, and you're willing to go? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return?" Jihan smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Since everyone agreed for me to go, it means that I have the qualifications to take risks." "No." Angor cut her off. "We're not saying that you're qualified. We just think that you're more suitable than the others. No one can say if you're qualified to explore an unknown Wonderland Instance dungeon." Gleipnir added, "Don't always chase after thrills. Before you decide whether to take the risk or not, you should at least know the general information and rules. Blindly pursuing risks will only bring you closer to death." Jihan scratched her head and looked a little embarrassed. "My bad. I was just worried that you might change your mind, sir." Jihan spent a day in the Dream Crystal Plain. She always felt that the place was boring. For other new residents, this place could at least give them a new lease of life. However, for Jihan, the plain was just like her life. She could not see the end of it at all. It was boring and uninteresting. She would have logged off a long time ago if not for the fact that she would not wake up if she logged off. Even when she saw the huge and majestic rabbit mansion, it did not dispel the emptiness in her heart. Until she saw the miraculous pool. Previously, when she was saving people, she had dived into the pool. When she saw that the shallow bottom of the pool turned into a bottomless abyss, her adventurous nature came out. Unknown and mysterious water. It reminded her of her adventure of exploring underwater ruins. She didn't know if there would be similar ruins under the pool, but the changes in the pool did make her blood boil. Unfortunately, after she saved the drowning man, Gleipnir forbade everyone from entering the water, which made her feel regretful. Fortunately, Angor and Laplace showed up. They seemed to have decided to let someone explore the water. She read their lips and knew that she was the first one they chose. Jihan purposely showed a more aggressive attitude so that they would not change their mind. Jihan said, "I always do my homework when I go on adventures. I know how to plan before taking action. I'm sorry for my indiscretion this time. Please forgive me, sir." With that, Jihan calmed down a little. "What is this Wonderland Instance dungeon you mentioned? Is it similar to the circus Mr. Gleipner mentioned before?" Angor said, "The circus is a Wonderland Instance dungeon. But there are many types of Wonderland instances, and the circus is only one of them. Although the circus isn't particularly dangerous, this instance of the circus is very representative. It can ignore the distance and forcefully conscript the entire realm. This involves the ability of the rules. Since you came from Charlie's palace, you should know something about the rules. Since the Wonderland Instance dungeon has such an ability, it's not as simple as it seems. There must be some danger inside. Even if it's a circus dungeon, there's a possibility of death. However, clearing the Wonderland Instance dungeon also has great benefits. You will get something if you put in effort. This is another rule of the Wonderland Instance dungeon. The adventures of adventurers were often precarious. Even if they successfully completed an adventure, they might not necessarily gain anything. The Wonderland Instance dungeon, on the other hand, was very friendly in this regard. As long as they cleared it, there would definitely be rewards. Next, Angor explained the Wonderland Instance dungeon in detail. By the time Angor finished, Jihan's eyes were already shining. She used to think that the dream crystal was boring. But now, she really enjoyed it. If you put in effort, you would get something out of it. This was like the adventure of a dream. If we don't include the Burning Reincarnation Circus S recruitment, would I be considered the first new resident to explore this Wonderland Instance dungeon? When Jihan said this, she was still a little excited, her voice trembling. Adventurers also seek fame? Angor asked. Of course, Jihan replied. If there is no record of your adventure, then it's meaningless. Besides, to become a great adventurer or a legendary adventurer, you need to experience all kinds of adventures. These experiences must be witnessed and acknowledged. Especially the experience of conquering at first sight. That's the best certificate. Angor was speechless. Great adventurer? Legendary adventurer, what? Adventurers have different levels too? Is this how it works? Angor said, I want to say that you're the first new resident to explore the Wonderland Instance dungeon. But that's not the case. There was a new resident who entered the Wonderland Instance dungeon before you. Someone entered the Wonderland Instance dungeon before you? Jihan was surprised. Yes. She was unlucky. She entered the Dream Crystal as soon as she entered the Dream Crystal. Even if she didn't intend to enter the Wonderland Instance dungeon, she was still dragged in and hasn't come out yet. Jihan was still unwilling to accept this, but she suddenly became excited again. So she's still alive? Angor nodded. That's great. When I finish the Wonderland Instance dungeon, can you send me to her instance dungeon? Saving someone's life is also a kind of achievement for adventuring. Angor was speechless again. Also, if I clear the Wonderland Instance dungeon, will I be the first new resident to do so? Angor nodded without hesitation. If you clear the Wonderland Instance dungeon, you'll be the first new resident to do so. But whether there's a Wonderland Instance dungeon under the pool is still unknown. Angor couldn't imagine what was under the pool if it wasn't a Wonderland Instance dungeon. But strictly speaking, he couldn't call it a Wonderland Instance dungeon until he saw it. I don't care if it's a Wonderland Instance dungeon or not. I'll find the secret at the bottom of the pool. Angor agreed to let Jihan enter the pool, but it didn't mean she could go in right away. If there really was a Wonderland Instance dungeon below, which was an AoE instance dungeon, once she activated it, other people around her might be dragged in as well. Therefore, before she went in, she had to evacuate the people around her. First, she summoned all the new residents and briefly explained the Wonderland Instance dungeon to them. Then, she led them away from the pool. After evacuating the new residents, Laplace and Gleipner also moved away to avoid being accidentally summoned. When everything was done, only Angor and Jihan were left at the edge of the pool. Mister, you're not leaving? Jihan already knew the rules of the Wonderland Instance dungeon. If they ran into an AoE instance dungeon, they would be dragged in easily if they stayed where they were. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Jihan was a little confused, but she didn't ask. She only nodded. Then. I'm ready. Can I go in now? Angor glanced at Jihan's oversized adventurer suit. Are you sure you want to wear this? Jihan seemed to know what Angor meant. She smiled. This suit has many special designs. They'll help me deal with all kinds of situations during the adventure. Angor also noticed that this adventurer suit, which was considered a beginner suit, had some special designs. He didn't say anything about it. He nodded to Jihan. Go in when you're ready. If you run into something you can't solve, don't force yourself. Come up first. There's no need to rush. Ample preparation is the essence of an adventure. Jihan nodded with a smile. I understand. Jihan turned her head and looked straight at the peaceful sleep. She calmed her emotions, and the rise and fall of her chest slowly stabilized. At this moment, she took a deep breath and dived into the water. While Jihan was diving, Angor attached his senses to her. He didn't let his senses go too far into the water because he didn't want Laplace and Glepner to be dragged into the instance dungeon. Now that there was no one around, he didn't have to worry. After diving for 10 meters, Jihan noticed that the space around her didn't change. The bottom of the pool remained the same. The walls around her were still crystal walls, which made her feel a little depressed. Still, this didn't stop her from getting excited. Earlier, the other residents all wondered if they found underground water. Jihan had the same idea. But now, she was sure that it wasn't underground water. The underground waterway would constantly change as one dived in. It would either become wider or narrower. It would definitely not be like this, where it was as neat as a straight tube and maintained the size of the mouth of the pool. This was definitely an anomaly. Any abnormal phenomenon was worth an adventurer searching for the truth. With excitement, Jean continued to dive down. She soon reached the bottom of the pool. The pressure around her was already great. She felt a heavy burden on her chest. Angor's senses were probably around this depth. Nothing happened then, and it was the same now. Rang Nok continued to dive, but her speed became slower and more difficult. 30 meters, 35 meters, her physical fitness was much better than the other new residents, but even so, when she dived down to 40 meters, she felt the obvious difficulty. Moreover, even at a depth of 40 meters, the changes in the surroundings were not obvious through the touch of his hand. Jihan considered and decided to try a few more meters. If she still couldn't find anything, she would surface first. It wasn't that she was running out of energy. It was just that she couldn't see anything. It was too dark. She couldn't record anything even if she found something. If she still couldn't find anything, she would go out and see if she could find a way to solve the lighting problem. 41 meters, 42 meters, 45 meters, she still couldn't see anything, so she decided to go back. However, just as Jean was about to turn around and swim upstream, she suddenly felt a pair of hands grab her ankle. Jihan's heart skipped a beat. Was there someone down there? She tried to bend down and push the hands away. But as soon as she bent down, she felt someone holding her in his arms. 1 second to remember, anyone who was suddenly hugged by an unknown being would be frightened. So was Jihan. She felt even more uncomfortable in such a dark environment. She tried to break free from the shackles, but the more she struggled, the tighter the person behind her held her. When it rains, it pours. In this difficult situation, Jihan's diving rhythm was disrupted. Her breath, which was held in her chest when she was on the shore, was now gone. Her mouth kept gurgling, and large amounts of air bubbles were coming out of it. Seeing that she was about to suffocate, Jihan prepared herself to be kicked offline at any time. However, the darkness of going offline did not come. Instead, it was a vast expanse of white light. Yes, she saw flashing white light in the dark water. Just as she was wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her, the person who was hugging her from behind rushed into the white light with her in his arms. The water suddenly changed, and the pressure was reduced. However, Jihan had yet to recover from her shock. She took deep breaths until the tension in her chest subsided. Only then did she realize that something was wrong with her surroundings. Caw, 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 the sound of seagulls rang in her ears. She could smell the sea, as well as the smell of sand that was exposed to the sun. Golden sunlight sprinkled on her bare skin, bringing with it warm air. Wasn't she underwater? Why didn't she feel like she was in water? Also, where did the warm air and sunlight come from in the underground cavern of Rabbit Town? The strong doubts in her heart caused Jihan to raise her head and look around. She was dumbfounded by what she saw. Her surroundings had completely changed. She was no longer in the water. Instead, she was on a sunny beach on an island. The beach extended to the blue sea, where the tides kept surging. Seagulls flew around the sea, bringing with them a lively atmosphere. On the other side of the island there was a dense forest, and a pitch-black, sharp mountain could be seen in the distance. Am I in a dungeon? After recovering from her shock, Jihan immediately remembered the Wonderland dungeon Angor mentioned earlier. She did not fall to the bottom of the water, nor did she float to the surface. Instead, she found herself on an unknown island. What was this if not a dungeon? But if this was a dungeon, then who was the person holding her? A guide for the instance dungeon? However, she didn't seem to have heard of the existence of a guide in this instance dungeon. She could not figure it out, so she decided to put it aside for now. The most important thing now was to clear the dungeon. Oh, right. Angor mentioned that she would get the basic information about the dungeon and a rough quest objective after entering it. But the strange thing was, she didn't seem to sense any information about the instance dungeon. Did he have to close his eyes and focus on sensing the mission information? Just as Rang was about to close her eyes to receive the mission information, a gentle female voice entered her ears. Are you okay? Human? Jihan froze for a moment and looked in the direction of the voice. Soon, she found the source of the sound. Near the shore, a blonde girl's upper body emerged from the sea. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. It was the kind of unreal beauty that would not appear in the human world. There was a kind silver gem between her eyebrows, and her eyes were also a rare silver color. She was wearing a luxurious robe made of golden silk and sequins. Although she couldn't see the lower half of the other party's body from her current angle, she could tell that the other party was dressed very elegantly. Who are you? Rang asked out of instinct. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Jihan felt as if she had spoken nonsense. Since the other party showed up in this instance dungeon, she was most likely a storyline character. What kind of NPC did Angor say? Anyways, NPCs were characters that pushed the development of the instance dungeon. Some were good, some were bad. She might even be a mid-level megaboss. The graceful girl glanced at Rang and did not speak right away. Instead, she slowly moved to the shore from the sea. When she saw the girl's full appearance, Rang covered her mouth in shock. The girl in front of her was completely different from what she imagined. Below her waist, there was a golden fishtail about 2 meters long. She was not a human at all. She was a mermaid. Also, she did not use her tail to reach the shore. Instead, she was sitting on a pure white shell that could float in the air. The shell simply floated in the air and carried the mermaid to the shore. The mermaid saw Rang's surprise and smiled. As you can see, I'm not a human. I'm a treasure mermaid. Treasure mermaid? Rang only heard of mermaids who could charm sailors to jump into the sea and eat their flesh. This was the first time she heard the name treasure mermaid. As far as I can remember, treasure mermaid is a name given to us by humans a long time ago. It means that we have treasures, and it also means that we are as rare as treasures. The mermaid spoke in a soft voice. I don't know if that's the case or not. But I like the name treasure mermaid. Of course, treasure mermaid is not my real name. My real name is very long, and it contains syllables that you humans can't hear. But you can call me Meiji. Meiji. This mermaid was surprisingly easy to talk to in Rang's opinion. So, she met an NPC who was willing to talk to her. Jihan hurriedly introduced herself. My name is Jihan. She paused and continued, Miss Meiji, can you tell me where we are? Wasn't I in a pool before? How did I end up on this island? While Meiji was still easy to talk to, Rang decided to ask her question as soon as possible. If Meiji was a big boss like Angor described, she would enter the second or third phase of the dungeon. Who could she ask then? Meiji said, This is Silver Coral Island. I brought you here. Silver Coral Island? That's the name of this dungeon, Jihan. Miss Meiji brought me here? Was it Miss Meiji who helped me? Meiji nodded with a smile. Yes. You looked a little out of breath. I was worried that you might drown, so I brought you here. Rang was speechless. I'm out of breath because I'm scared. Anyone would be scared to death if they grabbed someone's ankle in deep water. Of course, Rang didn't dare to say such things out loud. She had to keep trying to figure out Meiji's intentions. After further communication with Meiji, Gina gradually got a general idea. She had indeed entered the dungeon, but she was only halfway there. This Silver Coral Island was technically a dungeon, but it was only the outer area of the dungeon. The real dungeon was located at the center of Silver Coral Island, the Little Treasure Tower. When Rang looked around, she vaguely saw a pitch-black, sharp mountain on the island. It was not a mountain, but a 600-meter-tall tower. According to Meiji, there were 120 floors in the tower, and each floor had a treasure reward, which was why it was called the Little Treasure Tower. As for how to get the reward, it was by clearing the so-called trials. This trial was the instance dungeon that Ren Na understood. The more floors one cleared, the more treasures one would get. Each person had 3 chances to challenge the dungeon, but only one reward. In other words, if one failed the 6th floor, one could choose not to get the reward and wait until the next challenge was over. Every level of the tower's test was random. Some of the tests were just questions and answers, while others required you to fight until dawn. On the same level of the tower, the first test and the second test were almost impossible to be the same. Therefore, it was very difficult to train specifically. But one thing was for sure, the lower the floor, the easier the trials. At this point, Rang finally understood why she did not receive any information about the dungeon. She did not enter the real one. After confirming that the Little Treasure Tower was the real dungeon, Rang could not wait to try it. However, just as Jihan was filled with expectations for the Little Treasure Pagoda, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. It was Angor's voice. Rang was startled, but she was not too surprised. Angor said that if Rang really entered the Wonderland dungeon, he would contact her through some means. You don't need to answer me. Just listen to me. Angor gave a big precondition first. Meiji was right in front of Rang, and if Rang spoke, Meiji would definitely notice. Even though Meiji hadn't shown a negative attitude yet, it was naturally best not to attract her attention. Rang did not answer. She lowered her head and pretended to be thinking. Meiji did not notice anything wrong. She only thought that she had given too much information and Rang was still thinking. Now, ask Meiji, who can challenge the Little Treasure Tower? Meiji said that each person could challenge the Little Treasure Tower 3 times, which meant that the Little Treasure Tower was not a single-use dungeon. It might exist forever, just like Sunlight Circus. If it existed forever, there must be a challenge mechanism. What kind of person could challenge the Little Treasure Pagoda? Or rather, who could be chosen by Meiji and brought to Silver Coral Island? Rang quickly followed Angor's order and asked the question. Meiji said, the treasures in the Little Treasure Tower belong to my collection. So, those who can challenge the Little Treasure Tower must be approved by me. Then how can I get Miss Meiji's approval? Rang already knew how to answer without Angor's guidance. Meiji considered and replied, kind people. The treasures in the Little Treasure Tower are all rewards I leave for kind people. Both Na and Angor were puzzled by the answer. Kind? That was too broad a definition. How kind was it? Was it hypocrisy? A prelude of malice in exchange for kindness? Was this kindness? Was the kindness of a prodigal son? How do you evaluate kindness? Rang asked. I'll be the judge, of course. This answer was no different from not answering at all. Angor considered and decided not to dwell on it. He would have more chances to test it out later. Next, he asked Rang to ask the second question. Do I have to challenge the Little Treasure Tower after coming to Silver Coral Island? Can I choose not to challenge the Little Treasure Tower? Rang didn't understand why Angor asked this. They were here to challenge the dungeon, weren't they? Still, Rang repeated Angor's words obediently. You're free to choose. You can choose not to challenge the Little Treasure Tower. You can choose to rest here, or you can leave and go back to the outside world. Rang looked at Meiji in surprise. I can leave? The dungeons Angor mentioned before did not look like this. Didn't they say they could only leave after finishing the dungeon? Now they could just leave, because Silver Coral Island was only half a dungeon? So they didn't have to follow the rules? Yes. You can leave whenever you want, Meiji answered. Then after I leave, will I still be able to return to Silver Coral Island to challenge the small treasure pagoda? Meiji didn't seem to have considered this question before. Yes. I'll take you to Silver Coral Island if you run into me. Miss Meiji, you're saying I might not run into you? Meiji nodded. I'll appear in the water near any of the settlements. I won't stay in one place forever. But I think you're the only one out there, so I'll stay here for the time being. Regardless of what Rang was thinking, Angor was enlightened by Meiji's words. The pool didn't appear in Rabbit Town by accident. The treasure mermaid came to him on her own. According to her words, as long as it was a gathering place in the future, she would open up her own dojo nearby and appear in different dojos at any time, anywhere, and at random. This method of triggering an instance dungeon in Immortal Land was truly a first. Even though Angor used the Tree of Authority to control Wonderland, this was still the first time he heard about such a thing. It wasn't his fault though. There was too much information about Wonderland in the Tree of Authority, and he couldn't fully grasp all of it in a short time. Most of the information was still half-baked. According to the amount of information he had from Wonderland, he wouldn't be surprised if new mechanisms were to appear in the future. Next, Angor sent another message. However, the next question was something Nana couldn't bring herself to ask for a long time. Meiji noticed the hesitation in Rang's eyes and asked, "Do you still have a question?" Jihan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. She blushed and said, "Yes, it's like this. I think Silver Coral Island is very beautiful, even more beautiful than Rabbit Town outside. I just want to know if I can stay here for a long time. If I may, can I bring my friend here with me? I'm just curious." "No, I'm not greedy. Please don't mind me, Miss Meiji." Rang blurted out the words without hesitation. After saying that, Jihan was also very nervous. Silver Coral Island belonged to Miss Meiji. Not only was she going to claim her reward, but she was also going to bring her friends here. Her question was a little offensive. Meiji didn't get angry. She thought for a moment and said, "The rules don't prohibit it, so you can. But I'll have to decide if your friends can come here or not." As for how she would decide, she still followed the principle of kind first. If Meiji thought the visitors weren't kind, they would be refused entry. Of course, this didn't include Rang. She already got a travel permit from Meiji, which meant she could stay on Silver Coral Island for a long time if she wanted. End of chapter. If Jihan and the other residents of Rabbit Town could really live on Silver Coral Island, it would be a way to use the power of the Dream Crystal to solve the problem of the new residents' lives. Angor's wish had been fulfilled. However, reality was still cruel. The threshold of kindness was decided by Meiji. No one knew what kind of person Meiji considered to be kind. Angor planned to have Jihan ask Meiji how she judged kindness. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. Even if he knew Meiji's standard, how could he use it to judge whether the new residents were good or not? He couldn't give everyone a psychological test, could he? So, he decided to put the question aside for now. At least he could make sure that Silver Coral Island was a permanent residence. The new residents could decide for themselves if they wanted to come or not. Angor believed that since there was a semi-dungeon like Silver Coral Island, there must be other similar ones. "Do you have any other questions?" Meiji looked at Jihan. Jihan shook her head. "Nope. Can I go to the treasure tower now?" Meiji nodded with a smile. "Of course. You can already see the tower from here. As the first challenger, I can show you the way." While speaking, Meiji patted the white jade coral shell with her tail. The white shell began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was 10 times its original size. Following Meiji's invitation, Jihan boarded the shell. After making sure that Jihan was in position, the white shell slowly flew to a height of about 20 meters and headed toward the center of the island. Angor allowed Jihan to challenge the treasure tower. He wanted to see how difficult the tower was, And he also wanted to observe the environment and plants on the island. Before Jihan arrived at the treasure tower, Angor was quite satisfied with the environment. There were birds, fish, insects, and small beasts. Angor didn't see any wild beasts yet. There were also many different kinds of flowers and plants. There were also some trees full of fruits that Angor didn't know the name of. Judging from the variety of plants, the land on the island was quite fertile. Jihan also passed by several inland lakes, which meant the island had plenty of water resources. Silver Coral Island was indeed a place with a pleasant environment and was suitable for settlement. Perhaps the new residents who entered the Dream Crystal would be able to give Meiji a look first. If they could stay on Silver Coral Island, it would definitely be much better than staying in the empty rabbit town. While he was thinking about how to develop Silver Coral Island, Gina was already sent to Mini Treasure Tower by the white jade coral shell. Compared to the primitive island, the architectural style of the Little Treasure Pagoda was quite advanced. The shape of the tower was different from ordinary towers. The bottom and top of the tower were more spacious, but the middle part was thinner. It looked like some kind of upright waist drum. He never saw anything like this in the southern wizardry region. But he did see a similar tower in the hologram tablet. It was called Canton Tower. In the holographic tablet, Canton Mission would shine brightly every night. It was incomparably gorgeous. The Little Treasure Pagoda here was just as dazzling. However, it was different from the neon lights in Canton Tower. The exterior of the Little Treasure Pagoda was decorated with all kinds of gems, pearls, corals, and shells. It was so gorgeous that it could blind people. Seeing such a gorgeous exterior, Rang finally understood why it was called the Treasure Pagoda. The pagoda itself was a precious treasure. There was a large door made of silver metal at the bottom of the tower. There was an image of a mermaid painted on the door, which seemed to indicate that the tower belonged to the mermaid. "I'm going," Gina said. Under Meiji's gaze, Gina slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Soon, Jihan's figure disappeared into the dark corridor behind the door. When Jihan felt that her surroundings had regained its light, she found herself in a magnificent hall. Curtains, carpets, tall candlesticks, velvet sofas, tasseled clock. All kinds of decorations made the hall look like a traditional aristocrat's home. While Jihan was observing her surroundings, a delayed stream of information flowed into her mind. Special Dream Little Treasure Pagoda has been activated. Exploration of this dream will not be calculated. Instead, the number of floors cleared will be calculated. Current floor, Little Treasure Pagoda, Level 1. Current type, Random Decryption. Current goal, when the clock on the wall reaches 0 o'clock, successfully decrypt and leave the secret room. Remaining time, 11 hours and 58 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, you will be kicked out of the secret room and will be added to the number of times you challenge the Little Treasure Pagoda. There wasn't much information, but it explained Gina's current situation and goal. To put it bluntly, it was a secret room escape. The only exit was the hall's door. Leaving here meant passing the level. Gina had heard from Meiji that the Little Treasure Pagoda didn't necessarily test combat strength. At that time, she thought it meant that there might be a test of intelligence. How would intelligence be tested? Gina's mind was filled with tests and questions. But she didn't expect that the Little Treasure Pagoda's test would be completely different from what she imagined. Gina hesitated for a moment before walking to the only door in the hall. This was the exit. Gina originally wanted to see if she could use some method to break open the door. But when she looked, she was stunned. There was no lock on the door, and it was quite sturdy. At least, Gina couldn't break it with her current strength. There was no lock, but there were two different areas on the door, which seemed to represent two different puzzles. The first area was a rectangular box. There was nothing inside the box, but there were white lines inside the box. The white lines divided the rectangle into 6 small squares. From the shape of the small squares, this was a puzzle. In other words, if she could find 6 puzzle pieces and put them in the box, she should be able to solve this area. The second area had 3 sunken holes for gems. There were no gems in the holes, so she must have found some gems in the hall and placed them here. It was Gina's first time going through this kind of secret room escape. But judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be too difficult. Gina returned to the hall and began searching carefully. Angor already noticed the locations of all the puzzles and gems when Gina was searching the hall, but he didn't tell her. Because it wasn't difficult to find these jigsaw pieces and gems. It was only the first level of the little treasure pagoda, so it wasn't difficult. Almost all the puzzles and gems were placed in eye-catching places. Eye-catching didn't mean that they were placed in the open. Instead, they were placed in several boxes that obviously needed to be solved. These boxes were definitely symbolic objects in the hall. Gina only needed to find the codes to unlock the boxes, and she would get the puzzles and gems. Angor checked the codes. The hints were obvious enough. Several of the boxes could be solved by using the method of exhaustion. If a wizard who pursued knowledge came here, this place wouldn't even be as difficult as an infant. As a descendant of Charlie's royal family, Gina received the best royal education, so the puzzles shouldn't be too hard for her. Angor didn't think she would be trapped here for long, so he didn't need to teach her outside. Leaving Gina to solve the puzzles in the hall, Angor focused his mind and went to the people who were leaving Rabbit Town. He told them to go back, but they should stay away from the pool for now. Next, he found Laplace and Glepner. So the pool isn't dangerous? Glepner also noticed that the new residents of Rabbit Town were returning. This meant that Angor's inspection of the pool didn't pose a threat to the new residents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked them to go back so quickly. Angor nodded. Yes, it's not dangerous. Gina didn't come back. So there really is a fairyland under the pool? Glepner asked. It's a fairyland, but it's different from the ones we saw before. Angor's tone was a little strange, which made Laplace curious. What's different? The fairyland here is triggered by an NPC. Glepner and Laplace looked at each other. They had seen trigger-type dungeons before. Before the Sunshine Circus dungeon was officially cleared, it was considered trigger-type. However, Angor's triggered mode was different from what they expected. They knew that NPCs meant gifted people. Angor explained it to them before. The host of the circus and Uriel who played the zither were all gifted people. In their minds, gifted people only played a role in a dungeon. But now, Angor was telling them that they could leave the dungeon and act as guides in the outside world. Angor didn't keep Glepner and Laplace in suspense. He briefly explained what happened under the water. Glepner showed a strange expression. You mean, the gifted person under the water is a treasure mermaid? And her name is Melji? That's right. Angor glanced at Glepner. He did not know what was going on. Glepner looked back at Laplace, whose expression was also very strange. The two of them stared at each other in silence for half a minute. Is there something wrong? Angor asked curiously. Laplace broke the silence and said, There's nothing wrong with that. However, I once made a time body using the appearance of the treasure mermaid. Time clone? Treasure mermaid? Angor was surprised. Wait, the mermaid's name is Melji too? Laplace nodded. Yes. She's called Melji too. It's a long name, but it's Melji after simplifying it. Angor felt like his brain was about to explode. So the treasure mermaid on Silver Coral Island is your time clone? Laplace shook her head. I don't have a time clone of the treasure mermaid. I only made this one. To be more precise, she's a time clone, or a backup. According to Laplace, she saw many images of treasure mermaids in the empty mirror sea. She liked the look of treasure mermaids very much, so she made a time clone for them. If she wanted to appear in the shape of a treasure mermaid in the future, she could use this time clone. The time clone did not have Laplace's spirit imprint or her memories. Instead, it was given a large number of memories that fit the time clone. Using Laplace's special ability, the time clone could create a rough template on its own. To put it simply, Laplace used data integration to create a time clone that only had the memories and personality of a treasure mermaid. When Laplace wanted to use the time clone, she could directly inject her memories into it, and the time clone would immediately evolve into a new, unique one with a personality. Laplace created many such time clones in the past, and they were available to all races. However, in the end, Laplace still felt that humans were more suitable for her style, which was why she almost always used a human form. The other time clones became backups. Even if she's a time clone, she's still your creation. Why did she become an NPC? Angor was puzzled. This? Laplace thought for a moment and said, I actually have a guess. Next, Laplace spoke of his own thoughts. Laplace had many punctual avatars, and because these punctual avatars had fused with the corresponding memories, Laplace stored all of them in the forest of memories in order to prevent the loss of internal memories. Not long ago, Angor pulled the forest of memories into the dream crystal. The forest of memories was basically a sorcerer's garden, which contained the laws of reality. He was worried that the dream crystal might not be able to suppress the forest of memories, so he released Wonderland from his main authority to resist the invasion of the forest of memories. The final result was gratifying. Dreamwalking Wonderland successfully suppressed the forest of memories. When the forest of memories entered the dream crystal, it turned into a giant tree and tried to use the laws of reality to interfere with the dream crystal. But in the end, Wonderland succeeded and released a large amount of memories from the tree, which then turned the tree back into a small potted plant. Another memory came to his mind. The memories released from the forest of memories, under the effect of Wonderland, turned into a large number of crystal creations. Among these crystal creations, there were treasure mermaids. There were also cicada fairies, phantom fairies, moonlight banshees, and many other races. Angor finally understood what was going on. Perhaps, after dreamwalking in Wonderland, she had transformed the time body in the forest of memory, and thus the current treasure mermaid, Meiji, had appeared. End of chapter. If this conjecture was true, wouldn't it mean that the time-traveling avatars that Laplace placed in the forest of memories might have been transformed into special NPCs similar to Meiji by the Wonderland? This was going to be a big project. Angor could count at least a dozen different types of Laplace's punctuation avatars. Cicada fairies, rainbow fairies, moonlight banshees, red dwarves, harpies, abyss succubi, and so on. There were even more races that Angor had never heard of or seen before. Did they all become NPCs? Before Laplace could say anything, Glepner spoke first. Speaking of which, I'd been to the forest of memories before. It's the forest of memories in the dream crystal. The forest of memories in the dream crystal is similar to the outside world, but there's not a single punctual clone inside. I thought the dream whelk couldn't pull timepieces into the dream crystal, so I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, I think I was wrong. The timepieces were already inside the dream crystal. They just combined with the authority of dream crystal and became the gifted subjects Angor talked about. Do you mean the clones in the forest of memory are living creatures? Laplace considered and shook his head. No. They're just timepieces. Timepieces are just a combination of memories affected by the law of the forest of memories. Only when they become real timepieces can they be considered as living creatures. The memory entity looked real, but it didn't even have a physical body. They were just shells that were materialized under the influence of the law of the forest of memories and Laplace's special ability. If that's the case, the dream whelk should be able to pull them into the dream crystal, Angor said. That is to say, my temporal body has really become a gifted citizen? Laplace asked in a low voice. How about you take a look at this Meiji and see if she's the treasure mermaid in your memory? Under the watchful eyes of Laplace and Glepner, Angor used an illusion to recreate the scene of Meiji meeting Jihan for the first time. Meiji? Is she the Meiji you know? Angor waited until the illusion was over before he asked. Laplace nodded in silence. Meiji's appearance was exactly the same as the one she had created. Then I'm pretty sure that your avatar has become a special NPC. After coming to this conclusion, everyone was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. It's a foregone conclusion, and we can't tell if it's good or bad. But since they're Laplace's avatars, won't they be closer to you? For example, after Laplace entered the Silver Coral Island, Meiji directly gave him special treatment. Laplace shook his head. There are only their own memories in the time bodies. There are no memories related to me. Therefore, even if I meet them, they won't recognize me. So you're saying that turning your body into a special NPC doesn't benefit us much, right? Benefits? Laplace considered. From the perspective of clearing a dungeon, I don't think it'll do us much good. Just like this little treasure pagoda. In Meiji's memories, although there is the concept of a little treasure pagoda, she has never seen one before. She doesn't know what's inside, so it's impossible for a 120th level trial to appear. The trial of the Little Treasure Pagoda was an instance created by the authority of dreamwalking in Wonderland combined with Meiji's memories. It was an original dungeon, which only contained the background story of the mermaid. Even if Laplace knew all of Meiji's memories, she wouldn't be able to help him clear the treasure tower. For example, in the escape room dungeon that Jean was currently in, Laplace had never seen the secret room in this magnificent hall. Laplace believed that the escape room dungeon was easy enough, but it was only the first floor. She had tried the circus dungeons before, so she knew how difficult those dungeons were. Strength was not the only criterion. If it was up to her, she wouldn't have the confidence to clear the small treasure pagoda. After all, it was the 120th floor. Gleipnir suddenly spoke up. She won't be able to help us clear the dungeon, but Meiji's character design fits the characteristics of a time clone. Character design? Characteristics? Angor asked. He could understand each word, but he couldn't put them all together. Gleipnir glanced at Laplace, and after seeing the latter nod gently, Gleipnir explained, although the punctual embodiment created by the main body is only an integration of memories, in the process of creating the punctual embodiment, some of the characteristics of the punctual embodiment are actually magnified, or rather, the tendency of the future personality. Let's take Luigi for example. When he was created, his pursuit of dreams was enlarged. Gleipnir said, we wanted to create a person who would never give up pursuing his dreams. However, something went wrong during the enlargement process, which resulted in the Luigi you see now. Angor didn't know what to say. You time clones also complain about each other? Still, Luigi was a young man who pursued his dreams. His pursuit of music was sincere. You and little Laplace are the same? My contemplation of questions was enlarged. Gleipnir didn't hide anything from Angor. That was what Angor knew about Gleipnir's personality. He was good at analyzing things, but too suspicious. Gleipnir continued, little Laplace is different from us. She didn't enlarge any of her characteristics. She's just a projection of the main body's memories. She's a time clone created directly. In short, Gleipnir and Luigi had both advanced from punctual bodies to temporal bodies. Although they had Laplace's memories in their heads, they also had their own memories. The rabbit girl was a time clone created from the main body. She didn't have the time clone phase, so her memories all belonged to Laplace. So all punctual avatars have their own personalities? Angor finally understood. Yes. Yes. Gleipnir nodded. This Meiji is the same. When she was created, her characteristic was magnified, her tolerance to the good. Leniency towards the good was a bit like the Virgin Mary, but there was a difference between her and the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary loved everyone equally, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Meiji, on the other hand, only showed her tolerance to those who were kind. As for those who were evil, she didn't care at all. This was similar to Meiji's personality in the Wonderland dungeon. Meiji allowed the kind to live on Silver Coral Island and gave them shelter. This was the result of tolerance to the good. Gleipnir continued, in other words, once we know the personalities of these time clones, we can adjust them accordingly. That's a benefit, isn't it? Angor nodded. Yes, it is. Although Meiji's kind character wouldn't be of much help in clearing the trial of the Little Treasure Pagoda, other dungeons such as the Sunshine Circus dungeon, if the host was impersonated on time, then they could act according to his personality. Perhaps the difficulty of each stage would be lowered and the reward for clearing the stage would be increased. Therefore, from this point of view, there were also benefits to playing as a special NPC from time to time. However, these benefits weren't obvious yet. So far, Meiji was the only time clone. The other time clone didn't know where they were yet. These benefits could only be expected in the future. Since you know Meiji's character, do you know what Meiji's criteria for kindness is? Angor didn't want to think about the NPCs in the future. He would deal with them in the future. As for now, he needed to focus on the present. If they knew how Meiji judged kindness, Silver Coral Island might become a place for new residents. Laplace knew what Angor meant. She was the one who suggested that Angor use the power of the dream crystal to accept new residents. However, she didn't know how to answer Angor's question. Laplace considered for a while and said, "Treasure mermaids are born with the power of the soul. They can sense a person's kindness as easily as breathing. It's their natural talent. It's just that the treasure merfolk's standards of good and evil are completely different. I don't know how Meiji judges kindness." The treasure mermaid was a native race of the world of Loft. In the extraordinary system unique to Loft, the tears and scales of the treasure mermaid were important magic materials. This had influenced the mermaid's view of humans. Some treasure mermaids believed that those who didn't harm themselves were kind. Some treasure mermaids lowered their standards and said that those who obtained their tears and scales through trade were also kind. However, most treasure mermaids believed that humans were evil as long as they were human. Therefore, treasure mermaids had a very flexible view of good and evil. Of course, in Meiji's memories, she had never been harmed by a human. Her view of good and evil should not be to the point that as long as you are a human, you are evil. Otherwise, she would not have let Jenna enter Silver Coral Island. However, even Laplace, who created the punctual body, didn't know how she judged kindness. Since Laplace couldn't give him an answer, Angor gave up. Judging kindness was a subjective matter. Besides, the treasure mermaid could adjust her view of good and evil as she wished. Perhaps she herself still didn't know how to judge kindness. Instead of thinking about it outside, Angor might as well go to Silver Coral Island and check it out. Angor, Laplace, and Gleipnir arrived at the pool. The surface of the pool was still as calm as before. However, there was a light circle at the bottom of the pool that connected them to the path to Silver Coral Island. Angor was planning to explore the island with them. According to Meiji, they could leave as long as they didn't challenge the treasure tower. This was a friendly arrangement for the three of them. The three of them, especially Angor and Laplace, were not interested in challenging a fairyland dungeon. Of course, Laplace might be willing to try it if it was a simple and short one. However, he had no interest in a long and boring trial like this. This was also the trauma that the previous Sunshine Circus dungeon had brought upon them. However, Silver Coral Island was different from other dungeons. It existed for the sake of the treasure tower. Going to Silver Coral Island alone wouldn't affect them much. Therefore, even Laplace thought that they should go to Silver Coral Island. Maybe they could even try sea fishing. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The light circle was under the pool, but they couldn't enter it. At first, Gleipnir thought they couldn't enter Silver Coral Island because they didn't pass the kindness assessment. Later, Angor used his Paradise Authority to check the light circle and found that they hadn't reached the kindness stage yet. Meiji was the one who activated the kindness assessment. However, Meiji was still outside the treasure tower. How could she do that without even seeing her face? They couldn't enter Silver Coral Island because treasure tower is activated. The entrance to Silver Coral Island will be locked. In other words, once someone initiated the challenge of treasure tower, Silver Coral Island would be sealed off. They wanted to enter Silver Coral Island. They had to wait for Gina to come out. Since they couldn't enter Silver Coral Island, Angor simply turned on a live broadcast and showed Gina's progress using an illusion spell. He started the live broadcast purely because he thought that it was better to share the joy with others than to share the joy alone. By together, he meant Laplace and Gleipnir. What he didn't expect was that Laplace and Gleipnir weren't interested in the process of clearing the level, mainly because the first level was too easy. The other new residents of Bunny Town, on the other hand, all opened their windows and craned their necks to watch the livestream excitedly. Angor considered and decided not to end the livestream. They were going to try the Paradise Dungeon anyway. Watching Gina's progress would be an eye-opener for them. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the dungeon was too low, and there was no life-threatening danger. Otherwise, it would be a great education. In the livestream, Gina's puzzle-solving speed was quite fast. 15 minutes later, she had found 5 puzzle pieces and 2 gemstones. Only 1 puzzle piece and 1 gemstone were left. As for the jigsaw and gemstone that she had yet to find, they were now locked in the same box. However, the box was in a special location. It was inside the flue of a burning fireplace. Maybe it was too dark. Gina walked past the fireplace many times without noticing it. As Angor wondered if he should give Gina a hint, Gina happened to look at the fireplace. 1 second to remember, I think she noticed the fireplace, Gleipnir said. Angor already used his God's view to show the box inside the fireplace, so everyone knew that the last box was inside the fireplace. Everyone was worried when Jean walked past the fireplace several times without checking it. When they saw Jean's gaze, they all sighed in relief. In the image, Jean stared at the fireplace for a while and walked toward it. She had already checked everything in the hall. The fireplace was the only thing she had yet to check. She always ignored the fireplace because of the fire inside. She didn't think a puzzle or gem would be placed inside the fire. But now, she couldn't find anything strange, so she could only look at the fireplace. There was a tea set placed on the fireplace. She checked both inside and out and found nothing. Inside the fireplace, there was a burning firewood. It had been burning for a while, and she could see the red, scorched wood. Jean carefully observed the fire and the firewood. In the end, she confirmed that there were no puzzles or gems around the firewood. Crouch down, little Jean. Don't leave just because you didn't find anything. Look closer. It's inside the fireplace. You can't see it standing. You have to crouch down or lie down. Princess Jean, you're going to kill me. Ugh, it's right in front of us. Can't you see it? Anxious voices could already be heard from the surrounding bunny buildings. Gleipnir frowned and spoke to Angor, you shouldn't have shown us the image of the last box. Why don't they put themselves in Jean's shoes? Would they notice the box in the fireplace right away? Now they're all full of themselves after using the Eye of Heaven. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. Among the surrounding voices, there was indeed a small portion of them that said, I can do it too. However, most of them were anxious and sighing. This was actually a normal reaction. Besides, their voices wouldn't reach Jean's ears anyway, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Compared to these trivial details, Angor was more concerned about whether Jean could find the box quickly. If she couldn't find it, maybe he would have to help her find it. Perhaps the gazes of the crowd were too intense, to the point that this intense worry pierced through the dimensional barrier and turned into inspiration. It was transmitted to Jihan, who was deep in thought by the fireplace. In the image, Jean suddenly realized something. She looked at the trapezoid-shaped fireplace on the wall with a hesitant look. The person who created the level didn't hide something in the fireplace, did he? But the fireplace should be smooth. There's nothing hidden here. Although she had doubts in her heart, Jihan still had a trace of hope. She slowly squatted down, tilted her head, and looked up at the flue above the fireplace from a sidelong glance. And Jean wasn't it? The inner wall of the flue was indeed flat. However, in the grayish-black inner wall that had been burnt by the flames, there was a clean brick that looked like it was newly replaced. Moreover, there were obvious cracks near this clean brick. All these details indicated that there was something wrong with this brick. That's it. Jean's eyes lit up. Her instinct told her that the thing she was looking for was hidden behind the brick. A puzzle or a gem. Outside the image, the people in the bunny building cheered. Jean didn't know what was inside, but they already knew that the box behind the brick contained the final piece of the puzzle and the final gem. Jean found the box and fixed all the missing pieces of the secret door. She was going to clear the level. A smile appeared on Gleipnir's face. After all, Jihan was her good friend's junior. She was happy to see Jihan pass. Although it was only the first level of the small treasure pagoda, it was good that she passed. I think there's a password lock on the box, right? Laplace looked at Angor and asked, I don't think I saw anything about it. Is it difficult? Some of the boxes here also had password locks, but most of them only had to be on the box itself to find out the password. The black box in the fireplace, on the other hand, had no password, but it had a password lock. Laplace wondered where the password was. Gleipnir also looked at Angor. She was also curious if Jean could solve the final password. Angor smiled. The password for the box isn't hard. Or rather, all the locks on the first level of Mini Treasure Tower weren't difficult. They didn't require complicated calculations. Instead, they needed clues and ingenious ideas to figure out the password. The password is the location of the box, Angor said. Gleipnir asked, where is the box? Are you referring to the flue? To be precise, the password is, above the flame. He paused to give everyone some time to think before continuing, the outer shell of the box is painted with a special paint. Once it gets close to the flame and gets burned, the password will be revealed. The password for the box was simple and straightforward. Just put it on the flame and it would show up. No calculations were needed. However, although the password is given very directly, there is also a difficulty. That is, you must not extinguish the flame to retrieve the box. The box is placed in the flue above the fireplace. Normally, you'd put out the flame first, then break open the brick to get the box. But once you put out the flame, it'll be hard to light it up again. There's no fire starter in the room. Before Angor could finish, Gleipnir pointed at the screen and said, "I think she put out the fire already." In the screen, Jean put out the fire normally. When the temperature in the fireplace dropped a little, she reached into the brick to get the box. The whole process took 5 minutes. When she took out the box, all she saw was a pitch-black password box without any hints. Everyone fell silent. Jean put out the fire. What should they do now? Is Princess Jean going to stop here? She's only 1 step away. Is there really no way to start the fire? I remember when I was a kid, I used to drill wood to start a fire. Your father's a hunter, so it's normal that he knows how to drill wood. But Jean's a princess. How can she learn such a crude skill? You're the one who's crude. There's no such thing as crude. Besides, Princess Jean's a famous adventurer. She's much better at surviving in the wild than we are. Of course she knows how to drill wood. At this time, the crowd had already started to argue with each other with true feelings. Hearing the noise that gave him a headache, Gleipnir couldn't help but say, "If you make any more noise, I'll throw you all into the circus to perform." In an instant, the surroundings quieted down. Only the new residents near the windows gathered together to discuss in whispers. When most of the noise died down, Gleipnir looked at Angor. "Is Jean stuck?" Angor shook his head. "Not really." Gleipnir's eyes lit up. "So there's a way to start a fire?" "There are only 2 ways. First, you have supernatural power and can set fire with your bare hands. But obviously, Jean can't do that yet. The second way is to drill wood, which someone mentioned before. But that's not easy. Drilling wood to start a fire was not difficult, but it depended on the wood. There was a big difference between dry wood and wet wood. When Jean tried to put out the fire, she poured all the water in a half-man-tall vase into the fireplace. There was still a layer of water inside the fireplace, which made it difficult to start a fire. The best way was to dry the wood and try it out slowly. However, it would take a lot of time to drill wood to start a fire after it was dried. Besides, Jean did not know that the fire was the key to revealing the box's password. If they wasted too much time, they might not be able to solve the puzzle before the countdown ended. If that's the case, why did you say it's not a problem? Gleipnir was confused. Angor did not explain. Instead, he asked Gleipnir to watch the live stream. On the screen, Jean had already started to solve the puzzle. She was trying to solve it without any hint. Gleipnir observed carefully and understood why Angor said no problem. The lock was a 3-digit combination. There was no limit to the number of times the lock could be tested. She only needed to try the numbers one by one, at most, 1,000 times to figure it out. Using the exhaustive method to test the password and drilling wood to crack the password hint, in the current situation, it was obvious that the former was faster. Considering the time they had left, Jean could solve the problem before the countdown ended even if she used her feet to turn the password one by one. This was why Angor said that she was not stuck. This was only the first level of Mini Treasure Tower, after all. There were few restrictions. As long as they could pass, they could use some stupid methods. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like their worries were unnecessary. Since Jean kept trying to solve the puzzle using an exhaustive method, Angor closed the Mini Treasure Tower livestream and switched to Sunshine Circus. The Sunshine Circus Instance Dungeon was also in full swing at this moment. Angor combined the livestream with the circus to show everyone the cruelty of the Wonderland Dungeon, so that the new residents would not become arrogant after watching the first level of Mini Treasure Tower. As expected, the new residents of the Bunny Building all fell into fear and silence after watching the terrible singing performance and the horrible events in the livestream. Luckily, the Sunshine Circus did not last long. Angor only watched for 15 minutes before he switched to Mini Treasure Tower. After a lot of hard work and luck, Jean finally figured out the password, 222. When the box was opened, the jigsaw and gemstones inside were revealed. Jean exhaled deeply and placed the jigsaw and gemstones on the only door in the room. When all the jigsaw and gemstones were in place, a string of data appeared in front of Jean's eyes. Angor captured the stream of data and made sure there was no sensitive information. He then displayed the information on the screen of the livestream room. Congratulations, Level 1 of Mini Treasure Tower, time taken, 45 minutes. Rewards will be distributed soon. Please choose, accumulate or claim. Accumulate, you can put your reward into your personal reward pool. You will not be able to claim your reward until you clear a higher level. Rewards will change as you accumulate them. The more levels you clear, the better your reward pool will be, and the better your reward will be. Claim your reward directly. After claiming your reward, you will use up one chance to challenge Mini Treasure Tower. Both choices were easy to understand. In Jean's opinion, accumulating rewards was the best option. Since she was going to challenge Mini Treasure Tower, it would be an insult to her reputation as an adventurer if she only cleared one level. Therefore, without any hesitation, Jihan chose to accumulate rewards. After confirming her choice, a new stream of data appeared in Jean's mind. You have entered reward accumulation mode. You have two choices, leave temporarily or continue the challenge. Leaving temporarily will not reduce your challenge chances. However, the challenger will be ready for battle and cannot leave Silver Coral Island. Jean was already prepared to continue the challenge. She did not expect that the Mini Treasure Tower could be stopped temporarily. This was a good thing for Jean. Continuous challenges would lead to fatigue. She was not tired yet, but a little rest was good enough. More importantly, she already heard Angor's voice in her ears. Choose to leave temporarily. She was curious as to how Angor knew the information in her head, but she did not ask. She nodded and left as Angor instructed. After confirming her choice, the door opened, revealing a glowing exit. Jean stepped forward and returned to the outside world. She also saw Meiji, who was looking at her with a smile. Congratulations, you passed the trial of Mini Treasure Tower, Meiji spoke to Jean with a smile. Jean lowered her head in embarrassment. It's only the first level. And I tested the last combination one by one. Meiji grinned. The process is not important as long as you can pass. Jean scratched her ears. You're right. By the way, Miss Meiji, have you been outside? Waiting for me to come out? Meiji nodded. Yes. As the first challenger to enter Mini Treasure Tower, and a kind girl at that, I've decided to give you a special reward. A special reward? Jean looked at Meiji in surprise. 1 second to remember. If she understood correctly, Meiji meant that she was waiting outside the small treasure pagoda to give her a special reward. Jihan was flattered, but she was also puzzled. Why? Meiji smiled. There's no reason. I just find you pleasing to the eye. Plus, you're the first challenger, so I'll give you a little benefit in my name. At this point, Meiji suddenly changed the topic. However, with my authority, I can't change your personal reward pool, and I can't directly give you a fairyland item. The benefits I can give you are very limited, so don't expect too much. Hearing this, Jihan calmed down a little. If Meiji directly gave her a so-called fairyland item, she wouldn't know whether she should accept it or not. Not long after, Meiji talked about the special reward she gave. I mentioned before that every level of the small treasure pagoda is actually random. Different people will have different challenges on the same level. However, what I said at that time wasn't very accurate. After your trial, I found that the small treasure pagoda's trial isn't completely random. It will give you a score based on your performance on the previous level. Based on this score, you will be able to determine the difficulty of the trial that you will encounter next time. For example, in this trial, you only used less than an hour to complete the 12-hour countdown. In the small treasure pagoda's score, your score is quite high. The difficulty of your next challenge will increase accordingly. Jihan? The better my performance, the higher the difficulty of my next challenge. What kind of logic is this? Meiji seemed to see Jihan's confusion and explained with a smile, it's actually not hard to understand. The small treasure pagoda will divide all challengers into 3, 6, and 9 levels. They are roughly elite challengers, ordinary challengers, rookie challengers, and so on. Different levels of challengers have different rewards. The reward for an elite challenger on the first level may be more than the combined rewards for rookie challengers on the second and third levels. Now that you've passed the first level with a very beautiful result, under the small treasure pagoda screening, you've been classified as an elite challenger. If you can continue to clear the stage as an elite challenger, your reward pool will accumulate at an astonishing rate. To put it bluntly, the reward for clearing the 120th floor was not even as much as the reward for clearing the 40th floor. Therefore, don't think that the difficulty of each level of the trial is a form of persecution. In fact, this is a reward for you. Also, rookies wouldn't be able to rely on low difficulty trials to reach the 120th floor. Every few levels, the little treasure pagoda would purposely separate out a high difficulty dungeon. This was a filter for the challengers. If you passed the dungeon, your level would increase. If you didn't pass the dungeon, then goodbye. As an elite challenger, if your performance on a level is poor, even if you pass, the small treasure pagoda will disqualify you from being an elite. Thus, the difficulty of your trial will be lowered, and your reward level will also be lowered. Of course, you'll still have a chance to regain the elite qualification, but the final reward will definitely be discounted. Huang Na nodded in realization. She roughly understood what he meant. Was this the meaning of "the strong get stronger"? Meiji said. It's also because the small treasure pagoda has such a rating system that it gives different levels to different challengers. The levels encountered by rookie challengers are the most barren. It's basically a cycle of solving puzzles and fighting. Elite challengers are different. They have a wide variety of levels and will test you from multiple levels. At this point, Meiji finally mentioned the benefit she gave Huang Na. And the special reward I'm talking about is to use my authority to inform you in advance of the type of level you might encounter on the next level. Know in advance what type of level I'll face on the next level? At first, Huang Na didn't realize the importance of this reward. After she repeated it a few times in a low voice, her eyes suddenly lit up. If she knew the type of level in advance, wouldn't she be able to target it during the preparation period? Then she could always walk the path of an elite challenger and maximize the reward? But then again, is this considered cheating? Huang Na asked timidly. Meiji smiled and shook her head. It's not cheating. According to the information I received, I have the authority to disclose it. However, whether I'm willing to disclose it or not depends on my mood. Also, I actually don't know what the specific trial you'll face on the next level is. I only know a weighting ratio. What I can tell you is the 3 types of trial you might encounter next with the highest weighting ratio. As for which type you'll encounter in the end, I actually don't know. To put it simply, it had changed from a true random selection to a random selection of 3. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't directly know the content of the next level, Huang Na thought about it carefully. Even if it was just a random selection of 3, it was still pretty good. At worst, the preparation period would be a little longer. Moreover, there was no harm in preparing more. Even if she didn't need it in this trial, she might need it in the next trial. Therefore, Huang Na was naturally willing to accept this reward. However, she also knew that all the free gifts in the name of free were actually not really free. It was just that what you paid was not necessarily money, but something else. Was Miss Meiji really giving her this benefit just because you're the first challenger, you're a kind person, and I like you? Did Miss Meiji have other plans? She didn't want to reveal them now, so she would ask for them in the future. As Huang Na hesitated, Meiji suddenly frowned. Huh? Someone's trying to enter Silver Coral Island? Huang Na looked over in confusion. Is it Mr. Pat? Not rejected by Silver Coral Island, which means he means no harm. But I'll have to see if he's qualified to enter with my own eyes. Meiji muttered in a low voice and pointed at a spot not far away. A glowing door slowly opened in the direction she was pointing at. When the door opened, a young man, a young woman, and a hunchback old woman walked in. Without a doubt, they were Angor, Laplace, and Glepner. Meiji carefully observed the 3 people. First, she looked at Glepner, who was the oldest among them. As far as she knew, the older a person was, the more complicated his or her mind would be, and the less likely he or she would accept him or her. Using the spirit energy she received from Silver Coral Island, Meiji found that Glepner's mind was quite pure. He or she didn't mean any harm to Silver Coral Island, nor did he or she have too much greed. Her judgment of kindness was not based on good or evil on a moral level. Instead, it was based on whether a person's mind was pure, whether he or she had too many negative emotions such as greed, and whether he or she harbored evil intentions towards Silver Coral Island. Glepner passed the test so far. Next, Meiji looked at the silver-haired girl, Laplace. She passed the test as well. Her mind was even purer than Glepner's, and this purity helped her to calm her mind. In Meiji's opinion, Laplace was definitely a pure person. Even her colleague, the unicorn, would lower its head and try to get close to her. Meiji was in a good mood because the first two people were qualified to enter Silver Coral Island. As a gifted citizen granted by Dreamwalking Wonderland, and a special gifted citizen at that, she was very happy to let her wonderland receive more attention. Mini Treasure Tower was a tower of trials. If no one tried it, its existence would be meaningless. Therefore, the more people who could enter Silver Coral Island, the happier she would be. Meiji looked at the last person, who was also the only male in the group, Angor. According to her judgment, Angor's mind was as pure as Glepner's, so he was also qualified to enter Silver Coral Island. However, Meiji still felt that Angor was giving her a strange feeling. He seemed to be loved by the world just by standing here. Could it be that he had cleared a certain fairyland and obtained an ability similar to nature affinity? Although Meiji didn't know whether her guess was right or not, it didn't matter. A person who was loved by nature was definitely not a bad person in her judgment. Are the three of you here to participate in the Small Treasure Pagoda Challenge? Meiji smiled at the three people. I know you have a lot of questions about this place. Feel free to ask. The three exchanged a look. Questions? They had been watching the live stream, so they did not have any questions. However, Glepner did have a question. When Meiji looked at him and Laplace, she did not show any emotion, which meant she had no feelings for her creators and no memory of them. But why was she looking at Angor in a strange way? Of course, Glepner knew that Angor could control the dream of Wonderland in a certain way, but that was not the reason why Angor was treated so well. Angor was a participant in the other Wonderland quests, and he was not treated so well either. So why did Meiji care about Angor? Was it because she was a special NPC? Glepner was confused, but she did not ask. Laplace already forbade her from looking into Angor's affairs. She could only think about it. She would never ask. Since the three of them already knew how Silver Coral Island worked, they did not ask anything, which led to an awkward silence. In the end, it was Angor who broke the silence. Yes, we do have many questions, especially about this world, the challenge of the Little Treasure Pagoda that Miss Mermaid spoke of, and Miss Mermaid herself. We are all very curious. I don't know. Can you answer our questions? Angor did not plan to show off his special status in front of an NPC, especially one who could show up outside a dungeon. It was better to cooperate when necessary. Meiji smiled. Of course. But before that, you don't have to keep calling me Miss Mermaid. My race is the Treasure Mermaid. Our race's name is very long, and it sounds very complicated to you humans. To avoid trouble, you can call me Meiji. Meiji apologized to Jihan in a low voice. She would talk about the reward after the introductions were over. Next, Meiji began her explanation. The content was similar to what she told Jihan before. The only difference was that Jihan did not wait for Angor to ask her questions before she answered them. For example, who could challenge Mini Treasure Tower? Who should judge the so-called kind people? It was possible to stay on Silver Coral Island for a long time, but there was a threshold. When she was done, Meiji smiled and asked, "Now, do you have any more questions?" In Meiji's opinion, this time, she had combined the experience she had gained from Jihan to give a perfect explanation. There shouldn't be any other problems, right? As she had expected, Glepner and Laplace didn't ask any questions. They just stood aside and whispered to each other. Angor stepped forward and asked a question. I have a question. Angor looked at Meiji and asked, "Why is this place called Mini Treasure Tower?" If the trial on Silver Coral Island was called Treasure Tower, Angor would not be curious about the name. However, there was an extra word in front of the name, Mini Treasure Tower. Angor was curious about it. For example, if a city had an old city district, then logically, there should be a new city district. If there was a mini treasure tower here, did that mean there was a big treasure tower? Meiji wagged her tail and gave Angor a thoughtful look. "You're quite observant, aren't you?" Angor was speechless. "No, it's not an observation. It's just a question of logic." Meiji continued, "I think you're wondering if there's a mini treasure tower here, then there must be a big treasure tower. My answer is yes, there is a big treasure tower." Meiji's words made everyone look over curiously. "There's really a big treasure pagoda?" Meiji nodded, "Yes, the Great Treasure Pagoda exists, but it is not on the Silver Coral Island, it is on the Golden Coral Island. The Golden Coral Island is also on this boundless sea, but it's impossible for you to sail to the Golden Coral Island from here because the Golden Coral Island is covered by a dense fog. You can't go in and out yet." The fact that the island was covered by the fog and could not be entered at the moment was actually indirectly telling them that there was a threshold to enter the Golden Coral Island. "Miss Meiji, you mean we can go to Golden Coral Island in the future? Or do we have to fulfill certain conditions before we can go there?" Meiji nodded with a smile. "That's right. There is a requirement to go there. And that is, to clear the mini treasure tower. When someone passes the 120-story small treasure pagoda, the big treasure pagoda on the Golden Coral Island will be unlocked. As the big treasure pagoda is unlocked, the fog shrouding the Golden Coral Island will disperse. At that time I will be able to open a channel to the Golden Coral Island and lead everyone there. However, the big treasure tower on Golden Coral Island can only be challenged by those who have cleared the mini treasure tower. Those who haven't cleared the mini treasure tower won't get anything on Golden Coral Island. Golden Coral Island, Silver Coral Island, Big Treasure Tower, Small Treasure Tower." Angor muttered in his mind. He thought there were only big and small ones, but he didn't expect there to be gold and silver ones as well. According to this logic, there shouldn't be more Copper Coral Island and Diamond Coral Island, right? Diamond Coral Island? Meiji shook her head. I've never heard of it. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean you can't be sure, right? Angor was just joking. He didn't think there were any Diamond Coral Islands either. But Meiji's answer was quite interesting. Angor still didn't think there were more coral islands. But Meiji's answer indicated that she didn't know much about them. This wasn't something that could be inferred from her answer. Previously, Meiji had said to Jihan, "After your trial, I discovered that the trial of the small treasure pagoda is not completely random." From this sentence, it could be inferred that Meiji's understanding of the small treasure pagoda was only superficial at the beginning. But after Jihan started to clear the trial, she learned more about it. Compared to the NPCs in Sunlight Circus, Meiji was different. The NPCs in the Sunshine Circus were very familiar with the Wonderland Instance Dungeon, from the content, process, operation, and reward system. Meiji, on the other hand, had to wait until Rana cleared the first level before she could understand the operation of her own instance dungeon. She didn't look like the owner of a paradise dungeon at all. She was more like a gatekeeper. Why is that? Was it because Meiji was a special NPC? While Angor was trying to figure out the difference between Meiji and other NPCs, Meiji continued, "Do you have any other questions? Or, do you have any other questions?" Angor shook his head to show that he had nothing else to ask. On the other side, Laplace and Glepner looked at each other as if they were exchanging glances. After a long while, Glepner opened his mouth and said, "I wonder how Miss Meiji was born. Why is Miss Meiji here?" Compared to the treasure tower, they were more curious about Meiji's existence. After all, Meiji was created by Laplace himself. However, in the face of Gleipner's question, Meiji was somewhat puzzled. "I was naturally created in the immortal realm. As for why I'm here, it's because this is my home." Gleipner asked, "Is that all?" Meiji looked at him in confusion. "I don't understand what you mean." Gleipner wanted to continue asking, "Have you ever thought about why you were born as a treasured mermaid?" But in the end, he gave up after thinking about it. From Meiji's answer, she didn't have any doubts about her birth. This was probably due to the influence of the immortal authority. The power of Wonderland was returned to this world. Even if Angor could control it indirectly, his control was not strong enough. They did not even fully understand the mechanism of Wonderland yet. It was still too early for them to discuss the 3 questions of life with a talent. I have no more questions. Gleipnir silently retreated. Meiji gave Gleipnir a strange look. She then looked at the others. What about you? Miss Meiji, you've explained everything clearly, so we don't have anything else to ask. By the way, I think we came at a bad time and interrupted your conversation with Miss Meiji. Why don't you take care of Miss Meiji's problem first? Meiji didn't speak right away. Instead, she looked at Jihan. From her point of view, she was giving Jihan some benefits as a personal gift. If other people knew about it, they might feel that it was unfair. So, it was up to Jihan to decide whether to talk about the reward in front of these people. Of course, Jihan didn't mind. She knew that Angor could see her performance even if they were separated by the dungeon. Seeing Jihan's agreement, Meiji didn't ask any more questions. I can tell you in advance. The 3 types of trials you're likely to encounter next. Are you sure you want to know them now? Yes. Meiji nodded and slowly closed her eyes. A faint energy wave spread out from her body. At the same time, all the gems on her body glowed brightly, including the white jade coral shell she was sitting on. Together with the energy wave, the light slowly connected with the small treasure tower in front of them. Half a minute later, Meiji's energy wave finally calmed down. During the whole process, Meiji's light was connected to the treasure pagoda, which looked like a ritual. However, Angor believed that Meiji didn't know much about the treasure pagoda. She just wanted to help Jihan find out about the next trial. Did she really need to do something like this? According to Treasure Tower's feedback, I have a general idea about the challenge you're going to face in the next trial. Meiji looked at Jihan. Challenge? There's a challenge? Jihan was confused. Miss Meiji never mentioned this before. Meiji also noticed Jihan's confusion. But she didn't know what to do. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Jihan. She just didn't know. It wasn't until she contacted the little treasure pagoda that she found out there was a theme to the trial. Meiji didn't know how to explain, so she ignored Jihan's puzzled look and went straight to the point. Your challenge for the next trial is the ocean. This means, no matter what kind of trial you're going to face, it's going to be related to the ocean. Currently, from what I know, the 3 trials with the highest weightage are the Limit Challenge Trial, the Slaughter Trial, and the Treasure Hunt Trial. Jihan repeated her words subconsciously. Extreme Challenge, Killing Trial, and Treasure Hunt. Are these 2 physical challenges and 1 puzzle challenge? Meiji shook her head. No, you misunderstood. According to your classification, all 3 are physical challenges. Treasure Hunt is also a physical challenge? Jihan was surprised, but she quickly recovered. That's right. Treasure Hunt usually tests one's ability to solve puzzles as well as physical strength. No, Meiji said, Treasure Hunt Trial doesn't have any puzzles. It's more about your observation skills. Next, Meiji explained everything to Jihan. Extreme Challenge, the goal for this challenge is to dive deep. As far as I know, this challenge requires you to dive into the ocean. You'll be given a score based on the vertical distance you dive. There's a passing score for this challenge, but I don't know how deep you'll have to dive. But if you pass the passing score, you'll pass. If you dive deeper, your score will increase accordingly. In other words, if Jihan wanted to keep her title of Elite Challenger, she would have to dive far deeper than the passing score. Killing Trial, the goal for this challenge is to fight. You need to kill a stonetail terror prawn within a time limit. The shorter the time you take to kill it, the higher your score. Right, the stonetail terror prawn's habitat is in the ocean. In other words, this battle will be underwater. The stonetail terror prawn was one of the weaker species of terror prawns. It was about 1.5 meters long, and its attack methods were basically only sharp teeth and stony tail attacks. If it was on land, 3 or 4 adults could easily deal with it. But if it was in the ocean, the difficulty of the battle would be much higher. Moreover, Jihan was only 1 person. However, this challenge wasn't completely impossible. Meiji finally added, before you enter the small treasure pagoda, you can bring any weapon or armor. This trial won't limit the methods you can use. If Jihan had an immortal weapon at this time, she could basically kill indiscriminately in this challenge. But before she passed, she couldn't leave Silver Coral Island. Naturally, she couldn't find a weapon in other instances. The only thing she could do now was to polish a weapon on Silver Coral Island. Finally, the treasure hunting trial. The goal for this challenge is to fish. When the others heard about fishing, they didn't have any expression. But Laplace raised his eyebrows slightly, and for the first time, his eyes showed interest. After entering the trial, you'll randomly receive information about a fish. You need to find this fish by any means within a limited time. As long as you find it and put it in the basket, you'll pass. The shorter the time you need to fish, the more fish you catch, the higher your score will be. The others didn't know what to say about this challenge because it was more about luck. If you were lucky and found a common fish, you could pass the trial quickly and get a high score. But if your target was a rare fish, it would be difficult. Of course, they believed that the small treasure pagoda would also adjust the score and difficulty of the trial. The score of a rare fish would be different from that of a common fish. But no matter how high the score of a rare fish was, there was nothing you could do if you couldn't find one. So, this was still a test of luck. No wonder fishing was considered a treasure. Hunting trial. Treasures always came from the dark. Without enough luck, you might not find them. However, when Angor looked at Laplace, he saw the woman's passionate eyes. She seemed to be very interested in fishing, and her face was full of confidence. She gave Angor a feeling that the fish would jump into the basket at any time as long as he put a fishing rod on it. Maybe, he misunderstood. Anyway, your next challenge will be one of these three. I'm not sure which one. Meiji looked at Jihan. Do you want to try it now? Jihan shook her head without hesitation. No. Not now. She wasn't confident about any of the three challenges. She was good at diving, but she didn't know how many meters she had to go. As for fighting the stone-tailed dread shrimps and fishing, she was even less confident about these two challenges. There was a high chance that she would fail now. She didn't want to stop here so soon, so she planned to stay on Silver Coral Island for a while to strengthen her training. Once she was certain that she could clear the stage, she would challenge it again. Meiji wasn't surprised by Jihan's decision. The purpose of preparing for battle was to allow the challenger to be fully prepared before challenging. Blindly and confidently challenging him might backfire. What about you? Meiji looked at Angor and the others. Do you want to try the small treasure pagoda? Angor didn't say anything. If he wanted to relax or get bored, he might try the small treasure pagoda. But now, he didn't want to. Gleipnir wanted to try, but she still had to make arrangements for Rabbit Town later, so she couldn't do it now. Laplace, on the other hand, was the last person Angor thought would want to challenge. However, she was the only one among the three who spoke. Will I be considered fishing if I try it now? Angor didn't know what to say. If he remembered correctly, Meiji said fishing, not fishing. Also, why are you so obsessed with fishing? From the dream wasteland all the way to the dream crystal? I can't give you an answer to that. The first challenge is really random. I can't give you any benefits even if I want to. What about the second challenge? Laplace asked. Even if there's a fishing challenge for the second challenge, I can't let you join it. I can't decide the specific challenge of the small treasure pagoda. Hearing this, Laplace immediately lost interest and waved his hand. Forget it. But, are there any fish in the sea around Silver Coral Island? Yes. Meiji nodded. Laplace's eyes lit up. That's great. Once she regained her footing in the dream wasteland, she could come here to fish. Angor looked at Laplace's curious eyes and felt like saying, didn't you say you weren't interested in fishing? Since you don't want to challenge the small treasure pagoda now, I'll give you a chance. Then I'll leave the rest of the time to you. In other words, they could do whatever they wanted. Leave if you want, or stay if you want. Meiji didn't close the door to the outside world. Instead, she flew away and soon disappeared from sight. Gleipnir spoke up after Meiji left. I'm going to check out the resources around here. If there's no problem, I'll try to open up an extra living area here. Silver Coral Island had a strict entrance requirement, and not everyone could enter. However, the resources on the island could be taken out freely. Rabbit Town was in dire need of everything. Having a stable supply of resources would be a good thing. Gleipnir went into the forest alone. Laplace also left for the time being. She went to the seaside to see the resources in the sea. Angor stayed behind and looked at Jihan, who was wearing a serious expression. Something's bothering you? Angor noticed Jihan's strange expression earlier, as if she had something to say. This was why he didn't leave right away. Jihan nodded. I do have something I don't understand, sir. Miss Meiji said that I'm the first one to come here, and she valued my kindness, so she gave me special benefits. But I don't think it's right. The reward came so suddenly that she felt it was unreal. Besides, she always believed that she had to give something in order to gain something. Now, she didn't have to pay anything, and a big pie fell from the sky. This made her unable to accept this benefit with a clear conscience. Maybe Lady Meiji's reward was not a free cake, but a long fishing line. It was not obvious now, but one day, when the line was stretched taut, the hook would firmly hook her mouth. This was why Jihan asked Angor with a worried heart. Angor chuckled. I think you're overthinking it. Maybe Lady Meiji didn't mean what you think. Because I think you've given up a lot. Jihan was confused. I gave up something? You came to Silver Coral Island and became the first person to challenge the mini treasure tower. That's a sacrifice. Jihan? Didn't that mean everyone who entered the mini treasure tower had to give something in return? Then why didn't Lady Meiji give anything to the newcomers? Because those who came later, like me, did not bring any useful information to Lady Meiji. You, on the other hand, have brought her new information. Jihan. I brought information? How come I didn't know that? Angor continued. If you think about Lady Meiji's words carefully, you'll see that after you came out of the mini treasure tower, she began to talk about things she didn't have before. For example, I found something after your trial. In other words, if it wasn't for your trial, she wouldn't have been able to discover these things. So, according to my conjecture, Miss Meiji actually didn't understand the little treasure pagoda that well in the beginning. However, when you entered the little treasure pagoda and passed the first level, she unlocked a lot of information that she didn't know before. As the first person to challenge the tower, you brought her a lot of information. As for those who came later, even if they passed the first level, they probably wouldn't bring any new information. So, you don't need to feel like you gained something for nothing. You paid for it. Jihan carefully thought about Angor's explanation. Indeed, Lady Meiji changed a lot of things after she came out of the tower. Moreover, Miss Meiji had never mentioned the so-called trials theme before. This was most likely information that she had obtained later on. From the looks of it, she was indeed overthinking things. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. She bowed to Angor, feeling a little embarrassed. What are you going to do next? Stay here and prepare for the next trial? Jihan nodded her head. Yes, I intend to try and see how far I can go in the small treasure tower while preparing for battle. However, regrettably, if I prepare for battle here, I will not be able to help the other new resident who is trapped in the Immortal Land Instance dungeon. Another new resident trapped in Wonderland. Angor considered for a moment. I don't think she'll be able to clear the dungeon in a short time. Who knows, by the time your challenge is over, she might still be struggling. So, you still have a chance. Jihan was surprised. Is it difficult for her? Even after I cleared the 120th floor, she still might not be able to clear it? You sure are confident. When Angor mentioned Jihan's challenge, he was referring to the first 10 floors. Since the difficulty of each floor would increase, Jihan would have to become stronger if she wanted to keep clearing the dungeon. However, if she did not claim the reward from the small treasure tower, it would be very difficult for her to improve her strength. And once she claimed the reward, the challenge would be over. Therefore, Angor assumed that Jihan would claim the reward within the first 10 floors, then lay low for a while to digest the reward. After that, she would challenge the small treasure tower again, perhaps reaching higher floors. He did not expect Jihan to be so ambitious. She actually wanted to clear the 120th floor in one go, which was probably impossible to achieve. Jihan chuckled. You have to have a goal first before you can surpass yourself. Angor shook his head and did not comment. Mr. Jihan, can you tell me what kind of Wonderland instance she's going to face? I need to prepare myself in advance. Angor considered. That Wonderland instance seems to be a riddle type one, which tests one's observation and memory. But that's only for now. I don't know if there will be other changes. It doesn't sound too hard, does it? Angor did not comment on the difficulty of the instance. Instead, he said objectively that new resident is not an adventurer, but she has strong analytical and investigative skills. If you let her clear the first floor of your trial, she should be able to finish it in 15 minutes. In other words, Jihan was probably not as good at solving puzzles as the stranger. Even so, she was still stuck in the Wonderland instance and could not move at all. This meant the other Wonderland instance was not easy at all. Jihan understood what Angor was implying. She mumbled in a low voice, I still need to train myself. Once I graduate from the small treasure tower, I'll be better at solving puzzles. Then I'm looking forward to seeing how you're going to clear the instance. After confirming the type of the other Wonderland instance, Jihan did not linger around. Instead, she headed toward the sea. For the next period of time, she would probably stay near the sea. When Jihan's figure disappeared into the forest, Angor prepared to log off. But before he could leave, a gentle voice reached his ears. I thought you were observant, mister. I didn't think you would notice the details in my words. The speaker did not show herself, but Angor knew it was the mermaid, Meiji. According to God's view, Meiji's real body was several kilometers away. This gave Angor a new piece of information. Meiji could observe and listen to conversations from afar. What Meiji was referring to was the conversation he had with Jihan. Therefore, Meiji must have heard their conversation. Do you think I'm right, Miss Meiji? Angor asked in a soft voice. You're mostly right, Meiji replied. I do have a lot of information that I didn't know at first. This world will only tell me when I fulfill certain conditions. But I also want to invest in Jihan in advance. Silver Coral Island's environment is not good enough for me, and Golden Coral Island is my ideal home. To fulfill my wish, I also hope someone can clear Mini Treasure Tower as soon as possible. You're confident in Jihan, Miss Meiji? Meiji chuckled. Jihan is the only one who has entered Mini Treasure Tower so far. I only saw her challenge. It's not perfect yet, but it's good enough. But judging from your conversation with her, you seem to know more about Wonderland. How about you try Mini Treasure Tower? If you do well, I'll give you a special reward. Angor did not continue the topic. What if someone cleared Mini Treasure Tower and went to Golden Coral Island in the future? Will the entry requirements for Silver Coral Island be relaxed? If Silver Coral Island became more open in the future, he wouldn't mind finding someone to help him clear the treasure tower. Taurus was a good candidate. I can't answer that. I'm the one who decides the entry requirements for Silver Coral Island, but the rules are set by the island itself. Of course, it's not impossible. If someone manages to clear Mini Treasure Tower in the future, they might be able to set the entry requirements for Silver Coral Island. Meiji gave an ambiguous answer. She still hoped that someone could clear Mini Treasure Tower as soon as possible. So, are you going to try it now? My answer is the same as before. If I have time, I'll try Mini Treasure Tower. But right now, I have more important things to do. Meiji could see Angor's determination. She humphed and did not continue the conversation. Angor logged off. Soon, he logged back into the game, but this time, he was not near Rabbit Town. Instead, he came to a flat crystal plain. There was nothing here, not even the crystal mountain that reached the sky. This was a very remote location. However, when he reached a certain part of the crystal plain, a layer of mist suddenly appeared around him. The mist dispersed as quickly as it came. When the fog dispersed, a small town suddenly appeared in the originally empty wasteland. It was a very ordinary town with a style similar to Meridian Farmer Duchy. Most of the buildings were made of wood, and there were more trees and plants than houses. There were also many tree houses. Judging from the town's architecture, it would be a perfect place for new residents to gather. However, it was a pity that this small town did not really exist. It was just an illusion. Angor walked into the town. As he got closer, he saw that the buildings were clearly distorted. Many parts were blurred, and the details could not be seen clearly. It was a mirage. If Angor had to comment on it, he would say that this mirage was not even qualified to be a beginner. It looked fine from a distance, but it was too fake. Angor walked along the smooth stone path until he reached the church. The only real thing in the town was inside the church. As soon as he entered the church, he saw something that did not fit in with the surroundings, a sand table. The sand table was placed at the center of the church. Unlike the sand tables Angor had seen before, this one was made of crystal. The sand on the table was also made of crystal, which looked quite shiny. There was a small town on the table, which looked exactly the same as the one in the illusion. The only difference was that the town in the sand table looked more real. This sand table was Angor's goal. It was not a normal sand table. It was the entrance to the Wonderland dungeon. Earlier, Angor and Gina talked about another new resident who was trapped in the Wonderland dungeon. The name of the Wonderland dungeon was Tomorrow's Town. Angor focused his mind on the sand table. His vision changed, and he was now above Tomorrow's Town. Tomorrow's Town looked the same as the one in the sand table and the one in the illusion. However, the town in the dungeon was real, and there were many people living in it. They were residents of Tomorrow Town, but Angor couldn't tell if they were NPCs or not. The residents of this town were part of the puzzle of the dungeon. Using God's view, Angor focused on a corner of Tomorrow's Town. It was a small two-story building located in the busiest market of Tomorrow's Town. A young girl wearing glasses lived in the building. She was sitting in front of a desk on the second floor, writing something down. Angor saw what she was writing through God's view. Something's wrong. I feel like I forgot something when I woke up today. What is it? My name is Meow Meow. I should be 17, or 18? That was not important. The girl's age was a secret. Therefore, this should be normal. It's Crystal Flower Day today. The market is busy. I'm going to buy some flowers for my mother. This should be normal. But where is my mother? I don't know why I'm writing with a pen. I can take my time to think. Oh well, since I've already started, I'll keep doing it. Huh? What's the name of that ornamental fish vendor downstairs? He looks familiar. And why do I feel like I've heard the conversation between him and that old woman before? Maybe it's just a déjà vu. I think there are 17 flowers on the tree across the street. I counted, and there are 17. But why do I remember there are 17 flowers? When did I count them? I thought about it. Maybe it was when I was in a daze last night. If that was the case, then it was normal. My father is a priest. Huh? Why did I use scenes? Can priests get married? And, the girl named Meow Meow wrote a lot. Judging from the content, she seemed to be suspecting that something was wrong with her memory, so she was trying to find the answer by writing it down. However, there were many things that felt wrong, but she always ended up with should be normal. It felt like she was forcing herself to be normal. Soon, the girl reached the last row. I feel like there's something wrong with me. I forgot what my profession is. Am I a student? But I don't feel right. I'm not a student. I think I'm a detective? But where is my detective office? No. There's a big problem here. Am I really from Tomorrow's Town? Looking at the paper, Meow Meow's relaxed expression slowly turned serious. In the end, her eyes were filled with fear. Who am I? Who's my mother? Who's my father? Meow Meow's lips trembled as she muttered. No one knew what she was thinking when she suddenly screamed. Meow Meow's eyes rolled back and she fainted on the table. Although Meow Meow had fainted, he was still looking at her. But this time, he was not looking at Meow Meow lying on the table. Instead, he was looking at a deeper world through some kind of special barrier. It was a world of darkness. He was surrounded by a dark fog, and he couldn't see anything. The only source of light was Meow Meow. This beam of light was like a spotlight from a stage play. It descended from an unknown void and shone on Meow Meow's body. In this strange world, Meow Meow sat on the floor with her head resting on her knees. Her eyes were blank. She looked like a puppet without any consciousness. Only the light from the stage illuminated her body, showing her uniqueness in this strange world. As he stared at the darkness, information about this strange world began to flow into his mind. Meow Meow's mind space, the only reality, in Tomorrow Town, the spiritual space was not a conceptual space. It was a real space that was materialized by Tomorrow Town's special energy. The so-called only reality represented the current Tomorrow Town. This was the only place that was the most real. It was not his first time seeing the mind space, but he still found it fascinating. He knew what was going to happen next. It was a one-act play. Or rather, it was Meow Meow's personal play. As he pondered, the play began. Under the illumination of the light beam, Meow Meow's eyes slowly regained their luster. She slowly looked up and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Why am I alone? Meow Meow was confused. She remembered that she was recording something in her room just a second ago. Meow Meow's expression became even more complicated when she thought about what she just recorded. Did she notice something wrong in the outside world and was dragged here by the devil who created the problem? Meow Meow originally wanted to stand up, but at this moment, her legs were inexplicably soft. She could only helplessly look around, worried that a terrifying demon might appear at any time. However, she did not wait for the appearance of the devil. What she waited for was a piece of white paper falling from the sky. The light in the void shone on the white paper. It floated towards Meow Meow's position, leisurely like a paper crane, swaying left and right, up and down. Meow Meow also noticed the white paper. She looked over and could vaguely see that there seemed to be words on the white paper, and the words seemed to be written by herself. That's right, I used this kind of white paper to record when I was outside. Could it be that this is what I wrote outside? Meow Meow stretched out her hand, wanting to take the white paper and read its contents. However, her hand did not touch the white paper. Instead, it passed through it. Meow Meow was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. This white paper was not real. It was a false illusion. Although it was an illusion, the contents on it should not be an illusion. After all, she had already seen a few words before. This time, Meow Meow did not touch the white paper. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and tried to read the records on the swaying white paper. My name is Meow Meow. I'm seriously ill. I agreed to the royal family's suggestion. I came to a world filled with crystals, but before I could react, Meow Meow tried her best, but she could only see a few words on the first row of records. Moreover, she could not read them completely. When Meow Meow was still trying to remember, the white paper had already fallen to the ground, then turned into ripples of light like water waves and disappeared. The white paper disappeared. Whose white paper is this? Is it mine? But why can't I remember the records on it at all? My name is indeed Meow Meow, but I'm not sick. What is the royal family's suggestion? Who is the royal family? What is the world of crystals? Meow Meow felt as if she had fallen into a trap. She did not know if she was a chess piece or a sacrificial pawn in this game, but she was unwilling to be manipulated, nor was she willing to sink. At this moment, a sudden surge of energy appeared in her heart, and this energy supported Meow Meow to stand up. She did not know what she was going to do next, but at this moment, she was less panicked and calmer. This sudden change in her emotions was actually strange, and Meow Meow could sense it. However, she could not change it. Compared to the confusion of panicking, being able to calm down and analyze at this moment was definitely beneficial to her. Meow Meow tried to analyze the records on the illusory white paper, and combined them with her own records to see if there was any connection between them. Unfortunately, there were too few clues. No matter how calm she was, she could not make the clues appear out of nothing. Just as Meow Meow's forehead swelled, another piece of white paper fell from the sky, but this time, there were two pieces, and they fell faster. This time, Meow Meow did not try to touch the white paper. Whether the white paper was an illusion or not, she wanted to take a look at the contents of the white paper before they fell to the ground. This was the conclusion she came to after learning from her previous experience. 5 seconds later, the white paper fell to the ground, and similarly, it turned into ripples of light and disappeared without a sound. Meow Meow did not care about the disappearing white paper. Instead, she quickly organized the information she remembered in her mind. Not long after, under the illumination of the light beam, more white paper fell from the sky, and this time, there were 10 pieces. The handwriting on the white paper was hers. Although Meow Meow did not remember writing these were not important details at the moment. The most important thing now was to memorize more information before the 10 pieces of white paper fell to the ground. Another 10 pieces of white paper fell to the ground and disappeared, and then twice as many pieces of white paper fell from the sky. In the next 5 minutes, Meow Meow saw more than 100 pieces of white paper, all of them falling from an unknown height and disappearing into the ground. Naturally, she could not remember so much information, but many of the contents on the white paper were repeated. She only needed to take a look and memorize the words that she had never seen before. Even so, she did not remember much at the moment. Meow Meow waited for a while. At this moment, a piece of white paper floated down from the sky again. However, this time, the white paper turned back into a single piece. Furthermore, this piece of white paper had an ink pen clipped to it. Meow Meow looked at it in confusion and realized that the content recorded on the white paper was the content she had written in the outside world. Furthermore, after the white paper fell to the ground, it did not disappear. It and the ink pen were placed on the ground. Meow Meow touched the white paper to confirm that it was real and then picked it up. Looking at the blank paper and the pen that was full of ink, Meow Meow suddenly seemed to understand something. She picked up the pen and started to write on the white paper. If there is a next reincarnation, this is the Meow Meow I left for the next reincarnation. I have removed a lot of unimportant information, and now I am recording the important information. I am Meow Meow, a detective. Do not forget this. This is Tomorrow Town, a place shrouded in a strange power. Although it is called Tomorrow Town, it does not have a tomorrow. It keeps repeating the same day. Tomorrow Town has a first day, which is the day I entered Tomorrow Town. This day is very important. An unknown voice once told me that if I want to leave Tomorrow Town, I have to find all the discordant places in Tomorrow Town, then go to the confession room at the church and tell them what I found. The so-called incongruence referred to the differences between the first day and the subsequent days. Therefore, it is important to remember the first day again. Every day will be reincarnated, and every day, I will lose a bit of my memory. In the end, I might completely become a wandering soul in Tomorrow Town, so I have to solve this puzzle as soon as possible. Previously, I used words to record the first day, but words are easily lost, so from today onwards, I will use drawings to record. I will draw a picture of what I know about the first day. What I've drawn down isn't everything. Therefore, I still need to record more information. Although I might forget the situation at the beginning, don't forget that I'm a detective. Please trust my instincts. If my instincts feel that something is wrong, I have to record it down. I can say more in the confession room, but I definitely can't say less. Therefore, it is not wrong to record more things that are not right. You and the reincarnation, may we work together. Meow Meow was able to record this because she had seen the corresponding information on the white paper. And she knew that those white papers were left behind by Meow Meow in the previous reincarnation. In other words, she had left them behind herself. Close to 100 white papers meant that she had reincarnated in Tomorrow Town 100 times. Although she did not know how much time had passed in the outside world, she was certain that there was a problem with the flow of time here. Perhaps the next time she went to the confession room, she would tell them about the discordant flow of time. Meow Meow pondered for a moment and threw the pen and paper in her hand to the ground. This time, the pen and paper did not remain. Instead, they turned into ripples of light like the white papers that had disappeared before. As expected, the reincarnation continues. I have to leave this place. I am Meow Meow, a detective. I will solve all the mysteries of Tomorrow Town, and I will leave this place. As for the crystal source, unknown voice, and royal family recorded on the white paper, they were not important anymore. She would look into them after she left Tomorrow Town. The most important thing now was to solve all the mysteries so that Tomorrow Town would live up to its name and welcome a new day. With this thought in mind, Meow Meow walked into the darkness. The darkness swallowed Meow Meow, but she did not lose herself in it. When she opened her eyes again, she was already back outside. The white papers on the table were gone. Meow Meow did not know where the papers went. Perhaps they went to the dark world. There was no need to think about where the papers went. Meow Meow looked outside. Now, let's find out what's wrong. First, those non-existent parents. Meow Meow walked out of the door with determined steps. At the same time, Angor watched Meow Meow's departing figure with a satisfied look. He told Jean that the new residents in the other Wonderland dungeon were better at analyzing things than Jean. Now, it seemed that he was right. Meow Meow was not only good at analyzing things, but she also kept a key point in mind. The truth must be seen in the reincarnation. Meow Meow summarized this truth in one word: my name is Meow Meow, and I'm a detective. No matter how many times Meow Meow reincarnated in this world, she would always remember that she was a detective. But Angor knew that Meow Meow was not a detective herself. When they first met, Angor used the unknown voice to talk to her. She was actually a painter, and she was just a fan of detective stories. However, Meow Meow forced herself to change her mind and kept telling herself that she was a detective. There was only one reason. Only when Meow Meow believed that she was a detective, she would be motivated to solve more mysteries. Besides, Meow Meow had to believe that she was a detective, and she had to trust her intuition. This was the only way she could use her intuition to solve all the problems in the reincarnation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find all the problems with just a record from the first day of reincarnation. Meow Meow did a good job, even better than Jean. Angor was glad to see this. He came to Tomorrow Town to help Meow Meow. Jean told him that she could come, but he didn't think she could come so quickly. Besides, she might not be able to solve the mysteries in Tomorrow Town even if she came. The most important thing was to find out what was wrong with Tomorrow Town. This was only the first mission given by Tomorrow Town. Angor wasn't sure if there would be more quests after this one. If there was a follow-up mission, would it be even more difficult? After all, Meow Meow ended up in Paradise Town because of his carelessness, which caused some problems for the new residents. Therefore, Angor still decided to help Meow Meow. But after seeing Meow Meow's reaction, he changed his mind. He wanted to see how far Meow Meow could go. Could she rely on her own spirit force to walk out of the endless reincarnation of Tomorrow Town? Angor already wanted to talk to Meow Meow in his mind space, but he chose not to do so now. He could see how determined Meow Meow was. It would be bad if he helped her now. If Meow Meow could walk out of Tomorrow Town on her own, it would be a great achievement for her. If there were more quests in Tomorrow Town, Angor believed that Meow Meow's ability to solve mysteries on her own would become the cornerstone of her growth. And he was happy to see Meow Meow's growth. He didn't stay in Tomorrow Town for too long since he had other things to do. However, he didn't give up on Meow Meow. Instead, he used the Tree of Authority to locate the sand table in Tomorrow Town. If the sand table changed, it meant that Meow Meow had made a new breakthrough. Therefore, Angor could tell Meow Meow's progress by keeping an eye on the sand table. With that done, Angor logged out of the game and logged into the Dream Wasteland. While doing so, he was still thinking about the Dream Crystal. However, he wasn't thinking about Tomorrow Town. Instead, he was thinking about something else. Could the Dream Crystal be connected to the Dream Wasteland? It wasn't difficult to travel from the Dream Crystal to the Dream Wasteland, but it would be much more convenient if he could connect the two nightmare domains together. Besides, each of them represented a different world. The Dream Wasteland represented the southern wizarding region, while the Dream Crystal represented the Sun Mirror domain. If there was a way to connect the two worlds, wouldn't it mean that the creatures in the mirror world and the real world could also be connected? But he didn't think about it. From his point of view, the two worlds were floating in the dark void outside the dream realm. In this boundless void, who knew where the two worlds were? How could he connect them if he couldn't even determine their coordinates? Angor's thoughts quickly vanished from his mind. When he entered the Dream Wasteland, he had already thrown all irrelevant thoughts out of his mind. He logged into the Dream Wasteland again because he suddenly thought of something. Earlier, the Watcher asked Angor to allow a friend of his to enter the Dream Wasteland. Angor nodded without hesitation. Since he was going to announce the Dream Wasteland to the public during the tea party, he didn't need to hide it anymore. Besides, he already agreed to let the Watcher in, so he didn't mind letting a wizard from the Origin World in as well. However, when he was building a library for the new residents of Rabbit Town, he suddenly had an idea. According to the Sentinel, his friend, Cameron, came from a supernova organization in the origin world, the Nuke Academy. The Nuke Academy was an organization that was famous for its research. 9 out of 10 wizards that came from there were academies. Cameron was an academic wizard. He was also a famous professor in Nuke Academy. Since he was a professor, he should like to preach, right? Then he wouldn't mind giving some pointers to the younger generation, right? Yes, he was planning to use Cameron as an excuse. This was a legendary wizard, and a legendary wizard from the academies. Even a little bit of unimportant knowledge was like rain after a long drought for them. He didn't think about this at first because he equated the Watcher with Cameron. The Sentinels were restricted by the rules and couldn't directly help the southern region people. Especially knowledge, which was controlled by the Guild of Order and couldn't be easily leaked. Angor was aware of this rule, which was why he didn't tell anyone when the Watchers entered the Dream Wasteland. When he heard that Cameron also came from an origin world, he assumed that Cameron was also a Watcher and couldn't reveal the secret. But when he was in the Dream Crystal, he didn't find anything about Cameron's part-time job in the Order faction. Also, the Watcher said that when he became a Watcher, even his name was kept a secret. Cameron had a name, and the Sentinel didn't keep it a secret and directly mentioned his name. Just this point alone meant that Cameron wasn't a wizard sent by the Order faction. Since Cameron wasn't a Watcher, he didn't need to keep his knowledge secret. In other words, Angor could take advantage of Cameron's information. Angor didn't notice this at first, but it wasn't too late now. The Watcher wasn't offline yet, which meant Cameron wasn't online yet. Angor went online from the fishing boat in the water, but he was alone. He quickly contacted the Watcher through the trees. The reason he contacted the Sentinel first was because he didn't know much about Cameron's personality. He didn't know if Cameron would hold a grudge against him for doing so. But since the Watcher was Cameron's friend, he should know. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor decided to ask the Watcher for confirmation. Of course, this would expose his real intention, but he wasn't worried that the Watcher would get mad. He hadn't really done anything yet. Besides, the Watcher still needed Angor's help, so he wouldn't get mad at Angor's request. As Angor expected, the Watcher didn't get mad after reading Angor's message. Instead, he gave Angor a serious suggestion. You're already doing him a favor by allowing him to come online. It's only right for him to give you some knowledge. Besides, he's a good teacher who likes to talk. It's normal for you to learn some secrets from him. It's not a leak. But I have a personal suggestion for you. It's best if you don't talk to him personally. He doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. If you get addicted to some high-level knowledge, it won't do you any good. High-level knowledge wouldn't do Angor any good to a beginner apprentice. It might even lead him astray. Of course, Angor could say I'm just listening. I won't get addicted, but that was a false proposition. High-level knowledge was like poison. The more ignorant one was, the easier it was to get addicted to it. The Watcher already knew about Angor's situation. Angor was still getting used to it. If Angor had stayed in the wizarding world for 100 years, the Watchers would have agreed to let him talk to Cameron. However, Angor had only spent 10 years in the wizarding world. His knowledge was too weak, and he could easily be led astray by high-level knowledge. The Watchers did not want to see Angor's potential being ruined by Cameron's bad mouth. This was why the Watcher advised Angor not to talk to Cameron personally. Then who should I ask to get in touch with Mr. Cameron? Or rather, who should he ask to get the wool from? The Watcher stayed in the southern wizarding region for many years and knew a lot about Brute Cavern. He considered and said, I think you should find someone who can talk to him. In the Watcher's opinion, the Elder of Books, one of the 3 ancestor souls, was the most likely person to talk to Cameron. Cameron might not be as knowledgeable as the Elder of Books, so Angor was sure that Cameron would enjoy talking to the Elder of Books. However, the Watcher also knew that the Elder of Books rarely came out to meet people. He wouldn't even meet people from Brute Cavern, let alone Cameron. As for the other 2 ancestor souls, Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit, they could also talk to Cameron, but they wouldn't be as good as the Elder of Books. As for Iron Granny, Rain Mute, and other wizards, they were similar to Lady Mirror and Tree Spirit. What about my professor, Sunders? Angor asked. Why don't you ask Wallace to talk to him instead of Sunders? Watcher asked. Angor didn't know what to say. If Wallace heard this, he would probably laugh at Sunders. It's simple. Cameron's school is called the theory of everything. In other words, he's interested in both the living and the dead. Sunders, on the other hand, is an expert in illusions, which Cameron thinks is fake. He won't be able to talk to Sunders. Angor muttered to himself. So the dream wasteland is also fake. Of course, the Watcher did not know what Angor was thinking. But if he did, he would not have believed Angor's words either. Dream power, soul power, and other similar powers belong to the epistemology school in Neck Academy. The theory of everything and the epistemology school had some conflicts, but as a scholar, Cameron wouldn't belittle the other school's research just because of some minor disagreements. He could still tell the difference between advanced and low-level knowledge in the epistemology school. If the dream wasteland was a derivative of dream power, then it was definitely an advanced study. Even if Cameron didn't understand it, he would still respect it. As far as I know, Cameron's best friends in Brute Cavern are Iron Granny, Tree Spirit, and Xianxia. Aside from those three, Wallace can also be considered as one of them. Iron Granny and Tree Spirit were both knowledgeable people. From the perspective of the theory of everything, Iron Granny's ability to modify metal armor and Tree Spirit's ability as the representative of plant spirits would easily catch Cameron's interest. Wallace wasn't strong enough, but he could still be considered as the representative of Brute Cavern's academics. As for Xianxia, the haunting voice. She had been stationed in the City of Truth all year round and had never entered the Dream Wasteland. I see. Iron Granny and Tree Spirit were both online, so he could contact them directly. They should be willing to talk to Cameron, right? Cameron was a legendary wizard, after all. Brute Cavern would definitely benefit if they could get something from him. Wallace could also join them. Even if he couldn't get the meat, he could at least get some soup. With that in mind, Angor contacted the other three wizards. Iron Granny, Tree Spirit, and Wallace all agreed to Angor's plan. Brute Cavern also had knowledge about legendary creatures, but it was too general. Plus, the source world was filled with wizards from all four corners of the world, and the knowledge they had was from thousands of years ago. It was necessary for them to update their knowledge. However, they were more curious about how Angor knew this legendary wizard named Cameron. Angor didn't try to hide it from them and told them about the Watcher. After all, Iron Granny and Tree Spirit already knew about the Watcher from Quolo's Chronicles. However, Angor only mentioned that the Watcher had entered the Dream Wasteland. He didn't tell them who the Watcher was or where he was now. That was what the Watcher wanted. They were curious about how Angor got involved with the Watchers, but they knew better than to ask too many questions. This was especially true when it came to legendary wizards. Therefore, they didn't pursue the matter further. After asking about Cameron's initial login location, they went off to prepare themselves. When Angor finished chatting with Iron Granny and the others, he received another message from the Watcher. I'm going offline now. I'll give the recorder to Cameron later. By the way, I heard that a large number of strange creatures appeared in the Dream Wasteland not long ago. As a scholar of the theory of everything, I think Cameron will be interested in them. If you can find someone who studied these creatures, I'm sure Cameron won't hesitate to share more of his knowledge. The Watcher wanted to say the creator of these creatures, but he decided against it. He believed that these creatures were created by humans, but he didn't have any proof. Besides, the Watcher was worried that Angor might misunderstand and think that he was trying to pry into the secret of the Dream Wasteland, so he changed his choice of words. But then again, was it really possible for someone to create these strange creatures? The Watcher wondered if these creatures existed in this world in the first place. Just like the dream sprites, with these thoughts in mind, the Watcher logged out. On the other hand, Angor was reading the message from the Watcher and fell into deep thought. The mystical creatures that the Overseer spoke of should be the creatures born from the authority of Membrane of Rhythm. However, Sumesh was the owner of the Membrane of Rhythm, and he wasn't good at creating creatures. Angor didn't think that Sumesh would have much in common with Cameron. Greya, on the other hand, was the creator of these strange creatures. Greya wasn't a member of Brute Cavern, but considering how close they were, it was worth it to give her a chance to gain something from Brute Cavern. With that in mind, Angor sent a message to Greya using his tree phone. When everything was settled, Angor logged back in and found himself at the Treehouse Bar in Foundation City. He found a window seat on the top floor of the bar and sat down. He ordered a cup of fruit milk tea created by John, which was all the rage in Foundation City recently. While enjoying the delicious food, Angor glanced at the alley next to Ocean Theater. The login point he had set for Cameron was in this alley. Angor was going to send Cameron to the new city, but the Watcher suggested that Cameron come to Foundation City first and take an airship to the new city. This way, Cameron could see the dream wasteland with his own eyes. Besides, the airship was an enclosed space, which made it a good place for communication. While the airship was on its way to the new city, it would be the best time to earn some benefits. For this reason, he agreed with the Watcher's suggestion and changed Cameron's birthplace to Foundation City. It wasn't long before Angor saw a tall figure appearing out of nowhere in the alley next to Ocean Theater. Cameron, you're online. End of chapter. It was a 3-meter-tall man with a pair of spiral demon horns on his head and a full beard on his face. According to the Sentinel's description, this must be Cameron. After logging in, he was not as surprised as other people who had just entered the dream wasteland. Instead, he looked around with interest. He even touched the walls of the alley and the moss in the corners from time to time, as if to sense this new world. This kind of calm reaction was exactly the same as the Sentinel's. Cameron stayed in the same place for 2 minutes and seemed to have grasped a lot of information about himself and the outside world. He did not stay any longer and walked out of the alley. Before he went online, he had learned from the Sentinel that he would come to a place called Beginning City. His short-term goal was to find a person named John and obtain a Mother Tree communicator that allowed him to see the Wilderness Traveler's newspaper. Then, he would find an airship here and go to the new city. There were local wizards and mystical creatures there. Now, the question was, where was John? Cameron walked to the alley and stood in the shadows, looking at the people coming and going on the street outside. He was a little confused. Should he go and ask these passers-by? However, his appearance was very different from the people outside. Would he scare them if he went out directly? Speaking of which, the Sentinel seemed to have said that there was a supernatural organization in First Heart City called the Evil Hunters, which belonged to the local supernatural system of the Dream Wasteland. If he caused chaos in First Heart City, would the Evil Hunters come out to see him? Then, wouldn't he be able to study the supernatural abilities of the Evil Hunters? Thinking up to this point, Cameron suddenly felt a little excited. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, he became even more excited. However, before Cameron could do anything, he heard a rustling sound behind him. This tall guest, are you Mr. Cameron? A childish voice came into Cameron's ears. He looked back and found that a door in the alley behind him that was originally locked had been opened. A little boy wearing black and white piano overalls was looking out. Why is there a child here? Cameron shook his head. No, how does this child know my name? Cameron moved closer to the little boy's face, causing the latter to shrink back with a pale face. Hey, I'm asking you a question. How did you know my name? Did the smelly old man tell you? Smelly. Mister, are you referring to Mentor John? The little boy stuttered. The smelly old man Cameron was referring to was naturally the Sentinel, but this child had clearly misunderstood. However, even though it was a misunderstanding, Cameron immediately reacted when he heard the name John. You were sent by John? I have come to see Mr. Cameron. I'm Cameron. The little boy's eyes lit up. That's great, Mr. Cameron. My name is Alda. Mentor John sent me here. He said he's waiting for you in the theater. As he spoke, Alda pointed in the direction of the side door as if he was leading the way. All right, lead the way. Cameron didn't think too much of it and nodded. All right, lead the way. Usually, it was others who came to see him. He rarely went to see others. However, this was an unfamiliar place, and the other party might not know who he was. Although he wanted to see the Evil Hunters, the theater seemed to be right next to him. He decided to meet Chown first and get the Mother Tree interconnect device. Alda nodded and was about to lead Cameron to the theater when Cameron grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear, "Don't make a fuss. Help me see who's in the window of the treehouse behind us." Alda froze and looked back instinctively. However, he only saw a figure. quickly disappear from the window. He couldn't see the face clearly, but the figure seemed familiar. "Mr. Cameron, I didn't see clearly," Alda said guiltily. Cameron had been looking at the window of the treehouse from the corner of his eye, so he knew that Alda wasn't lying. The other party had indeed noticed something and left quickly. Unfortunately, Cameron had been looking at the window from the corner of his eye, so he couldn't see the other party's face clearly. He planned to ask Alda for help, but he didn't expect the man to be so alert. Who was it? Why did they keep looking at him? If it was someone sent by the Watcher, they could have just come to see him. Why did they have to spy on him? Was it someone from the Sin Hunters? Cameron thought about it carefully. His appearance was completely different from the others. He might not have caused a commotion in the outside world, but his appearance alone was enough to attract people's attention. Since the Sin Hunters were supernaturals, they might have the ability to spy on the entire city. Cameron felt a little disappointed. If it was really someone from the Sin Hunters, he could have talked to them properly. While Cameron entered the theater, Angor sighed in relief beside the window of the treehouse bar. Sure enough, he couldn't underestimate a legendary wizard. Even with his primordial body, he could still feel his gaze. It was terrifying. Both his senses were far better than anyone else in the dream wasteland. However, if it could be discovered by the naked eye, then what about God's view? Angor didn't go to the window again. Instead, he used God's eye to observe Cameron. He saw Cameron entering the theater, meeting with John, and receiving the Mother Tree connector from John. The two even chatted about the Mother Tree network for a while. John didn't know Cameron's real identity, so he didn't feel uncomfortable talking to Cameron. Cameron didn't expect to meet a mortal who had such a wild imagination here. Cameron's vision of the Mother Tree network was even more advanced than the magic net. Of course, the magic net hadn't been developed yet, while the Mother Tree network already existed. The racetrack was different, and so was the vision. But Cameron had to admit that the things John mentioned, such as tree groups, forums, and social networking, were all very insightful. After all, Cameron was a professor at Nuke Academy. Even the research of a legendary wizard might not be of much interest to him, let alone the fact that he was chatting so enthusiastically with a mere mortal. This was enough to show how much he valued John. While chatting, Cameron also learned how to use the Mother Tree connector. Judging from Cameron's excited expression, Angor could tell that the man cared a lot about the Mother Tree network. John was glad to see this. Many wizards in the new city did not realize the potential of the Mother Tree network at all when they first saw it. They even thought that the Mother Tree network was a little useless. Anyway, the Mother Tree network could allow two people from far away to meet each other in the dream wasteland. Even Mr. Rain thought the same at first. Therefore, when John saw a superhuman who valued the potential of the Mother Tree network so much after meeting him for the first time, he felt very comforted. He also talked to Cameron about the foresight function of the Mother Tree network. Cameron was so engrossed in the conversation that he almost missed the airship's departure time. Although Cameron wanted to continue chatting with John, the airship only came once every few days. He had to leave the southern region in a few days, and he wouldn't be able to enter the dream wasteland after leaving. So, he could only bid farewell to John for the time being and walk towards the airship under the guidance of a theater attendant. Iron Granny and the others had been waiting on the airship for a long time. Now, he was sure that Cameron's spiritual consciousness wouldn't be triggered when he used God's eye view. It sounded normal, but to Angor, it meant a lot. It meant that the dream wasteland's authority level was very high. Of course, that didn't mean it was strong. For example, if a legendary dream creature appeared in the void outside the dream wasteland, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. The current defense of the dream wasteland was too weak to withstand it. However, if there was really an attack from a powerful dream realm creature, it was not impossible to defend against it. Releasing the nightmare domain owner's authority and returning it to the world without caring about the consequences was a way out. However, the price to pay for this path of retreat was slightly high. Angor shook off his thoughts and chatted with Iron Granny and the others in the group chat. He told them that Cameron was coming soon and decided to stop observing the wasteland. With Iron Granny and Tree Spirit around, he didn't need to worry about anything else. Instead of staying in the dream wasteland for too long, Angor logged off. After going offline, he focused his mind on the Tree of Authority in his mind space and began to check the Dream Crystal's authority, Wonderland. Ever since leaving Silver Coral Island, Angor had been curious about Meiji's existence. Only Meiji could lead the Wonderland dungeon on her own, and she even created a bottomless pool in the Dream Crystal. How did she do it? If she could freely enter and leave the Wonderland dungeon, would she be considered a special native? Also, did all the time avatars that Laplace placed in the Forest of Memories become this kind of special NPC? With all these questions in mind, Angor began to search for more information about Wonderland's authority. There was a lot of information about Wonderland's authority. Angor could use his mind to search for more information, but the results were very vague. For example, if Angor wanted to find information about the mermaid, he would get at least 10,000 different information. To find out which one of them was related to Meiji, he had to check them one by one. As a result, more and more information rushed into Angor's mind. Angor couldn't control how much information he was getting. If he accidentally got too much information, he would have to deal with it carefully so that it wouldn't affect his mind. For this reason, Angor spent most of his time sorting out the useless information. When Angor finally woke up from his dizziness, it was already noon of a new day. He spent the entire night searching for useful information, but in the end, he found very little useful information. This was why he rarely used the Tree of Authority to explore the different powers. But it wasn't like he didn't find anything useful. According to the information he found, all the avatars in the Forest of Memories had become part of Wonderland. However, not all of them were turned into NPCs. Some of the avatars seemed to have other functions, but Angor couldn't find out what they were used for. According to the records, they seemed to have something to do with the Wonderland reward. Did Laplace's avatars turn into items in the Wonderland? Apart from that, Angor also found something else important. If the Forest of Memories kept running, it could create more NPCs and dungeons. In other words, as long as he provided the Forest of Memories with the appropriate memories, the rules of the Forest of Memories and the authority of Wonderland would allow him to create more NPCs and dungeons. As far as Angor knew, the second Wonderland dungeon was created. The second one was a dream that absorbed living beings to create a dungeon. This meant that the Wonderland dungeon would never be finished. As long as the Forest of Memories or living dreams existed, the authority of Wonderland would keep running. This wasn't good news for Angor. If there were more Wonderland dungeons like Sunshine Circus, he would be recruited from time to time. Angor only hoped that there would be fewer of these summoning quests. The above two pieces of information were the most important ones. The rest of them were related to special NPCs, but they weren't as important. Angor also learned several things about Laplace's avatars. For example, Laplace's avatar was a nether raven. It also became a special NPC, and the Wonderland dungeon it controlled was called Secluded Night Paradise. He didn't know what kind of dungeon Secluded Night's Paradise was. But according to what he found, the Secluded Night Paradise was in an eternal night state. If there were new residents of the Dream Crystal who liked the nightlife, maybe they could move to the Secluded Night Paradise. Angor wondered if the Nether Raven would be as easygoing as Meiji the mermaid. Apart from the Nether Raven, Angor also learned about a blood-scent succubus, who controlled a dungeon called Desire Dungeon. Angor glanced at the dungeon's information and didn't know what kind of dungeon it was. However, it seemed that there were a lot of succubi in the dungeon, which meant it was a place for certain people. Since he couldn't migrate to the Desire Dungeon, Angor didn't study it further. There was another place he thought was suitable for migration. It was an instance dungeon called Elven Forest. This place was also controlled by a special NPC that was transformed from a temporal clone. This special NPC was a rainbow elf. Angor didn't know much about the dungeon, but the forest alone could yield a lot of resources, which made it a good place to live. Still, the name of the dungeon wasn't enough to attract Angor's attention. The reason why he paid so much attention to the Elven Forest was that he found out how this NPC appeared in the vast amount of information he collected. End of chapter. The method of appearance referred to the conditions required for a special NPC to appear in front of people. For example, the treasure mermaid had to show up in a place of settlement. Whenever a civilized settlement appeared, the treasure mermaid would create a pool nearby and use it as the entrance to the dungeon. Rabbit Town happened to meet this requirement, which was why the pool connected to Silver Coral Island appeared. Before this, Angor only knew the conditions for the treasure mermaid to appear. But now, he learned the conditions for the rainbow fairy to appear. A place of settlement and a rainbow. Just like the treasure mermaid, one of the conditions for the rainbow fairy to appear was a place of settlement. Apart from that, a rainbow had to appear above the settlement. In more graphic terms, it was like a rainbow appearing in the sky above a town full of humans. This wasn't difficult to achieve in real life, but it wasn't so easy in the Dream Crystal. The main reason was that Rabbit Town was the only settlement in the Dream Crystal, and Rabbit Town was located in an underground cave. It was extremely difficult for a rainbow to appear in an underground cavern. Of course, artificial rainbows could be created, but artificial rainbows wouldn't trigger the rainbow fairy. According to the information he found, the rainbow fairy's appearance was most likely related to a natural rainbow. In short, if he wanted to summon the rainbow fairy, he had to create a settlement on the ground of the Dream Crystal. After that, it was up to the heavens. The authority of astronomical shift had already taken root in the Dream Crystal, so he only needed to wait for the appearance of a rainbow. Angor didn't know what kind of dungeon Elven Forest was, but he heard about the wonderful creatures called rainbow fairies, which were said to bring good fortune and happiness. Plus, the name Elven Forest sounded so dreamy, which gave people a sense of happiness. Based on his analysis, Angor didn't think that the Elven Forest dungeon brought by the Rainbow Fairy would have something as disgusting as universal recruitment. Even if there was such a thing, it could be considered as migration. Migrating from a barren wasteland to a forest wasn't such a bad idea, so his next plan was to summon the Rainbow Fairy. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. It was time to update Luigi's quizzes. Angor returned to his heart space and saw Luigi waiting for him. Luigi approached Angor and activated the illusion before Angor could ask him to do so. Then, he took a deep breath and walked to the stage in the illusion. She bowed to Angor, the only audience below the stage, and took out her harp. John's figure appeared and sat in front of the piano. As the notes were played, his fingertips danced on the black and white keys. Luigi also got into the rhythm of the music. When the song was over, Luigi opened his eyes and bowed to Angor before finishing the rest of the stage. Angor applauded. "Not bad. I'm sure Professor John will be pleased with your performance," Angor said. He had not given Luigi's homework to John yet, but from what he heard, Luigi did a perfect job this time. "I feel like I can already find strands of light in the music." Luigi walked to Angor while still enjoying the music. "That feeling filled my heart, and I see the sun shining in front of me." Angor glanced at Luigi. "Speak like a human being." Luigi cleared his throat and spoke normally. "I think my inspiration matches the music perfectly. I want to challenge Uriel's choice." Angor was puzzled. "If you want to challenge them, go ahead." Neither Angor nor John forbade Luigi from doing so. Besides, Luigi had the login device, so he could go online at any time. Angor wondered why Luigi would tell him about it. Luigi said, "Any performance requires a spiritual connection. I already have inspiration. I just need a little bit of sincerity." Angor did not say anything. Instead, he stared at Luigi, who began to fidget and scratched his nose awkwardly. "I mean, a performance needs an audience." "So, you want us to watch your performance?" Luigi nodded quickly. "Yes, that's what I mean. But you won't be able to see us when you perform. You can imagine the audience outside." Luigi quickly cut him off. "No, it's different. As long as I know there's an audience outside, I'll have endless power. Besides, I'm confident that I can pass the test this time. I want you all to witness this historic moment." "Historic moment?" Angor felt like complaining, but when he saw Luigi's gleaming eyes, he chose to remain silent. He did not want to hurt Luigi's confidence. Obviously, it was much better to challenge someone with confidence than to not have confidence. Angor considered carefully. Luigi was Laplace's avatar, after all, and shared information with other avatars. Luigi would know if anyone was going to be an audience. Besides, since Luigi insisted on having them as an audience, Angor did not mind going. Besides, Luigi also said that he had a strong feeling that he would succeed today. Angor also wanted to see what would happen to this Uriel's choice, which had such a high threshold. Angor nodded. Alright, I'll go online and talk to Laplace first. He paused and looked at Luigi. By the way, you're not going to do the overload challenge again today? Luigi scratched his head. Yes. But I want to see Professor John in person after I clear Uriel's choice. After going through the overload challenge and seeing John's piano performance in his illusion, Luigi was completely convinced by John's vast knowledge of music. He really wanted to meet John himself and perform the piano and harp in front of John, instead of having Angor running between the two parties as a middleman. The only way to see John was to clear Uriel's choice and go to the dream wasteland after leaving the dungeon. This was why Luigi proposed to challenge the Fairyland dungeon before Angor went to see John. He wanted to clear the dungeon in one go so that he could perform in front of John in person. Angor considered it and decided that it was not a bad idea. Luigi was John's student. They both saw each other's faces in their illusions, but they never saw each other in real life. If John could see Luigi with his own eyes, he would be happy too. Angor asked Luigi to wait for him while he logged into the game. He still appeared outside Tomorrow Town, but that didn't stop him from sending a message. Using God's view, he saw Laplace, Glepner, and the bunny girl. Laplace and Glepner were still on Silver Coral Island, while the bunny girl was fighting against a group of monsters. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to contact the bunny girl to avoid disturbing her. Instead, he contacted Laplace and Glepner. Using the power of weather manipulation, he created a rhythmic wind sound to convey his message. Both Laplace and Glepner frowned at the same time. They did not agree with Luigi's idea of inviting people to watch his performance. But in the end, they nodded in agreement. As Angor said, Luigi's performance was not important. They also wanted to see if Uriel's choice would change today. And what was Uriel's choice? Laplace and Glepner left Silver Coral Island and logged off. When they came back online, Angor had already sent them to the two-story attic where Uriel's dungeon was located. Angor was about to tell Luigi when he logged off. However, before going offline, he took a look at Tomorrow Town's dungeon again. A moment later, he logged out. During the half-day he logged off, Tomorrow Town had been reincarnated for another 6 days. Meow Meow was losing her memories, but her mind space was becoming more and more full. The painting that Meow Meow used to record the changes could now be pieced together into a half-meter-long scroll. Angor saw at least 60% of Tomorrow Town's abnormalities. With Meow Meow's speed, it would not take long for her to find all the abnormalities in the town. Angor looked forward to that day as well. After logging off, Angor explained the situation to Luigi, and they all logged into the Dream Crystal together. Angor appeared next to Laplace and Glepner, while Luigi appeared inside Uriel's dungeon. In order to not miss Luigi's performance, Angor immediately used an illusion to broadcast what was happening inside Uriel's dungeon. This was not the first time Laplace and Glepner watched live streams, so they quickly captured Luigi's figure. They could clearly see the middle-aged man, Uriel, playing the piano with a conflicted expression through the window of the dilapidated two-story attic. Outside the attic, Luigi only held the harp in his hand and did not do anything. He hasn't started yet? Glepner wondered. Angor did not know either. Maybe it's not time for the harp to show up yet? Everyone waited in silence for a minute. The piano had already started to play like a torrential downpour. Luigi was still as calm as ever, not moving at all. At this point, they probably understood that Luigi should have given up on this performance. Angor did not want to disturb Luigi, so he did not talk to him. But since Luigi was not going to play, there was nothing to worry about. Angor sent a voice transmission to Luigi. Luigi's answer was just as they expected. I'll give up this time. I need to adjust my condition first. But don't worry, I'll pass. I didn't move this time, but I already have a solution in my head. Thank you, Professor John. Thank you for the Sea of Exercises tactic. Since Luigi said so, they did not bother him and allowed him to adjust his condition. While Luigi was adjusting his condition inside the dungeon, the others did not stay idle outside. They chatted about their discoveries on Silver Coral Island. Angor also took the opportunity to tell them how he found the Rainbow Fairy. Glepner said, Rainbow Elf? Angor asked. My main body was going to use this time clone in the beginning, but he gave up. There's something wrong with his memory. Something wrong with his memory? What do you mean? Angor was confused. Gleipnir didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced at Laplace. After seeing Laplace nod, she said, "Rainbow elves are legendary elves that bring luck. They are very rare. Even in the East, where elves are everywhere, there are very few traces of them." East? The east of the wizarding world? Angor was surprised. Gleipnir nodded. Correct. So it's the East. The 4 wizarding worlds were the East, the South, the West, and the North. They were all referred to as wizarding worlds, but they were actually separated by vast distances. He knew the East plane the least among all the wizards in the 4 corners of the world. He only knew that rituals were popular there, and that Salem's azure bloodline came from the East. He did not know anything else about the East. But now he knew that there were many fairies in the East. Gleipnir continued, "Rainbow fairies are rare in the East as well. It's rare to see one in hundreds of years. When my main body found the rainbow fairy's memory in the Sea of Mirrors, he wanted to turn her into a time clone as a backup. Later, the punctual body was completed, but according to the memories of the punctual body, the main body discovered a problem. There's something wrong with the rainbow fairy's personality. She's too narcissistic." Narcissistic? Angor rubbed his chin. That shouldn't be a problem. He knew quite a few narcissistic wizards, such as Flora, Dorcas, Ness, White Bear, and so on. Moreover, wasn't Luigi in the dungeon quite narcissistic? Gleipnir noticed Angor's disapproving look and sighed. It's not a problem if it's just ordinary narcissism. She thinks she's the prettiest creature in the universe, and no other creature can surpass her beauty. Because of her confidence in her beauty, she even insulted a legendary witch. She died because of it. But even after she died and became a time clone, her narcissistic personality still lingered in her body. So, my main body gave up on using her as a time clone. Instead, he sealed her in the Forest of Memories. However, he didn't expect that this rainbow elf, who had an extreme misconception, would not be born in the mirror realm. Instead, it would become an NPC in the dream crystal. 1 second, remember. After listening to Gleipnir's explanation, Angor finally understood why Laplace gave up on using the rainbow elf. Who knew what kind of trouble the rainbow elf would cause in the future when it became a rainbow elf? So, this rainbow fairy is going to be hard to deal with? He was planning to bring the rainbow fairy back to the world, but now it seemed he needed to reconsider his plan. Gleipnir considered and said, "If we don't talk about her appearance, Nephidote is pretty good in other aspects." Nephidote? That's the name of the rainbow fairy? Gleipnir nodded. Yes. I heard the Queen of the Elves gave her this name. According to the ancient proverbs of the elves, Nephidote means the most beautiful crown, and dote means the top of the rainbow. Together, they were the most beautiful crown on the top of the rainbow. Maybe that's why her perception has been distorted since she was young. If the Queen of the Elves thinks I'm the most beautiful crown, then I'm prettier than any other living being. Anyway, Nephidote shouldn't be placed in the outside world. But I don't think it's a big deal if she's placed in the dream crystal. No one can compare with her. Gleipnir paused. Also, the condition for Nephidote's appearance isn't hard to fulfill. She'll show up in the future. To put it simply, Nephidote couldn't show up in the outside world, but she could in the dream crystal. After all, this was the world Angor created. Besides, she would come sooner or later. It was better to come sooner rather than later. One more thing. According to elven legends, the elven forest is the place where elves were first born. In the records of the elves, there are fruits that can never be eaten, mountain streams that flow with honey, and springs that can make you as light as a swallow when you smell them. Gleipnir said, legends are often exaggerated, so you can't believe them completely. But if this elven forest is really 10 or 20% of the elven forest, it'll be a great help to the new residents. No matter how he looked at it, Gleipnir supported the idea of letting the rainbow fairy show up. Angor considered and decided to give it a try. Narcissism was not a big problem in the dream crystal. There might be some disputes in the future, but he believed that when the time came, he would have finished digesting the power of Wonderland and found a way to restrict these NPCs. So, he did not need to worry too much. With that in mind, he agreed to let the rainbow fairy show up. However, just his agreement was not enough. They needed the right time, place, and people. Gleipnir took the initiative to take care of these matters. In Gleipnir's words, "Actually, I quite like this little fellow. Moreover, I was the one who sealed Nephidot's time body. I can't unseal her in reality, so let me witness her debut here." Of course, Angor did not refuse. He quickly discussed the location of the new settlement with Gleipnir. Angor arranged for Rabbit Town to be located in the underground cavern because he didn't think there would be enough fairyland dungeons. Now that Silver Coral Island showed up, it was a huge slap to his face. He now knew that fairyland dungeons would not be limited to the surface or underground. Therefore, the new settlement did not need to be located underground. Besides, one of the conditions for the Rainbow Fairy to show up was to have a settlement on the surface. In the end, they decided to place the new settlement above Rabbit Town. The reason was simple: it would be good for development. The Dream Crystal was currently lacking in resources. Silver Coral Island was the only resource point in the Dream Crystal. The Elven Forest would most likely be the new resource point. Gathering resources together was better than spreading them out. This time, building Rainbow Town, the name of the town on the surface, did not require Angor to bring in buildings from the outside world. He could simply let Rabbit Town mine resources from Silver Coral Island and build a new town outside. As for the new residents of Rainbow Town, they could live in the Rabbit Building for now and move to the outside world in the future. Building a new town might take longer than bringing in buildings from the outside world, but it was still necessary for the new residents to come to the Dream Crystal. Just like the residents of Foundation City, Angor was only responsible for the initial planning and left them to develop on their own. As it turned out, Foundation City was doing well even without Angor's help. Now, all the jobs in the city were taken up by the residents. They did not have to travel through the Dream Wasteland to reach the Dream Crystal. However, no matter which world they were in, the new residents had to learn to be independent. They already had a rough idea of the location and the right people. As for the right time, well, it would come sooner or later. The only thing they were worried about now was what was the threshold to enter the Elven Forest. The threshold to enter Silver Coral Island was what the mermaid thought was kind people. So what was the threshold to enter the Elven Forest? Angor looked at Gleipnir and Laplace curiously. As creators, they should know something about the Rainbow Fairy, right? Gleipnir considered for a moment. Maybe it has something to do with beauty or ugliness? To put it simply, the threshold might have something to do with one's looks. Either beautiful people or ugly people could enter. Of course, it was up to the Rainbow Fairy to decide whether they were beautiful or ugly. If that's the case, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Angor muttered. Especially when it came to women who liked to look pretty. Laplace, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. I don't think it has anything to do with beauty or ugliness. Angor looked at Laplace curiously. Nephidot already believes that she's the most beautiful creature in the world. No matter who enters the Elven Forest, they won't be better looking than her. Judging by beauty or ugliness, doesn't that mean she has to admit that other people are beautiful? I don't think she'll do that. Angor thought about it and found it reasonable. Nephidot only offended the legendary witch because she refused to admit that the witch was beautiful. In Nephidot's eyes, everyone else must be ugly. If ugly people were the same, why would she bother to differentiate between the ugliest and the ugliest? Then what do you think is the threshold to enter the Elven Forest? Angor asked. Laplace did not give an answer directly. As long as you admit that Nephidot is the most beautiful creature in the world, she'll be easy to talk to. You mean, as long as I praise her appearance, I can enter the Elven Forest? Just a guess, Laplace replied. If Nephidot only needed to praise her appearance, then the threshold to enter the Elven Forest would be even lower than Silver Coral Island. Although Laplace said it was just a guess, Angor believed that Laplace, as the creator of the Elven Forest, should have some ideas. If that was the case, it would be a great thing for the Elven Forest to descend. It could even become a base camp for future immigrants. Angor was looking forward to the Rainbow Fairy's arrival even more. While they were having a heated discussion, on the other side, Luigi in the Wonderland dungeon suddenly sat upright, hugged the harp in his hand, and took a deep breath. Looks like a new performance is about to begin, Gleipnir pointed at the screen and reminded Angor. Angor checked the situation inside the dungeon and displayed the information he got from the livestream. Special Dream World Oriel's Choice is about to activate a main quest. Please use your instrument to untie the knot in Oriel's heart. Failure will result in a new main quest. There is no limit to the number of times a main quest can be loaded. However, you cannot enter the attic before completing the main quest. Complete all main quests and you can leave the current dream. As the messages appeared, time in the attic seemed to have reversed. Oriel, the middle-aged man sitting in front of the piano, was nowhere to be seen. When the main quest loading notification appeared, the door of the attic was pushed open, and the middle-aged man reappeared in front of him. Oriel frowned and sighed as he sat down in front of the piano. After a minute of silence, he took out a letter from a secret compartment under the piano. The letter was sealed, and no one could see what was inside. Oriel rubbed the heart-shaped wax on the envelope with a troubled expression. Huh? There's this part before the main quest? Angor was surprised. I didn't notice it before. Gleipnir said, it seems that this letter is the core of this dungeon. Maybe it's why Oriel is so troubled. The name of the Wonderland dungeon was Oriel's Choice. They didn't know what it meant before. They only guessed that Oriel was at a crossroad, and the challenger needed to help him make a decision. Now, when they saw Oriel picking up the letter with a troubled expression, they immediately guessed that the contents of the letter might be the choice Oriel was about to face. I can take a closer look at the letter. Do you want me to do it now? Angor asked. Since he was in God's view, he could change his perspective at any time. If he wanted to read the letter, he only needed to change his perspective. There's no point in looking forward to the answer now. Luigi asked us to watch him pass the test. Let's wait, Gleipnir said. Angor didn't really care. He didn't care if there was any suspense. However, the notification said that you can leave the current dream after completing all main quests and you can't leave the current dream. Does that mean there's more than one main quest in the attic? Luigi might not be able to complete the music healer quest. Could he really finish the other main quests today? Laplace said, then let's read the letter. Maybe we can help Luigi through the contents of the letter. Since the main quest required Luigi to help Oriel, it meant that Oriel had to make a choice. Angor might be able to help Luigi by reading the letter. Gleipnir didn't say anything. Angor considered for a moment and controlled his view to look into the letter. However, when he showed them the contents of the letter, they all fell silent. There was no letter inside. There was only a stream of chaotic information. The information couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, as the owner of Wonderland, Angor could see the content of the information. He displayed the content of the information stream in the form of a hint from the Fairyland in the Fairyland live broadcast room. Generating reward information, yes, the letter was probably one of Luigi's rewards for clearing the dungeon. Moreover, through this simple information flow, one thing could be confirmed: the reward information was in an undetermined chaotic state. Perhaps the reward would only be generated when Luigi cleared the dungeon and helped Oriel to make a choice. It was highly likely that the reward was related to Luigi's progress. Looks like there's no other way to help Luigi. It's all up to him now, Gleipnir commented. Since he couldn't see the contents of the letter, Angor focused on the two main characters again. Oriel looked at the letter for a long time before he sighed and put it back into the piano's secret compartment. Next, Oriel opened the piano cover and began to play the piano with his fingers. They hadn't entered the main quest yet. When Oriel's chaotic music slowly stabilized, the main quest would begin. Outside the attic, Luigi was already prepared. He shifted into a comfortable position and gently plucked the strings of his harp along with Oriel's chaotic music. The piano and harp's notes gradually merged into each other. The sound of the piano was chaotic, but it perfectly matched Oriel's inner turmoil. Just by listening to it, he could feel his heart clenching. It was as if he and Oriel had reached a certain level of empathy. Meanwhile, Luigi's harp music turned into a clear spring that constantly nourished Oriel's mind. The nourishment was effective. Even laymen like Laplace and Gleipnir could tell that the frustration in Oriel's music had started to change. Before, it was chaotic, but now, there was order in the chaos. This order was created by Luigi's music. As time went by, the order became stronger and stronger. Even Uriel's expression slowly changed from one of frustration to one of calmness. Just from this scene alone, it could be seen that Luigi's music was effective. Laplace still remembered Luigi and Uriel's duet a few days ago. Luigi was completely led around by Uriel. No matter how hard Luigi tried, it didn't work at all. But now, Luigi's performance was completely different from before. John's exercise tactic was indeed effective. Laplace knew that Uriel was a master pianist. If John could use exercise tactics to help Luigi reverse his failure, it meant that John's musical talent was no less than Uriel's. Also, John had written the Book of Fishing, and the content in it was quite good. She still remembered that even the Mother Tree interconnect device was developed by John as the lead, so this John really was an all-rounder. Now Laplace understood why Angor was so different from other humans in her eyes, and why Angor was so brilliant and brilliant. Perhaps John's teacher was one of the reasons. End of chapter. Uriel's playing became more and more stable, and his expression became more relaxed. Normally speaking, this should be a good result. However, Luigi didn't relax at all. In fact, he looked even more serious than before. It was as if Luigi believed that the calm before him was only a way to suppress the coming storm. And Luigi wasn't wrong. Uriel's performance did not go smoothly until the end. Towards the end of the performance, Uriel's mood suddenly became impassioned. His face was unusually red, and blue veins were bulging on his neck. Thump, 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 Uriel seemed to be using up all his strength with each hit. Such agitation was completely different from his previous calm. If Luigi let his guard down, he would have panicked. If Luigi made a mistake, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would fail the main quest. However, Luigi's caution saved him from this crisis. The soothing notes melded into the agitated music and turned into a cool breeze that blew away the restless fog. Then they turned into a pair of soft hands that soothed Uriel's agitation. Slowly, the music resonated with each other, and with a lingering melody that was as gentle as a nocturne, the passionate conversation ended. Accompanied by the ending sound, Luigi let out a long breath and looked up at the attic window. At that moment, Uriel stood up and looked at Luigi from his vantage point. The attic and the outside world were in two different dimensions. But now, because of Luigi and Uriel's eyes, the two dimensions merged together. Main Quest 1 of the special dream Uriel's choice, solve Uriel's problem with music. The attic has been opened. You will begin Main Quest 2 after entering the attic. A stream of information appeared in front of Luigi's eyes, and Angor quickly displayed it in the live broadcast room. So there's more than one quest, Glepner muttered. I wonder how difficult Main Quest 2 will be. If it was too difficult, Luigi would have to stay in the dungeon for a long time again. While they were wondering what the second main mission was, Luigi had already strode to the front door of the double-story attic. Previously, the door to the pavilion had been locked and it was impossible to enter. However, at this moment, the door was pushed open with a light push. They could clearly see the interior of the attic. It was slightly messy, but judging from the music scores that had fallen on the ground, the piano-themed oil paintings hanging on the wall, and the costumes on the clothes rack, it was obvious that this was an artist's room. Luigi walked into the house with curiosity and anticipation. The moment Luigi stepped into the attic, a new stream of information appeared before his eyes. Special Dreamscape Uriel's Choice, Main Mission 2, Talk to Uriel. Please note that Uriel will enter the Dreamland state during Main Mission 2. Please note that every word you say may affect the subsequent development of the plot. Main Mission 2 is about to begin. Countdown, 159, countdown, 158. Angor also showed them the information. Everyone was puzzled when they saw it. Speaking with Uriel, this mission was not too surprising. To help Uriel make a decision, music alone was not enough. Deep communication was needed. Therefore, it made sense that there was a communication-type mission. During the communication process, everything one said or did would affect Uriel's final decision, which would also affect the subsequent development of the plot. The only thing that puzzled them was what the Wonderland prompt meant by the dream state. Both Laplace and Glepner looked at Angor. If there was anyone here who could answer this question, it would be Angor. Even Luigi, who was in the live broadcast, quickly said, "I know you've seen my performance. If you want to praise me, wait until I come out. Now, help me take a look." Main Mission 2 said that Uriel will enter the dream state. What does dream mean? Hurry up, the mission will start in a minute and a half. Everyone looked at Angor. Angor sighed helplessly. I don't know what dreamland is either. If I have time, I can look it up, but he did not have time right now. What should I do then? Luigi asked. Angor considered. I don't think it will affect you much even if you don't know what dreamland is. Your mission is to talk to Uriel. What should I tell him then? Luigi asked again. Have you forgotten why you chose to enter this dungeon in the first place? Just tell him what you think. The result doesn't matter. Luigi really wanted to tell Angor that he cared a lot about the result. He didn't want to waste the effort he had put into the sea of questions these days. But in the end, Luigi decided not to say it. For one thing, the countdown was about to end. For another, he knew Angor could not help him much. Back then, he had given up on the invitation letter from the Sunshine Circus and changed it to the recommendation letter from the clown. Wasn't it because the recommendation letter said, "Let you step onto the most dazzling stage"? Of all the people here, he was the only one who wanted to reach the stage. Therefore, this could only be his battlefield. Whether or not he could follow the recommendation letter and step onto the most dazzling stage would depend on his performance in the second main mission. When the countdown reached 0, the second main mission began. At the same time, Luigi heard footsteps coming from the stairs of the attic. He looked back and saw Uriel coming down from the second floor. Uriel rubbed his temples and walked to the sofa covered with dirty clothes. Uriel moved the dirty clothes aside and sat on the sofa. He leaned his head against the back of the sofa and covered his eyes with an arm. He looked depressed. Luigi was still thinking about how to talk to Uriel. He did not expect that Uriel would not react to him even though he saw him. Not only that, Uriel also looked very strange. He looked like he was in a daze, and the aura around him was very obvious. This state was more like a drunk person than a sober person. This was definitely not normal. In the first main mission, Uriel's mind was still clear even though his mind was in a mess. A few minutes ago, when Uriel and Luigi looked at each other, Uriel was still sober. But now, in less than 2 minutes, such a change had occurred. Obviously, something was wrong. Was this the state of dreaming mentioned in the Wonderland? At first glance, Uriel really did look like he was daydreaming or sleepwalking. He did not care about the outside world at all. Even if there was an extra person in the house, he did not care. As Luigi thought to himself, Uriel suddenly opened his mouth. What should I choose? Uriel's voice was thick and muffled, as if he was sleep-talking. Luigi did not know if Uriel was talking to him, but he knew it was an opening. He said without hesitation, "The choice depends on your heart. Most of the time, it's because you've been blinded by the choice in your heart." Luigi threw out a universal sentence, waiting to see how Uriel would respond. Uriel continued to speak in a sleep-talking voice. My heart? My heart is a mess. Even a master hypnotist would not be able to see my heart, let alone myself. Luigi said, if you can't make a choice in your heart, why don't you say it out loud and let someone else help you? For example, me. Uriel covered his eyes with his arm. He did not look in Luigi's direction at all. Instead, he mumbled in his sleep, I have 2 stages in front of me. One is destined to shine, and the other is destined to leave in defeat. Which stage do you think I should go to? Following Uriel's question, a stream of information appeared in front of Luigi. Please note that every word you say may affect the subsequent development of the plot. Luigi had already seen this message before. But now, it appeared on its own, as if it was reminding him that the following conversation was very important. Choosing the stage that was destined to shine or the stage that was destined to leave in disappointment would lead to a completely different story. At this moment, Luigi was also at a loss. Normally speaking, he would choose the stage that shone brightly. But why was there such a strange choice, the stage that was destined to leave in disappointment? Why would he choose the stage if he knew he was going to leave in disappointment? Was there some unspeakable story behind this stage? While Luigi was lost in his thoughts, Angor and the others were also discussing this option outside the dungeon. What would you choose if you were in my shoes? Angor looked at Laplace and Glepner. Laplace answered without hesitation, the stage that is destined to leave in disappointment. Glepner agreed. I would choose this stage as well. Why? A stage that shines doesn't appeal to me at all. But a stage that is destined to leave in disappointment. I might get to watch a good show. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to enjoy the show. A stage that shone brightly was just like an ordinary life in Laplace's eyes. As for a stage that was destined to leave in disappointment, he did not know why it would leave in disappointment. It was like seeing an unknown possibility in a boring life. I just don't like the stage. What about you? You haven't told me your choice yet, Glepner said. Angor considered for a moment. If I were you, I'd probably choose the stage that is destined to leave in disappointment if there's no clear threat and because of my rebellious nature. It's simple. There's an unusual option among the normal options. Isn't it tempting people to choose it? Since there was no threat in this option, Angor decided to choose the unusual one. Of course, the unusual option had to follow the logic of the Wonderland dungeon. If the options were, 1. A stage destined to shine, 2. A stage destined to leave in disappointment, 3. A mushroom boiled in wine. No matter how rebellious he was, he still had to follow the rules, and this dungeon had nothing to do with food. But our choices don't count. Let's see what Luigi chooses. Will Luigi choose the stage that is destined to leave in disappointment? Angor looked at Laplace and Glepner. Laplace did not say anything, but Glepner spoke first. I know Luigi. He'll choose the stage that is dazzling. Angor agreed. Luigi entered Uriel's dungeon to pursue a dazzling stage. Besides, for all performers who loved the stage, leaving in disappointment would be the biggest failure in their lives. Without any other conditions, choosing this option would be an insult to their profession. While they were having a heated discussion, on the other side, Luigi finally spoke after pondering for a while. To their surprise, Luigi did not make his choice right away. Instead, he asked, if we're destined to leave in disappointment, why put it in the options? Luigi did not know if Uriel would answer, but he would feel uncomfortable if he did not ask. If you know you can't do it, why not? Why did you have to put it in the options? What's the special reason? Uriel considered for a moment before he mumbled, why? Heh. Because it's the stage of dreams. The stage of dreams? Why is it called the stage of dreams? Luigi was confused. If the stage destined to leave in disappointment was the stage of dreams, then what was the stage destined to shine? But this time, Uriel did not speak. He just slumped on the sofa and looked confused. Luigi knew he could not get any other answers. It was time for him to make a choice. The stage destined to shine, or the stage destined to leave in disappointment. If it were before, Luigi would choose the dazzling stage. He came to this dungeon to pursue the dazzling stage. But after hearing Uriel's words, he changed his mind a little. If it were me, I'd choose the stage of dreams. There are many dazzling stages, but only a few can be called the stage of dreams. Luigi continued. If I can really get on this stage of dreams, I won't regret it even if I have to leave in disappointment. Besides, if it's a stage, there must be performances that lose their luster or shine brightly. Why am I destined to be a dull performer? Maybe I can show a dazzling performance on the stage of dreams as well? Uriel heard Luigi's answer and suddenly laughed out loud. You're so naive. Since I've already said that this is a stage that is destined to leave in disappointment, then it will definitely leave in disappointment. There is no other choice. Luigi frowned. Is there some under-the-table manipulation? Uriel shook his head. Since it's the stage of dreams, there can't be any discord. Luigi said, if it's a fair stage, why can't you think about success? Why do you always think about failure? Besides, you keep attacking your self-confidence. Even if you succeed, you will fail in the end. Besides, if you think you're destined to leave in disappointment when you're alone, then what if there are two people? If you add me and we go to the stage of dreams together, will there be a new turn for the so-called destined? And after Luigi finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. After a long while, Uriel spoke. Who? Who are you? Uriel was no longer blindfolded. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at Luigi with a puzzled expression. This was the first time Luigi had looked at him since he entered the attic. When Uriel and Luigi looked at each other, a familiar information flow appeared. Please note that every word you say may affect the subsequent development of the plot. There was no doubt that the following answer would affect the outcome. Luigi, who didn't care at first, sat up straight and thought about how to answer. Say that he was the challenger of the dungeon? Or, fabricate an identity? After thinking for a moment, Luigi said, "Look at this and you'll know." Then, Luigi approached Uriel and took out a letter from his chest. It was a white envelope with a golden border. The seal was sealed with the seal of a clown in the style of a circus. This was an item from the Wonderland and also a letter of recommendation. Clown's letter of recommendation: your performance has mesmerized everyone present. As the most discerning host in the Sunshine Circus, I pity your talent and have decided to write a letter for you, recommending you to my mentor so that you can step onto the most dazzling stage. It was this letter that led Luigi to Uriel's dungeon. At first, Luigi thought it was a key to the Wonderland dungeon. But after hearing Uriel's question, Luigi thought of this letter. In Wonderland, identity was a very important piece of information. For example, the glory of the fan family that Laplace received contained information about his identity. This made Laplace highly regarded by the talented people in the Wonderland dungeon. Because of this, Luigi knew that he couldn't fool Uriel with a random identity. So, he took out this letter. Although this letter wasn't a proof of identity, it contained two pieces of information about his identity. First, he was a talented artist. Second, because of his talent, he was valued by the host of the Sunshine Circus. Since the host of the Sunshine Circus was Uriel's student, the two of them were connected. Uriel opened the letter and read it. After a while, he finished reading it with a thoughtful expression. So he really did become a clown. Uriel muttered. Is this your choice? Using a clown to heal wounds? Hearing Uriel's muttering, Luigi immediately pricked up his ears. Speaking of which, he was also very curious. What kind of gossip story was behind the circus host? Using the identity of a clown to heal scars? What kind of treatment was this? What had happened to make him make such a strange choice? Uriel clearly didn't want to explain. After muttering a few words, he locked his gaze on Luigi. Uriel still looked a bit dispirited, but his eyes were brighter than before. You. If you can receive his praise, then you must be an excellent artist. But even if you can, I don't think you have the right to step on the stage of your dreams. Luigi asked, why not? Uriel raised two fingers. 2 reasons. First, there will only be one person on my stage, and only me. In other words, Luigi's idea of them performing together on the stage of their dreams was not going to happen. Why only one person? Uriel said, there's no reason. No matter what stage it is, I won't partner with anyone. There will only be one partner, and that person has already gone to the Shrine of Radiance. What? The Shrine of Radiance? Uriel was about to ask what the Shrine of Radiance was. But before he could ask, he heard Angor whispered something into his ear. The Shrine of Radiance is just a name. You can think of it as, his partner is dead. Angor had a long talk with the host of the Sunshine Circus and learned a lot about the wizarding world on the Western continent, including the Church of Radiance. The Church of Radiance was spread all over the Western continent and was the religion of countless people. According to the canon of the Church of Radiance, those who died without sin would ascend to the Shrine of Radiance, which was a place filled with goodness and beauty. It was also the home of souls. When Uriel mentioned that his partner went to the Shrine of Radiance, it meant that his partner was already dead. Luigi began to understand Uriel's idea. For some artists, spiritual compatibility was very important. Only the collision of mountains and rivers could create a soulmate. They were each other's one and only, greater than all other emotions in the world. Now that his soulmate was dead, it was normal for him to choose to perform alone without a partner. In fact, Luigi had already thought of a possibility. Perhaps the reason why Uriel believed that he was destined to leave the stage of his dreams was because his partner had passed away, and his performance was no longer perfect. However, from Luigi's point of view, the death of his partner was not a big deal. At most, he could just summon his soul from the Khazadar world. If he did not have a soul, then he could use his partner's memories to create a body. Wouldn't that be easy to solve? When the time came, he could take over Uriel's role as his partner and step onto the stage of his dreams. Humans always cared about such trivial things. Luigi didn't say it out loud because Uriel was already talking about the second reason. Luckily, Luigi didn't say anything. If he did, Uriel would probably kick him out. Second, you may be excellent, but that's not enough. If you want to perform on that stage, you need to be at least the best actor in the Tasman Empire, or even the top 3 in the entire orderly continent. Do you think you can do it? Luigi read about the Tasman Empire in the description of the Wonderland item. But what was the orderly continent, another name he never heard of? He learned his lesson this time and didn't ask. Instead, he waited for the viewers to feed him. As expected, it didn't take long for Angor to send him the relevant information. The orderly continent was the core continent of the wizarding world on the western continent. It was similar to the fake continent in the south. The Great Seaman Empire was a country in the western continent's sorcerer world. The fact that it could be called an empire meant that it was a huge country. In the world of the mortals of the Western Peninsula, the Great Man Empire was a colossus. In the eyes of the extraordinaires, the Great Man Empire was not to be underestimated. This was because there was a wizard city here, Victoria Warmwind City. Victoria Warmwind City was a supernatural city similar to Floating Mech City. It was one of the most powerful cities on the western continent. According to the records of the Port Chronicles, legendary wizards would occasionally descend upon Victoria Warmwind City. From this, one could see the background of the city. According to Uriel, if Luigi wanted to perform on that stage, he needed to become at least the best performer in the Tasman Empire, or at least the best in the entire orderly continent. It was very difficult for Angor. Before this, when John gave Luigi homework, he would review Luigi's work every day. John thought highly of Luigi's performance. However, if they were to classify Luigi's art level, Luigi could barely reach the level of a master. There were only a dozen masters in the entire Goldspink Empire, let alone the entire southern region. When Angor was still immortal, he once followed a star. The star was Master Medjev, a great musician from Waterford. Master Medjev also knew how to use a harp. Angor believed that Master Medjev and Luigi were at the same level when it came to harp. However, Master Medjev's specialty was not harp, but piano. This was only a small part of the southern region, and there were already so many masters. One could tell how many geniuses and masters there were in the entire southern region. The western continent's world of adepts, which was as famous as the southern region, was even more prosperous than the southern region in this regard. Angor did not believe it. As far as Angor was concerned, Luigi still had a long way to go before he could reach the top of the western continent. As for Luigi himself, he knew his own limits. He was confident in his performance, but he still felt a little unconfident about standing out from millions of other people and becoming one of the best performers. Still, Luigi would not back down so easily when faced with Uriel's question. Why not? Luigi said, I'm confident in my performance. Uriel looked at Luigi from head to toe and finally fixed his eyes on the harp Luigi was holding. Since you're so confident about your performance, then perform for me. If your performance can reach the average standard of the Imperial Music Troupe, I can recommend you to Eden Academy in Birmingham for further studies. You might be able to reach the international stage in the future. The international stage? Luigi asked. Is that the dream stage you mentioned? Uriel shook his head. No. The international stage is held once every 20 years. The dream stage I mentioned will be here soon. Luigi frowned. So you still don't think I'm qualified? Uriel did not answer. However, silence was also a form of answer. Luigi thought for a while and took out a second item from his chest and placed it on the messy table. I don't need you to recommend me to Birmingham's Eden Academy for further studies. I already have the qualifications to do so. Uriel looked at the table and saw a badge on it. The background of the badge was a set of rectangular keys, one deep and one shallow, which looked like the black and white keys of a piano. The keys were supported by several musical instruments of different shapes. This was the emblem of Eden Academy. Uriel picked up the badge from the table and turned it around. As expected, he saw a familiar mark on the back. So it's his badge. Uriel stroked the badge, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This badge was specially chosen by Luigi after he cleared the Sunshine Circus and gave up on the Guccina Brilliance. The owner of the badge was the host of the Sunshine Circus, the clown. He had taken out this badge as a reward to balance out the 3 prizes. Only when one of the prizes had a lower weight could he take out the glorious zither, which had a higher weight. The clown thought highly of Luigi, which was why he had taken out the glorious zither as a prize. However, in the end, Luigi had chosen the one the clown had given him, the emblem of Eden Academy. At the time, no one understood why Luigi had made such a choice. Later, Luigi had given a vague explanation, inspiration. If it really was inspiration, could it be that it had come true now? After a moment of silence, Uriel finally spoke. He even gave you the badge. Is he pinning his hopes on you? Everyone. Pinning his hopes on Luigi? Uriel had clearly misunderstood something. This was a prize clown gave to reduce the weight of Luigi. How did it become spiritual support? Uriel considered. Since he has placed his hopes and dreams on you, I'll give you a chance. If your performance can reach the level of one of the top 3 members of the Empire Music Troupe, I'll recommend you to the chief. Last time, Uriel recommended Luigi to study at Eden Academy. Now, he was recommending him to the chief. What was the difference? Uriel saw Luigi's confusion and explained in a soft voice. The chief of the Empire Music Troupe did not intend to go to the stage of dreams, but he was given a chance to enter it. If you can earn his favor, you might be able to get a chance to enter the stage of dreams. In short, Uriel would not give Luigi the chance to enter the stage of dreams no matter what. If Luigi wanted the chance, there was only one way. He had to get Uriel's letter of recommendation and go to the chief. At the same time, outside the Fairyland dungeon, Gleipnir spoke in a low voice, so that envelope Uriel took out when he played the zither must be the letter of recommendation. Just like the envelope clown gave us. Clown's envelope had 2 choices. One was invitation to Sunlight Circus, and the other was clown's letter of recommendation. Only when one of the 2 choices was chosen would the contents of the envelope be displayed. When Angor looked at the envelope in Uriel's hand, he received the following response, generating reward information. Probably, the letter of recommendation would be generated based on Luigi's final choice. If Luigi did not take out his badge, the letter would probably be recommendation to Eden Academy of Birmingham. The badge changed Uriel's mind and generated a letter of recommendation to the chief of the Empire Music Troupe. Although Luigi had already seen the letter of recommendation from the Imperial Music Troupe's lead singer, whether or not he would receive it would depend on his performance in front of Uriel. On the other side, after Uriel said, "I can give you a chance to perform," something changed in the attic. Invisible to the naked eye, ripples appeared out of thin air. Some of these invisible ripples merged into Uriel's body. Uriel, who had been dispirited, suddenly calmed down, as if he had become a different person. Facing Uriel, Luigi didn't feel like he was unfamiliar with him. Uriel now felt a little like he had when he was playing the harp on the 2nd floor. Instead, Luigi felt a little uncomfortable with the dispirited and confused Uriel. Besides Uriel, Luigi also changed. A small part of those ripples turned into a stream of information, which Luigi sensed. Special Dreamscape Uriel's Choice, Main Mission 3, Uriel's Recognition. Gain Uriel's recognition through your harp performance. Please note, this mission can only be challenged once per day. Challenge times per day are not fixed. The specific challenge times will be announced by the Wonderland. Challenge time limit is 7 days. If you are not recognized after 7 days, Main Mission 3 will be considered a failure. You can now start Main Mission 3. Number of challenges available, 7. It took Luigi a while to understand what it meant after reading the Wonderland prompt. He had 7 days to challenge, 1 challenge per day. The challenge times were not fixed. He had to be notified by the Wonderland to confirm whether he could make the challenge. If he couldn't gain Uriel's recognition after 7 consecutive challenges, the mission would automatically fail. The Wonderland didn't say what would happen if he failed. But that didn't matter. Luigi was confident in this challenge. If he could only challenge once, and he had to do it immediately, he would most likely fail. But since he was given 7 days, he had a chance to turn the tables. He might not be able to surpass the top 3 of the Imperial Music Troupe. But music wasn't just about the performance, it was also about the score. Luigi felt that his skills weren't bad. Even if he couldn't compare to the top 3 of the Imperial Music Troupe, the gap shouldn't be too big. In short, Luigi's playing skills were up to par. As long as his skills were up to par, he could rely on his excellent score to get Auriel's recognition. Of course, Luigi did not have any peerless music score that he could take out at this moment. But he had the time, he could go offline, and he had the cheat code. 7 days was not a short period of time. He could take advantage of this time to search for music scores. The ancient Tooth Fairy had a lot of precious music scores, but Luigi preferred his own creations in the past, so he didn't ask to buy them. Also, the routine gathering of many races was about to start. Maybe he could get precious music scores at this gathering. Even if they couldn't, they still had Angor. He could ask Angor to find some music sheets for him. Auriel was from the Western continent, and the Western continent had been cut off from the Southern domain for the past 1,000 years. He definitely had not heard of any recent music scores from the Southern domain. As for the Southern region, there would definitely be people who had created top-notch music scores in the past 1,000 years. When the time came, all they had to do was borrow it and use it. It was because of this that Luigi was so confident about this challenge. Of course, relying on external forces was only one of his backup plans. Luigi did not completely give up on his challenge. At this moment, Luigi nodded without hesitation. "All right, I accept the challenge." Auriel sat back down on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Luigi. Another stream of information gathered. Activating Main Quest 3. Auriel will return to the dream state after successfully activating the quest. Duration of dream state, 36 minutes. Please begin the challenge within the duration of dream state. Beginning of dream state. Countdown, 159, countdown, 158. Without a doubt, the main point of this stream of information was the dream state. This was also the second time the dream state was mentioned by the Wonderland. From the information given by the Wonderland, Luigi could tell that Auriel had left the dream state not long ago. It was precisely because he had left the dreamscape that he was able to return to the dreamscape. However, Luigi clearly remembered that when Auriel came from the second floor, the stream of information clearly stated that Auriel will enter the dream state during Main Quest 2. In other words, Auriel was already in the dream state. But after completing Main Quest 2, Auriel left the dream state. Luigi thought about Auriel's mental state again and understood. A state of depression, confusion, and daydreaming. This was the so-called dream state. When Auriel returned to his normal state, it meant that he had left the dream state. Luigi already came to this conclusion, but he still did not understand. What was the difference between a normal state and a dream state? However, Luigi did not think too much about it. The countdown had reached 0. It was time for him to perform. Although he could choose any time within the 36 minutes to perform, Luigi did not procrastinate. Instead, he lifted the harp in his hand confidently as soon as the countdown ended. Under Auriel's dreamy gaze, the melodious sound of the harp slowly floated in the air. Outside the Wonderland dungeon. Dream again? Something's wrong with this dream, Angor muttered. Glepner spoke in a soft voice, not just that. I think this dream state is the only variable in the Wonderland dungeon. Variable? He looked at Glepner with a puzzled look. Why can't you challenge Main Quest 3 at a fixed time? Why do you have to wait for the notification from the Wonderland to confirm whether you can challenge it? In my opinion, there is only one possibility. There is a variable that even the Wonderland dungeon cannot control. And because of this variable, the Wonderland dungeon cannot be challenged at a fixed time. In the third main mission, the only possible variable is Auriel himself. But Auriel is a gifted citizen. Since he is a gifted citizen, he must be restricted by the Wonderland's authority. There cannot be a variable. At first, Glepner was still explaining. But as she continued, she also became immersed in her own thoughts. Her answers were more like a reflection of her own thoughts. While I was still wondering, I saw the second notification. Please begin the challenge within the duration of the dream state. That's strange. Why must I challenge it in the dream state? Can't I challenge it in my normal state? The Wonderland wouldn't say something useless. The only possibility is that the dream state is very special, and it determines whether the main quest 3 can be completed or not. Which reminds me of the first question. Main quest 3 cannot be challenged at a fixed time. Is it because it can only be challenged when Auriel is in the dream state? Then, isn't the dream state the only variable? Glepner explained her reasoning in full. Both Angor and Laplace understood what she meant. However, there were some flaws in her explanation. A variable meant that it could not be controlled. However, Main Quest 3 clearly stated that Auriel could challenge it within 7 days, once per day. This sentence actually represented a kind of order, or rather, a law. Since there was an order and a certain law, it could not be called a variable without order. Still, Glepner was not wrong. At least, Angor felt that the dream state was very strange. Perhaps it had something to do with the secret of Wonderland. Perhaps, after this is over, I can focus on investigating this dream state. 15 minutes later, Luigi's performance came to an end. Luigi did not know what Auriel thought about it, but he was so immersed in the beautiful melody that he could still hear it even after the performance ended. I've learned a lot of skills from the sea of questions I've been practicing these past few days. This performance should not be much different from my best performance. Luigi was a little narcissistic. After the performance, he could not help but recite a poem. But before he could say anything, Angor interrupted him. I'm talking to you now, but it was Glepner who told me to stop you. Angor continued, no need to wonder why she knew you wanted to recite a poem. According to Glepner, she knew you couldn't hold it in anymore when you lifted your butt. She told me to tell you that now is not the time to recite a poem. Actually, Angor's message was modified. Glepner's original words were your stupid poem will definitely lower your score. However, Angor did not say the latter part. As far as he was concerned, his performance this time was good, but it was not yet the best. Auriel would not approve of his performance. Angor did not want Luigi to recite a poem when he did not get the approval. Of course, Luigi did not think his performance was bad. He looked at Auriel with confidence and waited for the latter's comment. However, things did not go as he expected. Auriel didn't say a word. Instead, he dissolved into a bubble, disappearing from sight. Luigi looked at the empty attic in confusion. What's going on? Where did he go? Before Luigi could figure out what was going on, he received a familiar message. Main Quest 3 of Special Dream Auriel's Choice failed. Current achievements, 20th place in the Empire Music Group. 21st place in the Empire Music Group. Main Quest 3 cannot be activated at this time. Wait for Fairyland to tell you when to activate it next time. Number of challenges, 6. Luigi looked at the message and remained silent. So Auriel did not disappear. He just failed the challenge. But, he failed the challenge, and he did not even say anything? Even the comment was given by Fairyland. At least, Auriel should tell him what he did not do well. He thought he did a good job in every aspect. Luigi was not happy about this. Also, he only managed to reach 20th place in the Empire Music Group. Only one person better, according to the quest, he had to reach the top 3 in the Empire Music Group in order to earn Auriel's approval. That was too far away. Besides, not everyone in the Empire Music Group knew how to play the harp. Wasn't this a bit biased? You should use those who knew how to play the harp. You can't mix them together, Luigi screamed in his mind. But he also knew that the mechanism behind Fairyland was power. In general, it was the law. Seeking justice from the law was like playing the lute to a cow. It was hopeless. Next, Luigi strolled around the attic and realized that he couldn't go to the second floor, nor could he go out. There seemed to be an invisible wall blocking his advance. This also meant that he was locked up on the first floor. He could go offline, but he could not leave the dungeon. This kind of situation was equivalent to returning to the previous state. He was planning to visit John in the Dream Wasteland after clearing Fairyland today. But now, it seemed he had to postpone it. Auriel is gone. I think he won't come out until Main Quest 3 starts tomorrow. Luigi sighed. I can't leave now. The only way is to go offline. There was no one in the attic, so Luigi was talking to Angor. By the way, I can't finish this quest alone. Can you? Luigi changed his expression and tried to flatter Angor. Angor understood Luigi's intention. Luigi was trying to help Angor by using some unexpected means. We'll talk about it when we go offline. In fact, Angor had already decided to help. For one thing, it was not hard to find the music score. For another, he also wanted to know what the next part of the quest was. Luigi also understood that it was inappropriate to talk in the dungeon, so he did not say anything and logged out. At the same time, far away from the city, Tasman Empire, in a corner of Dawn City. A small, rundown attic was covered with a thin layer of gold powder under the morning sunlight. The surrounding shops and streets were also awakened by the cries of the morning birds. When the streets were crowded with people, the balcony on the second floor of the attic was pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt walked out while yawning. He looked a little tired, as if he was not fully awake yet. He lazily leaned against the railing of the balcony and stared blankly into space. When he heard the morning chants from the Radiance Church not far away, he finally regained some color in his eyes. The Radiance Church had morning chants, afternoon chants, and evening gospel. He chose to rent such a rundown attic so that he could listen to the 3 daily chants from the Radiance Church. For others, the 3 chants were a form of faith. But for Luigi, it was a form of appreciation. The special feature of the morning chants was the combination of the pure voices of children and the sound of harps, which made people feel as if spring water was flowing in their hearts. Anyone who heard the morning chants would be filled with energy and start a new day. In the past, Luigi only paid attention to the chants. But today, for some reason, he was attracted by the harps in the background. Listening to the elegant and clear sound of the harp, he seemed to have thought of something and softly murmured, "I had a dream last night." In the dream, there seemed to be someone playing the harp like this? End of chapter. Since Luigi had already logged out, there was no point in staying outside the Wonderland dungeon, so they all went their separate ways. Gleipnir prepared to return to Rabbit Town to receive the new residents who had just arrived. He would also test who could enter Silver Coral Island. If he wanted the Rainbow Elves to reappear, he would have to build a new colony. The people who could enter the Silver Coral Island were very important, as they could bring out the resources needed to build the colony. Laplace also planned to go to Rabbit Town, but it was only a temporary stop. Her ultimate goal was to check out the fishing spots on the coast of Silver Coral Island. Angor, on the other hand, didn't have anywhere to go. He planned to discuss with Luigi about his upcoming performance, then return to the soundproof room to check his dream status. The 3 of them logged out together. Inside Angor's heart, Luigi was already waiting for him. However, Angor didn't pay attention to him right away. Instead, he focused on the dream gate. When Gleipnir and Laplace came online again and sent them to Rabbit Town, he finally stopped thinking and looked at Luigi opposite him. "Do you have a plan now?" Angor asked. "There are still 6 challenges left for Main Quest 3. What do you want to do?" Angor knew that it was unrealistic for Luigi to improve his skills so much that he could become one of the top 3 musicians in the Empire Music Troupe in just 6 days. In order to pass Main Quest 3, Angor had to rely on the songs he performed. 6 challenges meant 6 different songs. Angor wanted to know what Luigi was going to do with all 6 songs. Luigi considered and said, "I know that Tooth Immortal's Ruins has a lot of music scores, including many rare ones. Wolf Fong Flute tried to persuade me to buy them many times, but I refused every time." Luigi glanced at Angor and cleared his throat. "I didn't really want music scores back then. I wanted poetry collections more than music scores. But now, I have to go to Tooth Immortal's Ruins for the sake of completing the main quest." Luigi made himself look like he was compromising and reluctant. To put it bluntly, he did not want to admit that he was weak. Angor knew what was going on, but he didn't want to complain. "Scholar Mirror C, you collect music scores? There's a market for music scores in the White Sun Mirror region?" Most of the creatures he saw so far were focused on improving their strength. The White Sun Mirror domain was filled with countless mirror lights. Without enough strength, one could easily get sucked into one of the broken mirror lights and die on the way. Therefore, He had thought that the things that the ancient tooth fairy sold were mainly things that increased one's strength or were mainly useful. As for music scores, they were more inclined towards the construction of spiritual civilization. I don't know if there's a market for music scores in the White Sun Mirror region. However, the ancient tooth fairy, or rather, the entire tooth fairy race is very passionate about music. Tooth fairies love music? Angor was puzzled. Luigi nodded. That's right. If you don't believe me, you might as well recall the names of the ancient tooth fairies you have seen. Apart from Wolf Fong Bone Flute mentioned by Luigi, there was also Wolf Fong's daughter Dragon Fong Zither, and Wolf Fong's students Shark Fong Scale and Snake Fong Note. Flute, zither, scale, note. Angor began to understand what Luigi meant. Any race, any living being, after gaining self-awareness, the meaning of its name was very important. The names of the few ancient tooth fairies Angor met all contained symbols related to music, which showed how much they valued music. Luigi said, "Do you understand now?" Luigi asked. Not just music. The tooth fairies also love other arts, such as Bear Fong Evening Drum, Tiger Fong Quill, Rabbit Fong Dance, and so on. Their names don't necessarily mean what they're good at, but they definitely represent the interests of their ancestors or families. All in all, the ancient tooth fairy did not only bring trade to the Mirror region, but also art. But that's not important. You just need to know that the tooth fairy ruins must have valuable music scores. Luigi continued, my plan is to find these music scores, find the most representative works, and try to interpret them. What are the 6 capitals? Of course not. I'm going to choose 3 from the tooth fairy's collection. As for the other 3, Luigi gave Angor a you-know-what-I-mean look. You want me to help you find the other 3? Luigi nodded. Uriel is a human too. I'm afraid he won't like the tooth fairy's collection. So, I'll have to ask you to help me. Angor knew what Luigi was thinking, and he was willing to help Luigi. It wasn't a difficult task for him anyway. It was just a matter of issuing a quest in the Dream Wasteland. But the problem was, are you sure you don't want to challenge yourself by using other people's music scores? Luigi shrugged. I already did it today. If he doesn't like it, I can't do anything about it. Angor couldn't help but sigh when he saw Luigi's I'm an idiot look. Why did he think Luigi would sacrifice everything for the sake of art? Maybe it was just an illusion. Alright. I'll do it as soon as possible. But we still need Uriel's judgment. If he doesn't care about the music scores and only comments on your skills, all your efforts will be in vain. I don't think I'm too far behind the so-called first seat, even if I'm not as good as him. If we're on the same level, I'll just have to use music scores, Luigi said. Let's try it again tomorrow, and we'll know if he's right or not. If Luigi showed up with the music scores tomorrow, Uriel would still give him a score of 20. That meant Uriel really only cared about skills. If there was a change in the score, it meant it was a comprehensive score. Personally, Luigi believed it was a comprehensive score. After all, the best masters had similar skills. The only way to determine who was better was by musical instruments and music scores. Since Main Quest 3 had fixed musical instruments, Angor could only rely on music scores. Angor nodded and didn't say anything else. He would find out after tomorrow. Then I'll go to Tooth Fairy's ruins now. Luigi said, oh, right. Remember to send my performance with Uriel to Professor John. Also, tell him that I'll go see Professor John in person after this. Angor nodded. He would do so even if Luigi didn't ask him. After all, John was also curious about Luigi's performance. With that, Luigi left the heart area. Angor planned to return to reality and distribute the music scores in the Dream Wasteland. Then, he would talk to John about his dream. But before he could leave, Luigi returned to the heart area again. Also, Luigi's expression was a little serious. Angor wondered if Luigi ran into some kind of danger outside. Something's wrong. Luigi suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Angor asked in a serious tone. World Grind Day is coming. Dream Crystal Domain, Rabbit Town. As soon as Angor logged on, he saw a group of people running out of a bunny building in a panic. Soon, dozens of people ran out of the building while yelling things like "the mushrooms are eating people," "so many mushrooms," "the mushrooms are crazy," and so on. Angor quickly activated God's view and looked inside the bunny building. There was no one inside. Everything below the 15th floor was empty. However, from the 16th to the 20th floor, Angor saw a large amount of mycelium. The mycelium was spreading up and down from the 18th floor. It didn't take long for the mycelium to cover 5 floors. In one of the rooms on the 18th floor, there was a 3-meter-tall giant mushroom that was giving off an ominous aura. There was also a woman's face on the mushroom's cap. Because the surrounding mycelium had spread out from this big mushroom, it was certain that it should be the source of this chaos. Angor didn't check the mushroom right away. Instead, he looked at Gleipnir, who was walking toward him. "What's going on here?" Angor looked at Gleipnir. Several minutes ago, Luigi returned to Angor's heart space and told him that World Grind Day is coming. Angor asked for more details and learned that Gleipnir used mind synchronization to ask Angor to come online as soon as possible. As for the reason, it was World Grind Day. As for what World Grind Day was, Luigi already knew part of it through mind synchronization. However, it was too troublesome for him to explain, so he asked Angor to come online himself. As soon as Angor logged on, he saw the scene of people running away. Gleipnir sighed. Here's the thing, as Gleipnir explained, Angor slowly learned about the current situation. To put it simply, people from Rabbit Town entered Silver Coral Island and brought back a lot of resources. One of them brought back a lot of mushrooms. He found the mushrooms in the woods on Silver Coral Island. When he saw small animals eating them, he knew they weren't poisonous. He also sliced the mushrooms and ate them raw. He found them delicious, so he decided to bring them back for his wife. When he brought the mushrooms out, Gleipnir made sure they were fine before letting him take them home. In the end, after the mushroom was brought out, it mutated in just half a day. He turned into a huge mushroom, and this mushroom had an abyssal mouth, which directly ate him. When his wife saw this, she jumped in fright. As she shouted "Mushroom eats people," she rushed forward, wanting to fight Mushroom to the death. However, his wife was swallowed as well. There was another person who came to visit. He saw the scene and quickly ran outside. In the end, he managed to escape. It was from him that Gleipnir learned the details of the scene. The man also shouted "Mushroom eats people," and urged the others to run away. However, some people didn't listen and didn't run away. Others fell asleep and didn't wake up. In the end, they were all swallowed by the spreading mycelium. Everyone who came into contact with the mycelium disappeared. After that, Angor came online and saw everyone running out of the building. "Is the person who brought the mushrooms on the 18th floor?" Angor asked. "Yes." "You saw it?" Angor nodded. "The mushroom is on the 18th floor. I saw a woman's face on its cap." Gleipnir raised an eyebrow. "A woman's face?" Laplace was right. "That's Mushroom Mistress." "Mushroom Mistress?" Laplace knows her name? "Is that her real body too?" Angor paused and suddenly thought of something. "Wait, where's Laplace?" Gleipnir said, "She also touched the mycelium." Gleipnir then told Angor about Mushroom Mistress. Just as he thought, Mushroom Mistress was Laplace's real body. Laplace had just come online, and he hadn't even had the time to go to Silver Coral Island before it happened. As soon as Laplace saw the mycelium, he guessed that it was Mushroom Mistress. Since Mushroom Mistress was Laplace's real body, Laplace was very familiar with her mycelium. Mushroom Concubine's race was the Chilma clan. They came from a vassal world of a large world. The Chilma clan was called Mushroom People by the local natives because they looked like humanoid hyphae and had high intelligence. Mushroom people could divide themselves and create a large number of mushroom people in a short time. This trait alone made them the enemy of the local natives. However, mushroom people were gentle and had a strong sense of territory. They didn't want to occupy all their territories, which allowed the natives and mushroom people to live together. Later, however, mushroom people seemed to have been infected by some kind of virus, which caused them to mutate and become more aggressive. Mushroom Concubine was born under this mutation, Xianxia Moren. When Laplace chose his real body, he thought Mushroom Mistress was similar to the original mushroom people. But after creating the real body, he realized something was wrong with her. So, he left her in the forest of memory. Those who were swallowed by Mushroom Mistress might have entered the Wonderland dungeon she created. Since Mushroom Mistress is very aggressive, the dungeon she created might be dangerous. So, Laplace decided to check it out first. As for why Glepner told Angor about World's End, it was because Mushroom Mistress' personality was similar to Rainbow Fairy Nephidote's. Her biggest goal was to bring World's End. End of chapter. Should we retreat now, Mr. Glepner? An old man in a long robe walked up to them and asked with a bitter expression, "What's the matter with Glepner?" Glepner recognized the old man. He was one of the more prestigious new residents. Glepner considered and said, "If the mycelium keeps spreading, this place will be in danger, so," but before she could finish, Angor spoke again, "The mycelium has stopped spreading." Using God's view, Angor noticed that the mycelium had run out of energy when it reached the 15th level. It only spread halfway to the 15th floor before it completely stopped. The mycelium has stopped spreading. But just to be safe, you should follow our plan and leave the area, Angor said to the newcomer. By the way, don't take anything from Silver Coral Island with you when you leave. The old man nodded. Following Angor's order, he stepped aside and led the new residents away from the perimeter. Glepner looked at Angor again. You told them not to take anything from Silver Coral Island because you're worried about another Wonderland dungeon? Angor nodded. Do you remember the entry conditions for the Rainbow Elves? Rendezvous and rainbows, Glepner said. That's right. According to this logic, all the Fairyland dungeons must have certain conditions to trigger them. This time, the entry condition for the Wonderland dungeon is probably mushrooms. When there were no mushrooms in the outside world, everything was fine. But when someone brought mushrooms from Silver Coral Island, the Wonderland dungeon appeared right away. Obviously, the entry condition for this dungeon had something to do with mushrooms. If mushrooms were the entry condition for the Wonderland dungeon, what about the other items? The new residents brought a lot of items from Silver Coral Island. If these items also triggered the entry condition of a Wonderland dungeon, wouldn't that mean another Wonderland dungeon would appear? Angor believed that the Wonderland dungeon wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, if the dungeon's mechanism was too bad, such as the recruitment rules of a circus, it would be troublesome. So, we might need to isolate our new resources to some extent before we use them, Glepner said in a low voice. That won't be enough to stop the Wonderland Instance dungeon. Take wood as an example. After it is taken out from Silver Coral Island, it might not trigger any Wonderland dungeon, but if the entry condition of a Wonderland dungeon is wooden crafts or processed products, then as long as the wood is processed to a certain extent, it might trigger the Wonderland dungeon. So, it's impossible to guard against it. However, what you said also makes sense. In the current situation where we don't know the entry mechanism of the Wonderland dungeon, it's better to have isolation than not. Moreover, after the quarantine, regardless of whether or not the Wonderland Instance dungeon is triggered, it is best to find someone to record it, just in case. Glepner sighed. That's all we can do for now. The entry requirements for each Wonderland Instance dungeon can be considered later. Let's see what this Wonderland Instance dungeon is like first. With that, Angor prepared to use his authority to enter Box Ting's perspective and see what was going on with the mushroom concubine. But before he could enter Box Ting's view, he saw a figure appear out of thin air on the 16th floor. Laplace? Angor immediately recognized the figure. It was Laplace, who entered the Wonderland dungeon willingly not long ago. From the outside, Laplace didn't seem to have changed much. However, she now had a dagger in her hand that was giving off a faint blood-red glow. When Laplace appeared on the 16th floor, the mycelium, which had gradually quieted down, suddenly became aggressive again. The strands turned into tiny pieces and floated toward her. Their goal was clear, to touch Laplace. As long as they could touch Laplace, she would be teleported back into the Wonderland dungeon. These mycelium could be transferred to the new residents one by one. But for the first time, they failed when facing Laplace. Seeing the mycelium floating over, Laplace used the dagger in his hand to cut it off. The severed mycelium turned into specks of light and disappeared into the void. She managed to cut off the first wave of mycelium, but there were still a lot of them around. They wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Like bloodthirsty vines that smelled blood, the mycelium swarmed toward Laplace like a swarming tide. While dodging, Laplace continued to clean up the mycelium. Every time she did so, she would hit the core nodes of the mycelium with a single strike. Laplace only needed to find the initial connection point of some of the ferocious-looking mycelium nets, and she could easily turn them into specks of light. In just a few seconds, half of the area on the 16th floor had been cleared. This showed how good Laplace's observation and execution skills were. Although Laplace had cleared more than half of the mycelium on the 16th floor, she did not intend to go up. Instead, she cleared the remaining mycelium on the 15th floor and went downstairs. Angor was going to check out the Wonderland dungeon, but since Laplace already killed her way out, there was no need for that. He just needed to wait for Laplace to inform him. Soon, Laplace appeared at the entrance of the bunny building. She didn't seem surprised to see Angor and Glepner. She nodded at them and walked toward them. It's a Wonderland dungeon. I think it's a combat type one? There's no challenge like the one in Treasure Tower. You'll start the dungeon as soon as you enter. Laplace knew what they were concerned about, so she went straight to the point and told them what she encountered in the dungeon. After touching the mycelium, she immediately entered the dungeon. After entering the instant's dungeon, she found herself in the cellar of a small hut. According to the description, the cellar was a safe house that provided temporary protection. However, it only lasted for 2 hours per day. After that, the safe house would disappear. The description was brief. It didn't even mention the name of the dungeon, the type of the dungeon, or the quest objective. Laplace was alone in the cellar. She didn't see anyone else, and the entrance of the cellar didn't show any sign of being opened. One thing was for sure. Everyone who entered the Wonderland would be teleported to different places at random. Since there was no one else around, and there were no other clues in the cellar, she left the so-called safe house without hesitation. After going out, she saw a lot of strange buildings. The buildings were continuous, and she couldn't see the end of it even though she was standing at a high place. She was more or less certain that she was in a super-large city. However, there were no living people in the city. It was like a ruined city. Although the buildings looked new, the roads were covered with blood, and some of the buildings were covered with strange fungi. Glowing mushrooms that were dozens of meters high, floating mushrooms that looked like jellyfish in the sky, and dust mushrooms that turned into fireflies could be seen everywhere in the city. Laplace also saw quite a few Chiomo people. However, these people weren't living people. They had become some kind of bloodthirsty grindstone corpse. They wandered in groups in the city. They were densely packed, like the moss in the city. It was very scary. They were also very aggressive. When they saw Laplace, they attacked her crazily. These grindstone corpse had powerful explosive power, amazing speed, and terrifying climbing ability. If ordinary people encountered them, they would probably kill them on sight. However, Laplace wasn't an ordinary person. Although she didn't bring in a strong physique from the real world, her fighting will and fighting skills were perfectly inherited. At the same time, after she passed the Helen's Dream Fairyland dungeon, she also obtained the Helen's Imaginary Physique, a Fairyland reward that increased her physique in all aspects. Facing these grindstone corpse was no pressure at all. After killing the grindstone corpse, Laplace received another Fairyland notification. Special Dreamland World Grinding Day has been activated. This special Dreamland is based on points. Points can be obtained by killing grindstone corpse and completing side missions. Current points, 7 points. Current target points, 100 points. Accumulating 100 points will activate the pointer function. When she saw the name of the World Grinding Day dungeon, Laplace immediately understood that her guess was right. This Fairyland dungeon was definitely related to her timely mushroom concubine. However, she didn't know where Mushroom Concubine was. However, this wasn't important at the moment. At least through the Fairyland notification, she knew the goal of this dungeon. Next, Laplace began to clean up the grindstone corpse. The points of each grindstone corpse wasn't fixed. It seemed to be determined based on the grindstone corpse's strength. Laplace had seen from 1 to 20 points. After the grindstone corpse with 20 points died, it condensed a weapon that shone with a bloody light, which was the dagger in Laplace's hand. Fairyland item, Blupulu dismemberment knife. A sharp blade from the Blupulu tribe. Can be stored in a separate fairyland space. This dagger didn't have any special abilities. However, according to the description, it came from the Blupulu tribe. This tribe happened to be enemies with the Grindstone tribe. Perhaps because of this dagger seemed to be more effective against the Grindstone corpse that was mutated from the Grindstone corpse. With the Blupulu dismemberment knife, Laplace was like a fish in water in the world grinding day. In just a few minutes, she killed a large number of Grindstone corpse. Her points directly exceeded 100 points. At this moment, the Fairyland notification appeared again. Current points, 118 points. Pointer function has been unlocked. Current target points, 1000 points. Accumulating 1000 points will activate a reward. There was no introduction to what the one-stage reward was, but Laplace guessed that it might be a cumulative reward similar to the small treasure pagoda. The higher the number of points, the greater the reward. As for the pointer function, it was much simpler. It wasn't a Fairyland item. Instead, it was an illusory pointer that could be summoned in the World Grinding Day dungeon. The pointer could point to 2 places. 1. To the nearest safe house. 2. To the nearest exit. Laplace was thinking that if the pointer could point to the location of other new residents in the dungeon, she wouldn't mind saving them. However, the pointer didn't point to people yet. Laplace didn't care about the so-called safe houses at all. After getting the pointer, she walked to the exit indicated by the pointer. The exit wasn't too far away. Laplace walked out just like that. What happened next was what Angor and the others saw. He didn't know what Gleipnir was thinking after hearing Laplace's explanation, but he had a strange feeling. Why did this World Grinding Day dungeon look so similar to the scenes in the hologram tablet? Besides, killing monsters to drop treasures, this felt so familiar. Did Wonderland's dungeon design use as well as a reference? Did you think of something? Laplace noticed the strange expression on Angor's face and asked. Angor shook his head. No. I'm just wondering if those grindmen are infected by a highly contagious virus. Anyone who gets hurt by them will be infected, right? Both Laplace and Gleipnir? Why do you think so? Laplace asked. Of course it was written that way. Angor thought so, but he couldn't say it out loud. He cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. Gleipnir mentioned that the grindmen were gentle at first. Later, they seemed to be affected by some kind of virus and became aggressive. But this kind of aggression can also be seen on living creatures. But the ones you met in the dungeon were already dead, and they were called grindmen by the Wonderland. Why would corpses attack people? That's why I'm wondering if it's because of the virus. Also, there are so many grindmen. Maybe it's because the virus is too contagious? As for the infection I mentioned, it's just a guess. Laplace considered and said, I don't know if I'll get infected after getting hurt. I'm not hurt. I can see that. Laplace looked perfectly fine. Even in the world of grindmen filled with grindmen, she could still walk around as if she was taking a stroll in her garden. Gleipnir said, compared to the grindmen, I'm more concerned about the situation inside the dungeon. Also, how is the situation of the new residents who fell in? Among the new residents who had entered the dungeon, there were people Gleipnir knew, so she was very concerned about their safety. Laplace could handle the grindmen, but the new residents might not. Angor considered. Maybe we can find the answers from Mushroom Concubine? Mushroom Concubine? You know where she is? Laplace was surprised. She already planned to look for Mushroom Concubine in the world of grindmen, but she didn't find any clues. Angor nodded. She's on the 18th floor. End of chapter. They all wanted to get an answer from Mushroom Concubine, but when they arrived at the 18th floor and saw her in person, they realized that the problem was worse than they thought. Mushroom Concubine had lost her mind. Her entire body was covered by a giant mushroom. Only her face could be seen above the mushroom's cover. They could clearly hear the woman's mouth opening and closing as she mumbled something about the end of the world. Apart from that, she had lost all sense of reason. Her eyes were also covered with black patterns and blood-red pupils, just like the grindstone corpse. When she saw them in the room, she only controlled her mycelium to attack them. She didn't do anything intelligent. Maybe Mushroom Concubine's personality isn't affected, but her intelligence isn't. Her situation isn't normal. It feels like she's been sealed by this mushroom, Glepner said. Mushroom Concubine was a grindstone corpse. The focus was on the person, not the grindstone. The current Mushroom Concubine was completely different from the one in Glepner's memory. Mushroom Concubine's original body was a tall humanoid woman. But this Mushroom Concubine only had a human face on top of a mushroom. Glepner wondered if Mushroom Concubine's loss of mind had something to do with her being sealed by the mushroom. Neither Angor nor Laplace had an answer. However, Laplace was a man of action. Regardless of whether Mushroom Concubine's mind was sealed by the mushroom or not, she simply stabbed her dagger at the mushroom. However, unlike the mycelium, Laplace's dagger did not pierce into the mushroom. It was blocked by an invisible wall of light. As soon as the light wall appeared, a magnificent aura instantly enveloped the narrow room. Angor and the others in the room all felt weightless. The space around them became extremely fragile, as if they were in the middle of constructing a colorful illusion. When the fragile space regained its order, they disappeared from the room on the 18th floor and found themselves in a greenhouse surrounded by glass walls. He looked around and checked his surroundings. There were several rows of 10-meter-long shelves in the greenhouse. The shelves were divided into 3 levels, and each level had many flower pots. The cultivation soil could be clearly seen inside, but the plants in the pots were basically ruined. The outside of the greenhouse was covered by thick vines. Through the gaps between the vines, Angor could tell that the greenhouse was on the top floor of a building. This was because he could see buildings of different heights not far away, as well as floating jellyfish mushrooms. He was sure that he was inside the world's grind dungeon. The safe house also confirmed his guess. This was indeed the World Mill Day, and the greenhouse he was in now was the safe house that Laplace had mentioned before, which had 2 hours of absolute safety every day. After checking his surroundings, he looked at the people around him. Yes, people. Laplace and Glepner were both in the greenhouse. After a moment of silence, Glepner broke the silence first. Looks like we've discovered a new rule for the World's Grind quest. When we're pulled into the quest at the same time, we won't be teleported to random places. Instead, we'll be sent to the same safe house. Glepner sounded a little self-deprecating, but it did alleviate the awkwardness of accidentally falling into a trap. Maybe I shouldn't have acted so rashly, Laplace said. Angor shook his head. It's not your fault. It's just an experiment. Besides, your attempt isn't completely worthless. Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. What could it be? When the light barrier appeared around Mushroom Concubine, I sensed the sequence of authority of Wonderland. Laplace said, the sequence of authority? What's the point? It means Mushroom Concubine is protected by authority. It's normal for NPCs to be protected by authority. But Mushroom Concubine is different. She's fused with a mushroom. You attacked the mushroom on the surface, but you triggered the authority's protection. That means the mushroom is most likely Mushroom Concubine. Normally speaking, NPCs are rational beings. Maybe there's something else behind Mushroom Concubine's transformation. Maybe the answer lies in this quest. Laplace frowned. You mean we should find the truth of Mushroom Concubine's mutation here? Angor shook his head. No. I mean, the safe house has 2 hours of absolute safety. Most of the new residents of this quest who haven't left the safe house yet should be waiting for help. Maybe we should find them and send them out first. Laplace was puzzled. How did Angor come up with such a strange idea? As for finding the truth about Mushroom Concubine, it's probably one of the main quests in this quest. Or a hidden quest. That's not important for now. In other words, Angor was only responsible for irresponsible analysis. As for whether it was the truth or not, they would know when someone else solved the mystery. You can still use your pointer, right? Laplace sensed for a moment and nodded. Yes, the nearest exit is 2 kilometers away. According to the pointer, the exit will close in 10 hours. But the pointer can only show us the location of the exit. It can't show us the safe house's location, Laplace said. Maybe it's because we're in the safe house right now. That's not important. Our goal now is to save the people and get them out of here. Angwar's original plan was to stay outside and use God's view to locate the new residents. Then, he would ask someone else to bring them out. But now that he had also entered the instance dungeon, since he was already here, he might as well save them as well. Neither Glepner nor Laplace objected to Angwar's suggestion. Many of the new residents of World Grind were people Glepner had met before. Like Jihan, they were all familiar faces from Charlie's palace. They didn't have any combat strength. If they didn't rescue them as soon as possible, they might die. I'll try to locate them first. With that, he closed his eyes and focused his mind on the authority of Dream Wonderland. In an instant, his view was elevated to that of the observer in the box. Soon, he noticed something different about this dungeon. Earlier, Laplace mentioned that the city was huge. Angwar didn't have a clear idea of it. But now, he did. Not only was the city huge, but the entire World Grind was also much bigger than he expected. Not only did it include 3 cities that guarded each other, but there were also forests, fields, and mountains that were even bigger than the cities. Also, the map didn't seem to be fully expanded yet. Angwar saw some vague shadows at the edge of the box. They weren't monsters. Instead, they were the embodiments of Dream Wonderland's view. They looked like coders who were expanding the boundaries of the map. It seemed that the dungeon was also meant to expand the territory. Leaving aside the question of whether the map would expand in the future, the current size of the dungeon was about the size of a province in Gold's Pink Empire. A province wasn't that big for Angwar right now. Back when he was still immortal, it took him half a month to travel from Gru Town to Vichy Harbor by carriage. Both Gru Town and Vichy Harbor were still within Yamei Province, which meant Yamei Province wasn't small, especially for mortals. And this dungeon was as big as a province, which was terrifying. Although, if the ocean area of the Silver Coral Island Instance Dungeon was included, it should be bigger than the World Grind Instance Dungeon. However, for non-marine creatures, the land area was the only area they could think of. The ocean was just a number. Most importantly, the 3 cities in the World Grind Instance Dungeon were all super-large cities, each of them spanning over 1,000 square kilometers. If there were no corpse grinders in this dungeon, each city could easily accommodate tens of millions of people. But even if there were corpse grind men, they could still build some bases in the city. Angwar recalled that the hologram tablet mentioned something about the construction of such bases. If he could build bases in these 3 cities, the number of new residents they could accommodate would be beyond imagination. Of course, the actual number of people living in these cities was another matter. Even if he could build a base here, not many people would choose to live here in the future. After all, there were too many corpse grinders here. These 3 megacities were originally the cities of the Millstone Corpse people. If each city had 10 million Millstone Corpse people and 30% of the population had turned into Millstone Corpse people, then the total number of Millstone Corpse people in these 3 cities would exceed 10 million. Besides, corpse grinders weren't the only ones here. Angwar looked down and saw many strange mushroom-type creatures, including the giant luminous mushrooms, floating jellyfish mushrooms, dust mushrooms, and the broodmother mushrooms. The broodmother mushrooms were creating all kinds of strange creatures, including corpse grinders. If the broodmother mushrooms kept producing, the number of monsters in this dungeon would be endless. Laplace said that this was a battle dungeon. Perhaps it wasn't accurate. For most of the new residents, this was a survival dungeon. Still, there were benefits to having so many monsters. The monsters in this dungeon had a special loot setting, which meant that World Grinder dungeons would become the main source of Wonderland items in the future. Angwar also used his sandbox illusion to show Laplace and Glepner the general information about the dungeon. When they saw the huge dungeon, the horrifying number of corpse grinders, and the colorful mushroom monsters, they all fell silent. Even they couldn't clear this dungeon with their current strength, let alone the new residents. Unless they could bring power from the real world into this place. While they discussed the dungeon, Angwar also began to locate the new residents who fell into the dungeon. If he used his eyes to find new residents like before, he wouldn't be able to do it. This was because the dungeon was too big for his eyes to find. However, Angwar could use his authority to sense auras. As long as he set the aura of an outsider as the target, it would be easy to find them. Soon, Angwar found the location of the new residents. There were 75 of them in total, and 70 of them were in the city they were in. Most of them were swallowed at the same time, so most of them were in the same safe house. The nearest safe house was less than 1 kilometer away, and there were 6 of them. Even so, it was still difficult to find them all because the city was too big. Moreover, there were 5 people who had unfortunately fallen into the other 2 cities, which made the rescue even more difficult. Angor marked everyone's location in the sandbox illusion and looked at Laplace and Glepner. They're too far apart. Maybe we should split up. They would search in batches and send people out when they found them. Then, they would be teleported into the dungeon through random teleportation. If they were lucky, they could even teleport to the north or south of the city in 1 second, which would be much faster. Since 5 of them were in the other 2 cities, it was impossible for them to travel to the other 2 cities. They were too far away. Only random teleportation could send them to the other 2 cities. Therefore, splitting up was the best solution for now. Laplace and Glepner agreed. As long as they didn't touch the strange mushrooms, it would be easy for them to kill the Grindman. Besides, Glepner had Bila's whip, while Laplace had Blupaloo's saber, so they didn't need to worry too much about fighting. Even so, Angor still reminded them to try not to get hurt in this dungeon. It was hard to tell if the Grindman was infected like the Doomsday zombies in the hologram tablet. If there really was an infection, and they accidentally got infected, it was hard to say whether there would be any abnormalities. Just in case, it was better to be careful. As for Angor himself, he could control astronomical changes and use all kinds of illusions. He was much safer than Laplace and Glepner, so he wouldn't need to worry about his own safety. Compared to finding people, Angor's connection was more important. He used God's View to connect Laplace and Glepner so that they could identify the new residents as soon as possible. After the instructions were given, everyone chose a direction and dispersed. Under Angor's guidance, it took them half a day to find all the new residents of the city. However, finding them was one thing, but not everyone was rescued. There was also a little accident in this. The safe house was only safe for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the protection of the safe house would disappear. If there were any zombies around, they would have the ability to rush into the safe house. Of course, if they were lucky enough, the safe houses would still be relatively safe even after the protection period was over. Most of the new residents stayed in the safe houses and didn't wander around. 90% of them managed to survive until the rescue team arrived. However, there were also 2 who were unfortunate enough to be attacked by the molten corpse men. Even though Angor noticed it right away and tried to stop it by controlling the weather from afar, some people were still injured to varying degrees. There were 7 new residents in the 2 safe houses. Under Angor's guidance, 4 of them managed to escape unharmed. The other 3, however, were still scratched by the Grindmen. The 3 people who were scratched by the Grindmen all received notifications from the Wonderland. Virus has invaded. Abnormal status. When an individual is in an abnormal status, his or her body will transform into a Grindman corpse for 90 hours. When an individual is in an abnormal status, he or she must not leave the Wonderland. After transforming into a Grindman corpse, his or her rationality will be greatly reduced. Complete a related quest to remove the restriction. Warning: the transformation of a Grindman corpse is irreversible. Angor knew he was right. There was an abnormal virus inside the Grindmen's bodies, so they couldn't be scratched by the Grindmen. Once they were scratched, they would be inflicted with a lot of debuffs. However, this Wonderland prompt also left a way out for these infected new residents. Complete a related quest to remove the restriction. According to the description, the restriction referred to 3 types of debuffs: 90 hours of abnormal status, restricted from leaving the Wonderland, and lowered rationality. Removing the restriction meant that there was a way to remove all 3 debuffs. However, there were differences between the 3 types of debuffs. After the first 2 were removed, the new residents would still be human. However, if the abnormal status lasted for more than 90 hours, they would become a Grindman corpse. Even if the debuffs were removed, they would no longer be human. This was because the transformation of the Corpse Grinder clan was irreversible. At most, he could be considered a rational mortician. Of course, there was also the possibility that Angor was wrong. After becoming a necromancer, even if the restriction was removed, he might not be able to regain his sanity. However, no matter how he interpreted this Wonderland prompt, the final point must be to complete the relevant mission. However, what this so-called relevant mission was, the Immortal Lands prompt did not mention. Perhaps it was a main quest, or perhaps a side quest that existed in this instance dungeon. Therefore, even though the Wonderland prompt gave the injured new residents hope, it wasn't much. As the 3 infected fellows were unable to leave, they could only stay within the instance dungeon. However, in this city, other than the 3 of them, there were 2 other people who stayed behind. The 2 of them were not infected. They stayed for different reasons. One of them was the brother of the infected. In order to protect this remaining family, he was unwilling to leave. The other was unwilling to leave. He believed that the World's Day Instance Dungeon was a place of opportunity. He was not strong, but he had a great mind for strategy. When the safe house's safety time was up, he took the initiative to leave the safe house. By observing in the dark, he knew that the grindstone corpse was searching for people by sound and smell. So, with some tools that he found, he set up a trap and successfully killed the grindstone corpse, starting his hunting journey. When Laplace found him, he had accumulated more than 100 credit points and activated the pointer function. Also, he obtained a long-range crossbow, which increased his efficiency in killing grindmen. He refused to leave the Wonderland and planned to continue his hunt here. Since he could find the exit by himself with the pointer function, and he did not want to leave, Laplace respected his decision and allowed him to stay. In summary, there were 70 people in this city. 65 of them chose to leave. Of the remaining 3, 2 chose to stay because they were infected. However, this was the only city. There were 3 cities in the World's Day Instance Dungeon, and 5 of them fell into another city. These 5 people were even more interesting. They originally thought that these 5 people were unlucky and were randomly assigned to the other 2 cities. However, when Laplace and Gleipnir came looking for them, they discovered that these 5 people were very special. They were not infected, but all of them refused to leave. If the new resident who was unwilling to leave could be called an opportunist, then this person was now the opportunist. These 5 people were respectively the battle maniac, thief, hero, schemer, and court wizard. The battle maniac was unwilling to leave because he did not pursue a peaceful life in Rabbit Town. What he wanted was an endless battle and an endless life. The thief was unwilling to leave because she found many valuable treasures on some grindmen. It was her belief that a thief would not leave empty-handed. Since she was here, she must not leave empty-handed. The hero was unwilling to leave because he was not a hero in the outside world. Only in this world full of danger did a hero have value. The schemer was unwilling to leave because he was looking for the conspiracy behind this grindman carnival. He had a premonition that there must be amazing benefits behind this conspiracy. The schemer and the opportunist were generally the same. They stayed for opportunities. The court wizard was the most special. Rather than calling him a wizard, it was better to call him a chemist. He was good at all kinds of small tricks in the name of magic, but in reality, chemistry. He stayed because Rabbit Town did not have what he wanted. As for the grindman world, although it was broken everywhere, there was something he desired here. These 5 people who clearly had personalities were sent to another city. Perhaps the Wonderland dungeon had discovered their uniqueness and gave them special care. In short, these 5 people refused to leave. And each of them had their own methods. It was very easy for them to get more than 100 points. As long as they could get more than 100 points, they would be able to leave freely after activating the pointer function. Therefore, their choice was also respected. In the end, 65 of the 75 people left. Of the remaining people, other than the 3 who were unfortunately infected, the rest were alive and kicking. All in all, this rescue was very successful. As for the 3 infected people, Laplace and Gleipnir could not do anything about it. They could not stay here and look for related quests for them. As for the other 7 people, Angor ordered them to look for related quests. This was not only to help the others, but also to help themselves. After all, they had to stay in the Wonderland dungeon and come into contact with grindmen. If they accidentally got infected, they would have to find a way out. After making arrangements for everyone, Angor and the others left this absurd and crazy grindman world. What should we do with her? Glepner, who returned to the outside world, pointed at the giant mushroom where Mushroom Concubine lived and asked in a low voice. Mushroom Concubine was still unable to communicate. Glepner did not ask because he was worried about Mushroom Concubine. It was because Mushroom Concubine was the source of the mycelium. The mushroom would be a big problem if it stayed here. The mycelium had stopped spreading, but Glepner did not forget that the mycelium exploded not long ago and occupied 5 floors of the building. If the mycelium spread out several more times, Rabbit Town would be doomed. Laplace also frowned. She was also very concerned about Rabbit Town. The exit of Silver Coral Island existed because there was a gathering place here. If Rabbit Town disappeared, the exit of Silver Coral Island would be closed as well. How could she go fishing then? No, not fishing. Where could she find such a perfect beach to sunbathe? Angor was not surprised by Glepner's concern. However, he was surprised that Laplace was concerned. Still, he did not ask. Don't worry. I took some time to check the general situation of the World Grindman World's entrance while I was in the dungeon. I still need to find out more about the inside of the dungeon, but I've already learned something about the outside world. Based on the information he obtained, Angor obtained 3 pieces of accurate information. First, the World Grindman World was triggered by a mushroom, and the trigger condition was mushroom and a survivor. Mushroom referred to any mushroom. As long as it appeared in the dream crystal, half of the trigger condition would be met. Survivor referred to the participants of the dungeon. The survivor did not have to be a human. Other sentient creatures would also work. The new resident on the 18th floor brought back a mushroom from Silver Coral Island, which fulfilled 2 conditions. Thus, the Wonderland dungeon appeared. Second, the special NPC, Mushroom Concubine, was in an abnormal state. To communicate with her normally, Angor had to complete a quest. Also, this quest was well hidden. Angor did not find any clues about it. It was probably something similar to Oriel's letter, which belonged to Schrödinger's cat. Angor did not know what kind of quest the Wonderland Authority was before he triggered it. As for the third, it was related to the current situation. The mushroom's way of pulling people in was to touch the mycelium. The mycelium needed special energy to spread, and the source of the energy was related to swallowing people. The reason why the mushroom was able to spread to 5 floors in such a short time was that it had already swallowed 75 people, which gave it enough energy. Now that it had no one to swallow, the mycelium could no longer spread after it ran out of energy. As long as the other residents of Rabbit Town did not try to touch the mushroom, it would be safe even if it stayed on the 18th floor. Even if someone tried to kill it, the mushroom would still need to swallow at least 1,000 people in order to have enough energy to spread out of Rabbit Town. It was understandable for one person to seek death, but it couldn't be that everyone was seeking death, right? This was why Angor said don't worry to them. Gleipnir sighed in relief after hearing Angor's explanation. It doesn't have enough energy to spread its mycelium, but for safety's sake, let's seal the bunny building first. I agree, Angor said, but we don't have to seal it. We just need to set up a threshold. An unknown Wonderland instance dungeon might have some deceptive mechanisms. But a known and controllable Wonderland dungeon is the best place to get resources. The new residents are not all children of the Ivory Tower. Maybe some of them are willing to take the risk. So, just control it. No need to seal it. If someone's constitution and fighting instinct meet the requirements, they can be allowed in. As far as Angor was concerned, both unknown and known quests were great opportunities for him. Since they chose to become new residents, they had to adapt to the world on their own. They did not want the world to adapt to them. Protecting the world too well might not be a good thing. Of course, if a great civilization was born here, and the civilization was reasonable, the leaders had wise plans, the pillars had responsibilities, and the strivers had goals, then perhaps they could change their attitude and try to change the world. But it was not time for that yet. Gleipnir considered and didn't say anything against Angor's suggestion. It was a tacit agreement. Sealing the treasure was not the best solution. Now that they had a plan, the rest was much easier. These follow-up matters, including the rearrangement of the new residents and the regulation of the building, were all handed over to Gleipnir. These were all the aftermath of World's Grind. The situation inside the World's Grind was already known, so it was easy to deal with. The only problem now was the overall planning and management of the resources. The resources taken from Silver Coral Island or World's Grind could lead to the birth of a new Wonderland dungeon. As a result, even though Rabbit Town was clearly in dire need of new resources, the new residents were now fearful of the resources they were seeking. Gleipnir had to find a way to form 3 new teams: Resource Management Team, Resource Coordination Team, and Resource Experiment Team. The most important one was the Resource Experiment Team. The resources taken from the dungeons had to go through various tests and records to ensure that no new Wonderland dungeon would be created. Only then could they be used to build the town. However, not many people were willing to join the Resource Experiment Team. Gleipnir was a little disappointed, but he accepted it in the end. After all, those who chose to join the new residents were those who did not want to face death in the real world. If the new residents died in the Dream Crystal Plane, they would die for real. It was understandable that they were afraid. It was not hard to solve this problem. He just needed to find someone who could log off and join the Resource Experiment Team. Although there weren't many people who could go offline now, it wouldn't be long before there would be a lot of people like that. After this gathering of the various races, perhaps there would be a huge increase in population, and then there would be many people who could be used then. After returning to reality, Angor went to the Dream Wasteland first. He was going to post a new quest in the questing hall of the new city. The mission requirements were: select a total of 6 music scores from the past 1,000 years that were rare, unique, and soul-stirring. The reward was 100 magic crystals. If he found a good one, the reward would be even higher. Angor didn't have to pay for the reward himself. Brood Cavern would provide him with subsidies every year. Now that he had the same level of authority as the 3 ancestor souls, it was only natural that he would receive more. Therefore, Brood Cavern would be responsible for claiming the reward. However, the quest had its limitations. Angor needed to know about the current music sheets in the southern wizarding region, so he needed a qualified appraiser. Of course, Angor couldn't do it. First of all, he didn't have that much time, and second of all, he didn't know much about music sheets. He had to ask someone else. Angor didn't know anyone who could help him, so he asked Leona to help him find an appraiser. It didn't take long for Leona to find an appraiser. According to Leona, the appraiser was a student of a Grand Elder, and a genius. Angor didn't ask who the appraiser was. He only asked what kind of reward the appraiser was looking for and skipped the quest. After posting the quest, Angor went to see John again. He used an illusion to show John how Luigi cleared the first quest, and told John about Luigi's current predicament in the third quest. John considered Luigi as a junior, so he was quite concerned about Luigi's situation. He also promised to help Luigi arrange some music sheets suitable for use in this world. Angor was going to log off after saying goodbye to John. However, at this moment, he received a message from Tree Spirit. "Are you there?" Angor felt a headache coming on. Tree Spirit was an experienced surfer. Why didn't he learn how to get straight to the point? Moreover, his profile picture was bright, which meant that he was online. Since she knew that he was online and still sent a "Are you there?" she must have done it on purpose. Angor didn't reply right away. Instead, he checked Tree Spirit's condition using God's View. He was still on an airship heading to the new city. Iron Granny, Hua Leisher, and Cameron were chatting happily. Tree Spirit was the only one who looked bored, as if he was dozing off. Angor began to suspect that Tree Spirit was bored and decided to have some fun since Angor was online. He didn't want to be treated as a joke, but it was Tree Spirit who sent him the message. He considered for a moment and decided to send a Bean Man emoji with its head tilted in confusion. "Tree Spirit, I just saw Leona say that you posted a quest to find the harp score in the questing hall." Tree Spirit's question confirmed Angor's belief that Tree Spirit was just bored. This question was completely out of the blue. Most likely, it was because Cameron was next to him, and he couldn't just leave. However, he didn't have anything to talk about, so he could only find someone else to talk about it. Leona was probably the last person he was interested in. Leona. You're looking for music scores for your mentor?" "Yes, but not entirely." "Tree Spirit?" Since he didn't have anything else to do, Angor briefly told Tree Spirit about Luigi. However, he didn't tell Tree Spirit that Luigi was from the Mirror Realm, nor did he tell Tree Spirit about Fairyland. He only described Luigi as one of John's students. According to Tree Spirit, John's student was taking the entrance exam for a national music troupe. Luigi's skills were good enough, but the troupe didn't lack skills. So, Luigi wanted to perform rare and unique music in order to get a higher position in the exam. It would be best if he could get into the top 3 of the troupe. Tree Spirit didn't doubt Tree Spirit's words. If Luigi was really John's student, then he must be close to Angor. It was reasonable that Angor agreed to help him find music scores so that he could get a higher honor. Tree Spirit didn't ask further. This was a mortal's business anyway. Even if Tree Spirit was bored, he didn't need to use mortal matters as his main topic. Tree Spirit and Angor chatted for a while. They talked about all kinds of topics, most of which Tree Spirit found because he was bored. Angor listened for a while and lost interest. Tree Spirit sensed the change in Angor's mood, so he ended the conversation after saying one last thing. Unlike the other boring topics, the last one had something to do with Angor. Earlier, Wizard Cantor asked Angor to help Keely with something. Angor already agreed. However, Keely offended the entire Aroma Wizard Circle, and Angor wasn't sure if he could help her. It would be better if a Master Aroma Wizard could ask for help. Angor had his eyes set on Wizard Portia, another Master Alchemist from the research department. However, Angor didn't know how to contact Portia directly, so he had to ask Mushroom Witch Regina, who was still in Brute Cavern. Regina replied. She agreed to help you contact Portia and put in a good word for Keely. But she's not sure if Portia will help you in the end, Tree Spirit said. Kiosk, I understand. As long as I can get in touch with Portia, Angor replied. Tree Spirit said, Regina will contact Portia in the next 2 days. I'll tell you the situation later. You'd better not disappear for the next 2 days. Don't worry, I won't. Angor replied obediently. After saying goodbye to Tree Spirit, Angor logged off. He returned to his soundproof room. Angor cleared his mind and began to think about what happened in the Dream Crystal. Silver Coral Island, World Grind. Angor didn't expect to see 2 wonderlands controlled by special NPCs in such a short time. However, this also proved that Wonderland was created around people. Back when there were only Angor and Laplace in the Dream Crystal, the chance of triggering a Wonderland dungeon was very small. However, as more and more new residents came, such as Tomorrow Town, Silver Coral Island, World Grind, and so on, all the other Wonderlands quickly showed up. Angor didn't know about the existence of special NPCs until the first batch of new residents arrived. From these details, Angor could tell that the core of Wonderland was people or new residents. As the number of new residents increased, more and more Wonderlands like this would appear. Angor didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing. He could only wait and see. In the future, when the new residents and the Wonderlands reached a certain dynamic balance, he would be able to see the underlying logic of this new authority. Angor didn't waste his time. He began to look up the questions he encountered during his trip to the Dream Crystal. First, there was the Uriel dungeon related to Luigi. The NPC in this dungeon had a strange status called dreaming. Angor could distinguish the buffs, debuffs, and other statuses that appeared in the Wonderland dungeon. Different statuses had different levels of importance to him. For example, in the World Grind, anyone who got scratched by a grindman would be affected for 90 hours. Angor didn't pay much attention to the dungeon because he could guess what would happen in a survival dungeon. However, the dreaming status in the Uriel dungeon was different. In Angor's opinion, it was much more important than the mutated grindmen. The mutated grindmen were created by the Wonderland dungeon itself. Considering the height of the Wonderland should have absolute control over the status. The dreaming status was still controllable to a certain extent. However, it also meant that the Wonderland Authority was willing to compromise. Why else would the third main quest be activated at different times each day? Because the dreaming status still had certain variables. To be able to force the authority of Dreamwalking Wonderland into a state of compromise, what was the clue? What was the dreaming status? Why could Luigi only enter the third main quest in the dreaming status? What were the variables involved in the dreaming status? With these questions in mind, Angor sank his mind into the Wonderland Authority. Time passed. The sun, moon, and stars changed again. When the clock on the wall rang again, it was noon of a new day. Angor opened his eyes at the same time. Every time he used the Tree of Authority, he would receive a large amount of information. Although he didn't seem to be using up much energy with his eyes closed, his spirit was still receiving crazy amounts of information. It was only one night, and he already felt extremely tired. However, his expression was tired, but his eyes were extremely bright. After a night of searching, he did not know how dreaming worked, but he did find some information about it. This was why Angor was so excited about the dream. Because dreamt really meant what it said, dreamt. However, it wasn't the Wonderland dungeon that was dreaming. It was the so-called NPC in the dungeon that dreamed about the dungeon. Angor was excited because dreaming could directly affect reality. This was the first authority Angor had ever seen that could connect with reality. Angor calmed himself down and began to organize the information he found. First, dreaming could only be triggered by NPCs who were still alive in reality. Angor didn't find any further information, but he could tell that some NPCs in Wonderland dungeons might still be alive in reality. It was precisely because some NPCs were still alive in the real world that they could trigger the dream state. As for how NPCs were connected to people in reality, Angor didn't know. But as far as he knew, most Wonderland dungeons were created from the dreams of living beings. The first Wonderland dungeons were created after the cleaners sent by the Dream Realm died. These cleaners were basically monsters that appeared in the dreams of living beings. Or rather, the source of nightmares. If the person who had the nightmare was still alive in reality, then the Wonderland dungeon created by the Dream Realm would be connected to the person in reality. Of course, this was only Angor's guess. He didn't know whether it was true or not. Secondly, NPC in the dream state was different. Normal NPCs were actually gifted subjects created by the authority of Wonderland. They were given certain personalities and memories, as well as a corresponding operating logic. Dreaming NPCs, on the other hand, meant that they were taken over by people in reality. They had a more independent personality and an unfathomable human nature. It was also because of this incomprehensible human nature that certain variables appeared in the NPCs in the dream state. Third, everything that the NPC experienced in the dream state would be reflected in reality. To put it simply, everything in dreaming NPC went through in the Wonderland dungeon would become a dream in the end. On the other hand, if a person in reality wanted to enter the Wonderland dungeon and become a dreaming NPC, he or she had to do something first: sleep. Only when a person was asleep could he or she dream. Only when he or she dreamed could he or she enter the Wonderland dungeon and become a dreaming NPC. This was the second variable. When did people in reality sleep? This was a variable that the authority of Wonderland couldn't control. Some people slept for a while during the day and a while at night. Some only slept in the middle of the night. Some people fainted because they were injured in reality and slept for several days in a row. It was precisely because of the uncertainty of sleeping time and sleeping state that the dream state would change daily. This was why the notification Luigi received from Wonderland clearly stated, "The time of challenge per day is not fixed. The specific time of challenge will be announced by the Wonderland." The authority of Wonderland couldn't control when people in reality slept. The only thing the authority of Wonderland could control was that when a mortal dreamer fell asleep, he or she would sleep every day. With the body of a mortal, especially an elderly person, even if they could stay up late, they wouldn't be able to last for too long. This was why the authority of the immortal realm would say, "You can challenge him once per day," because Uriel would probably sleep every day in the real world. This was all the information Angor found about dreaming. In summary, he found two things: the variable, and the fact that Uriel was still alive in reality. There wasn't much information, and there was almost no deeper information. However, the information on the surface was enough to make him excited. Dreaming in Wonderland could affect reality. So far, it only affected the dreams of mortals, but the future was promising. Besides, with dreaming in Wonderland as a precedent, did that mean there would be more authorities that could affect reality in the future? Just thinking about it made Angor excited. In the past, he could only use the dream whelp to drag inanimate objects into the dream wasteland and affect the dream domain through reality. But now, he could do the opposite and affect reality in the dream domain. Although this kind of influence was not something he could control, it was still a big step forward. Again, the future was promising. Very promising. Speaking of which, the more he learned about the dreaming status, the more questions he had. For example, Angor had 2 questions that he couldn't figure out right now. First, he wondered why Uriel's main quest 3 had a time limit of 7 days. It was normal for quests to have time limits. But this one was so special that Angor couldn't help but want to find out more about it. The first quest didn't have a time limit, so why did the third quest have a time limit? Based on what he knew, Angor could only speculate that the 7-day time limit was because of the dream state. If the dream was the answer, then there were 2 possibilities. The first was that the dream state could only drag people in for 7 days. After that, the immortal authority would lose its effect. Something like a rule. Just like how the dream wealth could only drag inanimate objects into the dream wasteland, the dream state could only last for 7 days. The second possibility was that something unexpected would happen in the real world after 7 days. For example, Uriel suddenly lost his mind and died. He couldn't be dragged into the dream state, so it could only last for 7 days. Between the 2 possibilities, Angor preferred the first one. It wasn't the first one that convinced him, but the second one was too far-fetched. If it was the second one, wouldn't it mean that the dream could also predict or influence the future while projecting reality? Anyway, the second one was unlikely, so Angor preferred the first one. But was the truth really the same as his opinion? He couldn't be sure. For now, he could only wait and see if he would run into other NPCs who could enter the dream state, and see if the dream state could only last for 7 days. That was the first thing that came to his mind. His second question was also related to the dream. According to the clues he got from Uriel's dungeon and the Sunshine Circus, Angor was sure that Uriel was in the Western Continent's wizarding world. If Uriel entered the dream state, did it mean that the dream state extended the immortal authority to the Western Continent, which was infinitely far away? In other words, did the immortal authority have the property of the heavens? Angor only knew that special worlds such as Khazadar World, Dream Realm, Nightmare Realm, and Mirror Realm all had ways to connect to the heavens. So when he thought of this, he didn't quite believe it himself. But if it did not possess the nature of the heavens, how could the authority of the immortal realm break through space and time and affect Uriel, who was located far beyond this realm? Could it be that the authority of the celestial realm borrowed the laws of the dream realm, mirror realm, or nightmare realm? The dream crystal's birth was closely related to the dream realm, the white sun mirror domain, and the nightmare realm. These 3 realms were all special realms with celestial properties. It was possible that the dream crystal had borrowed the Tao of these 3 realms. However, if it was really borrowing the path, did that mean that the authority of the immortal realm could affect the laws of a certain special world? This was also quite impressive. Unfortunately, it was only a guess, and there was no way to prove it yet. Even if he did, he would not be able to understand it. The knowledge involved must be extremely profound, and he could not understand it with his current knowledge. Even though there were some doubts that were difficult to solve, in general, the results of this dream search were great. He used to think of Wonderland as a game, which was a feature of the dream crystal. But now, it seemed that Wonderland was much more complicated than he thought. The state of dreaming represented the potential behind this authority. He just did not know when he would run into an NPC with this status again. But that was something he would worry about in the future. For now, he had to focus on Uriel. Before he learned about the dream status, he did not really care about Uriel. But now, things were different. He was very curious. Would something change after Luigi dreamed of Uriel? Was the change simply related to the dream crystal? Or could it affect the real world? Angor's heart was filled with endless anticipation. He was looking forward to the moment when Luigi passed the test. However, such anticipation could not overcome the fatigue of his body. After an entire night of searching and thinking, Angor felt extremely tired. He exhaled deeply and entered meditation. He meditated until 6 in the evening, when his spirit was fully recovered. He took out the unbreakable heart mirror and entered his heart space. As soon as he entered, he saw Luigi leaning against an illusion sofa with his eyes closed. Judging from Luigi's even breathing, Angor could tell that Luigi was resting, which meant he had entered the dream crystal. Next to Luigi was a roll of yellowed parchment. The parchment was half open, and Angor could see a lot of special symbols inside. Angor had never seen such symbols before. But judging from the repetitive nature of the symbols and the way they were separated, he could guess that it was a piece of music. Did you get it from Ancient Tooth Fairy? Angor glanced at it but did not study it further. He was not good at reading music. At best, he could tell the good ones from the bad ones, but he was still not good enough to choose the best of the best. Since Luigi was holding this piece of music, it should be an excellent one. Angor wondered if Luigi could use it to clear the main quest. He sat down and entered the dream crystal. Without a doubt, he chose to land outside Uriel's dungeon. Using Box Ting's view, he found Luigi on the first floor of the attic. However, Luigi was alone in the attic. He was sitting on a messy sofa while fiddling with his hair with a complicated expression on his face. One moment, he would smile, and the next, he would show a bitter expression. He was also fiddling with his hair. A thin layer of hair had already accumulated on the table in front of him. If I came 2 hours later, I would see a bald Luigi. Angor's voice echoed in the courtyard, which startled Luigi, who was deep in thought. He quickly looked around, thinking that someone was coming. It took him a while to realize what was going on. Angor? You scared me. Angor put on a serious face. I don't want to scare you. But I have to protect what little hair you have left. Luigi was a little surprised. He looked down at his thumb and index finger, which were fiddling with a strand of hair. Luigi tossed the strand of hair to the side, as well as the other strands on the table. Baldness is a mortal's problem. It has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Angor asked, but you look no different from a mortal in the dream crystal. Huh? That's right. Luigi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. He nervously asked, if this body of mine in the dream crystal becomes bald, can it grow back? I think so. I don't know. How about you try pulling out more hair? According to Angor's experience in the dream wasteland, a new inhabitant's body was no different from when they were alive. Therefore, if the hair was pulled out and the hair follicles were not damaged, it could still grow back. Of course, he couldn't tell Luigi about this. Angor wasn't a playful person, but that didn't stop him from having fun. Luigi quickly put his hands back on the harp. Fine, fine. I'll pass. He didn't want to go bald, not even in the dream crystal. This was the bottom line of a man. Angor felt like laughing when he saw Luigi sitting there obediently. But for Luigi's pride, he didn't let his laughter out. About half a minute later, Angor's voice came again. Have you started today's challenge? Luigi plucked the strings of his harp and nodded weakly. Yes. About 15 minutes before you came. So I missed a good challenge then? Of course it was. Luigi paused. But I'm a little disappointed. Oh? You didn't succeed? Luigi sighed, nodded, and casually described the situation of the previous challenge. The music he used this time was indeed a piece of music he found in Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins. Literally, it was called a yong, and it was one of the best music collections in Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins. The music score came from a race called Laughing Spirits, and it was a treasure among treasures. Its sound was world-shocking, and its melody was marvelous. Its rhythm was even more impassioned, and its spirit soared. Even Luigi, the performer, was excited by the music score. Luigi could see that Uriel was also praising Yang in his eyes. Just when Luigi thought that he could see the light at the end of the tunnel, the sound of the zither faded away. Without a word, Uriel waved his sleeves and left, disappearing without a trace. Next, Luigi received a familiar notification from the fairyland. Main Quest 3 of Special Dream Uriel's Choice failed. Rating, number 15 in Imperial Music Group. Number 21 in Imperial Music Group. Main Quest 3 cannot be activated at this time. Wait for the next notification from the fairyland. Number of challenges available, 5. Luigi already had a feeling that he would fail when Uriel left. As expected, he failed in the end. Luigi couldn't figure out why Uriel didn't move even a single piece of music from Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins. The only good thing was that his previous rating was number 20 in Imperial Music Group. This time, his rating had increased to number 15. This meant that Luigi worked hard in the right direction. If it was only about skills, he would still get number 20 this time. But since he already had a seat, it meant that after his skills reached a certain level, it was time to test the quality of his music score. This was why Luigi had a complicated expression. He was happy because he worked hard in the right direction. But he was worried because even Young only got number 15. What kind of music score could he use to win Uriel's heart? Laughing spirits? I've never heard of them. Maybe it's because of the gap between civilizations? After all, humans are more appreciative of human works. Luigi said, that's true, but music is universal. Humans can hear things at a different frequency compared to other races. Of course I know that. Laughing spirits are humanoids. They hear things just like humans. Luigi waved a hand. Angor rubbed his chin. Then maybe you didn't win Uriel's heart. After all, the same art is different in the eyes of different people. Humans will always have preferences. Luigi didn't refute this. He only mumbled, what should I do now? If I can't even win Young, where am I supposed to find a better score? Are there no more music scores in Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins? Luigi was silent for a moment. There are a lot of music scores in the Tooth Immortal ruins. But if what you said is true, and Uriel's preference is a matter of preference, I don't know which one of the scores he likes. This was indeed a problem. If Luigi could perform as many songs as he wanted, he could always find a style that Uriel liked. But now, Luigi could only perform one song per day, and there were only 5 chances left. It would be very difficult to find a style that Uriel liked. Angor thought for a while but still couldn't come up with a solution. In the end, he simply said, then I'll keep using rare music scores. Everyone has their own preferences. If you can't find something that Uriel likes, then you'll have to fight for it. Even if Uriel doesn't like this style, he can't deny the value of a rare score. As long as your score is good enough, you'll get a better one. Take Young as an example. Uriel might not like this style, but he still recognized the value of the music score and gave Luigi a number 15 rating. If 1,000 gold coins couldn't buy what one liked, it might be because one didn't have enough money. 10,000 or even 100 million gold coins might be enough. Luigi considered and nodded. I guess that's the only way. But if I'm still going to rely on rarity, I don't think there's anything better than Young in Tooth Immortal ruins. Maybe I'll have to go to Tooth Fairy Paradise or the Gathering of Races. Oh right, any progress on your side? I already sent someone to look for music scores yesterday. I don't know how they're doing now. Do you want me to ask them for you? Luigi quickly nodded. Then we'll split up. I'll log off and check Tooth Fairy Paradise. Sure. Luigi thanked Angor, but then he mumbled to himself, thank you for your kindness. But why do I feel like your attitude changed today? You're more interested in the result than I am. Luigi had this feeling because before he logged on, he contacted Laplace and the others and asked them if they wanted to watch the match. However, Laplace, Glepner, and the bunny girl all declined. Even his other avatars didn't care about his challenge. He was surprised that Angor was so eager to show up. Of course, Angor heard Luigi's words as well, but he didn't care at all. He wouldn't care about it before yesterday. But now that he knew about the dream, he couldn't just ignore it. However, he didn't have to tell Luigi about it yet. He would talk to Laplace when he learned more about the dream. After all, telling Laplace was the same as telling Luigi. End of chapter. Luigi left the heart area in a hurry. Angor was going to check the dream wasteland to see if there was any progress on the mission he gave yesterday. Before leaving, he checked on the young astral guardian in the pod again. The boy's eyes were dull, and he couldn't sense anything from the outside. Angor was curious about the haunt world's materialization ability. He wanted to train the astral guardian, but it was still too early for him to do so. Only when he entered the wisdom awakening period as a hollow man and was able to interact with the outside world could he proceed to the next step. After sealing the astral guardian with an illusion spell, Angor left the heart area. He logged into the dream wasteland and changed his location to the new city. Since Leona was the one who gave the mission to collect music scores, the first person he contacted was Leona. Leona didn't give him an answer. Instead, she sent him an address, 36th floor of Crown Building. The Crown Building was located near the Sky Rose Garden. It was a modern skyscraper, and the designer was undoubtedly John. The design of the Crown Building was simple and neat. Not all wizards liked it because it was too square. Still, Leona liked Crown Building a lot. She even moved her office to the top floor of the building. It was obvious that Leona was going to meet Angor in her office. Under the cover of the night, Angor flew to the top floor of Crown Building. Before he entered the building, he saw Leona through the floor-to-ceiling window. Leona was standing in front of the window, looking at the neon night view of the new city. Not far behind her, Angor could see two busy figures. At the same time, Leona also noticed Angor's presence. Leona wasn't surprised by Angor's strange behavior. She gestured at Angor and told him to meet her in her office. Angor made a got-it gesture and summoned a layer of mana around him. It was a level 1 cantrip, Shadow Walk, which allowed him to walk through the wall and into the room. Leona didn't react to Angor's sudden appearance, but the other two people in the office were startled. Well, not two people, but one flower and one person. "Long time no see, Mary Sue," Angor greeted her with a smile. Mary Sue, from the rose garden, was a red rose with a mouth. She was sitting in front of her desk, working on some documents with her vine hands. She was a bit surprised by Angor's sudden appearance. After a while, Mary Sue finally realized what was going on. Shyly, she put away the flower bud and covered her red lips. "Good evening, Mr. Pat." Listening to Mary Sue's gentle, girlish voice, Angor could not help but smile. Now that's a real rose. Totally different from Jack Sue's obscene bottom rose. "Mary Sue, you can leave first." Leona's voice came from the side. "By the way, remember to take away all the documents today. You should know how to deal with them." Mary Sue gently swayed her bud. "Okay, then I'll leave first." Mary Sue bowed to both Angor and Leona and left the room. After Mary Sue left, Angor looked at the other person in the office. Apart from Leona, there was another young man around 16 or 17 years old. However, judging a wizard's age by his appearance was not a good idea. He might look like that, but he could be dozens of years old. His short, orange-brown hair seemed to be suffering from fluffy syndrome as each strand stood up. His appearance was very decent. Although his lips were thin, when paired with his clear, light blue eyes, he did not appear cold and emotionless. Instead, he gave off a sense of vitality. He was wearing a soft armor, and a long sword was hanging on his waist. The sword had a scabbard, but it looked familiar. Angor looked at the young man and hesitated for a while. "You're Broy, right?" Young Broy quickly nodded in surprise. He did not expect Angor to know his name. Angor did not feel relieved to see Broy's reaction. Instead, he gave Leona a strange look. He had never seen Broy before, but it was normal for him to recognize the young man. The quest required a knowledgeable connoisseur. Angor did not know such a person, so he asked for Leona's help. In the end, Leona found a connoisseur named Broy. If Leona wanted to see him, she would definitely ask Broy to come with her. Besides, Leona asked Mary Sue to leave, but she did not, which meant Angor knew who he was. He was the connoisseur. In Angor's mind, Broy, as a connoisseur, must be a well-read person who was familiar with countless music scores in the past 1,000 years in the South. He should have an artistic temperament. He might not be as crazy as Luigi, but Angor could at least tell that he was influenced by art at a glance. Or rather, an elegant scholar would do. Angor did not expect Leona to find such a connoisseur. In Angor's opinion, Broy looked more like a hot-blooded main character in a King's Road comic. He did not look artistic at all. This was why Angor's expression was so strange when he saw Broy. Still, Angor knew that one should never judge a book by its cover. He did not voice his doubts. Instead, he looked at Leona who was standing beside him. Leona noticed Angor's hesitation and chuckled. "Broy is Lady Ivanash's student. He just came back from the City of Truth not long ago. I heard that he was taught by Mr. Kandera when he was in the city." Angor's doubts were cleared up after listening to Leona's explanation. Yesterday, Leona told him that the connoisseur she found was a genius apprentice of a big shot. Angor did not think about who that big shot was, but he did not expect it to be Ivanasha. haunting voice Xianxia, a level 2 truthfinder wizard of the same generation as Mr. Rain. She was stationed in the City of Truth most of the time. From her nickname, one could tell that she was a sound adept. Since Broy was her student, he must also be a sound manipulator who was good at sound cantrips. Not every sound adept was an artist, but no one could compare to a sound adept when it came to appreciating music. Also, Leona mentioned that Broy was taught by Kandera, which was even more incredible. Kandera came from Resting Torch Academy, a truthfinder wizard who stood at the top of the pyramid in the southern wizardry region. He was also one of the rare academies among the top wizards. He had many signature creations, which were all related to art, such as waltzes, circuses, and puppetry. Back in the Abyss City of Razudran, Muing had used the props made by Kandera to perform a puppet show. The puppets worked together with Sunder's nightmare domain to suppress the two demons, Buffet and Minotaurus. This was how terrifying the puppets were. Without a doubt, Kandera was an absolute master when it came to art. After all, Resting Torch Academy would never accept someone without artistic talent. As one of the top wizards in the academy, Kandera must know something about art. The fact that Broy was taught by Kandera was more than enough to explain something. You flatter me, Lady Leona. Mr. Kandera only criticized me because the method I created was too vague. He didn't give me any pointers. Broy looked at Angwar's expression and spoke in an embarrassed tone. Leona didn't know what to say. You're not embarrassed at all. You're just showing off. Creating spells? Is that something for apprentices? Even official magi didn't have many who could create spells. While complaining in her mind, Leona suddenly noticed Angor and felt relieved. No matter how talented Broy was, he was no match for Angor. Creating spells? Not only could he create something, but he also created an entire world. Thinking of this, Leona suddenly calmed down. After meeting a super genius, she didn't mind meeting a little genius like Angor again. You can create spells? Angor asked curiously. You can create spells? Not really, Broy replied, I just combined swordsmanship and music to create a few tricks. They're not that powerful. They're only level 2 or level 3 cantrips. Hearing Broy's words, Leona sneered. Sure enough, this guy was very shy and embarrassed. In fact, he was just a little gray wolf with a raised tail, showing off in a self-deprecating way. Not even a level 3 apprentice could learn a level 3 cantrip. The higher the level of the cantrip, the longer it would take to learn it, and the more likely it would backfire. Now that there was the Dream Wasteland, it was much better. Even so, it would take years for someone to learn a level 2 or level 3 cantrip. If it was already so difficult to learn, creating a new one would be even harder. Broy, on the other hand, was not over 30 years old. To be able to do this, he was definitely an unquestionable genius. A level 3 cantrip? Not bad, Leona praised. She then looked at Angor and clicked her tongue. Leona only clicked her tongue and did not say anything else, but her expression had already expressed her thoughts. Too bad she was still not as good as Angor. Angor didn't know what to say. Broy didn't mind Leona's comment at all. Instead, he looked at Angor with even more respect. Leona couldn't help but grumble in her mind. Another fanboy. As the main supervisor of the new city, Leona had seen many of Angor's fangirls among the apprentices. In other words, almost everyone who logged into the Dream Wasteland worshipped Angor. It couldn't be helped. Who wouldn't worship such a huge and realistic illusion? As for the apprentices, they didn't know the truth of the Dream Wasteland and only thought that it was some kind of solidified special illusion. But then again, wasn't Leona the same as well? The more she learned about the Dream Wasteland, the more she was shocked by its vastness. Leona could only see a small part of the Dream Wasteland. She couldn't understand the parts that were further away. She once heard from Iron Granny that the Dream Wasteland had the potential to be beyond legendary. As long as Angor didn't make any mistakes, he could become a legendary wizard. Leona hadn't even stepped onto the path of truth yet, let alone reaching the legendary realm. She couldn't help but marvel at Angor's creation. Angor smiled at Broy. I tried to create new cantrips as an apprentice, but they were only level 0 or beginner ones. It's hard to do anything higher. Leona's right. You're very good to be able to do this. Angor wasn't stingy with his compliments. And he wasn't lying. Angor was able to create new cantrips mostly because of the tablet's powerful computing power. Broy, on the other hand, did it all on his own, which meant he was quite talented. Thinking about it, how could someone who was accepted as a student by Xianxia be a mediocre person? Broy's eyes lit up when he heard Angor's compliment. However, Broy didn't dare to show his excitement in front of two wizards. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. You don't have to worry about the quest to find the score. Broy will definitely be able to complete it well. At this moment, Leona regained her senses and began to steer the topic on the right track. Angor chuckled. I'm sure Broy can do it. With that, Angor looked at Broy. Broy immediately understood and took out a stack of parchment filled with music scores from his desk at the side. Since the mission was issued, I've received more than 100 music scores. Putting aside the popular ones and those that have been around for a long time, in terms of value, I've only sorted out these 6. Angor took a quick look at the sheet and didn't understand it. He calmly raised his eyes and looked at Broy. Which one of these 6 music scores do you think is the best? My so-called excellence isn't just precious. It can also capture people's ears when it's performed. Broy thought for a moment and pointed at the parchment paper at the bottom. Overall, the best one is Night Sparrow Rhapsody. Angor nodded. He took out Night Sparrow Rhapsody and tossed the rest of the parchment paper to Broy. These are all invalid. Angor continued, in the next few days, you'll keep collecting music scores. The next one I want must be better than Night Sparrow Rhapsody. If not, I'd rather not have it. Also, you don't have to give me all the scores you receive. Just take the best one. The rest are all invalid. Broy was stunned for a moment and nodded. End of chapter. After explaining the general situation of music score collection, Broy prepared to leave. Then I'll go back now and continue to collect excellent music scores. Wait. Angor stopped Broy. There's something else I need your help with. Under Broy's puzzled gaze, Angor gently snapped his fingers. Immediately after, circles of light energy ripples spread out in all directions. When the ripples collided with each other, they formed a large number of illusion nodes. These illusion nodes brought with them a thin layer of mist. Soon, the entire room was covered in the mist. Everything in the room became blurry in the mist. Only a rough outline could be seen. Amidst the undulating silhouettes, the light and shadow suddenly began to stretch. As it continued to change, it formed a human figure. The figure wasn't one of the 3 people present, and they couldn't see its face clearly. They could only see the figure standing in the mist. This is... Broy looked at the silhouette behind the fog, not knowing who this figure was. Leona was also looking at the figure curiously. Judging from its body shape, it had the same silhouette as many other people. It was a normal adult male body. It looked like the figure was holding something, a harp. Leona rarely saw such a thing among the people she knew. A harp? Could it be? Leona suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor. He's my friend, and he's the one who really needs the music. Angor continued, next, I'll use an illusion to simulate a harp performance. You can listen. With that, he snapped his fingers again, and an illusionary chair appeared behind them. After asking everyone to sit down, Angor activated the illusion in front of him. Along with the sound of a harp, they were slowly brought into the Palace of Music. About 15 minutes later, the harp performance came to an end. Another 5 minutes later, Angor waited for everyone to regain their senses. Broy, what do you think of his performance? What do you think? Angor asked Angor. When Broy saw Angor using an illusion to simulate a harp, he knew that Angor would test his appreciation level. He didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he spoke the words he already prepared in his mind. Excellent harp skills. His fingers are unrestrained. Clearly, he's not an academician. Even so, he didn't look messy at all. Instead, he looked very relaxed. He's definitely a master. A voluminous evaluation was blurted out, and in a short while, it was woven into a song full of praise. Angor could tell that Broy was exaggerating because of him, but the overall comment was positive. After all, flattering 2 wizards in front of them had to be at least a good performance. Otherwise, it would be considered flattery. You said Luigi did a good job? Angor asked. Luigi? Is that the name of your friend? Broy didn't know the name, but he didn't overthink it. Yes. Very good. Then I'll tell you that Luigi's song will only be ranked 20th by the music troupe, even though he's qualified for the top spot. Luigi's goal. Top 3. 20th place? Then your friend's music group is very competitive. Broy frowned and said, however, I can confirm that his deductive skills have reached the top level, but he can only reach 20 seats. I wonder how the seats are evaluated. Angor shook his head. I don't know the specific criteria. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's a fair assessment. He paused for a moment and continued, how do you think Luigi's performance compares to Night Sparrow Rhapsody you found? Broy thought for a moment and said, in terms of shock alone, Night Sparrow Dance Rhapsody is better. Angor didn't say anything. He waved a hand and summoned a piece of parchment, which he handed to Broy. Broy curiously took the parchment. On it was a score. The name of the score was Yang. Look at this score. It's from a humanoid race. Broy nodded and began to carefully look at the line score on the parchment. As he looked, the sound of Yang rang out in his mind. It wasn't an illusion. It was Broy's talent. He was extremely sensitive to musical notes. When Broy finished reading, he couldn't help but praise, great score, and very valuable. You can see the shape of the alien civilization through the arrangement of the notes. Leona was speechless. You make it sound so grand. Isn't it just some exotic music? Broy wanted to say that it was different, but when he saw Leona's expression, he blinked his bright eyes and didn't say anything. Angor didn't care about exotic customs or civilization. He simply said, Luigi once performed Yang in front of the judges. This time, he's ranked 15th, 2 performances in the same day. One was ranked 20th, and the other was ranked 15th. Now, what I want to ask you is, do you think Luigi's performance of Night Sparrow Rhapsody will make it to the top 3? Broy thought for a moment and whispered, I'm not sure. It's a strange judgment. Angor said, don't doubt the result. It must be correct. What I can tell you is that the judge is a man. He may have some subjective preferences, but even if he doesn't like the style of the performance, he will still give a relatively objective evaluation. Broy, if it's a subjective evaluation, there are too many variables. The only thing I'm sure of is that Night Sparrow Rhapsody won't be lower than Yang. Angor, that's enough. The reason why he simulated Luigi's performance with an illusion was to give Broy a reference. Whether or not Night Sparrow Rhapsody could make it to the top 3, he had to consider this standard when collecting music scores later. Angor, I'll find time to simulate Luigi's performance in the next few days and tell you his rating. You can refer to the rating to find more music scores. Broy nodded. I see. Is Your Excellency's friend rated every day? Yes. Angor didn't hide this fact. He only has one chance each day, and the deadline is 5 days later. That's why he only has 5 chances. Angor paused and looked at Broy. I heard from Leona that you want to change the reward for completing the quest to something else. Broy nodded in embarrassment. I have a regular sword, but it's not suitable for me right now. I don't want to throw it away. I want to ask you to help me reforge it, sir. Angor, if Luigi can make it to the top 3 with the music scores you're looking for, I'll consider your request. Broy's eyes lit up. Before he could say anything, Angor tossed out a proviso. But Luigi won't necessarily use the music scores you choose. He'll look for some music scores himself. So, if you want Luigi to choose your score, try your best to find the best score. Broy nodded. I understand. After Broy obtained a new standard and confirmed his goal, he left and prepared to continue searching for a suitable score. After Broy's figure disappeared from the room, Leona, who had been watching from the side, finally said, this guy was quite polite when he didn't go to the City of Truth. Since when have you become so fond of showing off after coming back from the City of Truth? Do you know what it means to travel at night? Angor asked. What? Leona was surprised. You can think of it like you just made a precious perfume, and you have to go to a tea party to show it off. Otherwise, you won't feel as happy about it. If you still don't understand, you can ask John in the trees. He taught me this. While speaking, Angor removed the mist illusion. Leona didn't want to talk about traveling at night. Instead, she looked at the disappearing silhouette in the mist. To be honest, I think it's really troublesome for you to keep looking for music scores. If you want to help your friend win a high position in the music troupe, why don't you just use illusions to control the judges? If I can do something within the rules, of course, it's best to follow them. Leona raised an eyebrow and was about to say something, but Angor quickly changed his tone. But that's not a bad idea. If we can't defeat them with brute force, we can try something else. Leona didn't know what to say. And here I thought you were a pacifist. So you're going to use both methods? Leona complained in her mind. She could tell that Angor valued his friend a lot. She wondered who this Luigi was. Leona shook her head and didn't think too much about it. Luigi was obviously a man. If he was a woman, she would probably gossip about a super-dimensional wizard. But since he was a man, she didn't want to do that. Meanwhile, Angor was thinking about Leona's words. Using illusions to control the judges was something he never considered before. This was because the foundation of his illusions in the dream crystal was the astronomical shift authority. However, the astronomical shift authority was very inefficient in the dream crystal, far inferior to the dream wasteland. At his current level, he couldn't do something like that in the dream crystal. But Leona's words did give him an idea. There were many ways to use other methods. He didn't have to control the judges. He could always use Luigi or the music score. For example, he could ask someone who knew how to use divination to find the music score that would help Luigi pass the test. Wasn't that a good idea? But Angor wasn't sure if this idea would work. However, if it really came to the point where he had to resort to external means, this was also a method that could be tried. Angor wasn't a pedantic person, and he believed Luigi was the same. As long as it didn't affect his principles, he could compromise. As long as the result was good. When the mist in the room disappeared completely, Leona walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, she could see the night view of the new city. Not far away, there was a floating rose garden with pink petals floating in the air. Skitrans carried construction workers from the south to the north after getting off work. The skyline around the city looked like a belt of light that connected all the tall buildings with shining signboards. Every time Leona saw something like this at night, she would feel a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of her heart. But today, she wasn't paying attention to the beautiful scenery. Instead, she was looking at a water cube under the crown building. It was the aquarium, which was filled with all kinds of strange creatures. "Since you're here, I have something to ask you about," Leona said in a small voice. "I still don't know how to solve it. I've hired a team of nature sorcerers as well, but they couldn't find the appropriate ecological niche for these creatures they've never seen before." Leona looked at Angor. "If we keep this up, they'll all die soon." Angor knew about the aquarium since he was the one who told Leona about it. It wasn't easy to solve the aquarium's problem quickly, because the creatures in the aquarium were all created based on the rhythmic membrane. They were the masterpieces of Sumesh and Greya. Greya's creatures could still be traced, but Sumesh's creatures were all unique creations. It was too difficult to find a suitable ecological niche for these strange creatures. After all, no one had ever seen these strange creatures before. "Greya should be back at the new city by now, right?" Leona nodded. She did. She brought a bunch of dream plant sprites back to Pearl Island. I asked her about it, but she didn't seem to have a solution. She just told me to put them back where they came from. Also, she's been busy these days. I think she's talking to the leaders of the dream plant sprites. I wanted to talk to her, but Iron Granny and Tree Spirit stopped me. Her trees didn't answer me either. I can't do anything about it. Leaders of the dream plant sprites? Angor glanced at Pearl Island with his god's eye. He discovered that although there were people from the fairy guards on Jinsho Island, he didn't see the so-called higher-ups. Instead, he saw a familiar figure. It was Cameron. It seemed that Cameron went to see Greya as soon as he arrived at the new city. Cameron probably asked for it himself. He wanted to meet an expert who knew something about the dream wasteland, and Greya was the only one who could do that. Cameron and Greya were having a heated discussion. It almost looked like they were having a heated argument. But when Angor listened carefully, he realized that Cameron was only talking about a small fish with wings and 4 limbs that Greya created. Their conversation was even more heated than the one between Cameron and Iron Granny on the airship. They seemed to have a lot to talk about. While listening to Greya and Cameron's conversation, Angor rubbed his chin and thought of a way to solve the aquarium's problem. Greya couldn't do it, but Cameron should be able to. Didn't the Watcher say that Cameron was a scholar of the Neck Academy's theory of everything? He was an expert on all creatures. Besides, Cameron was also interested in the Dream Wasteland's creatures, so he could easily lead Angor to the aquarium. After all, there were plenty of Sumesh's unique creations there. With that in mind, he suggested that Leona should go to Greya first. As for stopping Greya, Angor would talk to Iron Granny and Tree Spirit about it. Leona only needed to go to Greya and ask for her help. Judging from the current situation, if Cameron heard that there were many strange creatures in the aquarium, he would definitely come over. End of chapter. He stood in front of the window and watched Leona leave Crown Building for Pearl Island. Without anyone stopping her, Leona met with Greya and Cameron. Leona's arrival interrupted Cameron's quarrel with Greya, which annoyed Cameron quite a bit. He gave Leona an impatient look. However, when Leona and Greya told Cameron what they wanted, Cameron's expression changed. Solve the problems of all the creatures? This just so happened to be his specialty. Besides, the main reason why he argued with Greya was that Greya believed she had experience in creating living creatures, while he had nothing but theories. Since Cameron was only a theorist, Greya did not want to talk about many things in detail, which frustrated him a lot. But now, Leona's request gave him hope. If he could solve the problem of the creatures in the aquarium, Greya would not be so shameless as to accuse him of being a theorist. Of course, this alone was not enough for Cameron to take on the task. However, Greya's answer made Cameron's eyes light up. Like I said last time, it's hard to solve the aquarium problem. I don't have a solution right now. Greya spread her hands. The creatures in the aquarium aren't that pretty anyway. When they wilt, just let them go. I'll find you some prettier ones and put them in. I promise there won't be any conflicts. Leona was a little disappointed by Greya's answer, but Cameron was more than happy to hear it. Greya always claimed she had experience in creating living creatures, but she still could not solve the problem. If Cameron solved the problem, wouldn't Greya's pride be crushed to the ground? Cameron only wanted to show Greya that he was not just a theorist. But now, he wanted Greya to kneel down and call him daddy. Thinking up to this point, Cameron no longer held back. He walked up to Leona and said, "Beautiful lady, please don't look so dejected. Things aren't as bad as they seem." Under Leona's puzzled gaze, Cameron continued, "You can leave the aquarium problem to me. I'm very good at it. I can see the suspicion in your eyes. Relax. Do you mind if I introduce myself? My name is Cameron, and I'm from Neck Academy. I study the school of everything, and the aquarium's problem is coincidentally in the direction of my research. Maybe you haven't heard of Neck Academy, but it doesn't matter. You won't lose anything by letting me try, right?" When he saw this, he knew it was done. Now it was up to Cameron to play. As for whether Cameron could solve the aquarium's problem, Angor did not doubt it at all. He was a legendary academic wizard, and he was a professional wizard. If he couldn't even solve this problem, then he might as well change the creature in the aquarium. Instead of reading about what happened in the aquarium, he logged out of the game and prepared to give Luigi the Night Sparrow dance rhapsody. Luigi was still nowhere to be seen when Angor returned to his heart space. He used an illusion spell to create a music score and placed it on the table. Then, he sat on a couch and logged into his dream crystal. He planned to check on the infected people at World Grind. However, after some calculations, he realized that there were still 60 hours before the virus would fully take over the new residents' bodies. There was no difference between now and when he checked. In the end, he gave up on going to World Grind and logged into Tomorrow Town. Among all the dungeons he saw so far, Tomorrow Town was the most unique one. After all, a dungeon that could be solved through reincarnation was different from all the others. A dungeon that could affect one's memory and time had to have a very special logic. In terms of uniqueness, only Oriel's dungeon could compare to it. Angor didn't expect Uriel's dungeon to be so special. However, he didn't expect Uriel to be a living person. The dream effect made Uriel's dungeon worth paying attention to. Uriel was still stuck in the dungeon, so he decided to focus on Tomorrow Town. It was the same uninhabited town created by low-quality mirages. Angor appeared inside a church in the town. Inside the church was the only real object in the entire town, the crystal sandbox. It was also the entrance to Tomorrow Town. Angor reached a hand toward the sandbox and felt something cold on his fingertips. Next, he entered Box Ting's vision. Using Box Ting's time, Angor successfully located the only player in Tomorrow Town, Meow Meow. Although only 2 days had passed in the outside world, Meow Meow had already experienced 24 days in Tomorrow Town. She had also reincarnated for 24 days. According to the rules of Tomorrow Town, Meow Meow would lose a part of her memory every day. After 24 days, she had forgotten a lot of things. To Angor's surprise, Meow Meow didn't look confused at all. Instead, her eyes were filled with determination as she walked through the crowd and headed toward the church in Tomorrow Town. Seeing Meow Meow's destination, Angor knew that she must have gone through the mind space today and learned the solution to Tomorrow Town. In order to solve the problem, Angor had to find all the strange places in Tomorrow Town, go to the confession room in the church, and tell them what he found. Disharmony referred to the difference between what Meow Meow saw on the first day of entering Tomorrow Town and the subsequent days of reincarnation. Last time, Meow Meow used Detective as the anchor point of her reincarnation and began to draw pictures to record the differences between the first day and the present. He wondered how Meow Meow was doing after so many days. Soon, Meow Meow arrived at the entrance of the church. Looking at the church that was reflecting a faint light under the sunlight, she let out a long sigh. Then, she made up her mind and stepped into the golden light. After entering the church, Meow Meow immediately saw the confessional in the center of the church. In Meow Meow's subconscious mind, confessions were usually not placed in the center of a church. But strangely, this church's confessions were very different. They could see it as soon as they entered, and it was placed right in the middle. There was even a carpet that led directly to the door of the confessional, as if to tell all the people who came to the church, no matter what you came to the church for, the door of the confessional will always be open for you. Meow Meow walked step by step to the confessional while thinking. She knew that this was not the first time she had come to the confessional. In the past, she would come to the confessional every day to complete her mission by confessing her inconsistencies. However, she couldn't find all the disharmony every day, which kept her reincarnation going. Today, she came to the confessional again. Would she succeed? Meow Meow didn't know. She had already walked around Tomorrow Town, and her overuse of intuition had caused her intuition to sink into the sea. Without the help of Detective's intuition, she couldn't find more disharmony, so she had to come here. If worst came to worst, she could always come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, her exhausted intuition would reappear, which was the only benefit of reincarnation. Soon, Meow Meow arrived at the door of the confessional. There was a nun near the door who nodded at her with a smile. May you speak without worries. God is watching over you. He will forgive everything. Meow Meow smiled and nodded as a greeting to the nun. However, Meow Meow didn't think much of it, because in her mind space, she saw the painting of the first day. The nun in the painting wasn't so gentle. The nun in the painting looked at everyone who came to the confessional as if they were cockroaches and rats. God doesn't care about extramarital affairs and abnormal love. So, if you are in such a situation, please leave the door and turn left. The confessional only serves the greater sins. Believe me, God will surely forgive all the sins that have been committed. After saying all this, the nun would watch the sinner enter the confessional and murmur to herself, then, I will be responsible for sending you to heaven. Without a doubt, the nun's performance was the disharmony of the targets. However, compared to the nun who said God will forgive everything gently, Meow Meow preferred the nun who said I will be responsible for sending you to heaven. Meow Meow opened the door of the confessional and walked in. As the door closed, the grid on the opposite side opened. The sun outside directly shone through the grid and shone on her face. Meow Meow took a deep breath and sat on the seat. She closed her eyes and made a praying gesture. At the same time, a stream of information appeared in Meow Meow's mind. Entering confession state, activating main mission, find disharmony. Mission successful, the reincarnation is over. Mission failed, a new reincarnation will begin. Confession time, 10 minutes. Now, please begin your confession. This was the first time in this reincarnation that Meow Meow felt the existence of the mission so clearly. She was curious about how this stream of information entered her mind. Was it done by the owner of the unknown voice in the first day? Meow Meow didn't know, but she didn't think too much about it. Instead, she collected her thoughts and began to focus all her attention on the mission. Time waits for no man. 10 minutes sounded like a long time, but there were still a lot of disharmony in Tomorrow Town. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to finish explaining everything. The first uncoordinated person is the Ixun City Guard. His right hand was injured when he was trying to catch a fugitive, and he lost his right index finger and middle finger. Now, his left hand is injured and he is missing his left fingers. The second incongruous person is Guard Ackerson's wife. She often sings in her house, but the songs she likes to sing are sad little tunes, not passionate songs. The third disharmony is from the stall selling ornamental fish in the market. He keeps both fish from the river and the sea together, and nothing happened. The fourth disharmony is from the flowers on the big tree in the market. The fifth and sixth discordant people are my parents. The seventh, Meow Meow kept singing. Her voice was fast and clear. The light from the grid shone on her face. Angor could even see the dust stirred up by the wind when she spoke. Angor was currently in the Mirage Church outside the dungeon. Meow Meow's church inside the dungeon was different, but they both looked the same. Only the confession room was different. There was no confession room in the church outside. The crystal sand table was where the confession room was located. Meow Meow walked into the church and began her story in the confessional room. Angor felt as if Meow Meow was not talking to the confessional room, but to him. The 28th disharmony is the mayor of Tomorrow Town, Kay Stein. She's not really a man. She's a woman, and her name is Kay Stein. The 29th disharmony is the nun outside the confession room. After saying the 29th number, Meow Meow stopped. These were the inconsistencies that she had concluded. Not all of them were correct. Most of them were just guesses, but there was no proof. But as Angor once said, you can talk more in the confession room, but you can't talk less. Talking more wasn't wrong, but talking less was definitely wrong. She didn't care if the disharmony she found was correct or not. She just needed to tell them all at once. Meow Meow finished the 29th disharmony and waited for the final result. There were only 30 seconds left before the 10-minute countdown ended. Whether the dungeon was cleared or restarted would depend on the result. The countdown timer in his line of sight continued to decrease. 30 seconds, 29 seconds. 25 seconds. Looking at the decreasing number, Meow Meow felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She kept having the illusion that she hadn't finished speaking. But she had clearly told him everything she had found, so why did she still have this feeling? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, maybe it was her panic that triggered Meow Meow's nerves. When the countdown was about to end, she suddenly had an idea. Fake, fake, this Tomorrow Town is a fake town. Everything is fake. The countdown reached 0 as soon as she finished her words. With the end of the countdown, the air fell into silence. Meow Meow counted down silently in her heart. When it reached the 15th second, the surrounding environment began to slowly collapse like a broken mirror. The seemingly realistic scene was completely shattered, revealing the pitch-black world behind the cracks. Did I fail again? Meow Meow muttered softly. She didn't remember the situation when she failed the previous reincarnation, but seeing how everything collapsed, it should be failure. Meow Meow clenched her fists and placed them on her chest. She closed her eyes quietly and prepared to welcome a new day of reincarnation. At the same time, she prayed that the memories she lost in the next reincarnation were unimportant. Just as Meow Meow was thinking this, she realized that her mind was still active and she hadn't entered the reincarnation. She waited for a full minute and realized that her mind could still move. Only then did she open her eyes in confusion. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was no longer in the church. Instead, she was in a pitch-black space. A beam of light shone down from an unknown void, enveloping her alone. It was as if she was the focus of this pitch-black space. This is a bit like the mental space where I used to find my reincarnation memories every day. However, there were no pieces of paper that recorded her memories in this mental space. There was only a model of a town in front of her. No, it wasn't a model. It was a sandbox. The town on the sandbox was Tomorrow Town. End of chapter. This is a sand table. So, if my guess is right, Tomorrow Town is fake? Is it a sheet of loose sand? Meow Meow did not know what was going on, but she had a feeling that perhaps the answer was on the sand table. She hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand to the sand table. The moment her finger touched the sand table, Tomorrow Town on the sand table suddenly glowed brightly. Then, a large amount of colorful sand fell from the sky and gathered on the sand table. They were gathered together by an invisible force, forming a new Tomorrow Town. The Tomorrow Town on the sand table had doubled in size and there were many more buildings. While Meow Meow was puzzled by what was happening, a stream of information flowed out from the new Tomorrow Town sand table. Special Dream Tomorrow Town main mission, find the incongruity has been completed. Tomorrow Town's new space has been unlocked. If you touch the Tomorrow Town sand table again, you will enter the new Tomorrow Town. The old reincarnation cycle has ended. All memories lost in the reincarnation cycle will be recovered after entering the new Tomorrow Town. Seeing these rows of information, Meow Meow first sighed in relief, but then her expression turned serious. Even though it was a joyous occasion to complete the mission of finding the incongruities, Meow Meow was also worried about the situation that came along with this joyous occasion. Completing the first mission did not allow her to leave Tomorrow Town. The information clearly pointed out that there were new changes in Tomorrow Town and she had to re-enter Tomorrow Town. This meant that not only could she not leave Tomorrow Town, she had to explore the new changes in Tomorrow Town. It was very likely that there would be a second mission there. This made Meow Meow very confused. She had just completed the first mission and now there was a new mission. Was this a never-ending cycle? Was there a new mission after completing the new mission? Just as Meow Meow was feeling hopeless, she suddenly remembered what the unknown voice said when they first met. Tomorrow Town is just a remote place. Laziness, and fear will be the shackles that will stop you from moving forward. However, it will never be able to trap a bird that truly seeks freedom. As long as you keep flying high, there will be an end. She didn't know if the owner of the unknown voice had foreseen this day back then. But it had to be said that this sentence made his originally depressed and confused heart slowly find its direction again. There was an end to the mission, but there was no end to freedom. As long as one's heart did not change, there would be a day of freedom. Thinking of this, Meow Meow pulled herself together again. She didn't immediately choose to touch the sandbox, but instead began to explore the pitch-black space. However, after making a big round, Meow Meow didn't find anything here. It was as if this space was only created for the sake of the sandbox. Returning to Tomorrow Town's sand table, Meow Meow took a deep breath. No matter what the challenge is, I will accept it. As a detective, I will solve all the mysteries until I find the truth. With that, Meow Meow stretched out her hand and touched the sand table. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings changed. In the next moment, Meow Meow arrived at the bustling main street of Tomorrow Town. Before Meow Meow had time to observe the situation around her, she was hit by a surge of information that made her dizzy. Fortunately, she managed to grab hold of the lamppost next to her in time, so she didn't collapse on the spot. However, that terrifying information flow still made her feel very embarrassed. After a while, Meow Meow finally recovered from the fusion of information flow and spirit. At this moment, she finally understood why this information flow was different from before and was so fierce. It was because this information flow was the memories she had lost in Tomorrow Town for the past few months. All the memories flowed back into her head. Although these memories were originally her own, the gaps in the memories that had been taken away had already been patched up by her spirit sea. Now that these memories had been reloaded, the impact on her spirit sea was so strong that it was on the verge of collapse. However, it was also fortunate that these memories were her own, so they were highly adaptable. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, they would have been hit by the information flow and become an idiot. After all, Meow Meow wasn't an extraordinaire. As an ordinary person, her spirit sea was very weak. After coming back to her senses, Meow Meow carefully recalled the lost memories. The more she thought about it, the stranger her expression became. Not long ago, in the pitch-black space, she had declared her ambition and shouted loudly, "As a detective, I will find the truth." However, after looking through the memories, she realized that she wasn't a detective at all. She was an artist. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Mao Miao continued to organize the information. In reality, she had died due to illness. In the end, she had chosen Charlie's royal family's suggestion and entered the mirror of Micronesia. Through a special channel, she had come to a world full of crystal prototypes. Then, she didn't know what had happened, but she had been sucked into Tomorrow Town. She still remembered that Charlie's royal family had said that there might be danger in this new world. However, they didn't say that there would be danger as soon as she entered. Moreover, weren't there many people who came in with her? Where were the others? Mao Miao couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only shake her head and put this information aside. Now, there was no need to think about the outside world. The most important thing was to focus on the present. Now that she had returned to Tomorrow Town, there should be a new mission, right? Just as she was thinking about this, she felt a new information flow into her mind. Again? Mao Miao was shocked. Her hand gripped the lamp post even tighter, afraid that she would collapse in the next second. However, this time, the information flow was not as turbulent as before. A few lines of words appeared in her mind with just a few strokes. Special Dream World Tomorrow Town Main Mission 2, find it. Please note that every day, you will enter a new reincarnation. In this reincarnation, there would not be any physiological effects. Please note that the target you are looking for is not fixed in every reincarnation. However, no matter who he, or she looks like on the outside, they will only be the same person on the inside. Please note that after finding the target, you can choose to submit the mission at any time. You can only submit once per day. If you fail, a new reincarnation will start immediately. Please note that you will be playing the role of a detective from Mao Miao Detective Agency. Your detective agency is to the left of the church. Please note that Mao Miao Detective Agency is created from your mind. It is the only real place. At the same time, it is also your reward for completing Main Mission 1. You can bring it out of Tomorrow Town. Main Mission 2 is about to begin. After reading this information, Mao Miao felt that her head was full of question marks. The new mission was to find someone, but it didn't specify who to find. What did this mean? Who was the so-called it, he, and she? Could it be that the mission target knew how to disguise himself? Mao Miao didn't understand what the mission target meant for the time being, but this mission was slightly more humane than the previous one. Although she would continue to reincarnate, she wouldn't lose her memory. Moreover, there was no time limit, giving her enough time to find the person. However, from these unlimited conditions, one thing could be seen: this mission was definitely more difficult than the previous one. Otherwise, why would there be no limit? Mao Miao didn't immediately do the mission. Instead, she planned to go back to the so-called detective agency to take a look. A detective agency is actually my reward for completing Main Mission 1. Is this the reward of a house? Mao Miao muttered in a low voice. If it was in reality, I might be happy, but it doesn't seem like a big deal to have a house here. Speaking of which, why did I play the role of a detective? I'm clearly a painter. Could it be that Tomorrow Town is maliciously mocking me for playing the detective before? Mao Miao's expression was strange as she shivered. It couldn't be. Tomorrow Town was an inanimate object and couldn't think. Mao Miao didn't think much and quickly walked through the crowd to the church. Not long ago, when she came to the church, there was no one around, but now there were at least a few hundred people coming and going. Moreover, looking around from the church, there were obviously many more tall buildings in the distance. It was obvious that Tomorrow Town had expanded quite a lot this time. According to the population density, Tomorrow Town shouldn't have exceeded 6 digits this time, right? If there were really 6 digits living here, the probability of finding the target with random points would be very low. The only way was to find the pattern and accurately lock onto the target. While thinking, Mao Miao came to a small building on the left side of the church. She saw from afar that there was a huge sign on the top of the 3-story building, Mao Miao Detective Agency. This should be the reward for completing the previous main storyline quest. With a trace of curiosity, Meow Meow walked into the detective agency. The moment she entered the agency, the information of the detective agency appeared in her mind. Wonderland Building, Meow Meow Detective Agency. Produced in Tomorrow Town, a small building with a total of 13 rooms. The interior has a complete set of facilities. As long as there is enough energy, it can be used freely. It can also automatically repair damaged areas. Additional skills: Detective Identity, Mind Space. Detective Identity: when in Wonderland, you will automatically obtain the identity of a detective. Mind Space: in the detective agency, analysis and insight will be greatly improved. Additional pets: Pigeon Scouting Team. The Pigeon Reconnaissance Team, 36 Pigeon Scouts, will automatically investigate any possible cases that may appear within 100 miles of the detective agency. Please note, the Pigeon Scouting Team will occupy a room and will need to eat a certain amount every day. If the Pigeon Scouts die, they will not be revived. However, they can be captured by ordinary pigeons and handed to the Pigeon Scouting Team leader to cultivate into a new member. Please note, there is currently no Pigeon Scouting Team leader. Please cultivate a new team leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Pigeon Scouts may escape. Meow Meow Detective Agency can be stored in a separate Wonderland space, suitable for use outside Wonderland. Apart from Meow Meow's thoughts, Angor was quite surprised to see this Wonderland building. These attributes and skills could be said to be quite good. Not only could it house people, but it also had auxiliary functions such as mind space, iron support, flowing water main attack. This saying might not be applicable in real life, but it was definitely appropriate when it came to a Wonderland building. A building that came with a detective identity and a pet with other functions. How could Griebner accept this? This Wonderland building was not the most powerful Wonderland building, but it was definitely the most versatile one. Compared to the Wonderland building he saw during World Mill yesterday, this Wonderland building was like mud on the ground. Meow Meow did not think too much about it. She had no idea what a Wonderland building was yet. Besides, she already experienced mind space and detective identity before, so they were not a big deal to her. The only thing that caught Meow Meow's attention was the Pigeon Scouting Team. She had never experienced something like this before. As a detective enthusiast, Meow Meow's favorite detective story had a bird with him, but it was not a pigeon, but a crow. Meow Meow thought crows were cool, but pigeons were not bad either. Plus, these pigeons could go out and collect information on their own. Perhaps, these pigeons would be her greatest help in finding it this time. With this in mind, Meow Meow did not check out the layout of the building right away. Instead, she went to the pigeon room excitedly. While Meow Meow was happily getting acquainted with the Pigeon Scouting Team, Angor used the box view to observe the new Tomorrow Town. He knew Meow Meow would not leave Tomorrow Town so easily. As expected, a new quest came with a new map. It looked like Uriel's Dungeon. The second main quest of Uriel's Dungeon also unlocked a new map, the Attic Space. If Tomorrow Town was similar to Uriel's Dungeon, would someone who could dream appear here as well? The second main quest was to find it. To be specific, it was to find someone. Then, could this person be the person who possessed the dreamscape state? With such thoughts in mind, Angor began to observe Tomorrow Town, trying to find it as soon as possible. However, he soon felt a little lost. The new Tomorrow Town was too big. Everyone was very lively and had their own personalities. He didn't find anything wrong with anyone for a while. After resting for a while, Angor began to challenge himself again. He looked around the town and tried to find the target of the second main quest. But half an hour later, there was still no sign of the target. Feeling helpless, Angor tried to recall the information he read about the Wonderland. Please note that the target you are looking for does not stay the same for each cycle. No matter who they look like, they will always be the same person on the inside. After reading it again, Angor began to understand. One cycle is not enough to confirm this person's identity, Angor muttered. I need to go through multiple reincarnations to find the similarities between their personalities. Only then can I confirm their identity. Trying to find the target now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without going through multiple cycles, the similarities between personalities would not show up, and he would not be able to find the target. Angor gave it some thought. Even if the target was still alive in the real world, he could not be dreaming right now. After all, the dream would only appear in the real world after sleeping. The Wonderland did not mention time limit, which meant the target was not dreaming at all. Since that was the case, finding the target now would not bring him any value. Besides, he could not find the target yet. End of chapter. Next, he checked Meow Meow's condition. She was trying to train a pigeon scout team. It would be best if she could get a captain. Judging from her expression, she probably didn't plan to do a main quest for now. It wasn't a bad choice. The main quest this time gave him very vague clues. He didn't know who to look for. The only thing he knew was that the person kept changing identities, but they were still the same person. Judging from the current information, he wouldn't be able to find the person in a short time. He would have to go through dozens or even thousands of cycles before he could find something. Since it would take a long time, and he still needed to find the corresponding clues, there was no point in worrying. Meow Meow chose to train a pigeon scout team captain and let it patrol the town for her. It was the best choice for now. As Meow Meow prepared herself for a long battle, he looked away. He originally wanted to contact Meow Meow, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He couldn't do anything to help Meow Meow right now. The only thing he could do was to gather some information about the outside world. However, information about the outside world didn't mean much to Meow Meow. She hadn't been in the dream crystal for long, and she didn't feel like she belonged there yet. If he told her too much about the dream crystal, she would at most listen to a book. Instead of talking nonsense, it was better to wait until she solved tomorrow's paradise so she could experience life in the dream crystal herself. Since Tomorrow Town wouldn't end anytime soon, Angor decided not to linger around and logged into the game. Inside his heart space. When Luigi opened his eyes, he saw Kong Jingji sitting beside his desk, reading Night Sparrow Flight Rhapsody under the illumination of the illusionary light from the window. While reading, he smacked his lips and seemed to be humming a tune from the score. Luigi also saw Glepner and Laplace. Glepner was sitting on the far side of Xianxia, controlling the light spots under the wall to search for objects that might have been washed out. Laplace floated in front of Glepner and quietly observed Angor see. We noticed Luigi's movement as soon as he woke up. Kong Jingji only moved his ears a little. He didn't even look up and continued reading. Glepner, on the other hand, did not move at all. He only stared at Angor. Laplace turned to look at Zhou Qinghuan and asked, "You're online?" Luigi nodded. "I just went to take a look at this new resident who fell into the fairyland alone." "What are they doing?" Zhou Qinghuan explained with a complicated expression. Then, he walked out of the illusion room and came to the heart wall. "Did you find anything?" Zhou Qinghuan approached curiously. Both Glepner and Laplace were together. Could it be that they had scoured away something good? Laplace pointed to the ground beside him. "Indeed, there's nothing. It's all piled up outside." Luigi looked in the direction of your finger and noticed that Laplace was pointing at a mountain next to Glepner. "You got them from Angor's territory?" Luigi asked in a puzzled tone. Laplace nodded. "Yes, they're all wrong." After hearing that answer, Luigi couldn't help but look surprised. "When I saw the mountain of stuff, I didn't think too much about it. I thought it was just some random stuff brought by Glepner." Although Luigi also wondered why Glepner brought such stuff here, he also thought that the mountain of stuff came from Angor's territory. Because there were so few of them, the small ones weren't even 8-meter-tall trees, while the big ones weren't even stones with strange patterns on them. Why are there so few? Luigi still couldn't believe it. "I also came back to scavenge these days. But I always came at the right time and I never saw any real objects. The reason why Kong Jingji came before me was to repay Luigi's kindness in helping me with the sea of questions. He even promised me that if I saw the real thing, I would definitely help him scoop it up. But similarly, I didn't have any goods during those days either." Luigi almost believed that Kong Jingji was slacking off, or that Angor's territory was emptied by the ancient Tooth Fairy. But why did he get so few things today? "When you came back from Rabbit Mountain, you saw a sea eye that didn't do anything. There was a small chance that something would come out. So, before you came to the heart space, Glepner controlled the space and slowly moved to the area where the objects might appear. As expected, in just half a day, he was able to fish out all of them. What are those? Luigi gulped and stared at the pile of objects with bright eyes. I'd been waiting for the lottery draw. Yeah, it's the time to open the blind box. Now it's here? Laplace seemed to have read Zhou Qinghuan's mind and explained in a plain tone, that's not much. Most of the items outside are useful. As he spoke, Laplace waved his hand and the mountainous pile of items was divided into 8 piles. They took up 70%, 70%, and 10% of the total objects. Those over there are special items. Some used to be supernatural items, but their supernatural properties were washed away by Angkor Sea and turned into special items, said Laplace as he pointed at the piles that took up 70% of the total. Luigi subconsciously used Narda's vision to take a look. Indeed, the pile of objects that occupied the least amount of space did not emit any extraordinary waves. Even if they were just special items, they had already turned into natural objects after being washed away by the sea of emptiness. Natural objects could be worth something in the mirror domain. Is that charcoal wood? While Zhou Qinghuan looked at the pile of objects, Laplace took out something that looked like a strange white stone from the pile. Luigi did not turn off Narda's vision. According to the feedback from the server in his mind, the white stone was some kind of charcoal wood. Charcoal wood was a kind of wood that was formed when ancient trees were affected by natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, and mudslides, and were forced to step into a high-lying river bed. After a long period of time in the deep mud, the wood was exposed to a lack of oxygen and microbes. In John's words, it was called ebony or lucid wood. Charcoal wood was common in Miao Miao, but it was only a special kind of wood. Even if it used to be a supernatural tree, after being buried for several years, its supernatural properties would have dissipated with time. It was basically useless. Yes, Zhou Qinghuan had heard that the Shakabusai Academy outside Kongsha Hill had a research project on ancient transcendent tree species using charcoal wood. The Forest of Time also collected papers about it, but they did not attract much attention. Yes, said Laplace. Wizards call it charcoal wood. But in the mirror domain, it's a kind of southern region. Southern region? Luigi sniffed, but he didn't smell any fragrance. The so-called fragrance refers to the fragrance defined by humans. It's the fragrance defined by the fragrance seekers, explained Laplace. The fragrance seekers were a race in the white sun mirror domain. Their individual strength was weak, even stronger than Goth's race. However, the fragrance seekers were among the lower middle races in the white sun mirror domain. The main reason was that they could make ordinary fragrances. The fragrances made by the fragrance seekers were the same as the fragrances sought by the wizards. The fragrances were small and did not have any so-called fragrance. Instead of fragrances, they were more like medicinal powders with no effect. No matter how ordinary a fragrance it was a hot commodity outside the trading hall of the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins. Luigi asked, fragrances? Do you remember seeing a kind of nether road fragrances in the Ancient Ruins branch of Cold Gold City? At that time, Luigi thought it was some kind of fragrances. Only when he came did he realize that it was actually a tool exclusive to the mirror ghosts. The mirror ghosts from the dark mirror domain all had nether road fragrances. It was said that the fragrances could allow them to maintain their energy form for a long time. Therefore, the nether road fragrances in the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins were basically bought by the town of resentful men. That's wrong. The nether road fragrances are made by the fragrance seekers. Laplace nodded. It's also because the fragrance seekers buy the southern region in small quantities that the price of the southern region is high. So, the southern region has no supernatural properties, but it's the most valuable item besides the other items. If it's made from ordinary wood, the price will be even lower. The reason why Laplace had specifically mentioned Zhoucheng was that it was a pearl that had been left out of the pile of special objects. After introducing the special items, Laplace moved to another pile of items. This pile of items took up 70% of the total. But in reality, there were only 2 types of objects, an 8-meter-tall tree and a pile of stones without red patterns. Among them, this tree did not have any leaves. It only bore 2 red fruits. The bark of the tree was white, but at a glance, one could see a faint blood-red glow coming from it. Even without using his spirit feelers, Luigi could feel the faint blood aura coming from the tree. And it was supernatural blood aura. There was no doubt that the tree was a supernatural plant. Yes, its energy level was not low. It must have been destroyed by Angor. Supernatural plants usually had weak vitality, and that tree was no exception. More than 40% of its roots were broken, and its branches had become sturdy. It was clearly in a weakened state. However, it was not dead yet. Before reaching Angor's heart, its roots were still growing, trying to take root in the heart space. However, its roots were too weak to break through the wall of misery. That tree is a sacred blood tree. Wizards call it the beast blood tree. Laplace walked to the tree and lifted a red fruit from under it with a curl of his silver hair. Sacred blood fruit, or beast blood fruit. You should be familiar with it. Laplace handed the fruit to Zhou Qinghuan. Luigi nodded. The beast blood fruit was a supernatural fruit from the wildland world. All the bloodlines that originated from the desolate savage world could be cleansed by eating beast blood fruits to increase their purity. Apart from Mao Miao's bloodline wizards, only a small number of bloodlines were from the wildland world. Therefore, beast blood fruit was considered a rather worthless material in Mao Miao's eyes. Yes, beast blood fruit did not have any drawbacks. It was unlikely that it could be sold at a low price. In terms of magic crystals, it would be more than 8 digits. Luigi glanced at the beast blood fruit. After confirming that there was nothing special about it, he put it aside. The beast blood tree came from the wildland world. So, those things are all from the wildland world? Luigi looked at the pile of objects curiously. Since they came from the same eye at the same time, there was a small chance that they came from the same place. Wrong. They should all be from the wildland world. Laplace pointed at a stone with bloodless patterns. That is a zeolite. Luigi nodded. I could see it. Zeolite, also known as the blood-boiling stone, could activate the barbarian bloodline. To be more precise, it was the barbarian blood boiling. To sorcerers, it was useless unless they transplanted the barbarian bloodline. However, the barbarian bloodline was deeply connected to the wild gods, and the barbarian bloodline was quite weak. Even so, sorcerers would still choose to transplant the barbarian bloodline. Yes, zeolite had no value of its own. It was a hard currency among the small barbarian tribes in the wildland world. It could be used as the barbarian tribe's currency. However, zeolite was useless to Luigi. I had no plans to go to the wildland world for the time being. Since the last 2 piles of objects were useless, Luigi naturally looked at the first pile of objects. The first pile of physical objects only accounted for 10% of the total, or even 10% of the total. That was because the first pile of objects was only 2 glass bottles the size of a palm. The 2 glass bottles were transparent. You could see what was inside. One of them contained a light yellow liquid. It was not sticky. When you shook it, you could see the flickering light spots in the liquid. Luigi could not understand what was in the other glass bottle. At first glance, it looked like it contained broken pieces of glass. It was flickering with colorful light. However, it also looked like a colorful fog. It was just that it was cut into pieces. Even though there was only a glass bottle between them, Luigi could tell what was in the bottle. Liquid? Gas? Solid? Or all of them? Perhaps seeing Luigi's doubts about the phantasmal light bottle, Laplace explained, the outside is filled with memory fragments. Memory fragments. It took Luigi a while to remember that Angor Sea actually produced memory fragments the least. Ancient Tooth Fairy even sold memory fragments for free. Yes. Zhou Qinghuan remembered that memory fragments required the use of aggregation energy. They were one of the materials used to make time avatars. Since they were useful to me, I didn't pay much attention to them. Those are fragments of memory fragments that came out of the eye of the sea together with other objects, Laplace said. Check them. They seem to be from the hands of a wild god. See if there are any bland images in them. Yes. Do you think the images in the hands of that wild god are still wrong? In short, Laplace was going to use the memory fragments to make time avatars. Luigi's interest was greatly reduced when he learned that Laplace only used the memory fragments to make time avatars. He looked at the only remaining glass bottle. There weren't many objects in the sea, but they all seemed to be of low value. And none of them could be of use to me. Now I have to see what the light yellow liquid outside the bottle is and if it's suitable for me. End of chapter. Angor noticed that the bottle with the yellow liquid was the same as the one with the memory fragment. Memory fragments had to be extracted, which meant that this bottle couldn't have been flushed out by the CI. Laplace must have prepared it himself. Why was the pale yellow liquid in a bottle prepared by Laplace? Could it be that this liquid was also extracted by Laplace and stored in this bottle? If that was the case, the liquid might not be suitable for him. Laplace looked at the other bottle and said, "This one contains the bloodline extracted from the remains of the wild god's follower." About half an hour before he woke up, Gleipnir found a body that was missing the lower half of its body and half of its head. Judging from what was left of the body, it must be the owner of the memory fragment Laplace extracted, the follower of a wild god from the wildlands. Angor wondered what kind of disaster happened to the body, which destroyed it and dragged it into the mirror hollow sea. In the end, Gleipnir managed to find a part of the body. When they found the body, the bloodline power inside it was still lingering. Since they didn't find any new body parts, Gleipnir decided to extract the remaining bloodline to avoid wasting it. Laplace said, "Its extraordinary organs are basically complete and very valuable. The only thing that is worthless is its bloodline." To avoid wasting the bloodline power, Gleipnir had to extract the essence of the bloodline power while it was still dormant. Because of this, Kong Jingji didn't see the bloodline essence in the bottle, but the broken body. As for Gleipnir's choice to absorb the bloodline, Kong Jingji naturally has his own opinion. After listening to Gleipnir's explanation, what I'm most concerned about isn't your choice, but Gleipnir knows how to extract bloodline. Just a little trick, that's all. Laplace spoke casually. If he runs into monsters that he knows how to deal with, you can extract the bloodline for him. Seeing Laplace's excited expression, Kong Jingji didn't ask anything else. During that period of time, I had been so lax that I had almost forgotten that Laplace's original body was a being of destiny who had lived for 10,000 years. Furthermore, there were fewer humans in his current body, and he did not have a deep relationship with the wise ones, so it was fine for him to know some sorcerer methods. "What's the value of that bottle of bloodline essence?" Chao Jianing changed the question. Extracting a bloodline was indeed a simple technique, but it didn't mean that all bloodlines were worthless. Once a foreign bloodline entered the human body, it would definitely cause rejection. Therefore, in particular, before fusing with the bloodline, various auxiliary methods were needed to gradually accept and digest the bloodline. Most of the time, even if a bloodline came from an extremely rare magical creature, its value would be too low if there was no way to digest it. It was just like the azure bloodline that had appeared at the Twilight auction. Before fusing with that bloodline, there was no chance of it mutating into a sage body. The effect of the body of the sage was to increase the wizard's logical thinking ability in all aspects. Moreover, without the body of the sage, it was impossible to awaken the terrifying talent of the sage time, which was close to the law. In other words, the azure bloodline was extremely valuable. However, the starting price of the azure bloodline was only 1,000 magic crystals, and several people had already raised the price, which was why Sai Lum was able to get such a good deal. It was difficult to understand why. The risk of fusing with the azure bloodline was very small, and no one in the southern wizarding region knew how to help such a bloodline fusion. If someone wanted to fuse with the azure bloodline, he or she would have to rely on his or her own body to resist the unknown risk. It was highly unlikely that someone would die in such a situation. Therefore, when it came to the bloodline essence, one had to consider both its rarity and the risk of fusing with it. Only by combining the two factors could one determine the value of the bloodline. After using the mirror eye, Sai Lum still knew which magical creature the bottle of azure bloodline came from. The hand of a wild god was too limited. Since it was called the hand of a wild god, it should be a rare bloodline as well. However, without a suitable method to fuse with it, its value would be too low. He wants to know how to fuse with it, right? Laplace saw through Kong Jingji's intention. Kong Jingji nodded and denied it. Laplace said, "It's a normal fusion method. The power of Angor Sea has removed most of the impurities inside the bloodline. Even if we use the same method, the success rate is still higher than 10%. 10% was not a high probability. Under unusual circumstances, the success rate of fusing with the bloodline of an apprentice monster was less than 70%. Besides, bloodline wizards did not have any methods to increase the success rate, nor did they have any spells to help them. Under such unusual circumstances, the success rate was already higher than 10%. With the help of some ordinary methods, the success rate could not even reach 100%. Such a low success rate was shameful in Kong Jingji's eyes. Was the hand of a wild god too powerful? Or Angor's sea can reduce the success rate of a bloodline fusion? If that was true, then the Sea of Purity's cleansing was also a bad thing. I don't have a heart space. Maybe I can buy some rare bloodlines that are difficult to fuse with, make a gift pack of Angor's sea, and sell them before increasing the success rate. With that in mind, Kong Jingji's eyes brightened up. Unfortunately, before Kong Jingji's sweet dream could take off, Laplace mercifully put an end to it. The waves of Angor's sea cannot purify a bloodline. However, bloodlines are rare because of the so-called impurities, Laplace said. Laplace said indifferently, a bloodline with no specificity is only a decrease in physical fitness. In short, the impurities in the blue bloodline were removed. Not to mention awakening the talent of Time of Sage, even the ability to think and think would disappear. Fusing with the unpurified blue bloodline would at most improve one's physical attributes, which was not much different from other bloodlines. So that bottle of bloodline essence isn't worth much? Kong Jingji asked. Laplace nodded. It's not much. But I'm not sure if the mutation energy inside the bloodline has been completely removed. So, I should be able to reverse part of the mutation before I fuse with it. Mutation could also be considered as beastification. Before beastification, one could not acquire a certain talent or ability due to a change in one's body structure. Therefore, the bloodline's value was reduced a little, but it was still better than a completely purified bloodline. According to Chao Jianning's estimation, it should be worth several thousand magic crystals. If the bloodline was identified before, it could gain a corresponding ability before mutation, which would make it even less valuable. All in all, the bloodline was the only good thing apart from the blind box. But, it was still useless to Kong Jingji. Because of the projected bloodline, I can fuse with other bloodlines. But I can leave it for other people. Nausicaa will want it. Xylem and Davy both need it. Maybe I can give it to Xiao Luo. While Kong Jingji was thinking, he suddenly noticed that Gleipnir, who had always been calm, suddenly stood up. You're still looking at Chao Jianning's sea in your mind. Could it be that there were no new discoveries? Chao Jianning subconsciously followed Gleipnir's gaze and looked inside. I really did see the real thing. It was a white object, which looked like a stone or some kind of mineral. It quickly floated down from Angor's sea of memories. It only took a moment for it to reach the surface. If Angor's sea of memories could be considered a sea, the object looked like a reef. Some kind of rock? Laplace muttered. Even though you're experienced and knowledgeable, judging the species of that reef from the inside, even you wouldn't be able to do it. There's no hole down there. Maybe it's some kind of small coral? Gleipnir was also guessing. No matter what it is, it's not very sturdy, so I don't think it has any supernatural properties. Such items would soon be washed away by the raging tides and turned into dust. Only transcendent objects would be able to last a little longer. If the rock came out from the eye of the sea and drifted for a while, it would have been an hour by the time it reached the surface. If it could remain in a broken state for such a long time, there was a small chance that it was a supernatural object. It might be some kind of supernatural material. Like Laplace, Gleipnir could make a wrong judgment about what kind of material it was. However, Gleipnir had his own guesses. There were two reasons why Gleipnir was able to get a small amount of material in such a short time. First, it was because the eye of the sea was gushing out, and second, it was because he happened to be in the real world. Judging from the items he got, he knew that they all came from the same place, the Wildlands world. There was a small chance that the reef was a specialty of the Savage world. Among the transcendent ores produced in the Savage world, they were white in color and had no holes. The range of the ores was greatly reduced. Was it the remains of a supernatural coral? Or was it a non-corrosive demon blood ore? Or was it an ore that grew together with ants? With these questions in mind, Gleipnir controlled the object collector in a rusty manner. He quickly circled the reef and pulled it closer to the wall. The part of the reef above the sea was more than 8 meters long. If it was broken, it would be even smaller. To avoid damage during the process, Glepner had to be careful even if he didn't have the object collector. While Glepner was fishing seriously, Laplace looked at Kong Jingji. "You seem to know the origin of that stone?" Laplace asked. "You had a point. The reason why you thought that Kong Jingji knew the stone was because Kong Jingji had a strange expression when he saw the broken stone. Both you and Glepner were guessing what the stone was, but Kong Jingji's expression gave you the feeling that, why did the stone appear outside? That was why Laplace didn't ask this question." After a moment of silence, Kong Jingji nodded. "You know that it's what you're thinking, but it looks like it from the inside." "This? Which one?" Laplace asked curiously. Empty Mirror immediately explained, "Wait until Glepner fishes it out, then you can confirm it again." Laplace thought for a moment and didn't ask further. After all, it wouldn't take long for the stone to be pulled back. It took Glepner 7 minutes to pull the stone out from the physical exit in the heart wall. The stone's overall shape wasn't regular. It was almost 7 meters tall and 2 meters narrow. It was a huge stone, but it was still huge. After that, Laplace wondered why Kong Jingji had to wait for the stone to be pulled back into the heart space. Now you know. That was because the stone was emitting a very special energy fluctuation. He could sense it in the inner world, but in the heart space, the energy wave was very obvious. Through the normal energy wave and Chao Jianning's explanation, Laplace was able to confirm the stone's origin. Nightmare stone. Now Laplace understood why Kong Jingji's expression was so strange. Nightmare stone, as the name suggested, was a stone from the nightmare realm. Most of Kong Jingji's spells carried the energy waves of the nightmare realm. Although the nature of the energy was different, the traces of the energy waves were not the same. For example, the big house outside the heart space that Chao Jianning simulated with an illusion spell had no trace of the nightmare realm energy wave. That energy wave was similar to that of the nightmare stone. Laplace would ask Chao Jianning about the source of the energy wave, but he had no idea. Kong Jingji had nothing to do with the nightmare realm. Therefore, Kong Jingji didn't recognize the nightmare stone by accident. It was just that Kong Jingji didn't expect to see a nightmare stone in Angor Sea, which was why he showed such a strange expression. Those were all Laplace's guesses. In fact, Kong Jingji wasn't surprised to see the nightmare stone in Angor Sea. He was surprised by how small the nightmare stone was. Kong Jingji didn't have any nightmare stone under him, but the smallest one was only the size of a knuckle. Since Kong Jingji needed a nightmare stone to cast nightmare illusions, he had to make sure the size of the nightmare stone was small. He only carried a small nightmare stone under him to use the light tunnel. However, as far as Kong Jingji knew, even Sunder's smallest nightmare stone was smaller than a baby's fist. The nightmare stone behind the eye might be affected by Angor Sea, but such a small nightmare stone could make up for its lack of energy. Kong Jingji believed that no one in the entire southern wizarding region would be able to find a nightmare stone that was even smaller. After all, the nightmare stone was something that only the Phantom Island needed. The other sorcerers also needed it. Nightmare stones were excellent research materials. Activating a nightmare stone directly could release a weak illusion, which could be used as an illusion tool. When Kong Jingji was still immortal, he came to Fan Little Lu on the Redbud. The statue on the bow of the ship was a praying man, and a nightmare stone was embedded under the man's forehead. The nightmare stone's function was to activate and release the illusion inside when encountering a magical creature that had magical power to match it. Due to its weak effect, the nightmare stone was relatively cheap in the southern wizarding region. Such a small nightmare stone could be considered a valuable treasure. Because of this, when Kong Jingji saw the nightmare stone, no matter how calm his expression was, he couldn't help but tense up. End of chapter. Glepner also recognized the nightmare stone. She looked at Angor to ask for his opinion. But before she could say anything, she sensed Laplace looking at her. She heard Laplace's voice in her mind as well. What Laplace meant was simple: what should you ask and what shouldn't? Anything related to the nightmare realm should be avoided unless Angor brought it up himself. Glepner understood Laplace's concern. She thought for a moment and put the nightmare stone together with the other objects. Why is there a nightmare stone in the empty mirror sea? Angor asked. There are two possibilities. Either the stone came from the nightmare realm, or a nightmare passage appeared in one of the worlds, said Laplace. She wouldn't mention the nightmare realm in front of Angor, but she didn't mind if Angor brought it up himself. The former is less likely, said Laplace. Laplace explained, the Mirror Ocean is connected to many major worlds, but the nightmare realm is a special place. It's hard to project images of the nightmare realm directly from the Mirror Ocean, not to mention getting something from there. If it's the latter, does it mean a nightmare passage appeared in the Wildland world? After all the objects that Gleipnir had salvaged had come from the desolate savage world. Logically speaking, this nightmare stone was most likely from the desolate savage world as well. So, did Wild God's men run into some kind of trap because of the nightmare passage? Opportunities and risks coexisted in the nightmare realm. For those who knew the nightmare realm well, even if they did, they would usually ignore the risks. For this reason, those who were willing to risk their lives were usually the servants of the nightmare realm. As far as Shirzikong knew, fights over the nightmare tunnel were common in every world. Therefore, when Shirzikong saw the small nightmare stone, the broken body in Wild God's hand, and the other objects, he began to imagine a scene where a nightmare passage appeared and caused a small disturbance in the barbarian realm. Of course, small chaos was an exaggeration. However, if a nightmare passage really appeared in the world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Impossible, but there is a law to prove it, replied Laplace. Besides, even if a nightmare tunnel does appear in Savage World, it won't affect us at all. The tunnel to the nightmare realm appeared frequently, but this was the first time it had appeared. Besides, the barbarian world was still far away from the southern region. It was necessary to pay attention to the situation here. Shirzikong thought about it and felt that it was right. Instead of thinking about what might happen in the desolate savage world, it was better to see if there were any objects that were washed down. Next, Gleipnir continued to sit on the collector, but Laplace did not continue to look at it. Instead, he said to Luigi, "You've been out there for a while. You're planning to go to the Dream Wilderness." Laplace had originally planned to go to the Dream Wasteland, but instead of going directly to the southern domain, he had planned to go to the Heartbreaker Mirror's Rush Space. After that, you also retreated into the Dream Wasteland from the Rush Space. After all, the Rush Space was connected to Shirzikong's inner world room. So, even if you wanted to go to the Rush Space, you would have to inform Shirzikong first. That was why Laplace stayed in the Heart Space and waited patiently for Shirzikong to wake up. He wanted to ask me about that matter. Of course, Shirzikong agreed to Laplace's request without hesitation. Yes, he's going to the Dream Wasteland to continue fishing, asked Luigi curiously. Luigi couldn't think of a reason for Laplace to go to the Dream Wasteland. The only possibility was that he was going fishing. The moment Luigi finished his question, I noticed that Laplace's gaze was slightly unrestrained. I hurriedly added, "You mean, if he wants to go to any other place in the Dream Wilderness, you can relocate him when he goes offline?" Laplace said calmly, "Do you need to relocate me for now?" His words were very intense, but before Shirzikong finished listening, he secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Laplace still has his obsession. The place where Laplace came online was under a fishing boat. It was surrounded by a vast body of water. "You need to relocate me, which means that when you go offline again, you'll still be under this fishing boat." "So, what are you fishing for?" Luigi had thought that Laplace would be interested in fishing in the Dream Wasteland before he started his sea fishing trip on Silver Coral Island. He didn't expect that Laplace still planned to go there. That was the stubbornness of standing up from where he had fallen. Luigi sighed in his mind, but his expression was fierce. "Okay, if you don't need anything, I can come find you at any time." Laplace nodded and prepared to open up the depressing dirty passage and rush back into the space. "Wait a moment." Luigi suddenly stopped Laplace. Laplace looked at him in confusion. Luigi pointed at the pile of items on the ground and asked, "How should we deal with those things?" Although Laplace said that everything he fished up in the heart space belonged to Luigi, the things he fished up that time were too little, and their value was too low. No matter how thick-skinned Luigi was, he couldn't just take them for free. Laplace looked at Luigi strangely. "Deal with them? If he wants to trade them for his own use, he can ask Chim Condensed Crystal to sell them to Ancient Tooth Fairy." Yes. You mean, how should we distribute them? Laplace chuckled as if he understood Luigi's meaning. According to our agreement, they're all his. He doesn't want to use them. No matter how cheap they are, they won't be of any use to you. Oh, except for this bottle of memory fragments. I'll leave it to you. He'll deal with the rest of mine. He needs the memory fragments, right? Xianxia quickly shook his head. Yes. That's all. Laplace waved at Luigi, turned around, and walked into the heart passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luigi watched Laplace leave and didn't say anything else. He walked to Gleipnir and sat down to watch the Angor Sea moving up and down. In the mirror realm, the value of an object depends on the subjective judgment of humans. It depends on whether the object is useful to you. Gleipnir's voice suddenly echoed in Luigi's ears. Something worthless in the eyes of humans will never be useful to the creatures of the mirror realm. If it's useful, why should you care about it? As for the real thing that we've salvaged today, it's something useful to you. In the eyes of the creatures of the mirror realm, the most valuable object was still the nightmare stone. However, in Laplace's eyes, it was no different from incense wood. In the end, he would give it to Tooth Fairy in exchange for condensed crystals. Why should he care about something that could be traded at any time? In your opinion, the login device he gave you is far less valuable than the objects we found today. Gleipnir looked at Luigi. So, he cares about those things. Since we agreed that the objects we found are his, he won't go back on his word. And if we found something useless to you, I think Laplace won't ask for it. At this point, Gleipnir stopped. Xianxia thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "You understand." Indeed, as Gleipnir said, he was still used to judging the creatures of the mirror realm with human values. Although the creatures of the mirror domain were similar to humans in terms of value and perception, they were still the same in the end. Plus, with Laplace's status, he did need to care about those things. After that, Gleipnir sat behind the object collector for another half an hour. Yes, perhaps the object that had surged out of the eye of the sea had drifted far away or been smashed to pieces by the waves. He didn't discover any other objects before this. Gleipnir stood up with his cane. Looks like today's Eye of the Sea is over. Although Luigi didn't have any regrets and didn't get anything boring, it was worth it to get such a small nightmare stone. Speaking of which, the nightmare stone's most important function was to release the nightmare aura inside of it. Luigi could use his green patterns to produce nightmare energy, so the stone's function was very important to Luigi. However, Luigi's green patterns could replace one of the functions of the stone. The stone could be made into luminous crystal through ordinary auxiliary materials, and luminous crystal was the main casting material of light tunnel. Therefore, without the nightmare stone, I can be a little more unbridled when using the light tunnel in the past. Next, Luigi finished organizing the objects. Gleipnir tapped the light spots under the wall and put away the object collector. He then walked out of the illusory room. Xianxia was still reading the music score. Judging from my expression, I liked the music score very much. Gleipnir didn't disturb Xianxia. Instead, he sat down on the sofa near the window and looked at Luigi, who was organizing the objects. He put the items that need to be exchanged in here. Xianxia will take care of them later. After a pause, Gleipnir continued, the routine meeting of the young clans officially started 2 days ago. Although it's less about exchanging technology and knowledge, there will still be trades. Also, the items traded are all things that the clans want to show off, so they won't be too bad. If he doesn't have anything he wants to buy, he should take the opportunity to exchange less crystals. Of course, he can also barter in the small meeting. This is your personal suggestion. If he can use crystals, it's best to use them. Luigi naturally understood that Gleipnir was reminding me. I nodded gratefully. 70% of the objects in the pile were other items, including charcoal wood. Xianxia was prepared to use them. He had asked Xianxia to help him exchange for the luminous crystal. Apart from the extraordinary items, the zeolite was useless to Luigi, but he could also exchange it for the luminous crystal. As for the beast blood tree, the tree's vitality was quite strong. Even now, its few remaining roots were still trying to break through the wall of solitude, trying to take root in the small land. Unfortunately, the small land in the heart space didn't have any nutrients that it could absorb. Even if it broke through the wall of solitude, it was useless. Moreover, it still had a way to break through the wall of solitude. Luigi thought about it. Although the beast blood fruit produced by the beast blood tree was useless to me, it was still useful to a wizard who had fused with the bloodline of the savage world's magical creatures. Perhaps he could try to cultivate it and produce beast blood fruit in the long term. Yes, that thing was too easy to cultivate in the inner world. Its otherworldly aura was too strong, and it would be difficult for the supreme cult to keep an eye on it. Xianxia's bracelet was too big, and he had a way to cultivate the beast blood tree. Therefore, the best choice was to leave it in the heart space. As for whether there was soil in the heart space, it was easy to solve. I didn't have any concentrated cultivation soil under me that could be used to cultivate the beast blood tree. Yes, concentrated cultivation soil was extraordinary soil, and it needed to be isolated with a container, a cultivation pot. If it was isolated, the beast blood tree would grow crazily before it could absorb the nutrients. A special container would contain too little concentrated cultivation soil, and Luigi didn't have a small container under him. In the end, Luigi decided to make a container with his bare hands. I took out a white stone that could stretch through space and fused it with some ancient silk platinum. Very slowly, I created a small flower platform. The pure white, vertical platform was decorated with golden silk patterns. From the inside, it looked like a pure pool of water that was sought after outside of certain temples. However, the flower platform wouldn't be filled with water in the future, but with soil. Before I created the flower platform, there was no beginning. I generously carved a space-extending magic pattern to accommodate less cultivation soil. This way, the beast blood tree's roots could grow wildly outside the flower platform and absorb less nutrients. That way, the beast blood fruit produced would be better. The space-extending magic pattern was only the first one. After that, I carved the filthy, life-generating, and nourishing magic patterns. The filthy magic patterns were for self-cleansing. The beast blood tree required all kinds of demon blood or demon blood ores to cultivate. When the beast blood tree consumed the demon blood, it would create a bloodstain in the distance. The filthy magic patterns were prepared for this purpose. Life-generating and nourishing magic patterns were necessary for cultivating demon plants. When combined, they could accelerate the growth of demon plants. Although the magic patterns were carved under the flower platform, they didn't form a magic formation. There was one in each direction of the flower platform. Before I finished carving the magic patterns, the flower platform could be considered completed. Placing the grinding spell in front of the flower platform, Luigi threw away the cultivation soil and sprinkled a few magic crystals. The cultivation soil, which was originally the size of a palm, stopped growing crazily. In a few minutes, the outside of the flower platform was filled with concentrated cultivation soil. The beast blood tree's trunk was twisted. It clearly wasn't familiar with the cultivation soil and didn't reject it. However, compared to the situation where it would have soil to rely on in the future, this was still a mistake. Before the beast blood tree quietly came up, Luigi gave it a few high-grade demon blood ores as snacks. At the very front, Xianxia placed the flower platform next to the illusory house, making it into a scenic view. Although the beast blood tree's inner shape was special, it was still a plant. Paired with a pure white flower platform made of golden silk, it didn't look good at all. End of chapter. With the tree in place, he looked at the two glass bottles. One contained memory fragments, which were useless to him, so he gave it to Glipner as promised. The other contained bloodline essence, which was also useless to him. But he could ask Dodoro if he needed it. With that in mind, he stored the bloodline essence into his bracelet. With that done, he entered the illusion hut. While arranging the items outside, he noticed Glipner staring at him. The man didn't enter the dream crystal. Instead, he kept looking at Angor as if he had something to say. As expected, Glipner spoke first. "There's something I need your opinion on." Angor nodded and signaled Glipner to go ahead. "It's like this. More than 100 people came to Rabbit Town today, however, not all of these 100 or so people were new residents. Among them, there was a person who was in charge of Charlie's palace. Charlie's palace was a strange place in the Sun Mirror Zone because all of its members were mirror creatures who were transformed from humans using the Mithrite mirror. The rulers of Charlie's palace were all the kings of Charlie's palace. However, the success rate of becoming a mirror creature through the Mithrite mirror was very low. After so many generations, there were only 3 kings in Charlie's palace. They were Charlie I, Charlie II, and Charlie 13. They were the current rulers of Charlie's palace. Before yesterday, the new residents who came to Rabbit Town were all people of Charlie's palace who were about to die in the real world. They tried their luck using the Mithrite mirror but failed. But today, a big shot finally came to Rabbit Town. This person was none other than Charles XIII. He was the first of the 3 administrators to test the water dream crystal source. After he entered the dream crystal plane, he had already understood the current ecology of the new inhabitants of Rabbit Town by talking to them. After that, he went to look for Gleipnir and talked to him in detail about the operating rules of the dream crystal plane. When they were done, Charlie 13 asked Gleipnir for a favor. He wants to see the creator of the dream crystal. This was what Gleipnir wanted to ask. Me? Does he know who I am? He looked at Gleipnir. Gleipnir shook his head. He doesn't know. Then why is he so certain that the dream crystal has a creator? He's not sure. However, this doesn't prevent him from making guesses. Charlie 13 didn't know about Angor's existence. However, the box court reminded him of the mirror kingdoms in the Sun Mirror domain, such as Unfallen City, Crystal Kingdom, Sumer Wetland Castle, and so on. In his mind, this might be a place similar to those huge kingdoms. Such a box court must have a creator, so he wanted to meet this so-called creator. To put it bluntly, his knowledge was not enough. He treated the dream crystal as a box and not a world. He didn't think of the dream crystal as a real world, but the underlying logic of the dream crystal, as well as the various powers that represented the laws of nature, were all very similar to the structure of a real world. If Charlie 13 had viewed the dream crystal as a world, he might not have thought of the creator. What do you think I should do? Should I meet Charlie 13 or not? Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Gleipnir. Gleipnir seemed to know that Angor would ask him this question. Without hesitation, he answered, I suggest that you don't meet him as a creator. When a creator doesn't show himself, he's just an unreachable symbol. But once he shows himself, he might be pulled down from his pedestal and become a target of greed. I'm an old friend of Charlie XII's. I know he won't want to become a creator, but he's not someone who can keep his mouth shut. He might expose your identity. Unless you have a very high status in the mirror realm, or one day, you're strong enough to crush all the guests in the dream crystal plane. Otherwise, I don't think you should show up as a creator. While listening to Gleipnir's words, Angor suddenly saw Sunder's shadow in his mind. When Sunders first learned about the dream wasteland, he also advised Angor not to show up as a creator because people were fickle and greedy. Only when Angor became a wizard and a member of the research department, as well as Lien and Tree Spirit's support, did he have the confidence to announce the dream wasteland's existence. Even so, they only decided on a temporary date, a tea party. They still needed to figure out how to announce the wasteland. Also, they didn't know whether Angor should announce himself as a creator or a discoverer. If the dream wasteland was already so dangerous, the dream crystal would have to be even more cautious. But you came to me to tell me. Doesn't that mean you know about the creator? Gleipnir shook his head. I didn't tell him about the creator of the dream crystal. My explanation is that I don't know if there is a creator, but I know that there are people in the dream crystal who have grasped similar laws, and there are quite a few of them. Entering the door of the dream crystal is a manifestation of this kind of law, and my main body has also grasped this mysterious law. What Gleipnir meant was that there were many people with power, but these people with power were not necessarily the creators. If Charles XIII suspected that the authority was the creator, he should have suspected Laplace first. Of course, Gleipnir also had his own reasons for saying that. Angor promised to give Laplace authority, but since Luigi didn't leave the dungeon for a long time, Laplace's authority had been delayed. Gleipnir didn't think Angor would go back on his word, but he still used this method to remind Angor about it. After spending some time with Gleipnir, Angor had a better understanding of Gleipnir's personality, as well as his little tricks. Therefore, Angor didn't think Glipner's words were inappropriate. Besides, Glipner had become much more restrained. In the past, he would always be straightforward and direct with his words. But now, he had changed a lot. Then I'll do as you say. I won't meet him as a creator. But many people in Rabbit Town have seen me before. If he asks who I am, you can tell him that I have the authority to open the dream gate. Glipner didn't need to tell him that he wasn't going to meet Charles XIII anyway. His plan was to make Laplace and her past self the representatives of the Dream Crystal Domain. After all, the Dream Crystal Domain covered the White Sun Mirror Domain, and the peak transcendents in the White Sun Mirror Domain knew of Laplace's existence. As long as they recognized Laplace, they wouldn't mind the Dream Crystal so much. As for Angor himself, he wouldn't hide his identity, but he wouldn't show up in front of everyone either. For example, he would attend the meetings of various races to promote the Dream Crystal. However, he would only show his face there. Laplace would be the one walking in front of him. Glipner said, "You've made the right choice. Please believe me. This is actually a form of protection for you." Angor chuckled. "If someone else wants to meet me in the future, you can respond in the same way as I am now." Glipner nodded. "I understand." Glipner put on her logging device and entered the Dream Crystal. She wasn't going to deliver a message to Charles XIII. Instead, she was going to reorganize Rabbit Town and pay attention to the world grind. Meanwhile, Luigi finally put down the music sheet in his hand. "I found a lot of music sheets in Tooth Fairy Paradise today, and I picked out the best ones." As Luigi spoke, he took out a stack of music scores from the drawer. He pointed at the top of the stack and said, "I think this Sunset Fantasy is the best, but compared to the Night Sparrow Dance Rhapsody you gave me, I feel that Sunset Fantasy is still lacking." At this point, Luigi sighed and revealed a look of regret. "It doesn't matter who found it, as long as you can use it." "What are you regretting?" Luigi shook his head. "I'm sure I'll use Night Sparrow Rhapsody. That's for sure. My trip to Tooth Fairy Paradise was for nothing. Besides, apart from your channels, I don't have any easy channels to find music scores now." "No easy ways?" "Then there are other ways." Luigi found music sheets in Tooth Fairy Ruin and Tooth Fairy Paradise without paying too much for them. These were easy ways for him to find music sheets. However, he had no other choice. It would not be so easy to find music sheets from other channels. Luigi sighed. "I only have two ways. The first is the multi-species gathering I mentioned earlier. The routine gathering of the various races would begin the day after tomorrow and last for half a month. If Luigi wanted to find a good music score through this channel, not only would he have to rely on his luck, he would also have to spend a large amount of condensed crystals. Furthermore, he might not be able to find it in the remaining few days. The second way is the 100 Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Feng Zither, who was always lazy, was willing to leave Tooth Fairy Ruin and go to the 100 Dragon Kingdom because the kingdom had a huge library. Dragon Feng Zither loved music, and she did not leave the 100 Dragon Kingdom's library, which meant there must be some rare music sheets in there. But the way to enter the 100 Dragon Kingdom is a bit tricky. Luigi massaged his temples. Ever since the Mirror Dragon infant was killed 2,000 years ago, the 100 Dragon Divine Nation has been sealed off to protect the infant. According to the normal procedure, I have to submit an application and get their approval before I can enter. According to the 100 Dragon Kingdom's rules, it'll take at least a month for the application to be finished. By then, I'll be dead. Well, you don't have to enter the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom yourself. Since Dragon Feng Zither is in the 100 Dragon Kingdom, and Wolf Feng Flute still has her staff, you can contact Dragon Feng Zither and ask her to give you the music sheets in the kingdom. Luigi shook his head. "I can't." Dragon Feng Zither signed an oath after entering the 100 Dragon Kingdom. She can't leak any information about the kingdom, including knowledge. The 100 Dragon Kingdom's lockdown did not only mean that it would not open its gates, but also that it controlled everything. If Luigi wanted to check the music sheets in the 100 Dragon Kingdom's private collection, he had to enter the kingdom himself. The official method won't work. There's only one way to enter the 100 Dragon Kingdom without being checked. Ask Glipner to intercede for me. 2,000 years ago, When the mirror dragon cub was killed, the 100-dragon divine nation had invited Gleipnir to divine its fate. If Gleipnir went to intercede for them, the 100-dragon kingdom would give him some face. If the 100-dragon kingdom does Gleipnir a favor, it won't be hard, right? It won't be hard. But the question is it worth it? Luigi said, most of the mirror dragons in the 100-dragon kingdom are inflexible. They'll repay kindness, but they don't know the ways of the world. Since Gleipnir helped the 100-dragon kingdom, she could ask the 100-dragon kingdom to help her in return. However, this was an equivalent exchange. She would be using Gleipnir's favor. And once this favor was used up, the 100-dragon kingdom would no longer treat Gleipnir nicely. What Luigi cared about now was whether it was worth using Gleipnir's favor for a piece of music sheet. After all, the music sheet was only used to clear the Wonderland dungeon. As for the Wonderland dungeon, it was only because he stubbornly wanted to clear it. He didn't see any benefits at all. Using up a favor just to clear the dungeon, this was what Luigi was worried about. After listening to Luigi's explanation, he had an idea. If it were him, he would use up the favor. The appearance of the dream state indicated that Uriel's dungeon was different from others. Clearing a Wonderland dungeon that was linked to the real world would greatly help in analyzing the authority of Wonderland. However, it wasn't him who would challenge Uriel's dungeon. It was Luigi. From Luigi's point of view, even if he knew about the uniqueness of the dream state, he still didn't see the potential benefits of the Wonderland dungeon. Was it worth it to use up a favor? Luigi scratched his head and sighed. Forget it. I'll think about it later. If I can't find a music sheet that can clear Uriel's dungeon in the last 2 days, I'll go talk to Gleipnir again. Now, I should practice Night Sparrow Dance Rhapsody first. Maybe I'll succeed this time? Next, Luigi began to practice Night Sparrow's flight. It was his first time, but as a master performer, he was able to master it quickly. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to do it before nightfall. While Luigi was practicing, Angor didn't stay idle. First, he returned to the real world. He walked out of the soundproof room and saw the 5 little ones sitting in a row outside, watching a movie box. Olio and Speed Spirit were the only ones who noticed Angor's presence. Hidland, Wood Spirit, and Dangros did not notice him at all. Wood Spirit and Dangros were attracted by the plot of Apothecary of Strange Flame, while Hidland seemed to be sleeping. Angor did not disturb Wood Spirit and Dangros. Instead, he sent a message to Olio, telling him that he wanted to have a good talk with the boy. Olio did not refuse. Soon, they arrived at the soundproof room. Olio looked completely different from the last time Angor saw him. Although he was wearing a wide top hat, it still couldn't hide the glimmering rainbow-colored hair under the brim of the hat. Angor remembered that Olio could not control his appearance when he woke up last time. In the end, Angor used the illusion palette to change Olio's face, skin color, and hair color. Back then, Olio chose black hair. But during the process, Angor changed his hair color from neon green to purple. He had a lot of fun. It was the first time Olio woke up after leaving the Chamber of Poetry, so Angor thought it was just a process for Olio to adapt to the outside world. But today, when he saw the colorful hair under Olio's hat, Angor almost could not help it. Just how much did Olio like colorful hair? It wasn't that Angor didn't like the idea, but Olio was still wearing a black tuxedo with a simple white shirt and a black top hat with white flowers on it. No matter how Angor looked at it, Olio looked like a gentleman with great taste in clothes. But Olio's colorful hair was like a sharp blade that stabbed into the gentleman's aura. Not only did Angor feel like wasting his time, but he also felt awkward. Maybe because Angor was looking at him too intensely, Olio noticed Angor's gaze. "Is there something wrong with my hair, Mr. Angor?" Angor rubbed a few strands of hair behind his ear. "It's nothing. I'm just attracted by your hair color. It looks special." Angor hesitated for a moment before he stopped himself from bursting out. "Oh, it's nothing. Your hair color is special." "What a special killer." "As long as you don't hate it, sir." "No, I don't." Angor did not hate it, but it was dazzling. Olio scratched the bridge of his nose and smiled in embarrassment. "Personally, I feel that this hair color is a little too flashy. However, Sir Red Sword said before that if I don't have a personality, I will be eliminated by the trend." He suggested that I must find my own personality. He also said that a bright hair color is a way to show my personality. So it's Dorcas' suggestion. No wonder it's so unreliable. Olao said, I was afraid that you wouldn't like it. Thank goodness. Angor really wanted to tell Olio that the opposite of not hating wasn't liking. It could be feeling nothing. However, looking at Olao's shy expression, he could not bring himself to say anything to attack him. Hence, he could only sigh inwardly, and tactfully said, it's good to show your personality, but you can't go with the flow. Your true personality is to discover your own passion, not to rely on other people's suggestions. Dorcas thinks that hair color is a way to show your personality. That's his opinion, not yours. Since he gave you a suggestion, I'll give you one of my own. I suggest that you learn more about the outside world in the future. Through what you see with your eyes, touch with your limbs, feel with your heart, and desire with your heart, combine your vision, knowledge, and values to find your true passion. That's your personality. Olio was a 10,000-year-old shut-in who did not know much about the outside world, but he was not stupid. After hearing Angor's words, Olio seemed to have understood something. He reached out a hand and touched his own hair. His colorful hair, which would make Mary Sue cry for him, turned into neat black hair. I'm not telling you to change your hair color right away. What's important is whether you really like it or not. Angor felt a little embarrassed when he saw Olio changing his hair color so quickly. Olio smiled shyly. I don't know whether I like it or not. I think you're right, sir. I need to think about it more carefully. Before I figure out what kind of hair color I really like, I'll keep it black. Black hair is the color I show others when I'm bound by the contract. Speaking of the contract, I remember you said that you can't enter the mirror domain when you're bound by the contract, right? Olio nodded, then shook his head. I can't enter the real mirror domain. But I can still enter the shallow mirror layer. Shallow mirror layer? You mean the buffer space? Olio nodded. Yes. Olio's answer was calm, but Angor felt a little sad when he heard it. Although Adonis had been trapped in the clear sky poetry room for many years, she could still enter the daylight mirror domain. Moreover, Adonis did not completely restrict her freedom. She could still observe the real world through the mirror. But Olio could not even enter the mirror domain. For 10,000 years, the only thing he could see was the tiny chamber of poetry. Even Angor felt that it was a little too much. Augustine was such a bastard, Olio did not have it easy either. To put it nicely, he was the guardian of the chamber of poetry. But to put it bluntly, he had been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Yet, Olio was still able to keep his mind open and actively pursue trends. Angor felt that he had gone too far when he talked about Olio's hair color in a roundabout way. Angor cleared his throat. You said your hair was black when you were shackled. But your real hair color is not black, right? Olao didn't expect Angor to bring up the topic again. He nodded. My real hair color is silver. You must have seen it before. My skin is also silver. Why don't you change it to silver? Olio hesitated. Last time, Mr. Red Sword said that silver is too dazzling. He suggested that you use colorful hair. How can silver be dazzling? Angor shook his head. Don't mind him. Besides, Laplace has silver hair too. You know Laplace, right? Olio nodded. Yes. She's very powerful. Adonis always badmouthing her, but I know that Adonis really admired Laplace from the bottom of her heart. So, why do you care if someone as powerful as Laplace doesn't care about silver hair? Olio considered and agreed with Angor's words. He reached out a hand and touched his hair again. With a burst of energy, his black hair turned back to silver. It had to be said that Olao's attire, coupled with his gentle and shy face and his half-length silver hair, was very good-looking. Angor wanted Olio's hair back because he heard that Olio's hair was black when he was bound by the contract. Angor wondered if Olio was still bound because of his hair color. Regaining silver hair was a way to tell Olio that he was free, both physically and mentally. Although Olio did not seem to care that much. You and Dorcas went out for a stroll. Did you find anything? Yeah, I bought a lot of stuff. Olio took out his body and tried to take out the items he bought last time. But Angor stopped him. I'm not talking about what you bought. What do you think about it? Angor continued, or, did you change your mind after seeing the outside world? Olio hesitated. Mr. Angor, are you worried that I'll be tempted by the outside world and leave you? Angor chuckled. I'm the one who asked you to leave. Why would I worry about that? What I mean is, now that you're no longer bound by the contract, you can try to go out and see the bigger world. As for turning your body into a mystery item, well, I'm not in a hurry. I don't have the ability to do that yet. No need. I can still see the outside world if I follow you, Mr. Angor. Olio took a deep breath and continued, back in the Chamber of Poetry, I didn't agree to follow Mr. Angor because I hoped that Mr. Angor could take me away. But when I learned about Mr. Angor's condition, I gave up on the idea. I trust Mr. Angor's choice. I'm willing to follow you. Angor didn't know what to say. He understood what Olio meant, but why did it sound like Angor was forcing Olio to follow him? I'm willing to follow you? Wasn't that a typical example of someone being wronged? Of course, words could not be taken as reality. When Olio said this, his eyes were clear, and his emotions were red. It meant that he had indeed said what he thought. However, because of the difference in time, he did not know that I did it willingly was more like sarcasm. What's your next plan then? Angor asked, even if you follow me, you still need to plan for the future. Olio considered for a moment. In the long run, I want to see Mr. Augustine again. Augustine had done a lot of harm to people. If possible, I'd like to see him again. So, if that's the case, we have the same goal. What's next? Do you have any other plans? Or should I say, wishes? In the medium term, I want to see Adigu. Angor didn't say anything. He wanted to see Adigu too. But he didn't have the chance. There was still a chance to see Augustine. After all, Augustine gave Angor a title, Poet Bathed in Moonlight. As long as Angor could find the place where Augustine left his will, he might be able to see Augustine through the title. But Adigu was a different story. Adigu was Olio's elder brother in name, and his true form was the famous Augustine's mirror of twin from the origin world. It was a mystery item that was as famous as the Book of Kale. Angor couldn't think of a way to meet Adigu. Olio paused and continued, as for the short term, I want to see Adonis in her complete form. By her complete form, Olio meant that Adonis would go to the origin world and recover her lost parts from Margaret. Angor didn't need to do it himself since Black Earl would do it for him. However, if Olio called it a short-term goal, Angor didn't have to say anything. It would probably take a lot of effort for Adonis to recover fully. It would definitely take a long time. Decades? Or centuries? Or even millennia, as expected of Olio. He lived for 10,000 years and didn't care about time at all. Angor tried to keep a calm expression on his face. Olio seemed to have misunderstood Angor's expression. Of course, I want to see all of them with you, Mr. Angor. Angor didn't know what to say. You don't have to be so stiff. I'm not mad that I'm not included in your plan. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything else. However, it's not enough to only look at the distance. You have to look at what's in front of you. Is there anything you want to do right now? Olio scratched his head. I don't think so. Oh, by the way, Mr. Black Earl promised to let me know when he leaves for the origin world. I hope I can meet with Adonis then. I know. I won't stop you from seeing Adonis. You can even go see her right now. I mean, you don't want to improve yourself at all? Like improving your strength? Olio didn't know what to say. Do I need to improve myself? At first, he didn't understand what Olio meant. But as Olio explained further, he began to understand what Olio was talking about. The reason why Olio said, "Does this still need to be improved?" was because his previous power had been sealed. He was still trying to undo the seal. Once the seal was undone, his talent and strength would naturally increase. Besides, he didn't spend the last 10,000 years waiting for nothing. What he gained during this time was enough to push him to the peak of his strength. For this reason, he didn't need to focus on improving his strength in the short term. What he needed to do now was to uncover his original abilities. For example, the ability to change the color of one's hair and appearance was something that Olau did not have when the contract was first broken. It was only later that he slowly unearthed this ability. Olau could sense that there was still quite a bit of this power buried deep within his body. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to improve himself. He didn't need to improve his strength for now, but he still needed to learn more about the world. This was something that even Olau himself admitted. After being separated for 10,000 years, he knew nothing about the outside world. He needed to broaden his horizons. However, when he asked Olau how to improve his knowledge, Olau's answer surprised him a little. "I can use mirrors to observe other people's lives," Olau said. When he saw Angwar's strange look, he quickly added, "I'm not peeping. I'm just learning." "That's the same as peeping." Olau opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. "I'm just saying. I haven't done it yet." The reason Olau mentioned using a mirror to observe other people's lives was because he often saw Adonis doing it in the clear sky poetry room. When he thought about how to broaden his horizons, the first thing he thought of was to use mirrors to observe people's lives. But just as he said, although he wanted to do it, he hadn't done it yet. Ever since he woke up, he spent the past few days taking care of his child and watching DVD boxes. He didn't have time to do anything else. "I don't mind you using your ability to learn, but it's risky." Angwar pointed at a mirror in the corner of the soundproof room. "Why don't you try using that mirror?" In fact, Olau had seen this mysterious half-body mirror the moment he entered the quiet room. As one of Augustine's creations, Olau had seen many mystery items, so he quickly recognized it as a mystic-level mirror. In modern terms, it was half-mystic level. Olau wasn't too surprised by the mirror. However, he was a little worried about possessing this mirror. "Are you trying to tell me that mirrors have different types? If you possess this kind of mirror with mysterious power, you might encounter a mishap." Angwar shook his head. "I'm not an idiot. You know what you're talking about. Normally, you wouldn't possess a mirror with mystery aura." "That's not what I meant. It's fine if you don't want to use it. I'll take you inside." Angwar walked to the unbreakable heart mirror and put half of his body inside, leaving only his head outside. He then signaled Olau to follow him. Olau hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. Not long after, Olio entered the buffer space of the unbreakable heart mirror. After arriving at the buffer space, the first thing Olio did was sigh at the stability of the space. Such a sturdy space was not much worse than the mirror space of his main body. Following Angwar's instruction, Olau saw a silver-haired girl resting on an illusion sofa with her eyes closed. When he saw the silver-haired girl, Olau's entire body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Laplace? Olau couldn't believe his eyes. Why was Laplace? Did Angwar imprison Laplace here? Don't think too much. She's just a guest. Angwar was a bit annoyed. Olau's eyes were so clear that he could read Angwar's mind. Angwar paused for a moment before he continued, "Now you know why I said the possession is dangerous, right? Who knows if there's a powerful creature inside the mirror you're using?" Olau swallowed his saliva and nodded in understanding. Olau believed this was a rare case, but he didn't have time to prepare for it. However, he didn't have time to prepare, nor did he tell Laplace about it. He simply took Laplace to watch the whole thing, which still left Olau in awe. There's a risk in using a mirror. It's the same outside the mirror. Think about it. If you're using the mirror of a powerful being like the Dark Earl, do you really think you can survive? Besides, you won't even have a chance to defend yourself. You're the one who stole the mirror first. You're in the wrong. Olau nodded obediently. I understand. Angwar didn't forbid Olau from using another mirror. It all depended on Olau's purpose. If Olau only wanted to broaden his knowledge, he could just take a walk outside. There was clearly a better and safer way, so why would he do something that was strenuous and unrewarding? Angwar walked to a sofa nearby and asked Olau to sit down. Olau glanced at Laplace, who was not far away, but didn't move. However, he still looked at Angwar with admiration. How dare he sit beside Laplace so boldly? Speaking of which, why was Laplace sleeping all this time? Was he really just a guest? Was he really not a prisoner? Olau didn't believe in guest at first. But seeing Laplace sleeping like this, he began to doubt it. They were inside the mirror. Did Angor use the mirror's mystery property to keep Laplace here? If that was the case, the mirror was a bit scary. Olau kept glancing at Laplace, then back at him, and Angor quickly realized that Olau was imagining things again. She looks like she's sleeping, but she's actually doing something else. As for what? Fishing, for example. You can ask her when she wakes up, Olau said. Olau quickly waved a hand. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and he didn't dare to face Laplace directly. Besides, even if he did, he wouldn't dare to provoke the legendary fate of the White Sun Mirror region. Angor didn't continue talking about Laplace. Laplace couldn't hear them right now, but it wouldn't be hard for her to see what happened in the buffer space after she went offline. Angor looked at Olau again. There are many ways to broaden your knowledge. If you're still trapped in the room, I won't say anything if you use the mirror to observe other people. But now that you're free, you have many ways to broaden your knowledge. Under such circumstances, it's not wise to choose a risky method. After pondering for a brief moment, Olau cautiously asked, then, it should be fine for me to use it to broaden my horizons, right? Huh? Angor didn't understand what Olau meant. The Apothecary of Strange Flame is good. I think it's interesting. You can learn about the stories of people in the current era, and see the different cultures of different places. The story is made up. I know. Stories like this are usually made up. But there must be a prototype, right? Besides, the culture part isn't made up, right? Angor really wanted to say that there was no prototype, but he decided against it. As for the various cultures in the movie box, that part was not made up. If Olaf wanted to understand this era through the background details, it was possible, but it would be quite troublesome. Wouldn't it be faster to go shopping and read some books? Angor complained in his mind, but he had to admit that using a movie box to learn about the current era was a completely safe method. If Olau insisted, Angor wouldn't say anything. Next, Angor discussed with Olau about this issue and was convinced by the old man's decision. Compared to observing the world in a rigid way, Olau seemed to prefer using a movie box to see the world. Maybe it was because he spent too much time in the poetry room and couldn't help himself from watching a TV series like The Apothecary of Strange Flame. Angor thought that it wasn't a bad idea to combine education with entertainment. Besides, making a movie box wasn't too troublesome. He could also make some for Olau so that the old man could learn something specific. With that in mind, Angor began to think about which healing stories he should use as teaching materials. Angor chose to talk to Olau not only because he wanted to hear Olau's opinion, but also because he wanted Olau to know more about him. As partners in the future, it was important for them to learn more about each other. Still, it would take time for them to get to know each other. Angor did not plan to tell them everything at once. He only planned to let Olau know one thing today. The unbreakable heart mirror. First of all, he created the unbreakable heart mirror recently. It couldn't prove his alchemy skills, but it could at least boost Olau's confidence. After all, they both shared the same goal, which was to create a mystery item. With this half-step mythic item as a foundation, Olau felt a little more at ease. Besides, the unbreakable heart mirror was connected to the White Sun Mirror domain, which meant he needed someone to help him with some of his burdens. Angor was a human after all, and it wouldn't be as convenient for him to move around in the mirror domain. Olau wasn't a mirror creature, but he had the characteristics of a mirror creature, such as the ability to gather energy. Therefore, Olau could help Angor a lot inside the mirror domain. Besides, Olau could also learn a lot by interacting with other mirror creatures. Third, Olau could temporarily take over Angor's position in the heart space. Angor's heart space was floating above the mirror sea, and he could collect a lot of benefits from the sea by using the item collector. This was a very stable source of benefits. Unfortunately, no one was at the helm, which meant this source of benefits was left empty. Angor's original plan was to let the young Astral Guardian take over the helm. Unfortunately, the Astral Guardian was still in a daze and couldn't do it. Therefore, he planned to train Olau to be the temporary helmsman until the Astral Attendant was ready for something big. Besides, he didn't need Olau to stay at the helm all the time. He only needed to check on things from time to time. All in all, introducing the unbreakable heart mirror to Olau was beneficial for both of them. It was also the first step for them to get to know each other better. It didn't take long for Angor to explain the general situation of the unbreakable heart mirror. For example, the crafting location happened to be the Chamber of Poetry. And the refining time was when Olau was in deep slumber. Another thing was that the unbreakable heart mirror's ability was absolute sturdiness, which also came with an extremely sturdy mirror space. After hearing Angor's explanation, Olau gained a basic understanding of the unbreakable heart mirror. In Olau's opinion, the unbreakable heart mirror's ability wasn't very useful even if it came with a spacious mirror space. Olau, who had been living in the real world for a long time, couldn't understand the uniqueness of the unbreakable heart mirror just by listening to Angor's description. Still, even if the unbreakable heart mirror's effect wasn't strong, Olau was still shocked. He thought Angor got the unbreakable heart mirror from somewhere else, so he wasn't too surprised. But now, Angor told him that he crafted it himself, and not too long ago. This caused Olau to be very shocked. Back when Nether City fell and Olau went into hibernation, Augustine didn't craft anything with mystery properties. Back then, Augustine was already as strong as a legendary wizard. He even stole marigold from the Path of Infinity under the watchful eyes of many legendary wizards. Later, Augustine used the marigold to craft the true forms of Olau and Adegu. According to Augustine, it took him a long time to make Adegu shine with a mysterious aura after he brought him to the origin world. Now, Angor was only a level 1 wizard, and he was already able to touch mystery properties with ordinary materials. How could Olau not be shocked? Not surprised, Olau now understood why Augustine chose to entrust him to Angor and told him that Angor was the only one who could help him catch up to Adegu and even surpass him. Angor's talent couldn't be called human. He was a monster. He was more like the main character of Apothecary of Strange Flame. What Olau didn't know was that Angor's creation of the unbreakable heart mirror was mostly due to the Crazy Hat's coronation. However, Angor didn't mention the Crazy Hat's coronation. He didn't mean to hide it. It was just that they didn't trust each other enough. Sunders was the only one who knew that Angor was crowned by the Mad Hat. No one else knew about it. Even Sunders didn't know about the Crazy Hat's coronation. Many Black Hat coronations appeared in Angor's hands. Just like Feng, Sunders thought it was just a White Hat coronation. As for items that were crowned with white hats, although they were also very effective, they were of a completely different quality compared to those that were crowned with black hats. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. Angor didn't tell Sunders everything about the black hat because it was too strange. Of course, he didn't know Olau for long. Of course, Angor wouldn't mind telling Olau about the Crazy Hat when they trusted each other more in the future. But now wasn't the time. End of chapter. By the way, you're no longer bound by the contract. You should be able to enter the real mirror realm, right? Angor changed the topic. Olau hesitated. I think so. The reason for his hesitation was that Olau hadn't tried to go to the mirror realm after waking up. He was very similar to Lady Mirror. He could borrow the power of the mirror realm, but he preferred the wizarding world over the mirror realm. After all, both of them were born in the wizarding world, and the mirror realm was like another world to them. Let's go in and have a look. Olau nodded in acknowledgement. He knew Angor meant to take him to the heart space. He was curious about the mirror space created by the unbreakable heart mirror, so he didn't refuse. Soon, they stepped into the space tunnel. Olau wasn't rejected, which meant that the contract was no longer binding him. He could now freely travel between the mirror realm and the real world. It didn't take long for Olau to stand on the wall of the heart space. Olau's first impression of the heart space was that it was an island floating in the shadows. Because the surrounding walls were transparent, he could clearly see the floating light of memories in the empty mirror sea. The heart space was like an isolated island amidst the light and shadow. The illusion cabin was the only oasis on the island. However, first impressions were always meant to be broken. Olau's first impression didn't last for more than 5 minutes. He thought that the heart space was located in the eternal mirror sea. As far as he knew, most factions in the mirror realm would settle down in the eternal mirror sea because it had the densest polymerization energy and the biggest source of crystals. Unfortunately, the eternal mirror sea contained a large number of mirrors, which were extremely dangerous. Without a stable space, it was almost impossible to survive in the eternal mirror sea. The most important feature of the heart space was its sturdiness. In order to maximize its sturdiness, Olau assumed that the heart space would be placed in the eternal mirror sea as well. However, the truth was completely different. The heart space did have the sturdiness feature, but not in the eternal mirror sea. It was in another sea, the empty mirror sea. Of course, Olau knew about the empty mirror sea. He knew more about the empty mirror sea than Angkor did. In the past years, the descendants of Noah that Adonis had exiled were all thrown into the sea of empty mirrors and turned into hollow people. Olio was no stranger to this. He had even borrowed the power of the one-eyed family to come into contact with the hollow men many times in an attempt to find a way to restore the hollow men's memories. Although he didn't find the method in the end, he had collected a lot of relevant information, and his understanding of the empty mirror sea was increasing day by day. It was precisely because Olau understood the empty mirror ocean that he knew the dangers of the empty mirror ocean. This was the most terrifying forbidden area in the White Sun Mirror domain. As far as he knew, other than Laplace, no other creature could survive in the empty mirror ocean for a long time. Even Adonis couldn't avoid the empty mirror ocean. The waves of the empty mirror ocean could wash away everything. The dissipation of memories, the annihilation of souls, and even the annihilation of matter. Its scouring power was like an unstoppable spear, and it was also the embodiment of the rules of the world. If you wanted to survive in the empty mirror sea, you had to have an indestructible shield. Laplace was the only one who held the shield. However, after today, Olio saw a second shield, the space of the heart. The walls of the space of the heart were as thin as a cicada's wings and soft like a membrane, but it blocked the endless scouring power of the empty mirror ocean. The flickering light and shadows he saw before were actually the images of memories that kept surging up in the empty mirror ocean. These memories were constantly dissipated and reborn by the scouring power, and this was the source of the light and shadows. Olio couldn't help but walk close to the wall of the heart. He looked at the surface of the empty mirror ocean, and the memories from the endless worlds, and fell into a daze for a moment. Boundless worlds, void planes, and reflected memories were constantly being presented. Looking down at the ever-changing surface of the ocean, Olio even felt like a god looking down on the mortal world. He never thought that he would be able to see such a dreamlike scene here. As expected of an item with mystical power, Olaf finally realized that he had been wrong. I've underestimated its power. Even though this mystical power was only reflected in its sturdiness, it still had a terrifying effect that was completely unreasonable. It could even resist the law tide displayed by the void mirror ocean, which was the world will's law. Just as Olau was admiring the scenery before him, a series of rapid zither sounds suddenly entered his ears. He listened carefully and heard the music. It sounded like a storm, or a swarm of bees or birds flapping their wings. After the rain poured down from the mountains, the music gradually slowed down, as if it had gone through the thick layers of clouds and rain, from the violent wind and lightning, to the clear moonlight. The beautiful scenery of the empty mirror sea, coupled with the music in his ears, not only did it not lose points, it even brought out the best in each other. Olio was still immersed in the music, and he enjoyed the last of the music. When the harp stopped plucking, Olio turned around and looked at the source of the music, the illusion cabin in the distance. Angkor was also standing in front of the window of the cabin. It seemed that he was talking to someone inside. Olau thought about it for a moment, and then walked forward. Soon, he came to the window and saw the person inside. It was a man holding a harp. When he saw Olio, the man smiled at him and began to pluck the harp happily, as if he was welcoming Olio's arrival. An old lady was sitting on a sofa across from Olio. Her eyes were closed, as if she was taking a nap. This is Luigi. As for the sleeping one, it's Glepner. You know him, right? Angkor introduced. Olio considered and nodded. I remember Adonis told me that Glepner and Luigi were both Laplace's apprentices. Glepner was an excellent clairvoyant, while Luigi was a very interesting bard. He wasn't deaf, so he heard what Olau almost said, a bard who didn't know how to write poems. It was a fair comment. Since Olio already knew Luigi's name, it was easier for him to explain. Angkor quickly told Olio about Luigi's situation. He also mentioned that Luigi had been practicing his harp like crazy in order to deal with a challenge in the Wonderland dungeon. Angkor didn't go into the details of what the Wonderland dungeon was. He only told Olio that he would find out soon. As for Glepner, Angor didn't tell him much since the man was still sleeping. Next, Angor introduced Olio to Luigi. Luigi knew much more about Eladio than Eladio knew about Luigi. After all, Luigi could use mind synchronization with Laplace, and Laplace often dealt with the wise overseer, so he was familiar with Olio and Adonis. After getting a general idea, Luigi went back to practicing his new music. Olio didn't want to disturb Luigi's hard work, so he walked to the side. He even slowed down his footsteps, afraid that his loud footsteps would disturb Luigi. Don't be so careful. Luigi won't hear anything when he's immersed. Also, the illusion cabin has a certain soundproof function, Angor explained. Olio looked at Angor and continued, I'm sure you've already seen the general situation of the heart space. However, apart from the sturdiness on the surface, the heart space also has some other functions that you might not expect. Angor gestured for Olio to follow him. Under Olio's puzzled gaze, Angor brought him to the other side of the illusion cabin and pointed at a strange-looking tree planted in a flower bed. Do you know this tree? Olio studied the tree for a moment. It looks like the god-blood tree from the wildlands, right? Yes. But we call it the beast blood tree in the wizarding world. Next, Angor picked up a stone with a pattern on it and handed it to Olio. Do you know this? Olio glanced at it. It's a zeolite, also from the wildlands. Angor nodded but didn't comment further. Instead, he took out several more items from the wildlands plane, and Olio recognized all of them. From this, it could be seen that even though Olio was lacking in knowledge about modern lifestyles, he was still very knowledgeable about them. However, he didn't understand why Angor wanted to show them to him. What about these? Angor took out 2 more items. What about these? Olio took a closer look. One was a strange-looking teapot, while the other was a small black booklet. Olio first looked at the booklet and noticed that there were words on it, but he did not recognize them. He only thought that they looked familiar. They looked like the language of the haunt world, but the words seemed to have been improved and simplified. As for the teapot, Olio didn't recognize it. However, when he opened the lid, he saw the sleeping young man inside. As someone who studied hollow people for many years, Olio immediately recognized that the young man in the teapot was a hollow people. A hollow people? Olio looked at Angor in confusion. You got him from the Mirror Sea? Angor nodded. Yes. He's a hollow people from the haunt world. If I'm not mistaken, he's called a star attendant. As for this booklet, it's also from the haunt world. I think it's the manifestation of a star attendant. It's a book of wishes. Not just him and the book of wishes. The beast blood tree, zeolite, and other items you saw earlier were all taken from the Mirror Sea. Olio finally understood why Angor brought him here. The heart space can capture objects in the mirror void ocean? Olio asked. You mean the heart space can capture objects in the mirror void ocean? Like what Scholar Jinghai did? Olio hadn't visited the mirror domain for many years, but he heard about the recent developments in the mirror domain from Adonis. He also heard about the internal strife of the Tooth Fairy ruins and the enmity between Tooth Fairy Paradise and Tooth Fairy ruins. Of course, he also knew that Scholar Jinghai could take objects from the Mirror Sea. Not capture, but control. Angor gestured for Olio to follow him. Under Olio's gaze, Angor tapped on the glowing light on the wall of his heart and tried to control the object collector created by the manifestation of mystery in front of Olio. Compared to Gleipnir, Angor's control was quite average. Compared to Gleipnir's smooth movements, Angor's control was the template of a poor student. It took Angor a while to make the heart space stand upright and move about 10 meters to the side. Next, Angor demonstrated how to take objects from the outside world. However, there were no objects in the outside world, so Angor's demonstration was purely a performance without objects. Since there were no objects, it was much easier to control the object collector. It didn't take Angor long to explain the function of the object collector. When he was done, Angor stood up and asked Olio, "How about you try it?" Olio was enjoying Angor's demonstration. But when Angor asked him to do it, he suddenly felt a little confused. Angor told him to wander around the heart space by himself. But when showing him the object collector, Angor explained everything in detail. What a big difference. Besides, the object collector looked very important. Was it really okay to let him do it? Could it be that Angor brought him here so that he could operate the object collector? Olio was a little suspicious, but he didn't want to ask Angor directly. Besides, even if Angor really wanted him to control the object collector, it wouldn't be a big deal. Olio's biggest worry was how to cooperate with Angor. Or rather, how to show his value to Angor. After all, Angor's goal was to turn Olio's body into a mystery item comparable to a dagu. He would feel ashamed if he just stood there and let Angor do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Olio hoped that he could prove his value to Angor so that he could improve together with Angor. But he couldn't figure out what to do in the past few days. If Angor really wanted him to control the object collector, Olio would gladly accept the task. At least it meant that he still had some value. But if Angor knew what Olio was thinking, he would probably think that Olio was overthinking things. Angor didn't think Olio was worthless. Or rather, Olio's existence was a kind of value. Asking Olio to control the object collector was something Angor suddenly decided to do on a whim. He felt that it was a waste to leave the object collector empty. He didn't really want Olio to be the controller. Instead, he wanted the young astral guardian. End of chapter 31-32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.